Chapter 81 Loda's Brainstorming. Li Wei saw Guze and stepped forward happily.
Teacher Guze, you are back.
Guze smiled and said,
I'm back. A lot of things happened after you left. I'll tell you when I get back.
Li Wei glanced behind him. More than 20 people had left the mage tower, and only 19 people had returned. Even the first-level official mage lost 2 people. It can be said to be a stretch. Li Wei secretly thought, it seems that the war is not as easy as Teacher Guze said. Otherwise the casualties would not be so heavy. When he and Guze communicated in the magic network, Guze always said that I was fine. Everything was going well, and there was no need to worry. It made Li Wei think that the war was really going well. Tap tap tap. Levi heard the sound and looked over, saw the figure in the team, and shouted, Lena. After hearing this, Reyna spoke to the person next to her and rode towards him on horseback. As she approached, she turned over and dismounted. Bang! The heavy armor hit the ground and made a sound. Reyna took off her helmet, hung it on the saddle, and lifted out her long hair hidden in the armor to breathe.
Li Wei, I heard that you came back early before the war. It's really a pity that you missed many opportunities to gain meritorious service.
Levi smiled and said,
Okay, the battlefield may not be suitable for me. I am more suitable to stay in the mage tower and engage in magic research.
He glanced at Reyna a few more times. More than a month of war has tempered Reyna's originally careless and rough-tempered temperament into a more stable and straightforward character. Reyna nodded and said,
Indeed, different professions have different characteristics.
She looked at Levi and said with a smile,
Do you still remember the battle between us?
Levi said.
Of course I remember.
Reyna said.
Hopefully, there will be opportunities in the future. Just treat it as a goal and work hard.
Without waiting for Levi's reply, Reyna said,
I'm leaving. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with. See you next time.
Getting on the horse, Reyna rode the horse and joined the team. Levi looked at Reyna's back with confusion on his face. Guze patted him on the shoulder, sighed and said,
Look at it. Her talent is too strong. In just 1 month, I broke through from the peak of the first level to the intermediate level of the second level, rising 2 levels in a row.
Guze couldn't help but sigh in envy. Li Wei was a little surprised when he heard this, but not surprised. War is the catalyst for the strength of the war knight. It is not surprising that Reyna can improve at such a speed. If there is no subsequent war, Reyna's upgrade speed will slow down. However, Li Wei felt that the number of subsequent wars might not be small. The Maciel Kingdom failed to react and stop Oats this time, and will definitely find ways to interfere, hinder, and weaken Oats in the future. The easiest way is undoubtedly to start a war. Oats wants to successfully establish his country and conquer the remaining 3 powerful cities. So war is inevitable. This may be the result Orn wants. War is the catalyst for the strength of the war knight. It is effective for Reyna and also effective for Orn.
The speed of strength improvement is so fast.
Levi sighed with emotion. As for what Reyna said, regard her as a goal and work hard to practice. Li Wei just listened and didn't take it to heart at all. Is the second level intermediate strong? For him now, he is not invincible. In terms of level, he is indeed not as good as Reyna, but his true combat power may not be so.
Master Loda!
Seeing an acquaintance, Levi shouted. Loda nodded, with a happy face on his face, and asked,
I heard that you came up with the elemental feeding method?
Levi nodded.
Master Luata, why do you ask this?
He smiled and patted Levi on the shoulder. Levi shrugged his shoulders. Why do these people like to pat their shoulders? Loda said kindly.
Thanks to your elemental feeding method, I have also broken through the first level.
When Levi heard him ask about the elemental feeding method, he was already mentally prepared, so he wasn't too surprised. However, there is still a hint of surprise when appropriate.
Really? That's really congratulations to Master Loda.
Loda looked at Levi. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a knowing look. He whispered,
You have also broken through the first level.
Right?
Li Wei was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a moment, he knew the reason. That's right. If you create the elemental feeding method, how could you not have a breakthrough yet? He glanced at Guze, then at Loda, and asked, Who else knows besides you? Guze shook his head and said,
There is no one left. I just told Master Loda the theory you told me once, and he realized it himself.
Loda smiled and said,
After I understood it, I lied out from Guze that you told him about the elemental feeding method. Don't blame him for exposing you.
Levi shook his head and said,
I don't blame the teacher.
Hearing this, Hughes breathed a sigh of relief. Before that, he had been thinking about how to explain this to Levi along the way. He didn't mean to expose Levi either. He also didn't expect that Luo Ta would be able to understand it just by mentioning it casually. And the theory was faked out of him as coming from Liddy. Lotta looked at Levi and said,
I understand that you want to hide your strength. And I won't talk about it everywhere. Have you obtained the inheritance of a certain high-level mage?
Luo Ta asked. He does not believe that the elemental feeding method was created by Levi. Although the theory comes from him, it is certainly not his idea. How could a trainee mage know the secrets of magic that even the archmage didn't know? Levi must have received the inheritance from a high-level mage to know the secret of this magic. After hearing what Lotus said, Levi twitched the corner of his mouth. You could really guess. But it just gave him a reason to explain these things. Levi said,
Well, I received the inheritance of a mysterious mage. He didn't tell me his name. He just gave me some magic knowledge every once in a while, and let me practice it by myself. He said that after I became a great mage, he would go to a certain place, find him somewhere, and then he will accept him as a formal disciple.
When Luo Ta heard this, he showed a look that was indeed true. Hughes looked at Levi with a surprised look on his face. An expression like,
Why don't I know?
Luo Ta nodded and said,
Your master may be an ancient mage. Ancient mages preferred this way of nurturing their disciples.
Levi was ashamed.
Ah. Yes. Yes.
Whatever you say is what it is. He no longer wanted to think. Lotta expressed her gratitude to Levi and swore that she would never tell the secret. Li Wei could only shake his head helplessly.
Okay. As long as you like it,
he complained in his mind. The three of them returned to the mage tower together. After Lotta left,
Hughes asked about it. Do you really have a mysterious master?
Guzhe asked doubtfully. He didn't feel it. Otherwise, Levi wouldn't ask him if he didn't understand anything. Li Wei said,
Teacher, just treat it as if you have it.
Hughes nodded thoughtfully. He looked at Levi and said,
Now it seems that maybe your talent is not weaker than Reina. Come on.
Hughes suddenly encouraged Li Wei, making Li Wei look confused, looking at Hughes's back as he returned to the room.
Did the teacher misunderstand something?
Chapter 82 The Taboo Topic. The war is over and everyone returns. The City Lord's Palace held a grand celebration banquet and invited everyone to participate. The City Lord Oates stood on the high platform and announced the results of the victory to everyone, causing everyone to applaud and applaud. Levi stood in the crowd and saw Gus and Merson also at the banquet. Next to them stood a middle-aged man dressed as a gentleman. He walked over and greeted the two. Merson saw him and introduced the people next to him with a smile.
Levi. He is Monas.
Monas looked at Levi, smiled and stretched out his hand to shake him.
I've heard of you for a long time. Master Li Wei. It's our first time meeting you. Please bear with me.
Levi smiled and said,
I don't dare to take it seriously. The vice president is being polite.
Monas said,
Speaking of which, we should actually have met before.
Levi said in surprise,
Oh, why don't I remember?
Monas smiled and said,
Last time at Golden Shield Manor, I watched the competition between you and Reina.
Levi's heart moved slightly and asked,
What is the relationship between the vice president and the Bieber family? John Sr. is my brother.
Moniz said. Levi was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Monas to be Reina's uncle. He looked at Gus and Merson again and found that their dresses were embroidered with noble coats of arms.
Both of them are also members of aristocratic forces. Come to think of it, how could ordinary people organize a literary club? Suddenly, the music at the banquet became melodious and melodious. Delise, who was wearing a purple and black evening dress, came to Levi and invited.
Levi, can I invite you to dance?
The banquet has progressed to the dance stage. When the dance is over, the banquet is almost over. Levi shook his head and said,
Sorry, I can't dance.
Daisy smiled and said,
It's okay. You can learn if you don't know how. I'll teach you.
Levi was not interested in dancing and was about to refuse. Lena walked over wearing a burgundy evening dress.
Levi, can you dance? Won't. It's okay. Just follow me and it'll be fine,
Reina said. After saying that, she directly took Levi's hand and pulled him into the crowd. Delise looked at Levi being dragged away by Reina and froze on the spot. After reacting, she stamped her feet angrily.
Humph!
Reina's palms were soft yet powerful, like steel wrapped around a sponge. Before Levi could react to the soft touch, Reina took his hand and jumped up. He doesn't know it at all. He looks like a puppet in Reina's hands, cooperating with her performance. Levi saw her unfamiliar steps and asked in a low voice.
You didn't skip?
Lena said.
I learned it when I was a child. But I haven't skipped it since I grew up. I have been practicing with my master and have no time to attend the dance.
Lena explained. Levi's figure rotated under her control, and the roles between the two were reversed, which was exactly the opposite of the dancing postures of the others. Fortunately, Reina is strong and can easily control Levi's body weight. Reina whispered,
What were you talking about with my uncle just now?
As her body danced, Reina's steps became more and more sensible, and she found the feeling of dancing. Levi also took the initiative to follow her footsteps. He replied,
It's nothing. It's just that the vice president heard that the outside world has changed a lot, and there may be no peace in the future.
Reina said.
Do you know what the city lord wants to do? I found that the master seems to be alone with the city lord recently.
Levi's heart moved slightly. Aun didn't tell Reina that thing? By now, some people have smelled it. There is only one final step left before the founding of the country of Otzi. One of the conditions for the founding of the country is that the title reaches the level of imperial marquis. Only the empire will recognize the status of the kingdom. Otherwise, even if it claims to be a kingdom, it will be nothing more than an inferior kingdom, and will not be protected by imperial regulations. Oates himself was an earl for life. If he had connections in the empire, it would not be difficult to get the title of marquis for life if he put his military exploits into practice. In terms of title status, a lifelong marquis is greater than a hereditary earl. However, the difficulty of obtaining a hereditary earl is much greater than that of a lifelong marquis. Therefore, there is often a phenomenon of skipping levels during title promotion. As long as Oates becomes the marquis and declares the founding of the country, then the first step in his great cause of founding the country will be completed. The next step is to find a way to establish a foothold and truly control the towns in the kingdom. In this process, it will inevitably be frantically attacked and blocked by the Maciel kingdom, and will also be fully blocked by the three powerful cities in the hinterland. Things have progressed pretty much, and knowing the truth as Reina will be fine. Knowing what is going to happen in the future in advance may be a good thing for Reina, who may have to frequently participate in wars. This allows her to make a more accurate judgment on future changes in the situation. After Li Wei finished thinking, while the two were dancing close to each other, he whispered in his ear,
The city wants to build a country.
Reina's body froze for a moment, and she stopped. Levi couldn't move even if he wanted to, so he could only stick to her body. The gesture was too close, and Levi felt a little embarrassed. To others, it looked like the two were hugging each other tightly. After a moment, Reina realized what she was doing and continued dancing. This time she didn't speak, and quietly thought about and digested the news. She was indeed shocked that the city lord wanted to found a country. She has known since she was a child that the place where she lives is called the Kingdom of Maciel. Naturally, I regard the Kingdom of Maciel as my motherland in my heart. Now hearing that she would betray her motherland and build a new country was a huge impact on Reina's traditional concepts. Levi was a little surprised after seeing Reina's silence. I didn't expect this incident to have such a big impact on Reina. He has no sense of belonging to the Maciel kingdom in his heart, and naturally has no reaction when he hears that Oates wants to establish a kingdom. Only then did Li Wei realize how important the founding of the country was to other people. No wonder there are no rumors of statehood in Oates so far. Now, everyone in the know is in a position of knowing, but not being able to tell. It depends on who will break this situation. If not careful, the breaker may become a victim of gossip. After Levi thought about it, he knew that it was absolutely impossible to tell anyone about this matter. Oates told him indifferently. It was because he was destined to bear the greatest danger. Reina came back to her senses, looked at Levi, and said,
Don't tell anyone about this.
Levi nodded.
Yeah, I know.
Lena also realized the huge crisis contained in it. If the news spreads, the morale of the military may lose stability. Not everyone wants to follow Oates in founding a country. Such differences are bound to lead to divisions within the military. This is a huge blow to Maple Leaf City, which is still on the road to founding the country. It is very likely to lead to death before leaving the army. As for others, they did not dare to spread rumors about Jangwo at will. Even the Maciel kingdom did not dare to shake the military morale of Maple Leaf City with rumors of founding the country. This is undoubtedly a direct recognition of the fact that Otzi founded the country. Everyone avoided talking about it. Chapter 83 Deduction of Fireball Technique. The city lord Oates strongly commended those who made outstanding contributions at the celebration banquet, and rewarded them with a large amount of treasures, gold and silver. After the dance ended, Reyna and Levi separated, and she hurried to find her master. Levi stood at the door, blowing the cold wind, and the remaining softness and warmth in his palms had not dissipated.
The world is chaotic and full of crises. Only the strong can stand. Strength is the foundation of everything.
Compared to when I was young, I felt uneasy when I learned that I was involved in trouble. When facing the powerful Warren, the only thing he can do is to splash the opponent's blood. Today, the whirlpool of trouble around him is far greater than before. But he is able to remain calm. All this is because of his strength. With Li Wei's current strength, he can leave at any time. With combat power comparable to that of a second-level mage, he would be able to live well no matter where he went. Returning to the mage tower, Levi meditated and practiced, trying to improve his strength. Late at night, he slipped into dreams. Blast your liver and practice the small fireball technique. For a long time, his mind was shaken, and a lot of insights came to his mind. Everything I didn't understand before is now clear. Small fireball technique, 0-level perfection, 0/infinity. Levi smiled, finally satisfied. As soon as his mind moved, a thumb-sized flame appeared on his fingertips. The flames grew rapidly and turned into a small fireball in the blink of an eye. The small fireball continued to expand into a large fireball. In the blink of an eye, a large fireball with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in front of Levi. Before that, this was his limit. Limited by his mental power and the control of the fireball technique, he could only pour 1/3 of his mana into the fireball. Now, the fireball continues to expand. After a while, Levi poured half of his mana into the fireball. The diameter of the fireball has expanded to 2 meters. He raised his hand, and an orange fireball burned above his head.
Deduction of the first-level fireball technique.
Levi used his understanding of the perfect level small fireball technique to deduce the enhanced first-level fireball technique and create his own unique spell. The advantage lies in mastering the first-level fireball technique early on. The deduction process went very smoothly. After absorbing and digesting the spell model construction concept of the first-order fireball technique, Levi deduced his own first-order fireball technique.
The fireball is too big. Its power is too scattered, and it is inconvenient to hide.
Li Wei's mind moved, and he knew the direction of the subsequent deduction. Continue to increase the upper limit of the fireball's charge power, and reduce the size of the charged fireball in order to concentrate the power and enhance stealth. As for the elemental fluctuations produced when the fireball technique is charged, he cannot solve it with his current knowledge and preparation. We can only solve this matter after we have a deeper understanding in the future. The volume of the 2-meter large fireball gradually compressed and became smaller. Eventually, the fireball shrank to the size of a basketball, about the same size as an ordinary fireball. But the color changed from orange-red to deep orange, and the light became brighter and dazzling. It didn't look like a fireball, more like a glaring light bulb. The power has also become very terrifying. After deduction and strengthening, this orange fireball has been imbued with 70% of Levi's mana. The power is several times that of the previous charged fireball. With a thought in Levi's mind, the second-level nightmare orc, the strongest enemy he had ever encountered in his dream, appeared in front of his eyes. This nightmare orc once forced the L mage to blow himself up in a dream. This shows its terrifying combat effectiveness. Levi threw the orange fireball. Call! Boom! The dazzling white light flooded his sight, and Levi stared straight ahead. An indestructible wall of air in front of him blocks all fire and air waves. Hoo ho ho! Heat waves rolled in, and the air above the explosion area twisted and deformed. Dust and smoke filled the blast area. Li Wei thought, and the smoke quickly dissipated, revealing the scene in the center. The nightmare orcs have disappeared, and even the nightmare core has been destroyed. A large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a depth of 2 to 3 meters appeared on the ground. The soil in the pit was scorched and caked. After the fireball is compressed, the power of the explosion becomes more terrifying and the attack range is larger. Levi showed a satisfied smile.
This is the real explosive fireball technique.
Exploding Fireball is a second-level fire spell that focuses on improving the explosive power of Fireball. Fire elemental damage is weak. Compressed Fireball. The explosion power is amazing, and the fire element damage is not weak at all. Li Wei looked intently, and the fire element gradually dissipated in the air, formed burning writings. Crystal Meditation, first level, 623/10,000. Fireball, first level minor, 3,000/10,000. Invisible Armor, Level 1 Minor, 142/10,000. Great Sleepwalking Technique, Level 0, 9540/10,000. Shadow Touch Surgery, First Level Entry, 400/1000. Ice Arrow, Level 0 Mastery, for 20/2000. Rock Breathing Method, Introduction, 630/1000. After the small fireball technique was deduced into the fireball technique, the two training progresses were integrated. The progress of mastering the fireball technique has also become the progress of deduction. Today, the fireball technique is a brand new fireball technique. A fireball technique unique to Levi, which is different from the first level fireball technique learned by other mages. What he learned before has not been forgotten, and he can still cast ordinary fireballs and small fireballs. Levi looked at the writing that appeared in front of him and thought about his next plan. Cultivation of mana is still a top priority, a daily necessity and indispensable. There is no rush in deducing fireball and invisible armor spells in a short period of time. The power of the two spells, with the blessing of their own extraordinary characteristics, has far exceeded the scope of first-level spells. After a period of time, just do it step by step. His eyes scanned the fireball spell, invisible armor spell, and shadow tentacle spell.
Currently, I still lack a spell to escape.
Levi thought for a moment and decided to find a way to obtain a flying spell next. When no one else can fly, flying is undoubtedly the best way to escape. Without special abilities, flying spells are almost the only flying ability that professionals have. Most professionals cannot fly even if their strength reaches a high level. Even flying can only rely on external force. For example, the flying mounts of high-level knights and precious flying magic props. If Levi could fly hundreds of meters into the sky, not even Aun would be able to pose a threat to him. A mage who can fly is a complete dimensionality reduction blow for professionals who cannot fly. But even if a mage wants to fly, it's not easy. Among the low-level spells, the only spell that can fly is the third-level spell Wind Elf Wings. The zero-level spell Breath of Wind can speed up movement. The first-level spell Wind Track allows the mage to move quickly within a certain distance, which is a very low-altitude flight close to the ground. The second-level spell Wind Scroll can make enemies fly into the sky. Even if Levi wanted to fly, it wouldn't be that easy. Levi changed his thinking. Since he couldn't find a suitable low-level flying spell, he would create one himself. After cultivating the zero-level spell to the perfect level, he can rely on the creative concept of the zero-level spell to perfect, strengthen, and deduce subsequent higher-level spell models to achieve the effects he wants. Levi thought for a long time, and he chose a zero-level spell as a starting point to deduce the flying spell. This zero-level spell is not a wind spell. It doesn't even have anything to do with flying. Chapter 84: The Magical Use of the Mage's Hand. The zero-level spell Levi chose to deduce the flying spell was the Hand of a Mage. He had seen an article called
The Miraculous Use of the Mage's Hand
in the Magic Network. The original purpose of creating the Mage's Hand was to facilitate the mage to move things. After all, it is inconvenient for a weak mage to move heavy objects. It was later discovered that due to the fragility of the zero-level spell model, the mage's hands could not pick up anything too heavy. The use gradually changed from carrying heavy objects to moving objects across the air, because zero-level spells consume less and are more controllable by the mage's hand. They are listed as one of the must-learn zero-level spells by many traditional mages. As for the ring mage, subject to the restrictions of spell slots, priority is given to the required spells. You generally don't waste a spell slot placing mage's hand. In the article,
The Magical Use of the Mage's Hands,
the theoretical possibility of
controlling objects from the air
is proposed. The mage's hand spell is the use of mana to construct a magic hand composed entirely of mana. The mage can control the mage's hands and move objects using methods such as lifting, holding, pushing, and dragging. Compared with real palms, the control of mage's hands is naturally inferior. It is difficult to make single-finger bounce, hook, dig, and other movements like a real palm. However, because the mage's hand is composed of mana and has no entity, it can be used in place of the hand in many inconvenient places. For example, take out an item from a small space and reach an item from a high or low place in the distance. All in all, the mage's hand has always served as a supporting role as the mage's third hand. Most mages only use mage hands as daily tools. Few mages would want to use mage hands in combat. In the article,
The Magical Use of the Mage's Hands,
the researcher proposed that since the mage's hands are entirely composed of mana, Can the shape of the mage's hands be changed so that they can wrap around objects to achieve the effect of controlling objects through the air? It sounds no different from picking up an item or retrieving it from a distance. In fact, there is a huge difference in the models that make up the mage's hand. If you can directly use mana to wrap objects, you can achieve the effect of controlling objects through the air. Then you can reduce most of the spell circuits used for shaping in the mage's hands. Replace them with spell circuits required for weight bearing. Increase the strength and speed of the mage's hands, and then use them in combat. For example, slinging using the principle of the spell slingshot. If the mage's hand can be transformed and perfected into an object control technique, the power and controllability will be far stronger than the stone throwing technique. The mage who created the mage hand constructed the mana into a model of a human hand for easy use. Latecomers proposed that instead of using palm shapes, they could directly wrap objects with mana and control their movement. The problem is, if the shaping spell circuit of the mage's hand is directly deleted, then the mana will directly turn into a ball of mana that is controllable, but cannot move objects. Mana loses its supporting power and cannot touch objects. The magic circuit that determines the supporting power of mana is within the shaping circuit. In the article, the researchers did not create a modified and perfect spell model. However, researchers transformed the palm-shaped mage's hand into a spherical mage's hand that wraps around an object. It proves that there is the possibility of controlling objects from the air. In the hands of the mage, Li Wei saw the hope of deducing the flying spell. Telekinetic flying is one of the common ways of flying. There is no need for royal objects. If the mage's hand can catch people, he can directly control himself to fly. This is not about lifting yourself up by grabbing your hair. The power of the mage's hands is an external force.
The most important thing now is to learn the magic hand,
Levi thought. It's useless to think so much. He doesn't even know the mage's hand spell yet. 0-level spells are easy to learn. There is it in the mage tower, and he can learn it with only 20 contributions, compared with other people who spend hundreds or even thousands to learn a spell. Practicing the panel really saved him a lot of money. The magic net can also learn spells, but the problem is that he has not accumulated 10 magic coins yet, and has not unlocked the primary magic net treasure trove. After reading the monthly free reading content, Levi rarely used the Magic Network Codex because he had nothing to do. Unless you upload your own magic insights, you won't be able to accumulate 10 magic coins in a short period of time. Levi was very shy about this matter because he didn't want to expose his trump card. In the early morning, Levi had just finished breakfast and was going to the library to read. Jimmy found him and sent him the royalties for May. When Levi received the royalties, he remembered that today was June 1st. It's another new month. The free reading of the Magic Network Codex will be refreshed, and the benefits of the Mage Tower will also be refreshed. Jimmy said,
the sales of novels in May were affected by the war, and there was a slight decline. However, the war is over, and sales will surely recover soon. The total royalties for May are 10 gold coins and 30 silver coins.
Li Wei accepted the money bag, but he didn't expect that the war would affect his money making.
This is going to be a bit difficult,
he thought in his mind. Jimmy didn't know what was going to happen next and made a wrong judgment. Li Wei knew that the war would not end in a short time, and peaceful days were still far away. This is not good news for him. Jimmy's next words brought him good news.
News came from the Cornucopia Chamber of Commerce, saying that the caravan has left Thousand Caves Highlands for the desert. The proceeds from the sales of novels in Thousand Caves Highlands have been sent back to Maple Leaf City through the United Chamber of Commerce's bank. It will be sent back to Maple Leaf City at the earliest in half a month and next month at the latest. Arrival.
When Li Wei heard this, he smiled. There was finally good news. At the beginning of the year, Spark Literary Society reached a cooperation agreement with the Cornucopia Chamber of Commerce. It has been almost half a year, and I have finally made some profits. Levi asked,
how much money do you have?
Jimmy shook his head and said,
we don't know yet. We will have to wait until the escort team from the United Chamber of Commerce arrives in Maple Leaf City. But judging from the president's attention, I'm afraid the money is not small. Yesterday, the president even met with the president of the Cornucopia Chamber of Commerce for this matter.
Levi was looking forward to it.
Well, thank you very much. Please come and run. You're welcome. If nothing happens, I'll leave first. Master Li Wei. Goodbye.
After seeing Jimmy off, Levi went to the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower.
Magic Butler. Are there any suitable tasks near Maple Leaf City recently?
He conveniently received a contribution of 1 monthly benefit from the trainee mage. Magic Butler.
In order to settle more than 20,000 orc captives, the city lord chose the Dark Valley as a camp, and issued a large number of bounty tasks in the Professionals Association to clean up the monsters in the Dark Valley. In addition to the task of cleaning up the monsters in the Dark Valley, there is also the task of cleaning up the plants and rocks in the valley, which is suitable for fire mages.
It sounded good. So Levi chose a mission to eliminate monsters, and a mission to clean up plants and rocks. This is an independent mission, not an assisted mission. So there are no teammates. Unless Levi finds his own teammates. He doesn't need teammates. Shadow Attendant is enough. Levi walked out of the Mage Tower and planned his fortune.
10 gold coins, 36 silver coins, 2.8 contributions. If you want to buy the spell model of the Master's Hand, you need at least 6.84 contributions. I need to collect at least 7 contributions for this outing to afford the spell.
Chapter 85 Thief. Levi put on his invisibility cloak and went out with his staff and potion. Even the Magic Network Codex is in his pocket. All the belongings are on him. Robbers like people like him the most. Before leaving the city, Levi thought it would be difficult to find the Dark Valley. I was also worried that I might get lost. Unexpectedly, I asked a random passerby on the roadside to go to the Dark Valley. Leeway looked at the passers-by on the road and sighed in his heart. The city lord's mansion is still willing to spend a lot of money. Otherwise, it would not be possible to attract so many professionals to help clean up the Dark Valley. The environment in the Dark Valley is complex and there are many monsters living there. So it is not suitable for marching and fighting. If the army is forcibly pushed across, the casualties may be huge. As a last resort, the city lord's mansion could only bleed blood and issue a bounty mission in the Professionals Association. For killing a first-level monster, you can get rewards ranging from 30 silver coins to 200 silver coins. Killing a second-level monster can result in rewards ranging from 300 to 1,000 silver coins. This is only the mission reward after killing the World of Warcraft. Warcraft itself will also produce important magic materials and equipment materials, which are of great value. The harvest from hunting Warcraft is now several times that of usual. Therefore, it can attract many professionals to come. Li Wei followed the large army to the Dark Valley, where many professionals had gathered outside the Dark Valley. Some people gathered at the mouth of the valley to temporarily call people to form a team. As soon as Master Li Wei appeared dressed up, someone immediately invited him to join the team.
Thanks for the invitation. I already have a team.
Rejecting other people's invitations, he found the person in charge of the city lord's mansion in the Dark Valley. The task of cleaning up plants and rocks needs to be done with the person in charge of the city lord's palace.
Hello, Mr. Master. What can I do for you?
A middle-aged man who looked like a butler asked in a friendly manner. He was protected by 4 soldiers in armor. Levi said,
Hello. I have taken over the cleaning task. Which area needs to be cleaned?
When the housekeeper heard this, he quickly said,
What kind of magic is your master good at? Fire spell. Then please ask the master to clean up the large rocks on the right side of the valley. You only need to break the rocks into small pieces. We will send people to clean up the gravel later. When clearing the rocks, please be careful not to light the woods on fire, so as not to cause a mountain fire.
The steward reminded. Levi nodded.
Yes, I understand.
Later, the housekeeper sent a soldier to take Levi to the place to be cleaned. Before leaving, he gave Li Wei a drawing showing the area that needed to be cleaned up. There are rugged rocks in the Dark Valley. It is the huge rocks protruding from the mountain wall that block the sun, making the Dark Valley dark all year round. Now, the city lord's mansion wants to clear away these big rocks. Levi was only responsible for a small area. After the soldiers took Levi to their destination, they turned around and left. Levi looked up at the large rock protruding from the mountain wall in front of him, thinking about how to do it. According to the drawings, he only needed to blow up these protruding rocks, and that would be it. But the problem is that many rocks are at high places, and you may hit yourself if you are not careful.
Just to be safe, go up there. Shadow Attendant.
Take me up.
Shadow Attendant appeared from behind, grabbed Levi, and moved up the mountain wall. Levi still can't figure out what Shadow Attendant relies on to walk. Not flying, but he can move without his feet touching the ground. It is said to be flying, but it must cling to objects to move. Nightmares come with all kinds of mysteries. People can't help but wonder, what kind of existence is a nightmare? Levi climbed to the top of the valley and looked at the rocks below. He glanced left and right, but there was no one else. He cast a spell to release a fireball. Call! A fireball flew towards the huge rock. With a bang, the rock was blown into pieces, and a large amount of gravel fell into the valley, making a loud noise. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and people in the distance saw this and avoided this dangerous area. There are also people who seek death out of curiosity and get closer to try to see clearly what is going on. Levi looked down and saw that most of the rock had been blown to pieces, but a small portion remained on the mountain wall. Even if it's just a small portion, it's still a big chunk. The fireball technique consumes too much, and the power seems to be a bit excessive. I only need to blow up the rock. The rock will break into small pieces of gravel after falling. There is no need to completely blow the rock into pieces. That would be a waste of mana. After Levi thought clearly, he turned to the serial small fireball technique. Although no one could be seen around him, he still had a habit of hiding himself. Slowly control the small fireballs to fly out, bomb the roots of the rocks, and peel the rocks off the mountain wall. Kakaka. A harsh and unpleasant chirping sound came. Several flying monsters rushed towards Levi. Levi glanced at the flying monster in the air without haste, and continued to bombard the rocks on the mountain wall. The flying monster circled above him several times, and found that he was not threatened. It continued to bombard the rocks, destroying their homes, and swooped down angrily. After the flying monster approached, the staff in Levi's hand suddenly shot out 5 small fireballs. Hoo ho ho! Being attacked suddenly, the diving flying monster couldn't react in time and quickly braked to dodge. Bang bang bang! The 3 flying monsters were covered in smoke and fell into the sky. The remaining flying monster turned around and ran away in embarrassment. Levi saw the flying monster escaping and did not pursue it. He couldn't catch up either. In midair, the injured flying monster struggled to regain its ability to fly. Waiting for it were more small fireballs. Bang bang bang! In the end, all 3 injured flying monsters were killed by a series of small fireballs, and their bodies fell to the ground, smashed to pieces. This is the Fengqiao. Shadow Attendant. Go and pluck out the white feather under the Fengqiu's neck. Each bird has only 1 white feather on its neck. This can prove that you have killed the wind bird. The 3 wind chirping birds are all first-order monsters, which can be exchanged for a lot of contributions. It's a pity that the corpse was blown to pieces and smashed to pieces, so it was impossible to collect some valuable materials. It is tasteless and tasteless, so it would be a pity to throw it away. After a while, the shadow attendant brought back 3 long white feathers. One of them was half burned, but it did not affect the delivery task. Levi continued bombarding the rocks, completing the cleanup mission. By completing the cleanup task in this area, you can directly receive 5 contributions, which is 500 silver coins. With a few more trouble-seeking flying monsters, you can almost make up to 7 contributions. It is much easier to stand at the top of the valley and use a series of small fireballs to bombard the rocks than to go into the dark valley to find the second-level monsters. Boom! 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 Levi held up the staff, but the fireball on the top of the staff had not yet been shot out. He listened suspiciously. After a moment, he looked at Shadow Attendant and asked, "Strange. Did you hear anything?" Shadow Attendant shook his head, thought for a moment, and went out for a while. When he came back, he was holding a bird's nest with several fist-sized eggs in it. He raised the bird's nest and looked at Levi. Levi shook his head and asked him to put the egg down. "It's not this. Are there any more eggs?" "Look for more." He didn't know what kind of bird egg it was. If it was the magical beast egg of the wind bird, it should be worth some money. Shadow Attendant turned around and looked for the bird's nest and eggs. After a moment, a shadow approached Levi. Levi sensed the fluctuation of the shadow element and asked without looking back, "What's the gain?" There was no answer. He turned around and saw a figure appearing behind him, holding a few eggs and preparing to run away. It seemed that he was here to steal bird eggs, but was caught by Li Wei. Chapter 86, Meeting Lilia again. Levi looked at the figure behind him and fell into silence. He raised his staff, with a fireball blazing on the top of the staff, and stared at the opponent and asked, "Who are you? Why did you steal my balls?" Lilia, whose whole body was wrapped in a black cloak, felt guilty. She didn't expect that she would be caught on the spot. Feel Levi's sharp gaze and see the blazing fireball. Lilia said hurriedly, "I'm not a bad person. I'm just hungry and want to find something to eat." Levi looked at her. If he hadn't seen that she was here to steal the eggs, he would have hit her with a fireball. He used his spiritual power to
to see through the face hidden under the cloak. Levi was stunned for a moment before he recognized Lilia. He didn't expect to meet Lilia here.
Lilia, why are you here?
Levi asked directly. When Lilia heard this, she was shocked and exclaimed,
Do you know me?
She looked at Levi, but she didn't remember seeing him at all. Levi is a complete stranger to Lilia, with no memory at all. Whoops! The fireball grew larger, and the scorching light roasted Lilia, making her feel hot. She swallowed nervously and carefully glanced at the fireball on Levi's staff. Lilia felt the terrifying power. If she was hit, she would definitely die. Lilia quickly explained,
I escaped here from Hansha City and haven't eaten for 3 days. I couldn't help but take action when I saw the eggs on the ground. I really didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I saw you laying it on the ground, and I thought you didn't want it, so I took it away.
Levi sneered.
Ha ha. You? A peak first order assassin. Can't find anything to eat?
Lilia was shocked.
Do you know?
After coming back to her senses, she smiled bitterly.
I escaped here among the orc captives. The orc captives have been hungry for 5 days and 5 nights. They really have no food at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sneaked out to look for them. Food. The orcs in the camp are starting to eat bark and weeds.
When Li Wei heard this, he believed her words. Extinguish the fireball in your hand and take back your mana. Shadow Attendant is back, right behind Lilia, and there is no need to use fireballs to intimidate the opponent. Li Wei was curious about what happened in the Lord's mansion of Hansha City that night. He looked at Lilia and asked,
What happened the night you assassinated the city lord?
Lilia looked at Levi in shock.
How come you know everything?
In an instant, Levi became extremely mysterious in Lilia's heart.
Sure enough, mages are very mysterious and powerful.
Lilia thought in her mind. She replied,
I followed the others and sneaked into the city lord's mansion, preparing to assassinate the 2 city lords. When I took action, I discovered that one of them was stronger than I imagined. Almost instantly, all the assassins who took action were killed by that person. I just saw a sword energy flying over, and I suddenly fell into coma. When I woke up, I found myself in the grass outside Hansha City. Before I fell into coma, I seemed to see that man killing Tolias.
Lilia told Levi everything she knew, hoping that he would let her go. Li Wei was thoughtful when he heard this. The strong person in Lilia's mouth should be Oats. Tolias was the lord of Hansha City, and died under the sword of Oats. He looked at Lilia and asked,
How did you survive?
Lilia smiled bitterly and said,
I don't know either. This is also the case when I encountered danger several times before. I suddenly fell into coma, and when I woke up, the surroundings were safe.
Levi took a deep look at Lilia and knew that there was a secret hidden in her body. Considering that even Otzi's strength could not kill Lilia, Levi had no intention of doing anything to Lilia. He didn't want to try to see if he could fight against the mysterious power in Lilia's body, since that power can help Lilia escape from Oats. It will definitely not be weak. Judging from the currently known information, Oz's strength will definitely not be lower than level 4. Gula gula. Lilia's stomach growled. Levi glanced at her, waved and said,
Let's go!
Lilia looked at Levi excitedly.
Thank you.
After saying that, she ran away quickly.
The speed of escaping is quite fast. Huh!
Levi looked at the direction where Lilia disappeared and smiled. He turned around and was about to continue bombarding the rocks when Shadow's server sent a warning message.
Why are people here again?
Levi turned around and saw Lilia leaving and returning. Condescendingly, he looked at Lilia and asked,
Why are you back?
Lilia said nervously.
Can you help me light a fire? I lost my flint.
Levi. Clatter. Snap your fingers and flames appear on your fingertips.
Bye.
The flame shot towards Lilia, and Lilia subconsciously wanted to dodge. When she saw that the flame was just a small flame, she restrained herself from running away. Sizzle. Crackling. The flames ignited the bird's nest in Lilia's hand, and white smoke came out of the bird's nest. Seeing this, Lilia quickly found a place to put down the bird's nest that was set on fire. Call. In the blink of an eye, the person disappeared again. Levi glanced at the burning bird's nest that Lilia had left on the ground, paid no attention to it, turned around and continued bombarding the rocks. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounded again, echoing throughout the valley. There was also the sound of falling rocks. After more than half of his mana was consumed, Levi stopped and meditated to restore his mana. Try to avoid spending too much mana so that you don't have the mana to deal with danger. Mana is fully restored and meditation ends. Suck. Levi's nose moved, and he smelled a scent. Opening her eyes, and turning her head to look, Lilia was holding a roasted and fried egg and chewing on it. A bonfire of branches was burning nearby. She disappeared just now to find firewood. Seeing Lilia chewing so satisfactorily, Levi couldn't help but show curiosity.
Is it really that delicious?
It smells delicious. How does it taste when you taste it? Lilia quickly picked up a freshly baked egg next to her and handed it to Levi.
Delicious. So delicious.
The shadow attendant took the baked egg, cracked one end, and handed it to Levi. Levi broke off a piece of egg, which was stained with burnt egg white. He took a taste, frowned, and threw away the egg, fragments. It doesn't taste good. It smells fishy, and has no taste at all. That is to say, it smells delicious, but tastes really unacceptable.
Shadow attendant, give it back to her.
Shadow attendant returned the baked egg to Lilia. Lilia was so hungry that she found it delicious. Levi thought about her experience, and his thoughts changed slightly. He had obtained Lilia's memories and knew her past. I don't know why. Lilia works hard on tasks, but she always has no money. Usually save money on food and expenses. Maybe for Lilia, these baked eggs taste really delicious. Lilia took the baked egg handed over by the shadow attendant and said subconsciously,
"Thank you."
Shadow attendant was indifferent. Chapter 87 Rock Monster. Boom, boom, boom. Levi stood on the top of the mountain. Looking puzzled, he looked intently at the valley below. Before the fireball in his hand was shot out, a strange noise came from the valley. The ground beneath my feet was shaking slightly.
What's under the ground?
He had heard strange noises before, but now the noises became louder. To be cautious, Levi pulled off his invisibility cloak and disappeared into the air. Lilia raised her head and looked around, looking for Levi, who had disappeared. Seeing Levi disappear, she subconsciously slipped away with 2 roasted bird eggs. She felt a hint of danger. Boom! The ground shook and the mountains shook. Everyone in the valley showed surprise.
Is there an earthquake? No. Look over there. Something is coming out. It's so big. What kind of monster is this?
With a bang, Levi saw the mountain wall explode, and a large magical beast more than 10 meters long emerged from the mountain wall. Seeing the appearance of the monster clearly, he looked surprised.
What kind of monster is this?
The monster looks like a giant pangolin. Its body is made of rocks, and there are spiny fins made of citron on its back. It doesn't look like a normal creature at all, more like an elemental spirit. But Levi could clearly sense that this was not an earth elemental elf, but a genuine Warcraft, because there are no strong elemental fluctuations in Warcraft. Soon, someone rushed to the scene. The well-informed mercenary leader shouted,
"Everyone, step back. This is a second-level high-level rock monster. Very dangerous."
When Levi heard this, his heart moved slightly. I remembered the World of Warcraft information I had read. The rock monster is a very special kind of monster. The Warcraft is originally made of flesh and blood, but the rock Warcraft is able to swallow rocks and use them to build its body, which is a half-flesh and half-rock form. Complete life of rock and complete life of flesh and blood are both common. The former is an elemental elf, and the latter is an ordinary monster. Half-flesh, half-rock rock monsters are very rare. The books that Li Wei had read only mentioned the existence of the rock monster, leaving no graphic information or description of its appearance. He didn't expect to have the opportunity to see the legendary rock monster. The book says that rock monsters can grow to the size of mountains. The rock monster in front of me is only more than 10 meters long, and it has obviously not grown for a long time. Dang, dang, dang! In the valley, the second-level professionals besieged the huge rock monster. Their weapons hit the rock monster and could only cut off a piece of stone, unable to shake the rock monster's defense at all. The rock monster turned around, waved its tail, and knocked several knights holding shields away several meters away. Terrifying power. Terrifying defense. Intimidating.
Breaking through the air,
the second-level senior swordsman mercenary leader wielded his giant sword and slashed with a sharp sword energy. The sword energy cut through the air and the earth, and struck the rock monster hard. There was a bang and dust flew up. Everyone stared at the battlefield, unable to take their eyes away. When the dust fell, there was only a sword mark 1 finger deep on the rock monster's body. The mercenary leader was shocked.
"Damn it! This rock monster's defense is too strong. No less than a rock armored turtle."
Everyone knows how strong the rock armored turtle's defense is. Usually a rock armored turtle's defense is 2 levels higher than its own level. The defensive power of a second-level high-level rock armored turtle can reach a third-level low-level 1. Although the rock armored turtle's other abilities are not strong, it basically has no natural enemies thanks to its own defense that far exceeds that of the same level. The rock monster not only has strong defense, but also has a strength advantage due to its huge size. The power is equally strong. Otherwise it would not be able to defeat several second-level knights holding shields. The power of the rock monster is not weaker than the third level. The second-level advanced rock monster has combat power comparable to that of a third-level monster. Even an ordinary third-level low-level monster may not be able to please the rock monster. Realizing that the rock monster is too powerful, many people want to give up. Unless there is a third-level master. Even if everyone joins forces, they will not be able to defeat the rock monster. The attack power is insufficient, and there is no way to break the defense. It's useless no matter how many people there are.
Armor-piercing arrows!
Call out. Bang! The armor-piercing arrow hit the rock monster's head. Half of it engulfed, and the remaining half was stuck outside, preventing it from going deeper. Compared to the huge size of the rock monster, half an arrow cannot cause much damage to the rock monster. The sharpshooter's armor-piercing arrows successfully angered the rock monster. The citron spiny fins on the back of the rock monster glowed, and the light became more and more dazzling. Boom! The ground began to shake, and terrifying shock waves spread. All the professionals around the rock monster were knocked away, vomiting blood and feeling severe pain all over their bodies. His bones were about to be shattered.
Damn it! The rock monster is too strong!
Looking at the approaching rock monster, everyone looked frightened.
Am I going to die here?
Help!
Help!
Everyone endured the pain and hurriedly escaped from the rock monster. Fortunately, the rock monster's movement speed was not too fast, so everyone had a glimmer of hope. Even so, everyone was already injured and sooner or later they would be overtaken by the rock monster. The only result of being caught up is death. The rock monster can crush everyone to death with one kick. At this moment, everyone hopes that a master will appear to stop the rock monster. Call! A dark orange fireball streaked across the sky and flew towards the rock monster. The rock monster seemed to sense danger, stopped and shrank its body. Boom! The fireball hit the shrunken rock monster, and instantly burst out with extremely dazzling fire. Hot air waves swept through the fleeing people. The shock wave of the explosion caused many people to fall to the ground. Hoo ho ho! Swish! 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 The air waves caused the trees to sway, and the leaves to shake violently. The ground is shaking too. Call! Only when the violent airflow disappeared could everyone see clearly what was happening behind them. The mercenary captain looked at the center of the explosion in shock. There was only a pile of broken and charred stones, and the powerful rock monster was nowhere to be seen.
What just happened?
He cautiously approached the center of the explosion, and saw a huge crater. The corpse of the rock monster lay in the pit. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked to the left, and saw a moving black shadow in the corner of his eye. He hesitated for a moment, not sure if it was an illusion. Did he seem to see something just now? Looking back, standing on the edge of the explosion pit, the mercenary captain felt deeply shocked.
Is this the power of magic?
Even if he tried his best, he couldn't create the scene before him. This is too scary. The mercenary leader raised his head and shouted loudly.
Thank you, Mr. Mage, for your help. Brad, am very grateful.
Levi stood on the top of the mountain, feeling the heat wave that was gradually dissipating from the heights. Hearing Brad shout, his heart moved slightly.
Is he Brad?
Levi had heard a lot about Brad. Brad is the youngest mercenary leader in Maple Leaf City, and he is also very powerful. While eating at the Mellow Tavern, he often heard the professionals chatting in the tavern, talking about Brad completing a certain difficult task and successfully hunting a certain powerful monster. He is considered a big celebrity in the professional circle of Maple Leaf City. I heard Brad say that I should be grateful to myself, and that I could always ask him for help if I needed anything. Levi didn't take it to heart. He turned to look at the returning shadow attendant and asked,
What's the gain?
Shadow Waiter opened his palm, revealing a yellow magic core. Chapter 88 Precious Magic Core. Shadow Attendant brought back a magic core of a rock monster. Li Wei picked up the magic core and felt the abundant power in it. The rock monster didn't use much power and only activated its natural ability once. Therefore, the power in the magic core is relatively intact. An ordinary second-level high-level magic core is worth dozens of gold coins, which is very valuable. The number of rock monsters is rare, so the value of the magic core will be higher. Levi smiled and put away the magic core. Just this magic core can be regarded as a rich harvest today. If you sell it at a good price, you don't have to worry about training resources in the next few months. Levi sat down to meditate to regain his mana. The fireball just now consumed most of his mana, and he was now in a period of weakness. Shadow warriors guarded him. Lilia was nowhere to be found. And when the rock monster came out, she had already disappeared. Alan rushed to the scene shortly after the death of Rock Monster. Seeing the corpse of the rock monster, he showed a silent expression.
Where did the third level fire mage come from? This power is probably not that of an ordinary fire mage. It's such a pity that it's the rock monster. If I could get the rock monster's magic core, I might have a chance to break through to the 4th level.
Alan knows how to make a 4th level Earth Awakening potion. He had been preparing the ingredients for the potion for years. All that's missing now is the magic core of the rock monster. It would be great if there was a 4th level rock monster's magic core. The magic core of the 2nd level rock monster is not impossible, but it requires an additional 4th level elemental crystal core. The 4th level elemental crystal core is easy to find, and you can buy it with more money. The magic core of the rock monster cannot be bought even if you have money. The half-flesh, half-element nature of the rock monster allows the rock monster's magic core to mediate and balance the power of the elements. The elemental power in the elemental crystal core is too pure for the mage to absorb directly. After being harmonized, it can adapt to human flesh and blood. Only a mage can absorb the power of elements and awaken extraordinary characteristics. Without the magic core of the rock monster, the awakening potion created using only elemental crystal cores is also effective. But the danger is great. There is a high probability that the user will not be able to withstand the power of the awakening potion, causing the user's body to be destroyed by the power of the elements. It can range from serious injuries to death. There is a small chance that you will absorb the power of the awakening potion, survive the crisis, and successfully awaken your extraordinary characteristics. Alan looked around, trying to find clues left by the fire mage.
The other party is a fire mage. The crystal core of the rock monster is of little use to him. If the price is right, you may be able to buy it.
With this idea in mind, Alan searched around the valley for the fire mage who killed the rock monster.
Huh? Levi, why are you here?
Alan spots Levi at the top of the valley. Shadow Attendant discovered Alan first and was already hiding. Levi said,
I took over the task of cleaning the rocks and doing the task here.
As he spoke, he cast a spell to release a small fireball, bombed the rocky outcrops on the mountain wall. Bang! The rocks in the explosion area shattered into pieces of rubble and fell into the valley, and several cracks were blown out of the huge rocks. Keep attacking and the cracks will increase. Eventually the entire boulder shattered and fell into the valley. Alan glanced at him and asked,
Did you see the mage who killed the rock monster just now?
Levi shook his head and said,
No. When the rock monster came out, I thought there was an earthquake, so I found a safe place to hide. I didn't come out until the movement outside stopped. At that time, the battle was over and no one else was seen.
Alan was a little disappointed when he heard this. He also thought that Levi might have seen the fire mage from a high place. Alan glanced at Levi and said,
You are quite skilled in the little fireball technique. You can cast spells while talking to me, which is very good.
Levi's heart skipped a beat, and he ignored it. Ordinary mages need to concentrate when casting spells, and cannot cast spells while chatting. He can do it because he casts spells very quickly. The casting time is negligible, and it does not affect chatting. In just a few words, he can cast a spell. Others saw him taking several seconds to fire a small fireball, and thought he took several seconds to cast a spell. In fact, it takes 0.2 seconds to cast, and a few seconds to idle. Alan saw Levi's small fireball technique blowing the rock into several pieces. He praised,
The casting speed is fast, and the power is not weak. It seems that you have mastered the small fireball technique to a master level.
Li Wei felt ashamed and quickly stopped and said,
Master Alan's vision is really accurate. I have indeed just broken through to the Deshang level.
Alan said,
It's almost enough to practice 0-level spells to the master level. There is no need to continue practicing. You should also spend more time on training and strive to become an official mage as soon as possible. Okay, you can continue with your mission. I'll leave first. Mage Alan, walk slowly.
After seeing Alan off, Levi quickly cleaned up the remaining rocks and found the steward in charge of the city lord's mansion. After the other party has verified the completion of the task, decisively leave. Levi was walking on the way back to Maple Leaf City.
It's a pity that I can't get the reward for killing the rock monster.
If he wanted to get the reward for killing the rock monster, he had to show his magic core to prove his achievement. This would reveal his identity. It is impossible to pretend to be someone else and go to the Professionals Association to receive mission rewards. When delivering a task, the identity of the person completing the task will be verified. If you impersonate your identity, you will not be able to obtain mission rewards. Levi didn't want to reveal his identity, but he also wanted to get the mission reward. Then the only way is to find someone else to deliver the task on his behalf. This person must also be a formal professional registered within a professional association. After thinking about it, there is no reliable candidate. Levi could only choose to give up receiving the award. Compared with the value of the magic core, the task rewards given by the Professionals Association are just a small profit. Not worth the risk.
Huh? Lilia, why are you here?
Levi stopped and saw Lilia squatting on the roadside. Lilia held her stomach and said with a sad face,
My stomach hurts.
Levi, I didn't eat for 3 days and 3 nights, and ate 4 or 5 baked eggs that were bigger than my fist in one go. It would be strange if nothing went wrong. Levi took out a water bag and handed it to her.
Drink some water. Maybe you'll feel better.
Lilia quickly took the water bag and drank a few sips.
Oh, it really doesn't hurt anymore.
Levi looked at her and thought of something. He asked,
I remember that you are an official assassin registered by the Assassins Association. Right.
Lilia looked up at him and asked doubtfully,
Yeah. What's the matter?
She jumped up and said,
Do you have any entrustment? Leave it to me, and I promise to help you complete it. Since my debut, Lilia, my commission completion rate has been 100% consistent.
Li said,
You failed to assassinate the city lord.
Lilia was ashamed and angry.
That doesn't count. I was forced to participate in the mission.
Levi,
your assassination failed.
Lilia went crazy.
I told you. But that doesn't count. I didn't even accept the commission. And I was forcibly taken to be a prostitute.
Levi,
you failed.
Lilia moved her lips, trying to defend herself. He lowered his head, unable to defend himself, and remained silent. Seeing this, Li Wei smiled and said,
I really have a commission to give you.
Lilia raised her head and looked at Levi, her eyes shining.
Help me go.
Chapter 89 The Doom of Poverty. Levi stood in the alley outside the Professionals Association. A figure walked out of the Professionals Association, glanced left and right, and slipped into the alley.
For you.
Lilia handed the money bag to Levi, staring intently and reluctantly. Shadow attendant came out from behind Lilia. Levi took the purse and took a look. 8 gold coins and magic cores were inside. He took out a gold coin and handed it to Lilia.
Your reward.
Lilia looked surprised.
So many?
She said with some embarrassment.
It's too much. I used to help others deliver things, and I could only earn a few silver coins.
Levi was surprised.
You are a formal assassin, and you go to accept a commission to deliver things to others?
Lilia nodded repeatedly and said,
Yes. I can't fight. I can only run errands and deliver things.
Levi. Now he knew why there was no battle memory in Lilia's memory. Her feelings are hers, and she has never fought at all. As a peak first-level assassin, every time he does a mission, he has to run errands to deliver things. It is simply a shame for an assassin. That's not right. She killed the nightmare orcs in the dream with neat skills and fierce moves. She didn't look like someone who had never fought before. Levi took a deep look at Lilia and felt that she had too many secrets.
Take it. Buy more food. And leave Maple Leaf City quickly.
Levi put the gold coin into Lilia's hand, turned and left. He was not worried that Lilia would expose herself, because Lilia didn't know him at all. The second reason is that no one can catch Lilia. Looking at Levi's leaving figure, Lilia was deeply moved.
What a good person!
Half a day later, Lilia hid in a dilapidated house. There were footsteps outside. She didn't understand why so many people suddenly wanted to arrest her. Lilia quickly slipped away, while the footsteps outside disappeared.
Have you found the assassin named Lilia? The magic core of the rock monster is in her hands. I must find her.
Martin used his connections to send people around to look for Lilia. Not only Alan, but Martin also wants to borrow the magic core of the rock monster to complete the awakening potion and break through to the 4th level. The hope of breaking through to the 4th level was right in front of him, so he naturally couldn't miss it. Alan was very surprised to learn that the magic core appeared in the hands of a first-level assassin. I thought the fire mage had been killed. Later, after thinking about it, I felt that maybe the person was unwilling to reveal his identity, and found someone else to receive the mission reward on his behalf. Alan is also looking for traces of Lilia. He wanted to contact the mysterious fire mage through Lilia and by the magic core. For a moment, Lilia felt unable to move even an inch. There were people looking for her everywhere. Lilia murmured,
"Why did things become like this? What went wrong?"
Her cat ears were almost scratched, and she didn't understand what went wrong that caused her to be hunted down by the whole city.
"It's too scary in the city. I'm going back to camp."
Thinking of this, she hesitated.
"But there's not even anything to eat in the camp."
She was very confused. Campsite is safer. But go hungry. The city is dangerous. But you can find food everywhere. On top of that, she received the biggest sum of money ever. A whole gold coin. Thinking of this, she subconsciously touched her pocket and froze in place.
"Gold coins? Where are my gold coins?"
Lilia rummaged through her pockets and found that the gold coins had fallen out. Levi stood by the window, watching what was going on in the city outside.
"It seems that the fuss is a bit big. Isn't it? Isn't it just a second-level magic core?"
This movement made Leeway immediately give up the idea of taking action on the magic core. It's better to wait until the news subsides, and then find a way to sell the magic core. Levi went to the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower, and exchanged it for a bottle of primary magic potion in the treasure house. I went to the library again, and spent 20 contributions to learn the hand of the 0-level magic mage. After doing this, all the money in Levi's pocket was basically spent. Only 1 gold coin and 6 silver coins remained. So poor. Hand of the Mage, level 0 entry, 0/1000. Thanks to the extraordinary characteristics of primary mana control, there is no possibility of failure when Levi casts 0-level spells, unless there is an error in the spell model itself. Even if it was the first time to use the Hand of the Mage, Levi could easily complete the spell. A light blue translucent palm appeared in front of him. Through the connection between mental power and the mage's hand, Levi felt like he had an extra arm. There was a slight movement in his heart.
If 1,000 mage hands could be created at the same time, wouldn't that be the 1,000-hand Guanyin?
Control the movement of the mage's hand. The maximum movement distance of the entry-level mage's hand is 5 meters, and the maximum strength is 10 kilograms. The range of Levi's mental power has reached 13 meters. Under his control, the maximum moving distance of the entry-level mage's hand reaches 13 meters. Affected by the extraordinary characteristics of primary mana control, the maximum power of the mage's hand has also been increased to 15 kilograms.
The movement speed is so slow. No wonder no one uses it to fight.
Levi watched the mage's hand holding a 15-kilogram weight and moving slowly. He has accelerated to the limit, and the movement speed of the mage's hand is still slow, only 0.5 meters/second. Even in the empty-handed state, the moving speed of the mage's hand is only 1 meter/second. With such a slow movement speed, even ordinary people can easily avoid it.
Let's take a look at it overnight.
Levi took magic potions in the afternoon to practice his magic, and at night, he was exposed to the magician's hand in a dream. The night passed. Hand of the Mage, level 0 mastery, 111 out of 2000. The maximum movement range of a master-level mage's hand reaches 20 meters, and its maximum strength reaches 30 kilograms. The movement speed is slightly accelerated, with the barehanded movement speed reaching 2 meters/second, and the maximum load-bearing movement speed reaching 0.8 meters/second. Excluding the influence of Levi himself, the actual maximum movement range of a master-level mage's hand is only 10 meters, and its maximum strength is only 20 kilograms. The movement speed has little effect, and is mainly limited by the spell model circuit. Levi shook his head, still feeling unsatisfied. He could already see the limits of the mage's hand. Even if the master's hand is cultivated to the perfection level, it will be difficult to use. The original intention of the invention of the mage's hand was not for fighting, but simply to facilitate the mage to obtain items. In the next few days, Li Wei stayed in the Mage Tower and practiced with concentration. On the 3rd day, the mage's hand practice reached a minor level. The maximum moving distance reaches 30 meters, and the maximum strength reaches 60 kilograms. The fastest movement speed is 3 meters/second, and the maximum load-bearing movement speed is 1 meter/second. In the early morning, Levi experienced the effect of the hands of a small adult mage in his room. Hughes came to the door. Boom, 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 Levi shouted.
"Who is it?" "It's me,"
Hughes said. Hearing this, Li Wei controlled the mage's hand to open the door.
"What's wrong with Mr. Hughes?"
Levi asked as he came out of the study. Chapter 90 Shadow Mage Lilith. Li Wei invited Guse to come in and asked.
What's the matter with Mr. Guse?
Guse said.
I'm here to tell you something. On July 15th, the Mage Association will hold a Mage Exchange meeting in Feihua City. It will last for half a month. During this period, mages from all over the northern region will gather in Feihua City. It is an event not to be missed. The prize for first place in this year's Young Mage League is the extremely precious
Elf Spring Water.
In addition to the competition between the younger generation of mages, the exchange meeting also has a trade fair between mages. There are many rare materials, rare potions, and precious magic equipment that are rarely seen at the trade fair. You have broken through the first level and become an official mage. You are eligible to participate in the Young Mage League. Although the chance of winning is very small, it is good to go and see the world. Anyway, at your age, you can still participate in the Young Mage League 3 times in the future. It would be good to accumulate some experience first.
Levi had heard of the Young Mage League. The Young Mage League is held once every 3 years. The requirements for participation are first level official mage, age 25 or below, including 25 years old. Li Wei naturally knew the famous name of the Fairy Spring. Fairy Spring, also known as Magical Fountain. It is a precious treasure that can improve the mage's cultivation qualifications. The first time it is used, it can greatly improve the mage's affinity for magic elements. Rumor has it that the reason why the elves are natural magicians is because the world tree where the elves originally grew took root in the Elf Spring. The Elf Spring is located in the core of the Elf Empire, and is almost impossible for humans to reach. Only a few elven springs are known to exist. Li Wei couldn't help but feel excited when he heard this. The water of the Fairy Spring is a rare good thing. When Guse told Li Wei about this, he mainly wanted him to broaden his horizons and stop practicing in the Mage Tower all day long. He didn't think Levi had a chance to win first place. 16-year-old first-level mage geniuses like Li Wei were rare. But the problem is that Li Wei's opponent is much older than him, and has been practicing for much longer than him. Among the contestants in previous years, there were also talented mages who reached the second level before the age of 25. This year's prize is water from the Fairy Fountain, which is sure to attract more talented mages to participate. The competition is more difficult than in previous years. He had watched the game 3 years ago. He was still a trainee mage, and was not eligible to participate in the game. I feel deeply sorry for this. Guse is already 27 years old, exceeding the age limit for competition. He was unable to compete himself, and hoped to see Levi compete, which would make up for some regrets. Guse asked,
How about it? If you go, I will help you sign up.
Levi nodded and said,
I'll go.
Good. Guse glanced at Levi and said,
When do you plan to reveal your strength?
Levi said,
It's still early. Let's wait until the time is right.
Guse nodded.
Okay. You can take charge of this matter yourself. Oh, by the way, a new official mage came to the Mage Tower recently. A rare shadow mage named Lilith. I heard that she is looking for someone. A fire mage. From her description, I feel like she is looking for you. Do you know her?
Guse asked. Levi shook his head and said,
I don't know you. Why are you looking for me?
Guse said,
I don't know. But please pay attention.
After Guse left, Levi returned to the room.
Shadow Mage. Shadow Tentacle? Lilith? Lilia? Is there any relationship between the two?
Levi thought in his mind. If Guse hadn't said that Lilith was a shadow mage, Levi wouldn't have thought of Lilia. Hand of the Mage, level 0, 642/4000. Levi looked at the progress of his training and stopped to rest for a while. Turning around, he saw the door that had not been opened for a long time. There was a slight movement in his heart.
Can you see Lilith's dream?
He walked to the door and opened it. The fog surged outside the door, and beyond was darkness. The darkness slowly squirmed, as if it had life. After walking out of the room, the surrounding fog quickly dissipated, revealing a 13-meter field of vision. The visible distance in the dream world is the limit distance of Levi's mental power. Levi walked in the fog, heading in one direction. Somehow, he could sense the direction of the dream. After a while, I saw a dream of prosperity and wealth. Levi stood at the edge of the dream and stared for a moment, then walked away without breaking into the dream. This was not the dream he was looking for. The dreams people have while sleeping are like colorful bubbles floating in the dream world. Suddenly, he saw a dark dream bubble. Levi felt something in his heart and felt that this was Lilith's dream bubble.
Are the Shadow Mage's dreams so dark?
Levi stood on the edge of the dream bubble. And after confirming again and again, he walked into the dream. Passing through the dreamland boundary, the surrounding scene changed instantly. He was standing in the corner of a shabby alley. The alley is full of garbage and dirt. Levi glanced around, and with a thought in his mind, he flew up. When he reached the heights of the dream, he could see clearly what the entire dream looked like. The whole dream is a street in a slum. The environment is extremely complex, and you can't see the whole thing even from a high place. A figure flashed across the street. Levi locked onto that figure. There are characters appearing in the dream, but they are all vague background characters. Most of the background characters are motionless. Those who can move quickly in dreams are probably the protagonists of dreams. Levi fell down and approached invisible. Through the window, I saw the figure inside. Lilia poured out a pile of miscellaneous items from her pocket and counted them with joy.
I picked up a lot of good things today. Wow! There is actually a silver coin. This is such good luck.
Lilia picked up the black cat lying on the table and said with a happy smile,
Buzzy, you must have brought me good luck. My luck has never been bad since I picked you up. I'll treat you to meat buns tomorrow.
Bang! The door was broken open by a huge force. A tall man wearing worn-out armor stood at the door, holding a wood axe full of holes in his hand.
I'm so lucky to meet a cat-eared orc. Children, follow your uncle obediently. From now on, you will enjoy the spicy food.
The burly man blocked the door and approached Lilia. Lilia hugged the bun and clutched the silver coin. Extremely nervous, she looked left and right, looking for an opportunity to escape. Seeing the big man leave the door, she seized the opportunity, threw the black cat towards the window, and rushed towards the door at the same time.
Buzzy, run!
The big man stretched out his hand to grab Lilia. Lilia was small, but extremely flexible. The burly man couldn't catch her at all. Instead, Lilia took the opportunity to slip through the gap and escape from the room. The burly man chased him out of the room and watched Lilia escape and disappear. He cursed angrily and turned around to see the black cat. He raised his axe and struck the black cat to vent his anger.
Steam stuffed bun!
Lilia, who had escaped, suddenly came back and shouted in panic. Seeing this, the big man's hand weakened and he slashed the black cat's hind legs, captured the black cat and threatened Lilia.
Come here honestly, or I'll kill it. No, don't hurt Bowsy.
Chapter 91: The Origin of Lilith. The black cat is Lilia's only companion. Lilia didn't want to give up the black cat, so she approached and tried to snatch the black cat back. Suddenly, the big man threw away the black cat and grabbed Lilia, who was approaching. Lilia jumped up and hugged the black cat, trying to escape. In desperation, the big man didn't care about hurting the goods and chopped it out with an axe. Bang! Lilia fell to the ground, and the black cat she was holding in her arms was beaten to pieces with an axe. There was also a scar deep enough to the bone on her chest.
Cough 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 buns. Don't die.
Her vision gradually blurred, and Lilia murmured as she looked at the strong man approaching.
I don't want to die yet.
The big man looked at Lilia, who was injured and on the verge of death, and stared at the black cat on her chest in annoyance.
Damn it. It's all this cat's fault. Black cats are indeed ominous things.
Suddenly, the black cat in Lilia's arms melted into a ball of shadow. The shadow seeped into Lilia's body, and the injury on Lilia's chest healed quickly under the influence of the shadow. Puff 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 puff.
Ah!
The sturdy man screamed, and several extremely sharp shadow spikes pierced his body from the shadows on the ground. With a clang, the axe fell to the ground. The black cat's blood stained on the axe turned into little shadows and flowed back to Lilia. Lilia stood up, her body exuding strong shadow power. She glanced at Levi's hiding place and seemed to notice something. The shadows flowed upstream like water, drowning Lilia's figure. Puff! The shadows shattered. Shadows scattered all over the ground. Lilia disappeared. Levi walked out of the darkness with a solemn expression.
What on earth is that black cat called Bowsy? That last glance. Did she notice me?
After witnessing the whole process, he seemed to understand the relationship between Lilia and Lilith. But more puzzles arise. There is another key factor. Is the dream in front of you real? If Lilith had already noticed that she was in a dream and deliberately made up a dream for herself, then the problem would be huge.
Exit the dream first. I'll have the opportunity to meet Lilith in reality tomorrow and make sure she is Lilia.
After Lilia disappeared, Levi could not find her in his dreams. There is no way to seize the memory fragments. Levi left the dreamland. Puff! As soon as he stepped out of the dream bubble, Levi saw the dream bubble behind him explode and disappear into the fog of the dream.
Lilith is awake?
Levi returns to the safe house. Continue to practice spells and practice your magic skills. In the early morning, before exiting the dreamland, Levi took a look at the progress of his practice. Hand of the Mage, Level 0, 1342/4000. Crystal Meditation, First Level, 900/10,000. Fireball, First Level Minor, 3066/10,000. Invisible Armor, Level 1 Minor, 321/10,000. Great Sleepwalking Technique, Level 0, 9850/10,000. Shadow Touch Surgery, First Level Entry, 400/1000. Ice Arrow, Level 0 Mastery, for 20/2000. Rock Breathing Method, Introduction, 654/1000. There are no nightmares to hunt. And the practice of the Great Sleepwalking Technique is progressing slowly. After struggling for more than half a month, I am about to break through the first level. Fireball and Invisible Armor techniques also took time to be deduced. But the progress was not fast. Deduction takes much longer than simply practicing spells and improving proficiency. The Crystal Meditation method has accelerated its progress with the help of Magic Potion. Unfortunately, it is not a long-term solution. Judging from Levi's current cultivation consumption rate, a bottle of primary Magic Potion can only support his cultivation for about 8 days. Now, more than half of the bottle of Magic Potion has been consumed. Once the Magic Potion is exhausted, the cultivation speed will immediately slow down. Li Wei spent the whole day thinking about how to safely get rid of the magic core of the rock monster in exchange for some money. So far, he has not found the right time. The turmoil has not completely subsided, and there are people everywhere looking for the magic core of the rock monster. Li Wei also saw someone doing tasks in the Professionals Association to collect the magic core of the rock monster. He wanted to wait until the situation calmed down before taking action quietly. The worst thing is, wait until July 15th and go to Feihua City's Mage Exchange meeting to take action on the magic core. By then, the magic core of a rock monster shouldn't attract much attention. Anyway, cultivating to the second level is not a matter of time. Even with the help of magic potions, it will take at least several months, which is still very early. Levi found Guse.
Teacher Guse, do you know where Lilith usually goes?
Levi asked. Guse thought for a moment and said,
I don't know much about the rest, but she goes to the cafeteria to eat on time every day.
Levi felt in his heart that this sentence was full of flaws, but he didn't know how to complain. With this sentence alone, Levi has almost confirmed that Lilith and Lilia are the same person.
Okay, then I won't disturb the teacher's practice. I'll leave first.
Not long after Guse just broke through and became an official mage, relying on the contributions accumulated over a long period of time. I redeemed the Crystal Meditation method. I just learned the Crystal Meditation method and am working hard every day to improve my strength. Levi was walking in the Mage Tower and remembered that he had not seen Loda in the past few days. I don't know if Loda continued to study his serial small fireball technique after he advanced to become an official mage. Levi guessed that he might have given up with a high probability. The benefits brought by extraordinary characteristics are too great, far beyond ordinary improved spell models. Instead of trying to improve the spell model, it is better to choose spells that suit your extraordinary characteristics. At noon, Levi came to the cafeteria early. He was wearing an invisibility cloak and sitting in a corner. After dinner opened in the cafeteria, the first figure who walked in was Lilith. Lilith wears the official mage robes of the Mage Tower. The first time he saw her, Levi had already confirmed that Lilith and Lilia were the same person. However, their expressions were completely different. One is cold and arrogant. The other is silly and cute. The obsession with food is the same. Levi glanced at the top of Lilith's head curiously, and her cat ears disappeared. I don't know how she hides her cat ears. Lilith was extremely sensitive to gazes, and while eating, she subconsciously glanced at where Levi was sitting. Seeing no one, her eyes narrowed slightly and became sharp. By the time everyone came to the cafeteria to eat, Lilith had already finished eating and left. Levi found a corner to show up and left the cafeteria after eating. Not long after he walked out of the cafeteria, a figure appeared behind him.
Why do you keep staring at me?
The shadow faded, and Lilith stood in the corner and questioned Levi. Levi turned to look at her. Lilith still looked at him with an indifferent expression. Seeing this, he was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that Lilith didn't recognize him. Are Lilith and Lilia really not the same person? Just look similar? Levi shook his head and said,
I don't know what you are talking about. I don't think I have seen you before.
Lilith's cold eyes stared into Levi's eyes. Her gaze seemed to pierce his heart. After a moment, Lilith turned and left without saying a word. Chapter 92 The Second Dream World. Levi returned to the room. He sat at his desk, looked at the blue sky outside the window, and thought carefully.
Based on what happened in the dream, Lilith and Lilia should be the same person. The probability is more than 90%. But she doesn't know herself.
Levi tapped the table gently, making a rhythmic sound.
So, Lilia and Lilith's memories may not be connected. That's not right. If the memories of the two are not connected, how can Lilith know her own characteristics? Part of the memories are connected?
Levi thinks this is more likely. Lilia was targeted by countless people in Maple Leaf City because she helped Levi with the task of killing the rock monster. In danger, forcing another person, Lilith, out of the body. Lilith was probably aware of the person who put herself in such a dangerous situation, and subconsciously had a very deep impression on Levi. This deep impression allowed her to get some vague memories about Levi. We knew that he was good at fire spells, and that he was young. But we didn't know his specific appearance. The first two characteristics are easier to remember than looks. Levi also didn't know whether Lilith came to him to take revenge on him, or to expose the fact that he possessed the rock magic core, so as to solve the crisis he was in, compared to being chased and running around. Lilia was still confused, and didn't know what was going on. Lilith is undoubtedly much smarter, and she can find the culprit from the clues at once. Based on the current situation, Levi plans to stay still for a while. For the next few days, he stayed in his room practicing. If you want to eat, just ask the shadow attendant to pick it up. If you want to borrow a book, just ask the magic servant to deliver it. 3 days later, under the exhaustion of Liwei's efforts, the master's hands reached the level of perfection. Hand of the Mage, level 0/8000.
Fortunately, I can practice in a dream. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take to reach the level of mastery.
In the past, Levi might have been willing to spend several months cultivating a 0-level spell. That was because he had no choice. But now, if he was given a choice, he might choose a first-level spell that was more suitable for him. After all, a few months is a long time. In a dream, Levi used the Hand of the Mage, and a palm composed of light blue mana appeared in front of him. With a thought, mana is poured into it. The mage's hand surged forward, and in an instant it turned into a giant hand that could grab the table. Bang! The mage's hand grabbed the desk in the room and crushed it. Though it shattered and debris flew, Levi smiled. With the help of primary mana control, after the mage's hand reaches the master level, more mana can be consumed to create a larger and more powerful mage's hand. In terms of pure strength, it is enough to deal with first-level professionals. However, the shortcoming of the mage's hand's slow flying speed cannot be solved. The hand of a master-level mage, when empty-handed, moves at a speed of 3 meters per second. The speed of movement in the weight-bearing state is due to the surge in power of the mage's hands. Unless it is lifting an overweight object, it will not be affected much. Levi keeps creating heavier things, testing the upper limit of the power of the mage's hand. Finally, it was concluded that the upper limit of the weight of the mage's hand reached an astonishing 3,000 kilograms. Moving heavy objects and using them to fall from heights to hit people may have unexpected effects. It can only hit people, but cannot throw heavy objects. After all, the hands of the mage are not human hands. They can only grab and drag moving objects, but cannot throw or shoot them.
Object control. There is hope. The potential of the mage's hand is quite great.
After testing the hand of a master-level mage, Levi opened the door and walked out of the safe house. Maple Leaf City seems to be very lively recently, and the number of dreams around it has increased. This shows that a lot of people have come to Maple Leaf City recently. The more turbulent reality is, the greater the probability of nightmares. When the number of people affected by the turmoil reaches a certain level, a large dream will be formed that combines the dreams of multiple people. To be fair, Levi was still looking forward to the Maple Leaf City dream turning into a large-scale nightmare dream, like Hanshaw City. This means that his harvest rate in the dreamland will be greatly increased. Although it's not a good idea to think so.
Huh? There's a nightmare!
As soon as Levi walked out of the door, he saw a dream where he was stared at by a nightmare. Entering the dream bubble, he appeared in a damp and dark dungeon. Ah! Screams came from the end of the dungeon corridor. Levi narrowed his eyes slightly.
A certain prisoner's punishment nightmare? Shadow attendant.
Upon hearing this, The shadow attendant didn't need Levi to say anything and took the initiative to walk ahead to explore the way. Now, shadow attendant is wearing 9 layers of invisible armor and has amazing defensive power. Even if you encounter a 3rd level enemy, you can still resist it for a while. After a while, Levi walked to the end of the dungeon corridor and saw an orc tied to a cross and being tortured. The jailer, who was covered in the gray mist of nightmares, brandished a bloody whip and beat the orcs repeatedly, causing them to scream in agony. Every time the orc screams, the nightmare jailer will take a deep breath and look intoxicated. He was enjoying the power of nightmares produced when orc prisoners were tortured. The shadow warrior arrives, and the nightmare jailer senses the breath of his companion. He turned to look at shadow attendant, showing a terrifying smile. Wielding a spiked whip, he whipped at the shadow warrior. He didn't want anyone of his kind to share the feast. Call. After the whip was pulled out, it quickly expanded and turned into a giant python covered with spikes that wrapped around shadow warrior. If shadow warrior doesn't retreat, its body will be crushed directly by the giant python, exposing the core of the nightmare. The shadow warrior ignored the attack, letting the giant python that turned into a whip wrap around him, and walked towards the nightmare jailer step by step. Click, click, click. The whip kept tightening, making a clicking sound when it collided with the invisible armor. The spikes were squeezed off, and the invisible armor could not be broken. The nightmare jailer roared angrily when he saw this. His true form was revealed directly, turning into a cloud of gray mist and rushing towards shadow attendant. Shadow attendant just wanted to fight the nightmare jailer. Call. Bang. A fireball flew over and smashed the nightmare jailer, who turned into gray mist. A nightmare core is exposed. Shadow attendant grabbed the core of the nightmare and looked at Levi with a look of longing. Levi glanced at the progress of the practice of the great sleepwalking heavenly technique. I'll give it to you next time. Upon hearing this, shadow attendant crushed the nightmare core in his hand. A stream of light flew into Levi's body. Great sleepwalking technique, first level, 0/10,000. The great sleepwalking heaven technique has been upgraded to the first level. In an instant, Levi felt the dream around him change dramatically. He felt like everything around him was separated by a layer of glass. Breaking the glass is another world. The second dream world? Levi looked thoughtful. He recalled shadow attendant, activated the great sleepwalking technique, passed through the glass, and entered the second dream world. Bang! Click! 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 The dream bubble burst, and Levi felt his body continue to dive. Shadow attendant's figure shook violently and disappeared. Feeling the shadow warrior's core was still within his body, Levi breathed a sigh of relief. Call. After a long time, he fell into the river of dreams. Chapter 93: The Lost Soul. Levi entered the second dream world. He fell into the river of dreams and stood on the water. The water in the river was shallow and just covered the soles of Levi's feet. I looked down, but I couldn't see the bottom. There are a large number of colorful dream bubbles flowing in the river. Just now, he went from under the river, through the water, to above the river. It looks like it's going up, but it's actually going down. Dreams are the opposite of reality. The closer you get to dreams, the farther away you are from reality. Just like a card. Levi was originally in the gap, but now he has come to the reverse side of the card. The river was still filled with a fog of dreams that could not be seen to the end, and it was pitch black in the distance. Looking up, there are 108 huge stars of different colors hanging in the sky. The largest stars are farthest from Levi. After looking at the sky for a long time, Levi felt that the darkness in the sky was creeping, and the stars seemed to be staring at him one by one. Levi quickly lowered his head, not daring to stare for long. Is this the real dream world? So magnificent! The endless river of dreams. 108 stars hanging high in the black sky. Levi squatted down and looked at the dream bubbles flowing under his feet. He sensed that he could enter a dream bubble at any time. Dream bubbles burst and form at every moment. The dream bubble disappeared much faster than Levi imagined. Shadow attendant. Levi used his spiritual power to nourish the core of the nightmare and help Shadow Warrior rebuild his body. Just cast a spell to put a layer of invisible armor on it. There is no Daijia, so as not to disappear directly when traveling through the dream world again. Levi probably understood why the Shadow Warrior disappeared. Nightmares are fish, living in the river of dreams and grow up eating dream bubbles. Most fish cannot leave the river. Leaving means death. The core of Shadow Warrior's dream is in Levi's body, so he didn't really die, Levi thought. And a portal slowly rose from the river. Open the door, and there is a safe house opposite. After confirming that he could return to the safe house at any time, Levi began to explore the River of Dreams. Levi put on the invisibility cloak and disappeared. The shadow attendant wore a black robe and walked on the river. It looked like there was only shadow attendant. Entering the second dream world, replicas of invisibility cloaks, magic wands, etc. appear directly in the dream. The effect is the same as reality. Real-life items will not be affected by being destroyed. Levi suspected that maybe after entering the deep dream world, he could even directly take out objects in reality. Very strange. The deeper you go into the dream world, the farther away you are from the real world. The result is the opposite. The deeper you go into the dream world, the closer you get to the real world. If the dream world and the real world are the pros and cons of the same card, going deep into the dream world does not mean staying away from the card. Instead, the thickness of the cards is continuously reduced, until reality and dreams are indistinguishable from each other. When the truth is also false, the false is also true. Reality and illusion lose their boundaries, and materialism and idealism coexist in the world. Levi walked on the River of Dreams, walking aimlessly. Looking down, I can occasionally catch a glimpse of fragments in the dream bubble. Coming to the River of Dreams, the number and scope of dreams that Levi can access has increased significantly. After taking a few steps, he found some dreams that did not belong to Maple Leaf City.
Huh? Uzumaki?
Levi stopped and looked at a small whirlpool 10 meters away. Dream bubbles are constantly being generated and dissipated in this small whirlpool, much faster than the dream bubbles on the normal river surface. Approach carefully and peer into the vortex. After a moment, Levi showed a surprised look.
Is this the large-scale nightmare fusion dream in Hansha City?
Levi found that the vortex was gradually shrinking, but the shrinking speed was very slow. This means that the dream of fusion in Hansha City is about to dissipate. Levi is preparing to take Shadow Warrior into Hansha City to fuse the dream world and hunt some nightmares to help Shadow Warrior improve his strength. The fog in the dreamland not far away suddenly surged and something abnormal appeared. When Li Wei saw this, he quickly stopped and turned to look. The surging gray mist gradually approached Levi. Tap tap tap. Levi heard the sound of someone running quickly across the water.
Is there anyone?
Levi looked surprised. The people you meet on the River of Dreams must all be dreamers. Dreamers are all in the River of Dreams. After a while, a figure broke into Levi's field of vision. Call. The figure flashed past. After a moment, the figure seemed to notice something and quickly turned around and ran towards him.
Hurry and help. Let's deal with the lost souls together. Lost soul?
Levi was confused, but didn't say anything, so as not to expose yourself. After getting closer, Levi found that he actually knew the other person. The visitor turned out to be Tanya, the third-level half-elf archer from the Archers Association.
Help me hold the lost soul back for a moment. Then I'll attack,
Tanya said quickly. Shadow Attendant was indifferent. Tanya stopped and stood behind Shadow Attendant, drawing her bow and arrow. The arrow gradually condenses the magical light. Call. The lost soul that Tanya spoke of also appeared in Levi's field of vision. An armored warrior with a mutilated body, a ferocious face, and a shape like a living corpse, with gray mist lingering all over his body. When the lost soul saw the Shadow Warrior, he charged without hesitation. With a thought in his mind, Li Wei commanded the Shadow Warrior to block the lost soul. Bang! Click! The lost soul struck Shadow Warrior heavily with his sword, directly breaking the invisible armor into pieces. With a bang, Shadow Attendant was slashed to pieces with a sword and scattered all over the ground. Tanya opened her eyes wide. She didn't expect Shadow Waiter to be so good. When Li Wei saw this, he also understood that the strength of the lost soul was at least second level. Otherwise, there is no way to break the invisible armor with one sword. Although Shadow Warrior died quickly, he still gave Tanya a chance. Call out. Magic arrows flew out and hit the lost soul. The lost soul wielded his sword in an attempt to fend off the attack. Bang! The magic arrow suddenly split open and split into 7 or 8 beams of arrows that penetrated the body of the lost soul. Suffering severe injuries, the figure of the lost soul shook violently, looming and flickering. After a while, the lost soul stabilized his body, and his body became much darker, with more and more incomplete limbs disappearing. The left half of the body has become transparent and is about to disappear. Only the right half of the body is relatively solid. Tanya sighed when she saw this, but unfortunately, she couldn't kill him with one blow. Ordinary attacks cannot cause damage to the lost soul. Only magic arrows infused with spiritual power can cause harm to the lost souls. She raised her short bow and drew it. Whoosh! Green magical energy condenses on the bowstring to form arrows. Attack the lost souls with an extremely fast rate of fire. It is not as powerful as the previous splitting arrow. But fortunately, the lost soul has been seriously injured and can be killed by grinding it. Call! The lost soul jumped up, rushed into the sky, and disappeared into the mist. Tanya stared up at the sky nervously. Every time the lost soul is about to be defeated, he will use this move. Out of sight. And then quickly fell from the sky. The power of one blow is extremely terrifying. If he is hit, he may be seriously injured or even die. Chapter 94 Dream Thief and Dream Weaver. Levi looked at Tanya, wondering why she felt so threatened. Didn't the lost souls escape? Suddenly, a huge whistling sound came from the air. Hoo ho ho! The mist in the sky shook like waves. The lost souls fall from the sky like meteors. At this moment, Levi understood what Tanya was wary of. Bang! The lost soul held a big sword and smashed it to the ground. And the terrifying impact turned into a violent shock wave and spread out. In an instant, Levi was knocked back more than 10 meters. Click! The invisible armor on his body was broken into 3 layers. Just being affected by the residual power caused such shocking damage. It is unimaginable to imagine the horrific damage that would be caused by being bombarded from the front. Tap tap tap. Levi kept retreating. Retreating 7 or 8 steps before stopping. He looked up and saw Tanya covered in a green light. She avoided the core range of the lost soul's attack. And the green light on her body withstood the remaining shock wave. After such a horrific attack by the lost souls, the offensive slowed down. He slashed Tanya with his sword. The distance was too close. Tanya kept dodging in a panic, and had no chance to fight back. Levi couldn't see Tanya's battle with the lost soul. However, based on the surging fog ahead, he could roughly guess that the battle was very fierce. Levi walked towards the direction where the battle broke out.
She only noticed me after I saw her. Which means Tanya's field of vision is about the same as mine. The lost soul's field of vision far exceeds that of Tanya. Otherwise it would be impossible to pursue her all the time. You must kill the lost soul. Otherwise you can't escape, and can only exit the dream. When Tanya was being hunted, her first reaction was not to exit the dream. Is there any reason? Can't you exit the dream during the battle? Or will exiting the dream be interrupted?
After just a few steps, many thoughts flashed through Levi's mind. A fireball condensed in the palm of his hand. Mana continues to be injected into it, and the color of the fireball continues to become darker, from red to orange, and then to deep orange, releasing an extremely dazzling light. The dazzling light cannot penetrate the fog of dreams. Tanya couldn't see it, but she felt a sense of unknown fear, as if a disaster was about to happen. Call! Hot fireballs flew out, penetrate the fog of dreams, and fly to where the battle is fiercest. Levi shoots blindly. He does not need to see the enemy, as long as the enemy is within the fireball's attack range. Boom! The fireball exploded, and the raging flames spread rapidly, flooding a space of more than 10 meters in an instant. The figure of the lost soul was engulfed in flames. In an instant, the force of the explosion tore the lost soul's body into pieces. Seeing the lost soul being destroyed, Tanya hurriedly used the trump card at the bottom of the box. There was a flash of green light, and Tanya appeared 10 meters away. The flames of the explosion stopped just in front of her. Phew! Fortunately, Tanya breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing a figure appear in front of her eyes, she felt relieved again. She looked at Levi nervously. Seeing the power of killing a lost soul with one strike, she subconsciously thought that Levi was at least a 3rd-level mage. In dreams, mental power is the key force. Mages are also leaders in spiritual power among all professions. The mental power of a 3rd-level mage far exceeds that of other professionals of the same level. In the dream world, the magician's strength has not been greatly weakened. As both 3rd-level professionals, the mage is much more powerful than her. Levi's whole body was covered by an invisibility cloak. Mental power blocks other people's perception, and Tanya cannot see through the true face under the cloak. Levi asked directly, "What is the lost soul?" Hearing this, Tanya was a little surprised. She didn't expect that such a powerful mage was actually a newcomer. Having seen Levi's powerful power, she was determined to make friends with him. Tanya explained, "The lost souls are sleepwalkers who are lost in the dream world, and some souls who accidentally enter the dream world. Affected by the fog of dreams, the lost soul will gradually lose himself.
After the self-awareness is incomplete, the body will gradually become incomplete, and the body will gradually disappear, turning into a monster that only knows how to attack sleepwalkers.
After hearing this, Li Wei thought for a moment and asked,
"Do you know why sleepwalkers get lost?"
Tanya hesitated for a moment and said,
"I'm not sure. I heard others say that sleepwalkers experience too many dreams, which can easily confuse their own consciousness with the memories of others, resulting in the inability to return to the anchor point, and thus the inability to escape from the dream world and get lost in the long river of dreams above."
Levi was thoughtful. He had felt something similar. Obtaining other people's memories is not as simple as watching a movie. Memory fragments are forced into the brain by a memory that does not belong to oneself. At first, it is easy to tell whether a memory belongs to you. Gradually, the memory begins to blur, and it becomes difficult to distinguish whether the memory still belongs to you. This problem can be alleviated through spiritual practice. The stronger the mental power, the more memories it can bear, and the less likely it is to lose oneself. Since completing the basic meditation method, Levi has never encountered a similar feeling again. His memory capacity is very large. Devouring memory fragments is not Levi's exclusive ability. Sleepwalkers can do this. Levi will also choose suitable memory fragments to absorb, and give up if they are not suitable. In addition, he also has a proficiency panel to assist in his training, and does not completely rely on absorbing memory fragments to speed up his training. In recent times, he has rarely absorbed the training experience in the memory fragments. More time is spent using the dream liver proficiency. Others don't have this ability like him, and absorbing memory fragments to gain practice experience is their only shortcut. After experiencing the feeling of rapid improvement in strength once, it is difficult to accept the slow practice to become stronger. If you absorb too much memory fragments, you will lose yourself. Once you start, you can't stop. Levi asked.
"Is there a solution?"
Tanya said.
"Becoming a dream stealer or dream weaver can get rid of the risk of losing yourself." "Dream stealer? Dream weaver?"
Levi looked at her doubtfully. Tanya explained.
"Sleepwalker is also a supernatural profession. Dream stealer and dream weaver are advanced professions of sleepwalker profession. A dream thief can steal other people's dreams and let himself become the protagonist in the dream to experience the dream instead of the original owner. Compared with directly absorbing memory fragments, dream stealers explore dreams by impersonating others, which can greatly reduce the impact of other people's memories on their own consciousness. A dream weaver can weave other people's dreams so that the original owner can reveal what they need in the dream. Becoming a dream weaver is far more difficult than becoming a dream thief. Dream weavers need extremely strong mental power and insight to weave dreams that are as real as dreams."
Hearing this, Li Wei looked at her and asked,
"Then do you know how to advance?"
Tanya shook her head and said,
"I don't know. I learned all this from the Wandering God Club." "Wandering Gods Club?"
The mysteries seemed to be mounting. Levi felt that the dream world suddenly became lively. Before meeting Tanya, he had always been single player in the dream world. I thought the number of sleepwalkers was small, but now it seems that there are not many. Chapter 95 Yushin Hui.
"Wandering God Club?"
Levi asked doubtfully. Tanya explained.
"The Traveling Gods Association is a group of sleepwalkers. I heard that the president of the Traveling Gods Association is a dream weaver. I don't know much about the rest. If you want to enter the Wandering Gods Club, I can take you there,"
Tanya said. Li Wei asked.
"Where is the Yushin Club?"
Tanya replied.
"In a fixed dream bubble. The president of the Yushin Guild compiled a stable dream, and the Yushin Guild stronghold was established in that dream bubble. If there are no members of the Yushin Club to guide the way, the newcomer will only have a very small chance of being lucky enough to encounter the dream bubble."
What Tanya didn't say was that she was the lucky newcomer. When she came to the long river of dreams, the first dream bubble she entered was the stronghold of the Yushin Club. Levi was not in a hurry to go to the Yushin Club. He asked,
"What does the Yushin Club do?"
Tanya said.
"The Yushin Club is a very loose organization. Its main function is to exchange information and trade items. Those who can reach the Dream River are not ordinary people. Everyone will have some good things in their hands, and they can trade them through the Wandering Gods Club. You can also post a bounty in the Yushin Club. Even if it is something that is very rare in reality, there is still a good chance of getting it."
Levi was a little surprised.
"Can the Wandering Gods bring items into the dream world?"
Tanya shook her head and said,
"Of course not. Yushin Club only provides a trading platform, and the final transaction still needs to be done offline. But at least, any buyer or seller you find in the Yushin Club will be safe. Ordinary sleepwalkers cannot follow their dreams to find your true body.
Levi looked at her with a smile and said nothing. In fact, Tanya also had a disguise, but it was destroyed when fighting the lost soul. Otherwise, Levi might not be able to recognize her. Tanya picked up several blue and white fragments that the lost soul dropped after his death. She handed it to Levi and said,
"This is the currency of dreams. Soul crystals. As the name suggests, the crystallization of the soul."
Levi summoned the shadow attendant and asked the shadow attendant to bring the soul crystal. Tanya was not surprised when she saw Shadow Waiter. The royal nightmare is a very common method for sleepwalkers. Shadow attendant brought all the soul crystals to Li Wei. There were 3 soul crystals in total. He picked up one and looked at it. Soul crystal is a blue-white broken irregular crystal. He could sense the soul power within it. Tanya said,
"Absorbing soul crystals can strengthen the soul and enhance mental power."
When Li Wei heard this, he immediately understood the importance of the soul crystal. Whether it is soul power or spiritual power, it is a very important power for sleepwalkers. It can be said that this is the fundamental power of sleepwalkers. Fighting spirit is the fundamental strength of warriors and knights. Mana is the fundamental power of the mage. Mental power is the fundamental power of the sleepwalker. Soul crystal has such amazing effects. It is no wonder that it has become the universal currency of the dream world. Killing a second-level high-level lost person can only obtain 3 soul crystals. This shows how precious the soul crystal is. Tanya did not hide her vigilance and said directly,
"In the dream world, there are still some people who do not hunt down dangerous lost souls, but choose to deceive sleepwalkers to obtain soul crystals. This group of people is very dangerous. Sometimes, powerful sleepwalkers and dream stealers will hunt down weak sleepwalkers to obtain soul crystals. So, you must be very careful in the dream world." Speaking of this, Tanya felt that she had said the same thing. I am worthy of Levi's life-saving grace. If she continues, she will harm her own interests. At any time, knowledge is a resource and valuable.
Tanya said, "If you want to go to the Wandering Gods Club, I can take you there. If you don't want to go, let's just leave."
Levi thought for a moment and said,
"Take me to the Wandering Gods Club."
"Okay, come with me." Tanya turned and walked in one direction. Levi followed her lead. After a while, Tanya stopped, pointed to the river not far below her feet and said,
"That fixed dream bubble is where the Yushin Club is."
Li Wei looked intently and saw a large bubble fixed in place in the river. Countless bubbles around him were rising and dying, but this bubble remained motionless. Very special indeed. Tanya didn't waste any time and directly opened the door to the dream bubble. Disappeared in front of Levi. Levi walked up to the bubble of the Yushin Club and wondered if this was a trap. He cast the invisible armor spell and stacked all 9 layers of invisible armor. Then, used the great sleepwalking technique to enter the dream bubble. After locking the dream bubble, in an instant, he felt that the water under his feet lost support and collapsed. The water turned into a deep pit, and he kept falling. In a blink of an eye, he had left the dreamland, came outside a huge white dream bubble. This dream bubble is completely different from other dream bubbles. Standing outside, he couldn't see clearly the dream inside. Levi wanted to go in, but was rejected. After a while, the feeling of rejection disappeared, and he successfully entered the dream bubble.
"Welcome to the Wandering Gods Club."
As soon as Li Wei entered the dreamland, a voice sounded in his ears. He turned his head and looked around, but couldn't find the source of the sound. Looking around, he appeared on a platform on the top of a mountain. The platforms are all paved with white marble, which is luxurious and elegant. However, this isn't a dream, and whatever materials are used are just a matter of imagination. Only the degree of understanding of the material will affect the details shown in dreams. Some people create dreams that seem real, and some people create dreams that are fake at first glance. At least, Li Wei felt that the white marble under his feet was very real. After a while, he discovered that in this dream, he could not mobilize the power of the dream, losing the ability to do whatever you want in dreams.
A dream weaved by the dream weaver? It is indeed very special.
After Levi sighed in his heart, he walked towards the end of the square. There are several floating islands in the sky ahead, and dozens of halls are built on the floating islands. In terms of performance, Yushin Hui has indeed done a great job. The white marble square on the top of the mountain, the floating island in the sky, and the magnificent hall, full of style. Levi walked to the end of the square, where Tanya was already waiting for him. Tanya put on a green cloak, and her whole body was hidden in the cloak, so her face could not be seen clearly. Seeing Levi walking over, Tanya said.
There are 3 floating islands. The one in the middle is the headquarters of the Yushengui. Only official members of the Yushengui can enter. The one on the left is the information island, where you can trade information. The one on the right is the trading island, where you can trade items. Some palaces are public places, and some palaces are private places. After you find the person you want to trade with, you can choose a palace to conduct transactions separately. In the dreamland of the Yushin Club, everyone is prohibited from using force, so there is no need to worry about being in danger.
Levi asked a very tricky question.
Can't the president of the Yushin Club also?
Chapter 96 Selling the Magic Core.
Can't the president of the Yushin Club also?
Levi asked. Tanya couldn't answer his question. Not to mention the president of the Yushin Club. All official members of the Yushin Club can use force in dreams. The order within the dream bubble is maintained by force. Tanya said.
As long as you don't offend the Yushin Club, you will at least be safe here.
That was all she could say. Levi nodded and said,
I understand.
The so-called rules are just rules that the makers ask the people below to abide by.
Tanya said.
I'll take my leave now. I'll see you again when I have the chance.
After saying that, the stone slab under her feet carried her to the trading island. Levi thought for a moment and decided to go to the information island first.
Go to Information Island.
The stone slab under his feet carried him flying. The flight is very stable, without any shaking or vibration. It feels like you are standing on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Levi arrived on the Information Island. The largest palace on the island is a public area, and Levi didn't see many people. He walked into the treasure hall and found that there were many stone tablets standing in the treasure hall, and the stone tablets were engraved with transaction information. Levi walked all the way over,
asking for a secret recipe for advanced potions for the 3rd level warrior profession. Please give me a copy of the 99999 purity alchemical purification method of mithril metal, and you will be repaid. Who knows why Feihua City changed its city lord? Where did the original city lord go? I have a secret recipe for an advanced potion for the 4th level assassin profession, and trade it for a secret recipe for an advanced magic potion for the 4th level mage profession.
There are not many real trading intelligence. Most people are looking for magic potion secrets, alchemy secrets, alchemy recipes, and even spell models. Levi saw something that seemed to be related to him.
The city lord of Feihua City has been replaced?
Looking at the news, he looked thoughtful. He thought of the crystal flower in the drawer. So far, the crystal flower sent with the reader's letter has not had any problems. If the leader of Feihua City is replaced, will the crystal flower still have an effect? The letter said that if you take the crystal flower to Feihua City, you can enjoy the most noble treatment. After thinking for a while, he shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts.
Forget it. What does this matter have to do with me? Even if you die, you won't take crystal flower to Feihua City.
He would rather give up the so-called noblest treatment than risk taking the mysterious crystal flower. Who knows whether the crystal flower will bring good luck or disaster?
Oh! Does anyone want to buy a rock magic core? There is no level limit, and the price is negotiable.
Levi walked around the information island and found no information trading as a way for sleepwalkers to advance. Turn around and leave the information island and go to the trading island. As soon as he entered the public trading hall, Levi saw a lot of familiar trading information. Most of the transaction contents on the stone tablets appeared on the information island, including a transaction to purchase a rock monster core. After walking around the hall, Levi finally returned to the stone tablet for the magical beast core. He reached out to touch the stone tablet and left a message. As long as they are in the same dream, people who leave messages on the same stone tablet can sense each other.
Huh? I'm lucky that I'm still in a dream.
Levi walked in the direction he sensed. After walking for a while, I was slightly shocked when I saw the person who left the message. Unexpected and reasonable. The person who left the message turned out to be Tanya. Tanya also looked surprised when she saw Levi. She suddenly remembered something. Alan said that the rock monster was killed by a powerful fire mage, and the magic core was also taken away by that mage. Could it be this person? Tanya already had doubts in her mind. If the other party is also in Maple Leaf City, then the chance of the two meeting in a dream is indeed very high. Tanya said.
It's a bit surprising. Was it your excellency who killed the rock monster?
Levi knew what she was asking. He said,
I saw that you are asking for the rock magic core. How much is your bid?
Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Tanya looked around and said,
Let's go to the small hall to talk.
Yeah. Levi nodded. The two of them moved to a small room. Tanya said,
I will pay you 100 gold coins to purchase the magic core of the second-order rock monster.
Li Wei heard this and thought for a moment. The price of a first-level magic core is usually around 10 to 20 gold coins. The price of a second-level magic core is usually around 30 to 50 gold coins. According to the magic core characteristics of different Warcraft, the prices are different. For the same Warcraft, the prices of low-level, intermediate, high-level, and peak Warcraft magic cores are also different. The most important thing is the remaining energy in the magic core. The magic core is the energy core of the monster. A crystal core formed by the convergence of magic energy throughout the body. Using magic power will consume the energy in the magic core. If the monster cannot be killed quickly, the value of the magic core obtained by killing the monster will be greatly reduced after the monster uses up the power in the magic core. The magic core that has exhausted its magic energy is still valuable, but its value is only 1/10 of its original value. The energy standard for determining the value of a magic core is that the energy stored in the magic core is greater than 70%. 70% is the passing line. Less than 70% the value will decrease. And more than 70% the value will increase. The rock monster core in Levi's hand has nearly 90% remaining energy. The value will be higher, he said.
At least 200 gold coins. The second-order magic core in my hand is full of energy. And the remaining energy is more than 90%.
Tanya looked surprised when she heard this. The remaining energy in the magic core reached 90%, which meant that Levi could almost kill the rock monster instantly. Otherwise, if the battle lasts a little longer, there won't be so much energy left in the magic core. Tanya's estimate of Levi's strength has improved a lot. According to the information she knew, the rock monster that appeared in the Dark Valley had a combat power comparable to that of a third-level primary monster. A mage who can instantly kill a third-level junior monster with one strike must be at least a third-level advanced one. Or even the pinnacle. She suppressed the shock in her heart and bargained with Levi.
200 gold coins are too expensive. You can already buy the magic core of a third-level rock monster. The most I can offer is 120 gold coins. 200 gold coins. No counter-offer.
Li Wei bit him to death. Nowadays, there is no market for it. And the only one in his hand is the rock magic core. After a few days of understanding, Levi also understood why the rock demonic beast demonic core caused such a big stir. It turns out that the rock magic core plays an irreplaceable and important role in making extraordinary potions. Tanya felt that it was a bit difficult to handle. 200 gold coins exceeded her budget. She just wanted to use the magic core of the rock monster to exchange with Alan for something very important to her. 200 gold coins is far more than the value of that thing. Seeing this, Li Wei said,
I'll give you 1 day to think about it. See you tomorrow.
After that, he exited the dream. Returned to the safe house. This is the anchor point that Tanya was talking about. The dream anchor is the only channel for each sleepwalker to travel between reality and dreams. If you lose your anchor point, you cannot return to reality. Chapter 97 Time Flow in Dreams. In the safe house, Levi took out the soul crystal.
How to absorb soul crystals?
Li Wei put the soul crystal in his hand and tried to use his spiritual power to stimulate it and absorb its power. Fail. After thinking for a moment, he put the soul crystal into his mouth. The soul crystal melts in your mouth and turns into a pool of liquid that slides into your throat. After waiting for a moment, he felt that his body was expanding and getting bigger, and he felt warm all over. After a few minutes, the swelling disappeared. He looked down and saw that his body shape had not changed. The feeling just now seemed to be an illusion.
The power of the soul crystal has not been exhausted yet.
Levi felt that there was still a force in his body, like a trickle, slowly flowing out to nourish his soul.
My mental strength has improved.
When the mental power is released, the furthest range of the mental power is close to 14 meters. The improvement is very obvious. If there were no soul crystals, it would probably take about half a month of training before the range of mental power could reach 14 meters. After knowing that it takes a long time to absorb soul crystals, Li Wei put away the remaining 2 soul crystals and exited the dream world. Opening his eyes, Levi subconsciously turned his head and looked out the window. The sky outside the window is bright. He was a little surprised. He felt that it was almost dawn before exiting the dream world. But I didn't expect that it was still early.
It still doesn't feel quite right.
Seeing this, Levi didn't want to lie down and sleep anymore. He got up, walked to the study, sat on the tuanfu and practiced. Tuanfu is made from rattan, a plant that can calm the mind. Hughes gave it to him. A few times ago, You saw Levi often practicing in the study. But there was nothing decent in the room. I gave him a training cushion. I heard the price is not cheap. Levi took out the low-level magic potion and poured it into his mouth.
For the last time, it's done.
Levi put down the potion and shadow attendant lit the calming incense. After he entered concentration, the shadow attendant waited for a while and extinguished the soothing incense. In fact, it is more conducive to practice to keep burning the soothing incense. The function of soothing incense is not only to speed up meditation. It is also effective in accelerating practice. Earlier, Li Shou practiced basic meditation methods, and lighting the soothing incense could increase his practice efficiency by 20 to 30%. Now, the effect of Enshengxiang on him has been greatly reduced. Against the backdrop of the magic potion, the effect of the calming incense is almost negligible. Li Wei also used it when he was in meditation. Practice crystal meditation. Visualize yourself as a crystal. Constantly remove impurities in the crystal, and purify your spiritual power. Today, Levi found that practicing crystal meditation was particularly effective. Whether it is absorbing magic elements to cultivate mana, or removing impurities to purify spiritual power, it is easier. After feeling it carefully, he found that there was a force coming out of his body.
Soul crystal?
An idea flashed through Levi's mind. The visualization was unstable, and Li Wei quickly eliminated distracting thoughts and concentrated on practicing. 3 hours later, Li Xiu's training ended. He opened his eyes and felt full of energy, without the previous feeling of mental exhaustion and listlessness after excessive cultivation. Levi glanced at the time and found that the practice time had been extended by half an hour.
The soul crystal actually has such a magical effect. What a good thing!
During the day, Levi further explored the value of the rock demonic beast demonic core, so that I can bargain with Tanya at night. The potion has been exhausted, so Levi naturally hopes to sell it tomorrow and get the money as soon as possible. Levi did not ask about the rock monster's commission in front of the magic butler. He went directly to the Professionals Association Center to check the amount of the entrusted reward. There are many commission bounties, and the highest mission reward has reached 138 gold coins. Many professionals are excited. Unfortunately, there is no way to start.
Hey, Brad, I heard you were the ones who encountered the rock monster? Well, for what? You really don't know who took away the magic core of the rock monster? Have no idea. Stop asking me. I'm so annoying. Countless people have asked me about this recently. Okay. I won't bother you anymore. Huh? What an idiot. You can lose such precious things.
The professional who walked away whispered to his companion. Brad heard this, and his expression did not change. He had heard too many similar words recently. Alan and Martin even approached him personally to ask about it. Brad was really helpless. Many people doubted whether he secretly took away the magic core. After the battle, he was the first person to get close to the battlefield. At that time, he shouted loudly and was heard by many people. When Levi saw Brad, he turned around and left. He almost already knows the price limit of magic core. At night, Levi slipped into his dreams. Standing by the window of the dream study room, he saw a sea of stars outside. That is the river of dreams. The rising and falling stars are all dreams of disillusionment and change. As he goes deeper into the dreamland, the safe house also comes to the river of dreams. Can be seen, but cannot be touched. The door is the only way. Levi was in no hurry to see Tanya. He stayed in his room practicing his spells. Judging from the progress of cultivation, it was almost late at night. Levi just left the safe house and came to Dreamland. He sensed the location of the dream bubble of the Yushin Club. Before the dream bubble breaks and reorganizes, you only need to go there once to sense the location of the dream bubble. Come to the Yushin Club. Levi meets Tanya. Tanya said,
180 gold coins. This is my limit.
Levi thought for a moment, nodded and said,
Deal. Take the money to the top of the dark valley at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
She nodded.
Yeah. Okay.
Tanya looked at him and asked,
Can you tell me your name?
Levi looked at her and said nothing. After looking at each other through the masks for a moment, Levi looked away.
If there is a chance, we will meet again.
After saying that, Levi immediately exited the dreamland. Return to the safe house to practice your spells. According to his previous experience in practicing magic, Levi exited the dream when he felt that his proficiency was almost progressed. His consciousness returned to his body, and before he opened his eyes, Levi noticed the darkness outside. He opened his eyes somewhat unexpectedly and glanced out the window. The crescent moon hangs in the sky, and the moonlight shines on the earth. It was still late at night. Levi looked at the desk attentively. The wooden texture of the desk was twisted to form writing. Hand of the Mage, Level 0, 1230/8000. Proficiency doesn't lie. He did pass a night in his dream. But the reality is still late at night. After thinking about it for a moment, Levi understood why. Time flows faster in the second dream than in reality. One day in reality. More than one day may pass in the second dream. The specific flow rate difference still needs time to be verified. Seeing this, Levi returned to the dreamland to practice magic. When he returned to reality again, it was already early morning.
The time flow rate in the second level world is about 1.5 times that of reality.
He extrapolated this result from the progression of proficiency. Hand of the Mage, Level 0, 1890/8000. Normally, using all the liver-blasting spells in one night can increase proficiency by up to 1,200 or 1,300. Today, my proficiency increased by nearly 2,000 in one night. The flow of time in the second dream world is indeed faster. Chapter 98 Intermediate Magic Potion. In the afternoon, Levi arrived at the top of the dark valley early. Looking down, the woods in the dark valley have disappeared, and extremely simple wooden houses have been built one after another. More than 20,000 orcs crowded into the small dark valley. The entrance to the valley was guarded by army soldiers. After being transformed, the dark valley has become a natural prison. There are also soldiers patrolling the top of the dark valley. Levi didn't get too close to the top. He wore an invisibility cloak and hid in the mountains and forests.
There are more than 20,000 orc soldiers, which is close to 1/10 of the total population of Maple Leaf City. What is Oates going to do with so many orcs?
Levi thought.
Have you heard? The orcs sent away yesterday were all sent to the Kovada mine. It's a great idea to let these orc slaves go mining without being paid. There are still more than 10,000 orcs here. When will they be sent away? Another conflict broke out yesterday. I heard that someone was injured and was almost dragged into the valley by the orcs. These orcs are just scum, and they should all be killed. It's so annoying. If it weren't for these orcs, we wouldn't be patrolling this damn place. I wouldn't be able to go home.
As it approached 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a figure appeared on the top of the mountain. Tanya wanders around looking for the mysterious mage. The second time she passed by not far from Li. He noticed her figure. He sent the shadow attendant to deal with Tanya. Shadow Warrior turned into a shadow and quickly approached Tanya. Tanya sensed something approaching and instantly became alert. Take out your magic shortbow and prepare for battle. The shadow attendant rose from the ground and turned into a human form. Seeing this, Tanya relaxed a little. She looked around and asked,
"Are you going to come out and trade with me in person?"
Shadow attendant said,
"Master asked me to come."
Upon seeing this, Tanya stopped asking further questions. She took out a money bag, opened it, and showed it to the shadow attendant. Although I don't know if Shadow Warrior can see it. Shadow attendant is just a dark shadow, with no facial features visible from the front. Under Levi's control, Shadow Warrior took out the magic core and showed it to Tanya. Tanya hesitated for a moment when she saw the magic core in Shadow attendant's hand. She couldn't confirm whether this was the magic core of the rock monster, because she hasn't seen it either. After hesitating for a moment, she handed the purse in her hand to Shadow attendant. Shadow attendant took the purse and handed the magic core to her. Call! Shadow Warrior scattered all over the ground and disappeared in front of Tanya. Tanya looked at the place where the Shadow Warrior disappeared, showing a hint of thinking. Ordinary nightmares cannot move freely in reality without a host. Shadow Warrior doesn't seem to be bound by this. Is there anything special about it? Or is there any way that the mysterious mage can let the nightmare move freely? Tanya shook her head and stopped thinking about it. She looked down at the yellow magic core in her hand, feeling the abundant energy contained in it. I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the mysterious mage didn't lie. This also proves that he is indeed very powerful. After Levi saw Shadow Waiter get the money, he turned invisible and walked down the mountain. Shadow attendant walked away in another direction. After leaving the dark valley, Shadow Waiter turned around, followed his footsteps, and joined him. Open your wallet and do a quick inventory. Levi smiled.
180 gold coins in hand.
With these gold coins, he can do many things he wants to do. Buy potions, learn new spells, buy magic equipment. Levi wanted so much. Returning to the Mage Tower, Levi walked directly to the treasure house on the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower. He wanted to buy a low-level potion, but suddenly saw the mid-level potion next to him, and his heart moved slightly. A bottle of low-level magic potion can be used for 7 or 8 days. A bottle of intermediate potion can be used for at least half a month. The effect is far superior to low-level potions. But the price is also a bit expensive. 20 contributed 1 bottle. Levi hesitated for a moment, and took out a bottle of intermediate potion. Search the treasure house, and find the ancient vine Tuanfu. A small Tuanfu is actually worth 6 contributions. Leave from the 3rd floor of the mage tower, and return to the room. Levi took intermediate potions to practice. Intermediate potions are slightly different from primary potions. Elementary potions require the user to control the dosage themselves. If you drink the intermediate potion in one gulp, you will be able to exert its effects even after practicing for a period of time. It is a long-acting magic potion. Enter Samadhi. Visualize crystals. Meditate and practice. Levi soon felt the amazing effects of the intermediate potion. The speed of cultivation has increased significantly. 3 hours later, the practice ended. It's already 9 o'clock in the evening. Levi opened his eyes, and several lines of writing appeared on the ground. Hand of the Mage, Level 0, 1890/8000. Crystal Meditation, First Level, 1086/10,000. Fireball, First Level Minor, 3342/10,000. Invisible Armor, Level 1 Minor, 500/10,000. Great Sleepwalking Technique, First Level, 110/10,000. Shadow Touch Surgery, First Level Entry, for 16/1000. Ice Arrow, Level 0 Mastery, for 20/2000. Rock Breathing Method, Introduction, 723/1000. Levi glanced at the progress of the Crystal Meditation Method. The effect is obvious. 3 times that of normal practice. Close your eyes, and appreciate your own abundant magic power. He has made some progress in practice. And now he can cast first-level spells 6 times. Compared with before, the mana has increased by nearly 50%. So far, Li Shou has been practicing the Crystal Meditation Method for less than a month, and his strength is improving rapidly. Meditation practice is over. Levi rested for a while, lay on the bed, and used the Great Sleepwalking Technique to sneak into the dreamland. Liver experience continues. Dream time flows 1.5 times faster than reality. The Master's Hand can reach the Perfection Level 3 or 4 days faster. In the next few days, Levi used all his strength to use the Mage's Hand spell. The situation in Maple Leaf City is changing rapidly. But this has little impact on Levi, who is concentrating on practicing in the Mage Tower. In 3 days, Guze came to see Levi 3 times, always reminding him that it was very dangerous inside and outside Maple Leaf City, and to avoid going out as much as possible. The experts sent by the Mayseal Kingdom have arrived in Maple Leaf City. Of course, they are not from the Mayseal Kingdom in name only. Before they completely break up and go to war, all conflicts are just personal conflicts between professionals. The masters of the Mayseal Kingdom are stirring up trouble in Maple Leaf City, trying to disrupt the stability of Maple Leaf City and put pressure on Oates, so that he cannot concentrate on the founding of the country. On the 4th night, Levi was still practicing the Master's Hand in his dream. I had a sudden enlightenment, and a lot of insights emerged from my heart. In an instant, he fully understood the principles of the Mage's Hand. The Hand of the Mage has reached the Perfection level. Hand of the Mage, Level 0 Perfection, 0/Infinity. Integrate it thoroughly, and fully understand the structural principles of the Mage's Hand. Levi began to try to deduce the object control technique. After practicing Mage Hands for so many days, he has already considered the direction of subsequent spell deductions. The most important thing is speed. Mage Hand sacrifices too much speed for stability. Speed is power. Only if you are fast enough can you exert the power of object control in battle. On the other hand, it is also escape speed. You have to be fast to run away. Chapter 99 First Level Object Control Technique. Levi deduced the art of controlling objects in his dream. After several failures, the prototype of the art of controlling objects was successfully derived. Cast a spell. A light blue glow of mana enveloped a chair. Levi used his mental power and controlled his magic power to lift the chair. It feels a little strenuous. Controllability is greatly reduced. Next, Levi kept deducing new spell models. After dozens of deductions, a more satisfactory spell model was finally built. A ball of blue light enveloped the table. Under Levi's control, the table flew up and danced in the air. With a thought in his mind, the room quickly expanded into an open space. The flying table keeps accelerating, getting faster and faster. Call. The speed reaches 30 meters per second. This is almost the same as the flying speed of Fireball. The fastest flying speed of the Fireball technique is only 40 meters per second. Bang! The table hit the ground and was instantly smashed to pieces. Broken boards were flying everywhere. The attack distance is far beyond the Fireball technique, reaching an astonishing 100 meters. No ordinary archer could shoot this far. 100 meters away is the domain of extraordinary shooters. Although the attack distance is far, after more than 50 meters, the accuracy is basically lost, and you can only rely on luck to hit the enemy. Levi used the object control technique again, trying to control himself. The mana was released, and as soon as it wrapped around the body, it all returned to itself, making it impossible to control itself. He was a little disappointed. We can only settle for the next best thing. Fly with flying objects. As soon as I thought about it, a big wooden board appeared in front of me. Levi used the object control technique to control the board to float, then walk up. He stepped on the board and it started to sink. Levi quickly increased his mana output. After a while, the mana speed was stabilized, and the wooden board was able to bear Levi's weight. He stood in the center and carefully controlled the board to take off. The board flew up little by little, and he gradually breathed a sigh of relief.
The flight was successful. I can fly!
The flight was not high, and Levi was afraid of falling. He flew in the air for a while and looked up. With a thought, the roof quickly rose. Levi controlled the board to fly upwards. He wanted to see if the dream had an end? Are there flight altitude restrictions for object control? Hoo ho ho! Levi didn't know whether the dream had an end. When flying to a height of 100 meters, Levi's mana was consumed by half, continuing to fly upward. When it reaches 200 meters, the mana is almost exhausted. Call. When the mana was exhausted, the board lost its strength and fell directly. Levi's body fell half a meter and stopped in midair. This is his dream, and he can do anything.
There is no limit to the flying height of the object control technique. The only limit is my mana. Currently, all my mana can probably fly 200 meters. No, it should be more than 200 meters. To fly upward, you need to keep outputting mana to accelerate and overcome gravity. After the speed of flying flatly increases, you can reduce the mana output and rely on inertia to fly.
Levi's heart moved. His mana returned to full strength, and a chair appeared behind him. He sat on a chair and used object control to control the chair to fly. This time, flying 1,000 meters only consumes about 30% of the mana. Levi kept flying until he ran out of mana and fell. Finally come to a conclusion. When flying on a plane, all mana can fly up to 3,500 meters.
This is the distance I can fly alone. If I bring others with me, the mana consumption will be greater, and the flying distance will be shorter. The object control spell model can continue to be improved. The next step is to find ways to continue to increase the flight speed and reduce flight consumption.
Levi landed on the ground and saw Shadow Attendant, and his heart moved.
The object control spell cannot work on itself because the mana will return to the body after it comes into contact with the skin. If something can block the return of mana, wouldn't it be able to affect itself?
Levi thought about invisible armor. He activated his invisible armor and used object control again. This time, the invisible armor is dyed blue. Levi smiled.
Succeeded? The key is the invisible armor. The invisible armor is really good news to me.
He flew up slowly, then accelerated. Go forward and backward. Turn and brake suddenly. Spin 720 degrees in the air, and fly upside down. Levi tried all kinds of flying situations. After experiencing it, I found that controlling one's own flight is far more free and convenient than flying with an object. At least you don't have to worry about falling. Landing on the ground. The blue light on Levi dissipated. The soil on the ground forms writing. Object control, level 1 minor success, 106/10,000.
Attack spells, defense spells, control spells, and flight spells are all available.
Levi smiled happily. According to the standards of a traditional mage, the number of spells Levi mastered was a bit small. However, Levi pays more attention to practicality and cost-effectiveness. He didn't bother to learn spells that were not very necessary. For example, he hasn't used the ice arrow technique for more than a month. The shadow tentacle spell is used because I often need to help Shadow Warrior replenish shadow elements. The actual frequency of use is also very low. It was only half of the night, and Levi looked at the shadow attendant and decided to take him to the dreamland of Hanshaw City. Shadow Warrior's strength should also be improved. The first level of advanced level is a bit unsatisfactory. Leeway plans to train the Shadow Warrior to the second level first.
Shadow Attendant. Let's go!
Leave the safe house and enter the foggy dreamland. Levi looked up and saw 108 stars still hanging high in the sky, far away and unreachable. He had also imagined what those stars represented. However, that was too far away from him. Levi withdrew his gaze and focused on the present. Come to the nightmare vortex of Hanshaw City. The vortex has shrunk to the size of a palm, indicating that the nightmare dream in Hanshaw City is about to end. Levi took the time to enter dreamland. After performing the great sleepwalking technique, a strong suction force came from the whirlpool under his feet. He was suddenly sucked into the dream. The dream whirlpool seemed to be only as big as a palm. But when Li Wei entered, it was as big as a cold sand city. Volume loses its meaning in dreams. Small is not really small, and big is not really big. Call. Li Wei appeared on the wall of Hanshaw City. The city walls have become ruins, and some areas have been shrouded in the fog of dreams. Fog is engulfing the city. Levi summoned Shadow Attendant and put 2 layers of invisible armor on him.
Go ahead and hunt the nightmares to your heart's content.
When the Shadow Attendant heard this, he was extremely excited and turned into a black light and shot out. Bang! He smashed into a house. And when he came out again, he already had a nightmare core in his hand.
You are allowed to devour all nightmare cores tonight.
Upon hearing this, Shadow Attendant swallowed the nightmare core in his hand without hesitation. Levi jumped off the city wall and landed lightly on the ground like a feather. The nightmare is about to end. And the nightmare that appears in the dream enjoys the last carnival. And the demons dance wildly. It is no longer limited to the form of orcs. All kinds of monsters can be seen.
Hoo-ho!
A nightmare turned into a giant dragon 7 or 8 meters high, spitting out flames and harvesting the power of nightmares. Chapter 100 Shadow Attendant Advancement. The dream of Hanshaw City is about to collapse. And the nightmare demons are dancing wildly, enjoying the last carnival. Sizzle. Crackling. The city burned in the flames of the nightmare dragon. Suddenly, a dazzling orange fireball flew towards the arrogant nightmare dragon. Bang! In an instant, a bright little sun suddenly lit up in the dark city. When the light dissipated, the nightmare dragon had disappeared. Hoo-ho-ho! 7 or 8 nightmares around them rushed toward the center of the explosion, which was still hot. They all want to fight for the nightmare core left behind by the death of the second-level nightmare. Suddenly, more than 10 small fireballs fell from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions sounded one after another. When the sound stopped, all the nightmares disappeared. Several blue lights lit up in the smoke. All the nightmare cores were wrapped in a blue light and flew towards Levi. This is Levi's first attempt to use object control to control multiple objects. It was relatively smooth. Shadow Attendant came back and looked eagerly at the 8 nightmare cores in Levi's hands. Levi threw the first-order nightmare core to him and put away the second-order nightmare core.
Take your time. Eat too much, and you won't be able to digest it.
Shadow Attendant swallowed all the nightmare cores and took the time to digest them. Seeing how greedy Shadow Attendant was, Levi shook his head. Next, Levi and Shadow Waiter hunted nightmares separately. When Shadow Attendant encounters a powerful enemy that he cannot defeat, he leads him to Levi. Levi can easily dispatch enemies with 1 fireball. With his current strength, he can already control the dreamland of Hanshaw City. Unless a 3rd-level nightmare appears, it will be difficult to meet an opponent, even if it is attacked or besieged. The 9-layer invisible armor is a nearly invincible defense. I'm afraid that if the dream in Hanshaw City ends, I won't be able to obtain a large number of nightmare cores. Levi spent the rest of the night hunting nightmares in Hanshaw City's dreams. Until daybreak. The hunt ends. Levi harvested 9 second-order nightmare cores and 46 first-order nightmare cores. Shadow Attendant was also full. During the day, Levi did not summon the Shadow Attendant again, allowing him to digest his power with peace of mind. 2 days later, Shadow Warrior finished digesting the devoured nightmare core, and his level reached the peak of the 1st level. Levi continued to feed it the nightmare core. 5 days later, Shadow Warrior digested all the 1st-level nightmare cores, and finally broke through to the 2nd level. After breaking through the 2nd level, Shadow Warrior has undergone considerable changes. Shadowkeep gains a new ability, Shadow Claws, thanks to Levi's long-term exposure to the Shadow element. After the Shadow Warrior advanced, he awakened the Shadow System ability. Shadow Attendant advanced, and can absorb Shadow elements on its own. You can diet yourself in the future. There is no need for Levi to diet for him every time he summons it. This is good news. Much more convenient. After possessing the Shadow Claw skill, Shadow Warrior finally has a certain attack power and can show some strength. Levi was previously worried that he would not be able to control the second level nightmare, causing Shadow Warrior to lose control. But it did not happen. He breathed a sigh of relief. After feeling that Shadow Attendant is still loyal, he was not stingy and fed all the remaining second level nightmare cores to Shadow Warrior. Try your best to improve Shadow Attendant's strength. In the blink of an eye, more than half of June has passed. There is no news yet on the royalties mentioned by Xinghe Literary Agency. Previously, Levi had already been anxious to ask. Now, after selling the Rock Demonic Beast Demonic Core, I have plenty of money on hand. Not so eager for money. Levi has also been thinking about how to spend the money on hand. After much thought, I decided to keep it until the Mage Exchange meeting. Don't see what you want but don't have the money. After Levi finished his meditation practice, he opened his eyes, and writing appeared in front of his eyes. Crystal Meditation, first level, 2311/10,000. After using the intermediate magic potion, the cultivation speed skyrocketed. Based on the current trend, it is estimated that it will break through the second level in 3 months. In addition to intermediate magic potions, the role of soul crystals is also very critical. Soul crystals strengthen the soul, enhance mental power, and extend the training time. After a period of practice, Li Wei discovered that a soul crystal can maintain its effect for about 7 days at most. He has already used his second soul crystal. There is only one left in my hand. The number of soul crystals is running low. The only way to obtain soul crystals is to hunt the lost souls in dreams. If you are cruel, other sleepwalkers can also turn into soul crystals. The dream world is too big, except for the encounter with Tanya and a lost soul on the first day. For more than 10 days, Levi did not encounter a second lost soul. Sleepwalkers have seen a few of them in the dreams of the Yushin Club. I have never met anyone else on the long river of dreams. The main reason is that the field of view is too small. Now, the range of Levi's mental power has reached 15 meters. Compared with before, it has improved. However, compared to the huge dream world, 15 meters is still small. It's possible that someone was passing by 20 meters away, and Levi didn't know.
There is still one soul crystal left. Don't worry. Even if there are no soul crystals and only intermediate potions, the cultivation speed will not be much slower.
Levi was not in a hurry. Buzz. The magic badge vibrates. Levi took out the magic badge. Magic Butler.
Mage Levi invites you to meet on the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower.
Levi looked surprised.
Who is Levi Dan?
He thought for a moment and decided to go take a look. At least, the news was sent through the Magic Butler, and the meeting place was also on the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower. Don't worry, it's a trap. Levi came to the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower. Meet the Master Levi Dan. Levi Dan looked at Li Wei and said,
Master Trainee Levi, you have been a trainee mage for 3 months.
When Li Wei heard this, he asked with some confusion,
Yes. What's the matter?
Levi Dan twitched the corners of his mouth and said,
It seems you don't know me yet. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Levi Dan Linster, the teaching director of the Mage Tower. I am responsible for arranging the teaching of mage apprentices.
Levi's expression moved slightly. The Linster family? This family has the same status as the Bieber Golden Shield family, and they are both one of the most powerful noble forces in Maple Leaf City. With this background, it's no wonder he became the teaching director of the Master Tower. Levi asked,
Hello, Master Levi Dan.
Levi Dan looked at him and said,
After becoming a trainee mage, you must make contributions to the Mage Tower to enjoy the benefits of the Mage Tower. You need to take on the responsibility of educating the mage apprentices.
Li Wei was speechless. If he was asked to teach others, wouldn't he be misleading his disciples? He doesn't know anything himself. At most, I know more about a few familiar spells. He also had little knowledge of other magic theories. He is a practical mage, not a theoretical mage, Levi said.
Sorry, I haven't completed the mage apprenticeship course yet, so I'm afraid I can't teach others,
Levi then said.
It doesn't matter. You can teach the trainee mage apprentice. As a genius of the Mage Tower, it would be okay for you to share your training experience and give guidance to your juniors. Right.
Li Wei felt unhappy when he heard this. Isn't this a waste of his training time? Chapter 101 Showdown. I am an official mage. Levi then looked at the reluctant Levi and said seriously,
Don't be too selfish as a person. After enjoying the benefits that the Mage Tower gives you, You must also contribute to the Mage Tower and repay the Mage Tower.
Levi was embarrassed. Leviathan smiled slightly and said,
Of course. Considering that you have just become a trainee mage, I can also give you some time. If you are willing to contribute to the Mage Tower in other ways, I can also postpone your start of teaching appropriately to give you some preparation time. I heard that the trainee mage Li Wei is a rich man, and he even uses intermediate magic potions for his practice.
He glanced at Levi and rubbed his fingers without leaving any trace. Li Wei heard the words and heard his hidden meaning. It's nothing more than trying to take the opportunity to blackmail yourself. He was speechless. Leviathan is also an official mage after all, and a member of a famous noble family in Maple Leaf City. He would actually do such a thing. What a surprise! Li Wei suddenly smiled and said,
I remember that formal mages don't seem to need to teach students.
Leviathan was slightly startled.
Yes. So what?
He sneered.
Could it be that you want to say that you have become an official mage?
Levi pretended to be surprised and said,
Hey! How do you know?
Leviathan's face twitched twice. His face darkened and became a little ugly.
Humph. Levi is a trainee mage. Lying is not the character a mage should have. A formal mage is not something you just say you are. Everything must be recognized by the Mage Tower before you are qualified to call yourself an official mage. Also, you are just a trainee mage. Please respect me. I am an official mage.
Leviathan stared at Levi with an unkind look on his face. Leviathan wanted to take the opportunity to blackmail Li Wei, but Li Wei was not polite to him. He walked directly into the third-floor hall of the Mage Tower.
Please give way. I want to go in,
Levi said, looking at Leviathan standing at the door. Leviathan sneered, not believing that he could become an official mage. How old is Levi? It has only been 3 years since I entered the Mage Tower, and I have not even finished the magic theory courses. With good luck, he became a trainee mage. Do you think it's so easy to awaken extraordinary characteristics? Leviathan stepped aside and watched Levi walk towards the magic butler. Levi walked up to the magic butler and said,
Apply for formal mage qualification recognition.
Magic butler.
Levi is a trainee mage. Each trainee mage can only apply for qualification once a year. Do you confirm your application?
Confirm. Magic butler.
The official mage qualification test has started. Please go to the test site.
Boom. The golden door in the center made a sound and glowed with light. The magic butler's eyes fired lasers with arrows, guiding Levi to the testing site. Levi walked towards the golden door. Leviathan saw this and hurriedly followed. Other official mages in the Mage Tower also received the news at the same time. People who had time came to visit and test. The testing site is on the 4th floor of the Mage Tower, and only formal mages can enter to visit the testing process. After passing through the golden door, Levi appeared in a circular hall. In the center of the hall is a magic tablet. It is exactly the same as the magic stone tablet in the apprentice examination ceremony. The voice of the magic butler came from the air.
First step. Please conduct a mana test.
Levi walked towards the magic stone tablet. As he walked towards the magic stone tablet, several figures appeared one after another in the interior of the hall.
Hello, Master Leviathan. Master George. Good morning. Master Guse. Master Lotta.
Several mages greeted each other. Guzé and Luo Ta were a little surprised when they saw Levi. Unexpectedly, he would choose this time to reveal his strength. Leviathan smiled and said,
I'm afraid everyone's trip is in vain.
Hearing this, George said nothing, glanced at Levi, turned around and prepared to leave. Guzé and Luo Ta looked at each other, smiled slightly, and said nothing. Levi put his hand on the magic stone tablet and injected mana into it. After a moment, numbers appeared on the top of the magic stone tablet.
Mana strength 648.
When everyone saw this, they all looked surprised. Guzé and Loda knew that Levi's magic power had reached the standard of a formal mage. But I didn't expect that Levi's mana intensity was so high. When they first become an official mage, most people's mana strength is a little over 300. The mana intensity of more than 600 has reached the standard of a first-level intermediate mage. Leviathan looked shocked. He couldn't believe it.
You must have cheated.
Hearing this, George turned around and looked at the magic stone tablet. After being stunned for a moment, Leviathan was heard shouting that Levi cheated. He glanced at Leviathan and said,
Are you questioning the accuracy of the magic tablet?
Leviathan was silent when he heard this. George is more qualified and stronger than him. Leviathan is backed by the Leinster family, but he is not afraid of George. I just realized that I had lost my composure and was a little embarrassed. A figure walked into the hall.
Mage Lilith.
George saw the person coming and greeted her. When Lilith heard this, she nodded to George to express her greeting. She looked at Levi, a light flashing in her eyes. The voice of the magic butler sounded.
The second step is to take the test of awakening extraordinary characteristics. During the test, please use your extraordinary characteristics as much as possible. The test results are kept confidential, and only whether the test is passed or not is announced.
When Levi heard this, he took back his palm, cast Fireball, cast the spell normally, without charging. The magic steel shot out light that enveloped the fireball in Levi's hand. After a while, the analysis is completed.
The extraordinary characteristics of the primary element system have been awakened and passed the test. Congratulations on becoming an official mage.
Levi felt something vibrate in his pocket. He took out the magic badge in his pocket, and the magic badge automatically flew to the magic stone tablet. Sizzle! The green laser scanned the magic badge and carved lines. After a while, the magic badge fell. Levi reached out and caught it. There is an extra star on the front of the magic badge, symbolizing the identity of a first-level official mage. Levi took the magic badge and walked up to Levi Dan. With a smile on his face, he said,
Master Levi Dan, I didn't lie to you, did I?
Levi Dan looked at his smiling face, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Seeing that there were other people around, he snorted coldly, turned around and left. George smiled and said,
Congratulations. You are the youngest official mage in the history of Maple Leaf City.
Levi's future is limitless, and George is determined to make friends with him. Levi smiled and replied,
Thank you, Master George. Please take care of me in the future.
George smiled and said,
I don't dare to take it seriously. It will only be a matter of time before you surpass me with your talent. If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can discuss it with me. Mages also need to communicate with each other to promote growth.
Levi nodded and said,
Thank you in advance.
Levi turned his head and saw Lilith. His eyes moved slightly, pretending not to recognize her. Chapter 102 Tower Master. Hughes looked at Levi and asked,
Why do you suddenly want to become an official mage?
Levi spread his hands and said helplessly,
That old guy Levi wants me to bribe him. Otherwise he will arrange for me to teach the trainee mage apprentices. I don't want to go, and I don't want to spend the money.
Hughes smiled and said,
Actually, this is good. It can save a lot of trouble. After you show your amazing talent, it is estimated that a mage will find you soon and want to take you as a disciple.
Luota reminded,
Although you are not the disciple of that high-level mage now, you still have to pay attention. If he is not satisfied with you accepting someone else as your master, you will lose more than you gain.
When Levi heard this, he was stunned for a moment before he remembered what he had said to Lotta. Unexpectedly, he still remembered this incident. The reason was just that he made it up casually based on what Luota said. And Luota actually believed it. He glanced at Hughes. Hughes said seriously,
What Master Luota said makes sense. You should think about it. It would be best if you had the opportunity to ask the master you have never met.
Levi looked at him for a while, nodded and said,
Yes, I understand.
He looked at Lilith and asked,
Is this the new mage Lilith from the Mage Tower?
Hearing this, Guzé understood instantly, nodded and said,
Well, let me introduce it to you. Lilith, a first-level peak shadow mage.
Levi laughed in his heart. First-level peak? He didn't believe it. Levi smiled and greeted Lilith.
Hello, my name is Levi.
Lilith looked at his outstretched hand, paused for a moment, and reached out to touch him.
This is our second meeting,
Lilith said. Levi said,
We met outside the cafeteria last time. Please forgive me if I was presumptuous at that time.
Lilith looked at him.
Yeah. Congratulations. I'm leaving.
Lilith turned and left. Levi watched her leave, and his expression became more relaxed after seeing her leave. Hughes looked at Levi and asked,
What? What is your relationship with her?
Levi glanced at him and said,
If nothing happens, I'll go back first. Goodbye, Mr. Hughes and Master Lotta.
Levi left the testing hall. Lotta watched Levi leave, looked at Hughes and asked,
What is the relationship between Lilith and Levi?
Hughes shook his head and said,
I don't know either.
Rhoda did not continue to ask. Levi waited in the room for a while, and Hughes came and knocked on the door. Shadow attendant opened the door and invited Guzé into the room. Hughes is not surprised by Shadow Warrior. He has already seen Shadow Warrior, although I don't know what Shadow attendant is. I roughly know that it should be Levi's summons or a servant. Everyone has their own secrets, and he won't explore them too much. Hughes glanced at the room and said,
After becoming an official mage, you can move to the 5th floor of the mage tower.
Levi shook his head and said,
Forget it. I don't want to move for the time being.
Hughes nodded.
It's up to you. A formal mage can live wherever he wants. By the way, what is your relationship with Lilith?
Hughes asked. Levi said,
It doesn't matter. They are just strangers. Weren't you the person Lilith was looking for earlier?
Guzay asked doubtfully. Levi said,
It shouldn't be me. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to recognize me when she sees me.
He didn't want to drag Guzay into this trouble. Hearing this, Hughes nodded.
Maybe I made a mistake. She may be looking for someone else.
Guzay changed the subject and said,
Have you heard? Mithril ore was dug out in the Kovada mine.
When Levi heard this, he felt that the Kovada mine sounded familiar. He thought for a moment and remembered hearing it there. Soldiers stationed in Darkdale say that the orcs are being sent to work as minor slaves in the Kovada mines. Soon, he focused his attention on the mithril ore. Mithril is the most critical material for making magic equipment. For a mage, there is never too much treasure. Mithril's mana affinity is extremely high, and the loss of conducting mana and magic elements is extremely low. It is a necessary material for making advanced magic props and magic equipment. A small piece of mithril is worth hundreds of gold coins. Levi looked at Guzay and asked doubtfully,
The Kovada mine is the city lord's territory. What does the discovery of mithril ore have to do with us?
Kurosawa explained.
The key is that mithril ore is usually surrounded by a large amount of flow silver ore. The meteorite mine will attract a kind of magical beast called iron-eating ants. Iron-eating ants are as strong as gold and stone. Ordinary soldiers cannot deal with iron-eating ants. A large number of iron-eating ants have appeared in the Kovada mine. The City Lord's Palace is currently unable to deal with these monsters, and can only entrust the Professionals Association to help solve them.
Guzay said with a smile.
It just so happens that the mage is the nemesis of the iron-eating ants. Although the body of iron-eating ants is very strong, and is not afraid of cuts and axes, its resistance to magic is not strong. Magic can easily kill iron-eating ants. After the City Lord's Palace issued the commission, many mages participated in the mission.
Levi smiled knowingly and said,
They want mithril ore?
Hughes nodded and said,
Yes. High-end magic equipment is all custom-made. If you want to order a high-end magic equipment, you must prepare enough materials and money, of which mithril is the most critical. I also plan to go to the Kovada mine to see if there is a chance to get some mithril ore. Are you going together?
Hughes asked. Levi thought for a moment, shook his head and said,
Forget it. I don't have any magic equipment I want now, so I won't take part in the adventure.
He wanted to go, but he just wanted to go alone, along with the others. He couldn't let go and couldn't exert his full strength. Hearing this, Hughes nodded and said,
Okay.
After Guzay left, Li Wei stayed in the room to practice. In the afternoon, he received a message from the magic butler, asking him to go to the 6th floor of the Mage Tower.
6th floor of the Mage Tower?
Li Wei looked up and saw that the highest level of the Mage Tower was only 7 floors. He already knows what the 1st to 5th floors are. The 6th and 7th floors are still mysterious. Levi came to the 3rd floor hall and passed through the golden door. I originally thought I would reach the 4th floor, but I didn't expect to go directly to the 6th floor. The 6th floor is a fully open lobby. 8 white stone pillars around it support the upper and lower floors, and the sky is outside. There is no way to the 7th floor. Levi glanced around and looked at the red carpet under his feet. He walked forward along the red carpet and saw an old man sitting in the middle of the hall with his back to him.
First time we meet? I am the Tower Master of the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower. Torres Tower,
the old man said with his back to him.
Li Wei has met the master of the tower.
Li Wei saluted and said. It was also the first time that Li Wei knew the name of the tower owner. Torresta, the only powerful mage in Maple Leaf City. Alan obtained the core of the rock monster from Tanya, and may be expected to become the 2nd Archmage of Maple Leaf City. Chapter 103, Apparition.
Levi has met the tower owner.
After saying this, Levi stood still. Torresta also remained silent for a long time. Looking at Torresta's back, Levi felt a little nervous. Why did he ask himself to come? The more Torresta remained silent, the more nervous Levi became. He felt an invisible pressure. It feels like you can't breathe. Levi suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did he feel this way? He had never been so nervous and scared when facing Warren. Levi reacted and quickly calmed down. Use meditation to enter concentration. Put an end to random thoughts. And force yourself to calm down. See him calm down. Torresta finally spoke.
He was able to retain consciousness under my mental pressure. His performance was pretty good, but his reaction was a bit slow.
After hearing this, Levi came to his senses and realized that this was Torresta's test. Torresta said,
"It seems that you are not the reincarnation of a high-level mage. To become a first-level official mage at such a young age. His talent is truly amazing."
After hearing this, Levi understood the purpose of Torresta's test just now. It turns out that it is about judging whether one is a real talent or a reincarnated person. He was a little surprised and asked,
"Can people really be reincarnated?"
Torresta said,
"Since there is a world of the dead, there will always be people who can escape from the world of death and live another life."
Levi was thoughtful. People in this world can generally accept reincarnation and rebuilding. Then you don't have to worry too much about being exposed when you travel through time. Torresta asked,
"Will you become my disciple?"
Levi thought for a moment and said,
"I would like to ask, what kind of magic is the master of the tower good at?"
Torresta said,
"Psychic spells."
Levi said,
"Thank you, Tower Master, for your support. I may not be suitable for practicing spiritual spells."
The extraordinary characteristics of the fire elemental body determine that he can practice fire spells, which are far stronger than those of other systems. It is unwise to abandon the strong to pursue the weak. Torresta suddenly smiled.
"Ha ha. What else do you want to hide, kid?"
Leeway looked at him in confusion.
"What do you mean, Tower Master?"
Torresta said,
"You have awakened the second extraordinary characteristic of the spiritual side, right?"
Levi was very surprised. None of the magic steel tested the extraordinary characteristics of primary mana control. Torresta didn't do anything, and he could see it. Li Weigang wanted to quibble. Torresta said,
"Don't worry. Although your talent is very high, it is not that easy to become my disciple. I am not an ordinary spiritual mage."
Li Wei was slightly startled when he heard this. He saw Torresta stand up and turn around. When Torresta turned around, Levi was shocked to find that he looked exactly like himself. Torresta raised his right hand, and a fireball rapidly expanded in his palm. Call! The charged fireball flew towards Levi. Levi subconsciously dodged. Bang! The fireball exploded, and the flames drowned Levi's figure. In an instant, Levi felt the burning sensation of the fire element. He realized something was wrong again. Why didn't the invisible armor work? Fake? Li Wei calmed down and stood still. After a while, the explosion flames in front of him disappeared, and everything returned to what it was before. Torresta was still sitting there, with her back to him. Levi kept retreating and dodging.
"Illusion?"
Torresta said.
"It's not just an illusion. This is a spell I created. Transfiguration. Transfiguration can simulate the enemy's abilities, whether they are spells or combat techniques."
Levi was puzzled.
"But this is still an illusion."
Torresta smiled and said,
"It seems you haven't understood yet."
A fireball emerged and flew to the open space next to it. Bang! The fireball exploded, and a black patch of black appeared on the ground.
"This is your fireball technique,"
Torresta said. Levi walked to the dark place and reached out to touch it. The ground was cracked. It was obviously an illusion, but it actually caused real damage. What is the principle behind this? Is apparition really more than just illusion? It's too perverted to imitate other people's abilities. Torresta said,
"I will teach you the art of transfiguration. Only after you learn the art of transfiguration can you be qualified to be my disciple."
Levi looked up at him in surprise.
"Why?"
Torresta said,
"I relied on my own extraordinary characteristics to create the magic of disillusionment. No one else can learn this spell except me. I don't want the art of apparition to be lost after my death."
Levi understood. Torresta tested himself earlier for this reason. A smile in his mind. A joke. And a spell he couldn't learn? Levi said.
"Thank you, Tower Master."
A magic book flew out of Torresta's hand and landed in Levi's hand.
"Only you can use this magic book,"
Torresta said. Levi nodded and said,
"I promise not to give it to anyone else."
Torresta laughed. Ha ha. He knew that Levi understood the wrong meaning, but he did not remind him to correct it.
"You go back and learn the art of transfiguration first, and come see me again when you learn it. Before that, you can be said to be my disciple."
Levi looked up at him. After thinking for a moment, I understood what he meant. The title of Torresta's disciple can help him solve a lot of troubles. But if he can't learn the art of disillusionment, He can only get a name and cannot get substantial treatment as a disciple. Li Wei sincerely thanked.
Thank you, Tower Master.
Leaving the 6th floor, Levi returned to the room. Halfway through, I met Mr. Guz. Guzé saw Levi holding a magic book and said with some surprise.
Why did you take out the magic book?
Levi said.
This is the magic book given to me by the Tower Master.
Guz looked surprised, but he didn't expect to alert the Tower Master. Torresta has not left the 6th floor for several years. Unless Torresta actively calls, no one else can go to the 6th floor. It has been 13 years since Guzé entered the Mage Tower, and he has yet to see the tower owner. After coming back to his senses, Guz said,
Seize the opportunity. Don't miss it.
Levi smiled and said,
Well, I know.
Since the magic book was given by the Tower Master, Guzé did not ask what spell it was. Li Wei didn't say anything, so he didn't ask to avoid embarrassment. After the two separated, Levi returned to the room. He opened the grimoire and read the spell models. After a long time, new handwriting appeared in front of my eyes. Transfiguration, level 0, 0/10,000. Levi was stunned for a moment. A little surprised.
It seems that transfiguration is indeed very different from ordinary spells. It does feel somewhat similar to the Great Sleepwalking Heavenly technique. Torresta relied too much on extraordinary characteristics when he created the transformation technique, which caused the transformation technique to go beyond the scope of a spell and become a supernatural ability.
Thinking of this, Levi once again realized how powerful the person who created the invisible armor spell was. The invisible armor spell does not rely on supernatural properties at all. Even a trainee mage can unleash the full power of the invisible armor spell. The invisible armor spell can be said to be the pinnacle of 0-level spells. Levi became more and more confused. Where did Aun get this spell? Chapter 104 I'm scared. Night. Dream world. Levi tries to practice transfiguration. The spell model of 0-level transfiguration is extremely complex. More complex than a first-level spell. 18 spell circuits, far exceeding the number of circuits for normal 0-level spells. The key is that the 18 magic circuits are half virtual and half real. The so-called virtual reality refers to whether it is mana or spiritual power that constructs the magic circuit. Magical power is real. Spiritual power is virtual. It was also the first time for Levi to see a spell model built with mental power. This may be what makes spiritual spells special. Excluding the 9 mental circuits, the remaining 9 mana circuits are still in the category of 0-level spells. After a period of familiarity, Levi spent a few minutes and used the disillusionment technique for the first time. Only after the spell was successfully released did he understand the role of the mental circuit. Psychic circuits are key to creating illusions. Levi concentrated his mind and controlled the transfiguration. A flash of bright red appeared in the hand. It looked like a flower, but it was too blurry. Carve the illusion with your thoughts and imagination, filling in the details of the flowers. The rose gradually becomes clear and complete. It took more than 10 minutes before a barely visible rose finally appeared in Levi's hand. If you use it to deceive others, it will easily reveal your flaws. Turning around and looking at it, the details are horrific. Levi looked at the roses in his hands and felt that transfiguration was quite interesting, but a bit difficult. Compared with ordinary spells, disembodiment is several levels higher in both the difficulty of casting and the difficulty of using it. Levi continued to become proficient in the art of transfiguration in his dreams, working hard to increase his proficiency in the art of transfiguration. As long as the mana is not interrupted, the transfiguration can be maintained. A flower becomes more and more vivid in his hand, and then turns into a dagger, a staff, and a book. The objects transformed by apparition are also getting larger and larger. The details are getting richer and richer. The night passed. Levi opened his eyes and got up, yawned, feeling a little tired. Although the spirit is full, if the dream is too complicated, the mind will be tired. Apparition requires a lot of mental energy. Crystal meditation, first level, 2568/10,000. Fireball, first level minor, 5456/10,000. Invisible armor, level 1 minor, 1860/10,000. Object control, first level minor, 1862/10,000. Great sleepwalking technique, first level, 320/10,000. Transfiguration, level 0, 588/10,000. Shadow touch surgery, first level entry, for 50/1000. Ice arrow, level 0 mastery, for 20/2000. Rock breathing method, introduction, 856/1000. Judging from the speed of proficiency acquisition alone, the difficulty of practicing transfiguration is 3 to 4 times that of zero-level spells. After a night of practice, Levi also made a breakthrough in his transfiguration technique. It takes more than 10 minutes and half an hour to create a simple illusion from the very beginning. Now, Levi can create simple illusions at will. The most important thing is that he discovered the important use of transfiguration. Levi stood in front of the mirror, casting the apparition spell. The face of the person in the mirror began to change and turned into the face of a stranger. Levi smiled. The zero-level apparition technique can only create illusions and cannot copy other people's skills like Toresta. It's pretty good for a face change, but the details still need to be perfected. Levi started to make fun of himself. In the future, it will be more convenient when you go out for action. If you had this ability when you met Lilia last time, you don't have to worry about being recognized by Lilith now. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Levi quickly dispelled the transfiguration spell and walked toward the door. Who? It's me. Opening the door, Levi shouted, Teacher Guse. Guse was fully armed and said, I'm ready to leave. I want to say hello to you. Levi nodded. Well, I wish the teacher a safe journey and a fruitful return. Guse said, Now that you have become the disciple of the Tower Master, you can just stay in the Mage Tower and practice. You don't have to worry about any magic equipment. Any magic item the Tower Master gives you will be countless times better than what is sold outside. Levi nodded and responded, Yes, I know. After saying that, Guse didn't stay too long and walked outside. Levi saw Guse and Lotta walking together by the window. Luotal looked back at Levi, then turned back to talk to Guse. They were too far apart, and Levi didn't know what they were talking about. Boom, boom, boom. Levi walked towards the door and asked, Who is it again? Opening the door, he looked surprised when he saw the person coming. Levi Dan, what are you doing here? Levi Dan forced a smile and said, Master Levi, please bear with me for the offense I caused yesterday. This is some sincerity from me. Please accept it. He held a wooden box and handed it to Levi. When Li Wei saw this, he knew that the news that he had become the disciple of the Tower Master had spread. Although he didn't tell Guse yesterday, the meaning was already obvious. Li Wei went to see the tower owner, who also gave him a magic book. Doesn't this mean accepting him as a disciple or something? After Levi Dan learned the news, he came to the Mage Tower early in the morning to apologize to Levi. Want to repair the relationship between the two. Now Li Wei is the disciple of the Tower Master, and his status is much higher than him. The heads of the Leinster family all respected Toresta. Rather than wait until the head of the family knows about this, it is better to take the initiative and repair the relationship with Levi as soon as possible. Seeing that Li Wei was indifferent, Levi Dan quickly said, Master Li Wei, please forgive me for my rudeness yesterday, and I must accept this bottle of intermediate potion. After hearing this, Li Wei's expression finally changed. He took the wooden box and said with a smile, Did you tell me earlier? How could I have trouble with you? Ah, yes, yes. Levi Dan quickly apologized with a smile. Li Wei said, Well, I want to practice. Levi Dan immediately said, Then Master Levi will practice first, and I won't disturb him. Before leaving, he did not forget to compliment him. No wonder Master Li Wei has such amazing achievements at such a young age. He is talented and hardworking. He is a role model for our generation. After closing the door, Levi smiled. Hey. After Levi Dan walked away, his expression changed. His smile disappeared, and he revealed a look of pain. Huh? Madhu, what a shame. This guy really doesn't give in to rabbits. His expression changed immediately when he heard it was a magic potion. Why are young people today so realistic? Levi Dan shook his head helplessly. In the past, he could fool this matter by just talking nonsense. Now, some of it doesn't quite work. Young people are no longer willing to eat the big pie. Levi opened the wooden box, which contained an unopened bottle of intermediate potion. A bottle of intermediate magic potion for free. It's great. Levi Dan was willing to bring a bottle of intermediate magic potion to apologize, which Levi did not expect. He thought that after becoming Toresta's disciple, he would be free from some trouble at most. Unexpectedly, Levi Dan immediately gave up. Only then did Li Wei realize how powerful the reputation of Toresta's disciples was. With this name, he can walk sideways in Maple Leaf City. Chapter 105 I am the Summoner. when Levi was inquiring about tasks related to the Kovada mine on the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower. The magic butler told him something.
Master Li Wei, you have passed the formal mage certification and enjoy the treatment of an official mage. After deducting the monthly benefits you have received, you still have monthly benefits worth 4 contributions that you can still receive.
Levi looked surprised.
So many?
The magic butler ignored his surprise. After coming back to his senses, Li Wei immediately took out the contribution. Looking at the 4 contributions behind the magic badge, Levi felt happy. Unexpectedly, a formal mage can receive 5 contributions every month. If I had known this, I should have become a regular employee in May. What a waste of a month. Levi shook his head, feeling wrong. He thought of something else and asked,
By the way, how much are the benefits for a formal mage to participate in the war?
Magic butler.
A fixed contribution of 3 points will be given out every day.
Li Wei twitched the corner of his mouth and rounded up. This time he was really wrong. No wonder Guze was so anxious to be certified as an official mage. Here's why. Levi didn't want to talk anymore. He didn't want to know anymore how many benefits he was missing out on. Otherwise, you may not be able to think about it. Levi complained in his heart.
Why didn't Mr. Guse tell me about this earlier?
Guse? Of course, it was because Guse thought he knew. Isn't this common sense for every trainee mage? Li Wei quickly made up for the various rules and regulations of the Mage Tower so as not to miss out on some benefits. In the afternoon, Levi left the Mage Tower. After buying some field supplies outside, he took Shadow Attendant and walked towards the Kovada mine. The Kovada mine is a long way away. If you want to find mithril ore, you will probably have to wait a few more days. Levi is ready for life in the wild. After walking 10 kilometers, he regretted a little. Why not rent a horse?
I don't think I can ride either.
Li Wei struggled for a while and gave up thinking.
Shadow Attendant, carry me away.
Shadow Warrior was confused for a moment. Then it rushed into the woods.
Ouch!
A brown bear burst out of the woods and charged at Levi. Levi didn't even react to the sudden attack. The brown bear was about to rush in front, but suddenly stopped, lay down, and showed a flattering look at Levi. Levi hesitated for a moment and asked,
Shadow Attendant?
The brown bear nodded repeatedly. Levi laughed.
Ha ha, that's not bad.
He climbed on the back of the brown bear and sat down. And Shadow Attendant controlled the brown bear's body to carry him towards the Kovada mine. On the road, all the pedestrians I met looked surprised.
Ride a bear? Are you a summoner?
The passerby girl asked curiously. Levi's whole body was shrouded in an invisibility cloak, and his face was pinched using the illusion technique. He glanced at the warrior girl, smiled and said,
Yes, I am a summoner.
In Maple Leaf City, summoners are rarer than mages. After being reminded by a passerby, Levi planned to disguise himself as a summoner. Shadow Warrior can transform into various summons. Levi smiled as he thought of this. Riding a bear on the road is a lot easier. But the brown bear that Shadow Warrior parasitizes is just an ordinary beast. Levi planned to find an opportunity to change to a magical beast so that it would better suit his role as a summoner. Shadow Attendant is already at the 2nd level of intermediate level, able to seize the body and control the 2nd level and intermediate level monsters below. It was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon when we rode a bear to the Kovada mine. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was filled with red clouds, which illuminated most of the mines in red. The presence of iron-eating ants has not disrupted mining operations at the Kovada mine. Mining continues. Only the mines near the iron-eating ants were blocked and mining stopped. When Levi arrived, the orc slaves from the mine were transporting the last batch of ore. Mining technology in Kovada is very primitive, and the ore is mined entirely by manpower. Li Wei stood on the top of the mountain and looked at the mining slaves below like black ants, constantly going back and forth between the mine cave and the ore warehouse.
Hello! Are you the professional who came to kill the iron-eating ants?
Several patrol soldiers saw Levi riding a bear and knew that he was no ordinary person. The patrol leader asked cautiously. Levi nodded.
Well, where are the iron-eating ants?
The patrol leader pointed to the other side of the mine and said,
The iron-eating ants are infested on the other side of the mountain. If you walk over, you can see that a rest camp has been set up there for the professionals to rest. The Kovada mine is currently under military control. Please do not enter or leave other areas at will. It may cause unnecessary trouble.
The patrol leader reminded.
Well, I understand. Thank you,
Levi said. The patrol leader said quickly.
You're welcome, Mr. Professional. Walk slowly.
Shadow attendant controlled the brown bear to carry Levi towards the mountain. Over the top of the mountain, Levi saw a newly reclaimed mine halfway up the mountain. There are basically no mining slaves in the mines here. They are all professionals. There were soldiers guarding the area. Levi arrived at the rest camp halfway up the mountain. The soldiers stationed at the camp took one more look at him and allowed him to enter the camp without stopping him.
Brad, what did you gain today? No, don't mention it. I was almost eaten by iron-eating ants. Master Hughes, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. I hope we can continue to cooperate tomorrow. Oh, what is the origin of the bear rider? Is that bear his pet? No, it looks like a wild bear.
Hughes and Lotta walked together towards the rest camp. He heard the comments from others and turned to look. Hughes looked surprised.
Summoner?
Hearing this, Luota also turned around and said,
Summoner, it is indeed rare here in Maple Leaf City. It doesn't look like an ordinary summoner. Ordinary summoners can't control wild bears. Could it be a druid?
Lotta guessed. Hughes shook his head and said,
Druids will basically never leave the elf empire. Probably not. I heard that there is an extraordinary profession called a beast tamer in the western desert, which can tame and control wild beasts.
Rhoda said. Levi also saw Hughes and Lotta. He didn't get close and found an uninhabited corner in the rest camp to stop and rest. The so-called rest camp is just a flat area with a bonfire burning in the center and no fence around it. Everyone also set up tents around the campfire or sat on the spot. You can use the campfire to cook meat and boil water. Meet some basic rest conditions. The brown bear was lying down, and Levi took out a blanket and put it on the ground, sat down, and rested with his back against the brown bear. After riding the bear for a long time, he also felt a little tired. Practicing the rock breathing technique also had some effects, and his body became much stronger. But compared to a true transcendent, he is just an ordinary person with a relatively healthy body. He usually stays in the mage tower and doesn't go out. Li Wei doesn't pay much attention to the rock breathing method, which means he practices it every day when he thinks of it. After going out this time, he paid attention to it and knew that physical strength was also crucial for a mage. Bang! A warrior dropped a wild boar on his shoulders.
Come on! Come on! I'll treat everyone to some meat.
Chapter 106 Attack.
Come on! Come on! I'll treat everyone to some meat.
Everyone took out their daggers and knives to cut up the meat and roast it. The most indispensable thing in the wild is wild animals. To the common man, the beast is a danger. For extraordinary professionals, beasts are food.
Hello! I see you haven't eaten anything. I'll give you a barbecue.
Brad came over and said Lo. Levi was a little surprised. He stood up and took the barbecue and said,
Thank you.
Brad smiled and said,
I am Brad, the leader of the Glory Mercenary Group.
Levi said,
My name is Timo, a summoner who travels around the world.
Brad looked at the brown bear and asked curiously,
Is this your summoned beast?
Levi nodded.
Yes. He was tamed not long ago.
The brown bear raised his head, glanced at Brad, then lowered his head and closed his eyes to sleep. Brad chatted with Levi for a while, sharing some insights and experiences. Levi reads a lot, and he randomly pulls out passages from books and adapts them into his own deeds, which arouses Brad's admiration. Brad smiled and said,
You have so many experiences. It makes me want to travel around the world. It's getting late. Why don't you take some rest first? Do you have a chance to form a team together tomorrow? I also want to see the summoner's ability.
Levi said embarrassedly.
I'm sorry. I'm not very good at fighting, so I won't be a drag on Captain Blade.
Brad felt a little regretful and said,
That's such a shame.
Seeing Levi's refusal, Brad didn't bother. After saying goodbye to Levi, he returned to the team. Levi sat down and looked at Brad's back with a thoughtful look in his eyes.
What is Brad trying to do? He seems to be trying to find out the identity of everyone in the camp.
Logically speaking, as a leader of a mercenary group, Brad should not take the initiative to strike up conversations with others. Just leave things like striking up conversations to your subordinates. But it was Brad who struck up a conversation with Levi and kept testing his origins while chatting. Not only Brad, but also Levi discovered that the members of the Glory Mercenary Group seemed to be collecting information about professionals in the camp. Levi handed the rose to the brown bear and let it eat it. Prevent the barbecue from being tampered with. He leaned against the brown bear's thick fur and felt the heat coming from his back. He didn't feel cold at night.
What might happen tonight?
Levi had a premonition in his heart. He whispered,
"Shadow attendant, be careful."
The brown bear made a cry to show that he understood. Levi was wrapped in a cloak and huddled next to the brown bear, taking a nap to rest and regain his energy. After waiting for a while, I found that nothing happened in the camp. He didn't bother to waste time waiting.
"Shadow attendant, wake me up immediately if anything happens."
After saying that, Levi used the great sleepwalking technique, sneaked into the dreamland, and took the time to practice the spell. Escape from camp is naturally an option, but if something happens, it would be better to stay with Guse and Lana. Next to them are other official mages and apprentice mages from the Mage Tower. When everyone joins forces, their strength is not weaker than that of the Glory Mercenary Group. On the other hand, Li Wei is also worried about Guse's safety. Staying in the camp will make it easier to rescue people in time. In the dream, Levi stayed in the safe house to practice his spells and did not go out, and be ready to exit the dream at any time. Levi worked hard to use the liver transformation technique to improve his control, to avoid accidentally exposing your identity during the battle later. After midnight, everyone had gone to sleep, except for the night watchman who stayed up all night. The only sounds left in the camp were the crackling of matches and the quiet chatter of the night watchman. Suddenly, a person screamed,
"Ah! My stomach hurts so much!"
This seemed to be a signal, and soon there were more and more screams in the camp. Almost a quarter of the people were awakened by the pain. Others were also awakened by the screams. The brown bear moved and arched Levi. After a few seconds, Levi exited the dream and opened his eyes. Hearing the screams around him, he asked in confusion,
"What happened? Ho ho ho!"
The brown bear also let out a suppressed growl. Shadow attendant controlled the brown bear to turn over and patted its belly. Levi took one look and knew what shadow attendant wanted to express. Brown bears also get stomachaches. For a moment, he thought of the piece of meat that the brown bear had eaten.
"Damn! There's something wrong with the meat!"
Bang bang bang. Suddenly, the sound of fighting resounded in the camp. Levi saw a group of men in black breaking into the camp and massacring the professionals, who were unable to take care of themselves due to pain. Members of the Glory Mercenary Group rushed out and fought with the men in black. The rest of the people also reacted and quickly dealt with the man in black. Levi looked puzzled when he saw Brad rescuing people.
"Isn't he the murderer?"
The meat the brown bear eats is given by Brad. After thinking for a moment, Levi remembered something more crucial. Although the meat was given by Brad, it was roasted wild boar. Brad is fine. The soldier who invited everyone to eat wild boar meat was the problem. He was the real murderer. Levi glanced at everyone and found that the people lying on the ground had more or less eaten roasted wild boar. Fortunately, he was cautious and did not eat the piece of meat. Call! A figure emerged from behind Levi. A ray of cold light flashed across Levi's neck. The assassin attacks Levi from behind. Sonorous. The dagger was blocked by the invisible armor. The assassin was stunned for a moment.
"What the hell is this?"
Levi's eyes narrowed and he looked back. The brown bear jumped up and pounced on the assassin.
"Shadow claws!"
The brown bear's claws turned black, exuding rich shadow power. The assassin was shocked. "What the hell is this?" The assassin used his flexibility and reaction speed to the extreme, dodging left and right to avoid the brown bear's attack.
"Shadow tentacles!"
Shadow tentacles silently emerged from the depths of the shadows, wrapping around the legs of the passing assassin. When the assassin wanted to move, he realized that his leg was entangled with something. Shadow attendant took the opportunity to pounce on him.
"Shadow claws!"
Tear it apart. The claws of Shadow directly tore the assassin's body, killing him instantly. Others did not see the shadow tentacles. Only the brown bear killing the assassin. They all thought that Levi's summons were powerful. Levi turned to look at the others. No movement came from the tent where the mages were resting. Li Wei was a little worried. Have all the people inside been assassinated? He walked towards the tent, and the brown bear came over and handed a dagger and money bag to Levi. Levi put it away and put it in the inner pocket of the invisibility cloak.
"Go and see what's going on!"
Just as he was about to walk over, the tent opened and a group of mages walked out. Hoo ho ho! All kinds of magic bloom. When the man in black saw this, he shouted,
"Retreat!"
Bang bang bang. Various spells burst out, including fireballs, wind blades, earth spikes, thunder and lightning, wooden spears, and flame waves. The attackers abandoned a dozen bodies and fled. Tap tap tap. After a while, the army arrived.
"What happened?"
Lena rode into the camp on her war horse. Levi hid silently behind the crowd. Chapter 107 Golden Anteater. Lena leads the soldiers to clean up the battlefield, take away several injured and captured attackers, to explore their identities and origins. People who were poisoned gradually recovered after taking antidote. In order to poison more people, the poisons used by the attackers tended to be concealed and not highly toxic. At least for extraordinary professionals. It is not fatal. Brad found Levi and apologized slightly.
Sorry. I mistakenly thought you were an enemy lurking in the camp.
Levi glanced at him, turned to look at the brown bear and said,
Do you know there is something wrong with meat?
Brad was stunned for a moment, then said after a moment of hesitation,
I guessed it. Then why didn't you stop them?
Levi asked.
To draw out other people,
Brad said. Levi understood what he was like. He didn't comment much on this, seeing that Levi didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. Brad didn't warm up to him.
Then I won't disturb Sir Timo's rest. I'll leave first.
Brad turned and left. In fact, he still had doubts about Levi. No one knows if there are any hidden enemies in the camp. The Glory mercenary group had been keeping an eye on the poisoned soldier and rushed over to arrest him as soon as they found out something had happened. It turned out that the person had disappeared. There were no clues from the dead professionals to prove the power behind the attackers. They all looked like ordinary professionals. Now, only the few survivors taken away by Reyna may provide clues. Seeing that the chaos was over, Guse, Lotta and others returned to the tent. Before leaving, Guse glanced at Levi, showing a hint of curiosity. He felt that this man's back looked familiar. In the middle of the night, few people could sleep. They were all half asleep and alert. Levi sat on the brown bear, and the old god slowly fell asleep and slipped into his dream. There didn't seem to be any fear of being attacked.
Shadow attendant, be alert.
The brown bear purred. The night passed. Transfiguration, level 0, 1086/10,000. Levi's ability to control transfiguration has been further improved, and more details have been perfected. He can change the characteristics of his voice through apparition, make the voice sound more mature. This is more in line with his identity as a summoner who travels around the world. Levi exited the dreamland and felt that the body of the brown bear behind him had become cold. He was stunned for a moment and touched the brown bear's head.
Shadow attendant. Owner.
Shadow attendant emerged from the shadow of the brown bear. Levi looked at the brown bear and exhaled.
Is he dead?
Shadow attendant nodded. Nightmares can only parasitize living creatures. After the brown bear dies, Shadow attendant can no longer control the brown bear's body. Levi said,
Take the body away and hide it in a hidden place.
Shadow attendant got under the brown bear, lifted it up and slipped into the woods. With the help of the invisible armor covering his body, Shadow Warrior can touch objects and unleash some of the nightmare's powers. With some of the power of the second-level intermediate nightmare, it is not difficult to lift a brown bear. After losing the brown bear, it is urgent to find a new summon. As a summoner, you can't fight without even a summoned beast. After everyone else entered the mine one after another, Levi took Shadow attendant into the mine. In the early morning, the cold air in the mine has not dissipated. After walking more than 10 meters into the mine, Levi felt the temperature drop sharply and become a little cold. Unfortunately, as he is now a summoner, he cannot use fire spells. Otherwise, it would be much more comfortable to create a fire ball to keep warm. Levi tightened his cloak and continued walking forward. After a while, multiple forks appeared in front of us.
Shadow attendant.
Shadow attendant quickly got into the hole and returned soon.
It's blocked this way.
Then he went into other holes. There are 3 forked roads. One is closed and 2 lead to the underground. Levi chose a path with fewer footprints, holding a torch to light the way ahead. I don't know how long I walked, but I still didn't see the so-called iron-eating ants.
Isn't it a dead end ahead? Otherwise there would be so few people walking?
After walking for a while, 2 forks appeared in front of us. This time, there were equally few footprints on both sides. Shadow attendant went to investigate. Tap, tap, tap. There were footsteps behind him, and Levi's heart moved. Extinguish the torch. Lean against the edge of the cave. Activate the invisibility cloak, and disappear on the spot.
Can you really find mithril mines on this road? It seems like no one has ever walked on it. Don't worry. I got the information from an orc mine slave. He said that the first piece of mithril ore was found here.
2 people appeared in front of them. A man dressed as a warrior leads the way holding a torch, and a knight behind him carries a large bag. The 2 passed by Levi without noticing him. After a while, The shadow attendant returned. Both roads can be taken. But there are signs of a small number of iron-eating ants in front of the road on the left. There is a huge cave at the end of the road on the right. Shadow attendant didn't go there, so he didn't know what was in the cave. Levi glanced at the direction the two were heading, and followed them towards the cave on the right. Ah! Screams came from the front. Levi felt a chill in his heart and slowed down. Tap tap tap. The sound of rapid footsteps came. After a while, Levi saw a figure running away in panic. Call out. The sound of breaking wind sounded, and the escaping person suddenly fell to the ground. Flutter. Ah! Help! Swish. 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 A force came from the cave behind and forcibly dragged the knight, who fell to the ground back. The knight desperately grabbed onto things around him to stop, but was unable to stop the huge force coming from behind. His figure continued to retreat and disappeared into the darkness. There were only 3 drag marks left on the ground. Levi stopped and stood there looking forward. The dark cave in front of you is like a bottomless pit, ready to swallow anyone who enters at any time. Shadow attendant. Shadow attendant hurried forward. After a while, he returned to Levi. A monster. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a ghost or something. Fortunately, it's just Warcraft. Extinguish the torch. Be cautious. And move forward in stealth. Turning a corner, I saw some light appearing in front of me, which seemed to be the entrance of a hole. Levi understood that he had arrived at the cave that Shadow Warrior mentioned. It seems that the monster lives in the cave in front. Walk out of the cave and into the cave. With the help of the weak fluorescence in the cave, Levi saw a blurry black shadow entrenched in the corner. The sound of chewing came from the front. Click, click, click. Levi got closer and finally saw clearly what the monster looked like. Golden anteater? Levi looked surprised. The golden anteater is eating the metal armor of the deceased. Suddenly, it dropped its metal armor and walked away. Call out. Levi saw a flash of red light. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, I saw the golden anteater coming back with more than a dozen fist-sized iron-eating ants stuck to its tongue. Click, click, click. Golden anteater chews iron-eating ants and eats. Crunchy. Eat happily and enjoy the delicious food. The iron-eating ants are hard to be harmed by swords and axes, and are as strong as gold and stone. In front of the golden anteater, it is just food. Chapter 108 Conquer. Click, click, click. The golden anteater munches on iron-eating ants. Levi judged the approximate level of the golden anteater by its size. Second level primary. Seeing this situation, he thought that he could let Shadow Warrior control the golden anteater as a new summoned beast. The golden anteater has the ability to counteract the iron-eating ants. It can also play an important role in the subsequent exploration of the cave and the search for mithril ores. Levi whispered. Shadow servant, prepare to fight. Shadow attendant quietly approached the golden anteater. The golden anteater stopped eating and looked around, as if he sensed a hint of danger. Suddenly, several shadow tentacles stretched out from the darkness and wrapped around the golden anteater, fixing it in place. Roar! The golden anteater roared and struggled hard, trying to break free from the control of the shadow tentacles. Levi felt that the shadow tentacles were rapidly collapsing. Speed up the movements of your hands. Shadow Warrior rushes towards the golden anteater. Shadow claws! Black light flashed. Sparks exploded from the golden anteater. He was attacked by shadow elements, leaving 3 bloody wounds on his body. The golden anteater is injured, and all attention is focused on Shadow Warrior. Call! A flash of scarlet flashed. The golden anteater's tongue hit Shadow Warrior at an astonishing speed. Bang! Click! Shadow attendant was knocked backwards and flew more than 10 meters, hitting the wall of the cave. The invisible armor was broken into pieces. When Li Wei saw this, he understood that the golden anteater in front of him had reached the second level intermediate level. Call! A flash of fire lit up, and the light of the flames quickly spread in the cave, illuminating the dim cave. Levi finally saw the whole picture of the golden anteater clearly. The golden anteater is covered in bright yellow metal scales, with some hard hair on its joints. The mouth is 1 meter long. The eyes were covered with hair and could not be seen clearly, and they seemed not to be open. Feeling the threat brought by the fireball, the golden anteater quickly turned around and flicked its tongue towards Levi, sweeping across like a whip. Call! Shadow Warrior rushed over, blocked the tongue whip, and was knocked out again. The fireball in Levi's hand is turned orange. He throws fireballs. The golden anteater's tongue is extremely flexible and dances rapidly. instantly creating several afterimages in the air. Hoo ho ho! It wants to explode the fireball, Li Wei thought. And the fireball flew upward.
Object control!
Bang! A boulder lit up with blue light, moved sideways and hit the golden anteater, interrupting its attack. Call! The fireball took the opportunity to rush down quickly. At the moment of crisis, the golden anteater opens its mouth and spits out a stream of green corrosive slime. Poof! The fireball burned the slime, and an extremely unpleasant smell emitted from the cave. Bang! The fireball was attacked and detonated prematurely. The shock waves spread quickly, and the cave was shaking. Levi glanced worriedly above his head, worried that the cave would collapse.
Cough cough cough! Poisonous!
Levi stepped back continuously and exited the cave.
Shadow attendant! Come on!
Shadow warrior rushed into the cave filled with poisonous gas. Hoo ho ho! Bang bang bang! There were sounds of fighting in the cave. And after a while, the sounds of fighting stopped. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of walking approached. And the golden anteater walked out of the cave from the darkness and approached Levi. When Levi saw that the golden anteater did not attack, he knew that Shadow Warrior had controlled the golden anteater's body.
Shadow attendant!
Levi shouted. The golden anteater nodded. He smiled and said,
It worked!
Checking the golden anteater's injuries, it was found that there were obvious explosion wounds on the side of the golden anteater. It was pitch black and most of its metal scales were shattered. Although the fireball did not directly hit the golden anteater, the power of the explosion had already caused considerable damage to it. In the ensuing battle, Shadow Warrior took advantage of his illness to kill him and successfully seized control. Levi opened his cloak, took out a bottle of life-restoring potion, and poured it on the golden anteater's wound. Finding that one bottle was not enough, he poured out 3 bottles, and the golden anteater's wounds gradually began to heal. The vials of life-restoring potion are all benefits from the last battle. It doesn't hurt to use it on the golden anteater. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the golden anteater's injuries basically recovered. Shadow Attendant controls the golden anteater to eat metal and iron-eating ants, and regrow metal scales. Metal scales are an important defense for golden anteaters against iron-eating ants. Click, click, click. The golden anteater eats, and Levi checks on the 2 dead people. The metal on both men was eaten by the golden anteater. There are some non-metallic objects left. Earlier, he saw the large bag carried by the knight left on the ground. Levi opened the big package and found a bunch of smelly plant branches and leaves inside.
Huh? What is this?
Levi picked up a branch and walked towards the golden anteater.
Shadow attendant, grab an iron-eating ant and bring it here.
The slender tongue stretched out and shook off a wounded iron-eating ant. Levi dropped the branches and leaves next to the iron-eating ants. The iron-eating ants quickly dragged the injured body away.
So, this plant can repel iron-eating ants? I don't know what kind of plant it is.
Levi took off a few pieces and put them in his pocket, and then asked Shadow Warrior to carry the large package on his back in case of emergency.
Let's go inside and have a look.
Shadow Attendant controlled the golden anteater to walk in front, heading towards the place where the iron-eating ants were. Swish, brush, brush. Walk along the way and eat along the way. The golden anteater's metal scales grow rapidly. The 3 abilities of the golden anteater are metal scales, strong tongue, and super acid. Relying on these 3 abilities, the golden anteater is considered a strong one among monsters of the same level. Moving along the direction where the iron-eating ants appear, we encounter more and more iron-eating ants. Walking back, there are holes and uneven spots made by iron-eating ants everywhere. If you are not careful, you will fall into pieces. Bang bang bang. There was an unclear sound of fighting coming from the front. Levi's heart moved. He was about to reach the depths of the cave. Last night, Levi rested in the camp, listened to other people chatting, and got a general idea of the situation in the underground mine. At first, the orc mining slaves were ordered to open new mines. Digging all the way down, we found many hollow caves. They are all mine holes left behind by iron-eating ants after they have eaten up all the flowing silver stones. Finally, the orc miner slave discovered a huge cave underground. There are a large number of flow silver stones and a large number of iron-eating ants in the cave. The orc slave who fled in embarrassment brought out a piece of ore. After identification, it was found to be precious and rare mithril ore. When we arrived at the cave where the orc mine slaves found a large number of iron-eating ants, we were almost close to the location of the mithril ore. Levi was already near the door. The golden anteater walked in front to clear the way, and Levi followed behind. The noise coming from the cave ahead is getting louder and louder. Suddenly, the surrounding area became brighter, and Levi appeared on a platform, 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Below is a large area of silver-white flow silver stone. Meteorite is not a solid, but a liquid metal. But not mercury. Meteorite is a natural alloy with complex composition. Because of its extremely toxic nature, it is often used to set traps. Some magic traps can even evaporate liquid silver into smoke, quietly poisoning intruders who break into the trap. After many high-ranking officials and nobles died, they liked to make river traps around their tombs using flow silver stone. Chapter 109 Mithril Ore. Meteorite is highly toxic though, but for iron-eating ants, it is a valuable resource that can quickly promote their growth. The golden anteater, which can eat iron-eating ants, is not afraid of the poison of flowstone. However, the golden anteater cannot directly swallow the meteorite. Leeway looked into the distance, and the flow silver stone emitted a faint white fluorescence, illuminating the cave slightly. The field of view is about 10 meters. There was darkness further away, making it difficult to see clearly. The occasional flash of magical light proves that there are other people not far away. Levi walked to the edge of the stone platform and looked down. 5 or 6 meters below the feet is a lake formed by the accumulation of flowing silver stones. If it falls, the consequences will be disastrous. No wonder not many people take this road. It turns out there is no road at the end. Levi lay on the back of the golden anteater and grasped the wire-like hair on the left and right sides. Shadow Attendant used part of his strength to grab Levi and fix him behind the golden anteater. The golden anteater stretched out its hooked claws and crawled on the nearly vertical rock wall, much slower than walking on flat ground, but as steady as a rock. There was no tendency to fall. Levi can fly directly, but unless it is a critical moment, he will not expose his flying ability easily. The ability to control objects and fly is his trump card. Moreover, in places like underground mines, the ability to fly is also greatly restricted. The advantages of flying are not obvious. The golden anteater climbed dozens of meters on the mountain wall and finally saw a place to rest. Bang! The golden anteater jumped down. Levi shook and turned over. Swish, swish, swish. Several iron-eating ants discovered Levi and approached him. Call out. The golden anteater flicked its tongue, and all the iron-eating ants that approached were taken away. Click, click, click. Crunchy. Chicken flavor. Leeway heard that the corpses of iron-eating ants could be taken back and sold for money. A kind of biological metal can be extracted from the body of iron-eating ants, and its performance is several times higher than that of ordinary iron. Copper and other metals can be used to create advanced weapons and armor, but that would require a large number of iron-eating ants. At least hundreds or thousands. If there were space rings, Levi would still be willing to collect them. Now let's just let the golden anteater eat it. Swish, swish, swish. More and more iron-eating ants appear around. Levi saw iron-eating ants emerging from the silvery silver lake. The golden anteater keeps flicking its tongue to swallow the iron-eating ants. The ants kill the elephant. Levi asked Shadow Attendant to clear the way and leave this dangerous area. This place is too close to the Silverstone Lake, and there might be an ant nest under the lake. Clang, clang, clang. The light of a torch appeared ahead. A group of people teamed up to eliminate iron-eating ants. Iron-eating ants are too small and not easy to deal with. Swish, swish, swish. Be careful! First order iron-eating ants! Levi turned to look, and saw a black and red iron-eating ant more than half a meter long walking out of the darkness. The fist-sized iron-eating ant is the zero-level iron-eating ant. The first-order iron-eating ants quickly crawled towards a few people, followed by a group of zero-order iron-eating ants of different sizes. Sonorous. The sword slashed at the iron-eating ant, causing sparks to explode. The body of iron-eating ants is as hard as iron. The first-order iron-eating ants are even more terrifying. Click. The first-order iron-eating ant closed its mouthparts and bit off a fine steel sword. The warrior with the broken sword quickly retreated. Whoosh! The arrow flew and hit the first-order iron-eating ant. The arrow collided with the body of the iron-eating ant, causing sparks to appear. The attack is difficult to cause effective damage. Step aside! Split the mountain and chop! A brilliant burst of fighting spirit. Weapons attached to fighting spirit burst out with astonishing power. Cut off half of the iron-eating ant's fangs with one knife. The blade struck the mouthparts of the eating iron ant, and blood flowed from the mouthparts. The iron-eating ant screamed. Chi-chi-chi-chi! Everyone took advantage of the victory to pursue and besiege him from the side. Clang, clang, clang. Under the siege of everyone, the first-order iron-eating ants were gradually dismembered. Click! A sharp magic sword pierced the iron-eating ant's head, killing it completely. Everyone joined forces and fought hard to kill the first-order iron-eating ant. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of iron-eating ants moving was heard. Everyone turned to look. Their expressions changed drastically. 3 first-order iron-eating ants approached and surrounded everyone. To deal with a first-order iron-eating ant, several people had already tried their best. Facing the siege of 3 iron-eating ants, everything is at stake. Just when several people were about to abandon their loot and escape, suddenly, a first-order iron-eating ant fell down. With a cry, he was dragged into the darkness. Immediately afterwards, the sound of chewing came from the darkness. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, showing horror. What? It can actually kill a first-order iron-eating ant instantly. Tap tap tap. The golden anteater appeared in the field of vision of several people. It also held a first-order iron-eating ant with its head bitten off in its mouth. Everyone looked panicked.
Second-level monster.
Click, click, click. The golden anteater eats the head of the iron-eating ant and drops the body on the ground. Looking at the few people, they subconsciously took a step back. A figure came out from behind the golden anteater.
Hello,
Levi greeted. Several people looked at him with disbelief. How dare this person stand next to the monster? Isn't he afraid of death? Someone in the team suddenly said,
I remember. I seem to have seen you in the camp. Are you a summoner?
Levi nodded and said,
I am a summoner who is traveling around the world. My name is Timo.
After everyone heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief.
It scared me to death. I thought I was dead. Brother, you are so powerful. You can actually control a second-level monster. Stop chatting. There seem to be more iron-eating ants around.
Li Wei turned around and saw several vague figures of first-order iron-eating ants appearing in the distance. That height is definitely unmistakable.
Brother Timo, leave quickly. Something is wrong here today. The number of first-order iron-eating ants has increased.
Several people quickly retreated, with Li Wei by their side. They no longer worried about the first-order iron-eating ants not far away. It seems that it is aware that the golden anteater is the natural enemy of the iron-eating ant. The remaining 2 iron-eating ants stopped not far away and did not approach. Seeing this, the golden anteater stretched out its long tongue and stabbed into the body of the dead iron-eating ant. The long, hollow tongue sprays super acid that melts the internal organs of iron-eating ants. With one sip, the golden anteater sucks out the internal organs of the iron-eating ant. Compared with the outer SHL, the internal organs of iron-eating ants contain richer and more nutritious substances. Li Wei saw 7 or 8 first-order iron-eating ants approaching, followed by hundreds of densely packed zero-order iron-eating ants.
Gone.
Shadow Attendant controlled the golden anteater's body and turned around to leave. Hoo ho ho! Wielding its long tongue, it swept away the iron-eating ants in front of it. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of meteorite falling to the ground was heard in the distance. Levi turned to look and saw a group of iron-eating ants moving a huge piece of or out of the Silverstone Lake. A corner of the ore shone with a deep silver light. Taking a closer look, it was a piece of mithril. A large piece of mithril ore appeared in the ant colony. Liddy was not the first discoverer. There was someone closer to flowing Silverstone Lake than him. Brad was shocked to see the huge mithril ore in the ant colony. After reacting, he shouted without hesitation, Go! Chapter 110 Fighting. Huge mithril ore appears in the ant colony. Everyone who is retreating stopped one after another. Some people think this is an opportunity that cannot be missed, and risk rushing into the ant colony in an attempt to obtain mithril ore. Some people feel it is too dangerous and after hesitating for a moment, exit the danger zone. Hoo ho ho!
Firewall technique!
After the mithril ore appeared, the mages couldn't stand it anymore. The second-level ring mage casts a spell, and a moving wall of fire appears on the battlefield, pushing all the way, killing countless zero-level iron-eating ants. Firewall is a second-level fire spell, a range attack spell. Killing level 0 iron-eating ants is easy. Iron-eating ants have no magic resistance. The body of the dead iron-eating ant appeared to be intact, and its internal organs had been cooked and burned. Compared with the solid iron SHL, the internal organs of iron-eating ants are more fragile, unable to withstand the second-level firewall attack. After the second-level ring mage took action, others couldn't help but took action one after another. For a moment, the dim cave was illuminated by magical light. Fireballs, wind blades, lightning, wooden spikes, rock pillars, and water waves are everywhere. After the mage took action with all his strength, the battlefield situation changed instantly. Originally there were hundreds of iron-eating ants that were densely packed like a tide. In the blink of an eye, he was bombarded with magic. Several roads appear leading to the depths of the ant colony.
Come on! The ore is mine! Don't fight yet. Get the ore out, and then divide it.
Bang, bang, bang. While everyone was fighting the iron-eating ants, they were also fighting other professionals. Someone suggested joining forces to get the ore out and redistribute it. But no one listened. No one wants to give away the extremely precious mithril ore to others. They all want to take it all to themselves. The scene was very chaotic. Swish, swish, swish. More iron-eating ants crawled out of the Silverstone Lake. The number of iron-eating ants is increasing. And in a blink of an eye there are more than 3,000 ants. First-order iron-eating ants can also be found everywhere. Call. Boom, boom, boom. A second-order iron-eating ant crawled out of the Silverstone Lake. Liquid silver fell from the body of the iron-eating ant and hit the ground, making a sound. Swish, swish, swish. The second-level iron-eating ants are even more terrifying in size. 1 meter tall and 3 to 4 meters long. Although smaller than the anteater, its combat power may be stronger. The iron-eating ant's defense is higher than that of the golden anteater, and its power is several times that of a monster of the same level. The power of a second-level elementary iron-eating ant is no less than that of a second-level advanced warrior professional. The power is extremely terrifying. The smaller the iron-eating ant is, the higher its strength multiplier is. The strength of the zero-level iron-eating ants is enough to tear through steel, which is stronger than ordinary first-level monsters. The strength of a first-level iron-eating ant can easily bite through armor, and its power is comparable to that of a second-level monster. Even so, the iron-eating ants still possess power that far exceeds that of monsters of the same level. The appearance of the second-order iron-eating ants subconsciously slowed down everyone's pace. Then, some people's pace became faster. They want to take the mithril ore before the second-order iron-eating ants. Levi stood on the edge of the battlefield. Seeing the few people who had just escaped return, they rushed into the ant colony again and headed towards the mithril ore with difficulty. He was a little confused. Why did the ant colony suddenly push such a large piece of mithril ore out of the lake? Iron-eating ants do not eat mithril because they cannot digest it. They only eat ordinary metal ore and flow-silver stone.
Wait first. Don't rush to take action.
Levi did not choose to rush into the ant colony to fight for the mithril ore. The person who gets the ore first is not necessarily the winner. Only the one who laughs last is the winner. Levi saw that those who left the battlefield first did not stay away. They hide in the mines. You can tell with your toes that they want to rob someone on the road. Bang! A second-level warrior was knocked out by a second-level iron-eating ant and fell into the ant colony.
Ah!
There were screams. After a fierce fighting spirit broke out, the second-level warrior, who was covered in wounds, escaped from the ant colony. Almost died. Brad rushed towards the mithril ore, and the second-order iron-eating ant stopped in front and attacked him.
Breaking through the air,
Brad struck out with his sword. Sonorous. The sword collided with the iron-eating ant's forefoot, and a large spark erupted. The fighting spirit cut off the iron-eating ant's front legs in half. Buzz! Brad's jaw was shocked to the point of bleeding, and his arm was so shocked that it hurt. He quickly pulled back. The power of the second-level iron-eating ant is too terrifying, and he is no match for it. If he continues to hit her head-on, his arm will become useless. Seeing this, he shouted loudly,
"Let's join hands and get the ore out first. If the ore stays in the ant colony,
no one will get it by then."
Brad stepped forward, and everyone hesitated for a moment before raising their hands in agreement. He is the leader of the Glory Mercenary Group, and he is quite famous, so everyone is willing to listen to his opinions. An unknown person also shouted before, but it was of no use. Everyone worked together to eradicate the iron-eating ants, trying to get the huge ore out of the ant colony. I don't know what's going on, but the iron-eating ants seem to be crazy and won't let anyone get close to the ore. Bang, bang, bang. Fireball. Ice cone. Wind blade. Water wave.
Rockthorn.
Under a series of magic bombings, the second-order iron-eating ants also quickly fell. Everyone successfully approached the huge mithril ore. After Brad got closer, he felt that the ore in front of him was a little strange. It doesn't look like an ore, more like a lump of mud mixed with something. He glanced at the mithril at the top of the ore. No matter what, at least there must be mithril in this ore. Get it out first and then talk.
Cover. Soldiers. Knights. And I will help get the ore out.
Boom! The ore was pushed out of the ant colony by everyone. The ants are chasing everyone frantically, preventing them from taking away the ore. Boom! 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 2 more second-order iron-eating ants appeared, striding towards the crowd.
Be careful. This is a second-level intermediate iron-eating ant.
As soon as this statement came out, no one dared to approach the 2 iron-eating ants. Unstoppable. The second-order iron-eating ants strode forward and soon approached the ore. When Brad saw this, his eyes widened and he shouted,
Support! Support! Stop them!
Levi stood watching this scene from a distance and couldn't help but shake his head.
That's so stupid. Just break the ore and take away the mithril. It's okay. You have to move the whole ore away.
Bystanders are clear, but the authorities are confused. The optimal strategy is of course to directly take away the visible mithril, maximize profit strategy, and remove the entire ore. There is no doubt that everyone has chosen to maximize their own interests. No one proposed giving up or breaking the ore at all. Levi raised his hand, wanting to help. He looked around and retracted his arm. There was someone nearby, but it was still not exposed. In order to protect the ore from leaving the ant colony, everyone tried their best. 2 second-level intermediate iron-eating ants were blocked by the mage's spell and killed the other. Brad and the others rolled the ore out of the ant colony and towards the exit. Swish! 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 Iron-eating ants are in hot pursuit. First-order iron-eating ants also kept appearing in front, trying to stop them. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded and lured away. Click! Brad was stunned. What was the sound? Bang! The rolling ore exploded and fragments flew into the air. Everyone looked up and saw several pieces of rubble flying out with mithril exposed. Some fell in the ant colony, and some fell in the open space. Someone got lucky and caught a piece in midair. The next second, he was pierced by an arrow. Ah! Screams came. Brad's figure flew backwards more than 10 meters and crashed into the ant colony.
Chapter 111 Ant King. Bang! Brad's figure flew backwards more than 10 meters and crashed into the ant colony. The ore exploded, shattered and disappeared. A red iron-eating ant appeared on the spot. The red iron-eating ants are larger than the second-order iron-eating ants. He is 2 meters tall and 6 to 7 meters long. 2 people who were carrying the ore were killed and 2 injured. Brad fell into the ant colony. His life or death unknown. Lotta saw the red iron-eating ants and exclaimed,
King of Ants!
Hughes looked at him subconsciously and asked,
How strong is he?
Lotta said with a bitter look on his face.
The Ant King may have been advancing just now, so the ant colony will always protect it. Now that it has advanced, it is at least a 3rd-level monster.
Hearing this, Guzay already had the intention of retreating in his heart. The 3rd-level Ant King. It was beyond his capabilities. You can still work hard and find a way to deal with the 2nd-level iron-eating ants. With his current strength, he simply cannot afford to offend the 3rd-level Ant King. The Ant King turned around and looked at the crowd, with their figures reflected in his eyes. The next second, the Ant King turned into a scarlet lightning and quickly approached everyone. Call!
Shield Rebellion!
A 2nd-level knight raised his shield, trying to block the fast-moving Ant King and create opportunities for others. Bang! The next moment, the knight flew more than 10 meters away with the shield in his hand. The knight hit the mountain wall, and his shield was inserted directly into the mountain wall. The power of the Ant King is terrifying and intimidating. Bang, bang, bang. The Ant King rushes into the crowd and kills quickly. No one can stop him. Just like how everyone slaughtered iron-eating ants before.
Too fast. There's no way to aim.
Wilder, the only 2nd-level mage present, said nervously. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he felt very bad. The Ant King seemed to be coming towards him. According to the previous situation, the 2nd-level magic shield on his body was unable to withstand the attack of the Ant King at all. Wilder felt a little panicked. He shouted in horror.
Stop it! Stop it quickly! Fire wall technique!
In panic, Wilder released a wall of fire to block him. Bang! The Ant King smashed through the wall of fire, his body burning with flames, and rushed towards Wilder. The flames reflected its red body more and more vividly, just like a burning flame.
Swamp technique!
Puff! The mage next to him cast a spell, trying to intercept the Ant King's footsteps. The Ant King stepped into the mire, and the next second, he easily got out. The scope of the quagmire is too small to stop its progress. In the face of the terrifying power of the Ant King, No obstacle can stop its progress. Bang! Wilder was sent flying, and 3 rays of light erupted from his body. All the defensive magic items he carried were shattered before he could block the Ant King's blow. The Ant King quickly turned around and swept away the others around him. In the blink of an eye, everyone was killed to pieces. When people in the distance saw this scene, they were thankful that they didn't get close and escaped unharmed. Li Wei looked at the Ant King and thought for a moment, but did not take action. Unlike the rock monster, the Ant King moves much faster, is more agile, and has stronger combat effectiveness than the rock monster. The charged fireball technique may be able to kill the Ant King, but the hit rate is worrying. The Ant King is a genuine 3rd level monster, a powerful 3rd level monster with no shortcomings. Li Wei glanced at Gyu's and the others who had escaped from the battlefield, turned around and disappeared into the cave. Roar! The Ant King stood in the group and roared. The human beings left the corpses on the ground and fled the cave in embarrassment. The Ant King did not pursue it, but returned to the flowing silver stone lake with many iron-eating ants. It has just broken through and needs time to stabilize its level. Call! The golden anteater snake head was retracted, with several iron-eating ants stuck to it and a stone rolled around it. Shadow Attendant handed the stone to Levi. Levi motioned for it to be placed directly on the ground. The golden anteater's tongue is covered in mucus and acid strong enough to corrode metal. Levi didn't dare to touch it. The golden anteater placed the stone on the ground, stretched out its claws to crush the stone, and a piece of deep mithril fell out. Levi carefully picked out the mithril, glancing left and right. A stream of flame shot out from his fingertips, burning the mithril ore. Sizzle! Burned the golden anteater's slime and acid away. Levi picked up the mithril ore. The deep silver metal is mixed with bits of black and brown soil. Mithril ore needs to be refined to obtain higher purity mithril. The higher the purity of mithril, the higher its value. Refining mithril needs to be left to professionals. Alchemists, potions masters, and blacksmiths can all refine mithril. Li Wei weighed the mithril ore in his hand. It didn't feel heavy. At most 3 or 4 kilograms. It is estimated that there will not be much mithril refined. Crafting a magic weapon is hard enough. Levi put the ore into his cloak pocket. Let's go! After taking a few steps, 2 people jumped out in front of me. Stop! Hand over the mithril ore. Your summoned beast is indeed powerful. But in this case, you'd better be honest and hand over the ore. An assassin emerged from behind Levi, with a dagger across Levi's neck. The golden anteater moved. Several people shouted nervously, "Don't move! Order your summoned beast to lie down and don't move!" The assassin pressed the dagger to Levi's neck. Be honest. No! What is this? The assassin felt something was wrong with the touch from the dagger. It's not the feel of skin. Levi glanced at several people with cold eyes. Kill them! Call out. The long scarlet tongue instantly turned into lightning and penetrated the bodies of the 2 people in front. The 2 tried to dodge and resist, but to no avail. They couldn't see the movements of the tongue at all. The assassin realized that something was wrong with Li Wei, so he became cruel and used his fighting skills to kill Li Wei. Heart stab! Click, click, click. The dagger collided with the invisible armor. Click. The invisible armor was broken into pieces. Li Wei looked surprised and praised. Yes, it's pretty awesome. There was hope in the assassin's eyes, and he roared, "Make it stop! Otherwise I will kill you!" Levi sneered. Did you make a mistake? The dagger in the assassin's hand swiped across Levi's back, trying to threaten him. Kaka! Seeing that the dagger was blocked, he looked shocked. Isn't the magic shield broken? Levi. Sorry. I have many layers of shields. Poof! A long tongue penetrated the assassin's body from behind, lifting him up and away from Levi. Bang! Bodies were left on the ground. Assassins never die in peace. Levi glanced at the dead assassin. His strength is not weak, and the strongest blow he unleashes can already hurt a second-level professional. Successfully broke through a layer of invisible armor on Levi's body. As a first-level assassin, being able to do this is already very powerful. Levi casually added a round of invisible armor. Shadow Attendant, clean up the battlefield. Hoo ho ho! The belongings of several people were rolled up in front of Levi. Levi picked up the money bag and other things that were convenient to take away, and threw everything else to the golden anteater. Click, click, click. Crunchy. The golden anteater eats as it walks. The wound is healed, and the metal scales on his body have become stronger. Chapter 112: The Destroy Camp. Levi and Shadow Attendant were walking in the dim underground mine. Suddenly, He stopped and looked at the ground beneath his feet. He asked with some uncertainty,
"Have we been here before?"
The golden anteater gave him a confused look. Unable to answer this question, Levi left a mark on the wall and moved on. Half an hour later, he was back at the mark.
"Damn! Lost."
Levi scratched his head, not knowing what to do. He looked at the golden anteater and asked,
"Do you know the way out?"
Shadow Warrior shook his head, expressing that he didn't know. He only controlled the golden anteater's body, but did not obtain the golden anteater's memory. If the golden anteater is allowed to move on its own, there is a chance it can find a way out of the underground. But that's just a chance. Golden anteaters may not be obedient. Helpless, Levi had no choice but to continue exploring and use marking methods to find the exit.
"Is there something wrong with this direction? Why do I feel like I'm going deeper and deeper?"
In theory, heading higher is the exit. But the problem was that Levi kept going up and found that there was no way. He looked up and then at the golden anteater.
"Can you dig a way out?"
Shadow Warrior controls the golden anteater to dig into the soil. After watching for a while, Levi waved his hand and said,
"Forget it. It's too slow. It will take you until the year of the monkey to dig out a way out."
The golden anteater turned his head and looked at him innocently. Levi said,
"Let's go and see if we can meet anyone else."
The underground is full of burrows dug by iron-eating ants, some large and some small. The most spacious place can even accommodate a horse-drawn carriage. I can barely crawl through the narrowest places.
"Hurry up. The iron-eating ants are chasing us."
Levi heard a sound in front of him and quickly quickened his pace. After running for a while, I found that the sound gradually became distant. He looked at the cave wall next to him and realized there was a road next to it.
"Shadow Attendant, dig up this dirt."
The golden anteater quickly uses its claws to dig into the earth and rocks. Solid rocks are easily shattered by sharp claws. Swish. Brush. Brush. 10 minutes later, the golden anteater dug through the soil between the two tunnels. Levi walked over quickly. Click. 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 The golden anteater has begun to hunt the surrounding iron-eating ants. Levi glanced around and saw many iron-eating ants.
"Stop eating. Go chase someone first."
He chased the iron-eating ants in the direction they were heading. The golden anteater flicks its tongue to clear the way, moving forward unobstructed. Without the golden anteater, it would have been a lot of effort for him to move forward in the ant colony. Levi was secretly glad for his previous decision. After a while, Levi saw two first-order iron-eating ants.
"Ice arrow!"
Whoosh! 3 ice arrows hit a first-level iron-eating ant. The body of the iron-eating ant climbs up a layer of frost, and its movement slows down. Leeway was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet Guzay.
"The frost is biting!"
The staffing Guze's hand glows, increasing the power of the spell. Click. 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 The body temperature of the iron-eating ants covered in frost dropped sharply, and their blood was frozen into slag. The body of the iron-eating ant was stiff and cold, and it fell down unable to move.
"Rockthorn!"
Rhoda cast a spell, and a rockthorn sprang out from the ground, trapping another first-order iron-eating ant against the wall. Click! The iron-eating ant struggled, and the huge force broke the rockthorn, regaining freedom. Lotta has cast a new spell.
Swamp technique!
The soil beneath the iron-eating ant's feet softened rapidly, and turned into a wet quagmire. The feet lost support, and were covered in iron. The extremely heavy body of the iron-eating ant sank rapidly. The iron-eating ant struggled to get out of the mire, but its huge power cannot be exerted at all. The mire technique is useless against the third-level ant king, but it is very useful against the first-level iron-eating ants. Achieve the effect of using softness to overcome hardness. The terrifying power of the iron-eating ants cannot be fully exerted. Iron-eating ants are trapped in a mire and cannot escape. Guzay shouted.
"Hurry up! There are iron-eating ants behind us!"
Compared with the first-order iron-eating ants, the more numerous zero-order iron-eating ants are more difficult to deal with. Unless there is a large-scale attack, it will be difficult to deal with the siege of a large number of iron-eating ants. Call! The golden anteater appears and pierces the head of an iron-eating ant trapped in the mud with its tongue. When Guzay saw this, he showed a look of horror.
"What?"
When he saw the golden anteater, his heart tightened. Guz recognized it. He subconsciously held the magic scroll in his pocket, preparing to fight to the death and escape.
"Hello!"
Levi came out from behind the golden anteater and said Lo. Guz looked surprised when he saw him. Lotta was stunned for a moment, came to his senses, and asked,
"Is this your summoned beast?"
Levi nodded.
"Yes. I'm lost. Do you know the way out?"
While talking, The golden anteater killed another iron-eating ant that was frozen by Guzay. Seeing the terrifying strength of the golden anteater, Guzay and Luo Ta subconsciously looked at each other. Hearing Levi say that he was lost, Gyus hesitated for a moment and said,
I know the exit. Why not form a team together? It's too dangerous to move alone.
Levi nodded.
Okay.
Swish, swish, swish. Iron-eating ants came from behind, and the golden anteater flicked its tongue to sweep away large areas. But there are too many iron-eating ants, and the golden anteaters can't stop them, Levi said quickly.
Let's go quickly.
When Guzay saw this, he did not hesitate.
Follow me.
After the golden anteater was broken, the three of them quickly rushed towards the exit. During the escape, Gyus and Lotta glanced at Levi, who was alone. They looked at each other with a look of surprise in their eyes. He is a summoner. How dare he separate from his summoned beast and follow these two strangers? Could it be that there are some other hidden abilities? Both of them read each other's eyes and erred on the side of caution and kept a distance from the mysterious summoner. Levi said,
My name is Timo, and I am traveling around the world.
Gyus and Lotta introduced themselves.
My name is Gyus. He is Luata, and we are both mages from Maple Leaf City. Welcome to Maple Leaf City. If you have a chance, come and sit in the Mage Tower.
After getting rid of the pursuit of iron-eating ants, the two of them felt more relaxed, talking and laughing.
Okay, we're here. The exit is ahead.
A bright light appeared at the entrance of the cave in front. Li Wei looked surprised. What happened? Reaching the exit so soon? It's a good thing that he's been hanging around underground for so long. Could it be that he's been hanging around the door? Call. Coming out of the mine. Levi looked shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. Guzay and Luo Ta were also shocked. The camp had been destroyed. The tents were ablaze, and the bodies of soldiers were everywhere.
What's going on here?
Levi looked puzzled.
Stop! All hands up!
A group of soldiers rushed out from behind the barrier, and the soldiers in the distance were holding huge crossbows. It was a giant demon-hunting crossbow that could kill demonic beasts. Guzay and Luo Ta looked at each other, put down their staffs, raised their hands, and did not dare to move for fear of being shot. Levi also learned to do the same. Later, the three were surrounded by soldiers and left the camp. Chapter 113, The Gold Content of the Knight Family. The three were escorted to the military camp by soldiers. After review, the identities of Gyus and Lotta were quickly confirmed and they were released. Lotta said angrily to the officer,
Is this how you treat mages?
The officer explained in a good voice.
We deeply apologize for what happened to the two master mages, but we have to do this as a last resort. The professionals who came out of the mine previously attacked the army, causing a large number of casualties. As a last resort, we had no choice but to check everyone's identity.
Levi was not released and his identity was in doubt. No one can prove his identity. In the end, it was Gyus and Lotta who vouched for him, and the army agreed to release him. Levi said,
Thank you both for your help.
Gyus smiled and said,
You're welcome. Without you, we wouldn't be able to get out safely.
He hesitated for a moment and asked,
Is your summoned beast okay?
After Gyus saw Levi come out, he hadn't seen the golden anteater come out for so long, and he was worried that the golden anteater would die in the iron-eating ant colony. After all, they are the ones who cut off the marriage for them, so it's not too much to care about them. Levi said,
It's okay. It is out of danger and has not come out underground. That's good. Otherwise we would be too upset if you lose a second-level summoned beast.
Gyus said. Lotta said,
I would like to ask, do you already have the golden anteater summoned beast? Or did you tame it temporarily?
He was very curious about this. Levi said,
Temporary domestication. This is my extraordinary characteristic.
Hearing this, Luo Ta understood and nodded.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
He didn't ask further. When it comes to extraordinary characteristics, it is the key to personal privacy. No one tells anyone else the full capabilities of his or her extraordinary qualities, unless it is a close relative or loved one. The ability system of most professionals is based on their own extraordinary characteristics. Once you know someone's extraordinary characteristics, you can basically develop specific restraint tactics based on their extraordinary characteristics. Levi asked what happened at the camp. Guzay briefly told him.
Now the army wants to find the soldier's killer and his accomplices. It is very difficult to find the murderer through screening. On the surface, everyone is a formal professional registered by the Professionals Association. Secretly, Some are induced and commanded by external forces to create civil strife. No one knows who these people are?
Hughes expressed pessimism about this. He's not very good at reasoning and solving crimes. Luo Ta said.
If there is a spiritual mage and a lie detector is used on everyone, the enemy can be easily found. In the entire Maple Leaf City, it seems that the Tower Master is the only one who is a spiritual mage.
Hughes said uncertainly. Levi showed doubts and asked,
Are spiritual mages so rare?
Hughes glanced at him and thought he was a summoner and didn't know much about the mage profession. Hughes explained.
Spiritual mages are very different from ordinary mages, mainly because of their extraordinary characteristics. Only spiritually awakened mages have the opportunity to practice spiritual spells. Most mages are elemental awakened. The number of spiritual awakening mages is rare, and there are also very few spiritual spells. As a result, the situation created is that there are very few spiritual mages. Secondly, elemental spells are usually more powerful than spiritual spells. Even if you can practice spiritual spells, you may not choose to become a spiritual mage. The elemental system has a wider range of choices, and spell models are easier to obtain and easier to learn.
Levi understood that spiritual mage was a thankless choice. Luo Ta said.
You can't say that. High-level spiritual mages are more terrifying than elemental mages, and spiritual spells are also more concealed. Often the opponent is not even aware of the attack.
Levi nodded in approval. In terms of concealment, spiritual spells are countless times more powerful than shadow spells. At this moment, Guze and Luo Ta were actually affected by spiritual spells and did not recognize Levi. The two of them were completely unaware of this. Levi looked around and saw that the professionals who came out of the underground were all staying in the military camp and were temporarily prohibited from leaving. There are soldiers patrolling around. As official mages of the Mage Tower, Hughes and Loda can enter and exit the military camp freely and leave at any time. They have the Mage Tower behind them as a guarantee. And if there is a problem, they can go to the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower to hold them accountable. Tap tap tap. Reyna rode her war horse into the military camp, her eyes hidden under her helmet sweeping over everyone. Stay with Levi for a moment. Levi's identity is the most suspicious. A wandering summoner from outside without any identification. Who knows what he does? Swish. 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 Levi heard a familiar voice and quickly looked around.
It sounds like the sound of iron-eating ants.
When Guze and Luo Ta heard this, their expressions changed.
Oops. Could it be that iron-eating ants have come out? Ah!
Screams came from outside the military camp. Reyna quickly rode out to check the situation. An officer hurriedly ran in and shouted,
Please take action to eliminate the iron-eating ants.
Everyone was indifferent.
Ha ha. If it's useful, please do it. If it's not useful, just get out. Do you think we are your slaves? If you can, just deal with the iron-eating ants yourself. Anyway, I will definitely not take action, no matter who wants to do it.
The crowd's reaction was beyond the officer's expectations. His face was very ugly. He didn't expect these professionals to be so difficult to control. Not obedient at all. Li Wei was not surprised when he saw this. Everyone had already suffered a defeat underground. And after finally escaping, they were treated as enemies and censored. I have already suppressed my anger. The officer quickly looked at Brad and said,
Captain Brad, the city lord hired the Glory Mercenary Group.
Brad interrupted him and said,
Sorry. The city lord hired us to deal with foreign attackers. We have no obligation to eliminate iron-eating ants. This does not fall within the scope of the tasks of our mercenary group.
Just kidding. Now he doesn't dare to be the first to offend others. Otherwise, his reputation will be ruined. Maybe there will be rumors that the city lord's palace is a lackey. He also wanted to hang out in the circle of extraordinary people. Even if you refuse, you won't offend the city lord. At most, he would offend the officer in charge of the mine. To him, an officer was nothing. No matter how powerful the opponent is, he can't control the extraordinary person. The worst thing is, cut him off with a knife. And in exchange for a city, he will be a good man again. Tap tap tap. Rita rode her war horse into the camp and said,
In the name of the Golden Shield family, I ask for your help to eliminate the iron-eating ants. Afterwards, the Ji Nun family will be deeply grateful.
When everyone heard this, their expressions changed.
Since it's the Golden Shield family that's coming forward, we have to give some face, and I'll join the fight. I'll come too. Follow me.
Brad stood up and said,
Glorious Mercenary Group, assemble.
Reyna looked at everyone, saluted and said,
Thank you all for your help. Li Wei looked surprised. The name of the Golden Shield family is more useful than the City Lord's mansion? Gu Zhe said. Yes. And no. The Golden Shield family is a knight family. And they must do what they say. Levi understood. Chapter 114 Absolute Defense. Bang! The arrows fired by the demon-hunting giant crossbow penetrated the ant colony and blew away a swarm of iron-eating ants. Boom! The arrow penetrated deeply into the ground, knocking away the surrounding iron-eating ants. After the flying iron-eating ants landed, they got up without incident and continued their attack. The giant demon-hunting crossbow used to deal with powerful demonic beasts cannot display its power at all when faced with a large number of small iron-eating ants. Clang! 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 Ah! Go away! Don't bite me! Ah! My finger. Click! 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 The mouthparts of iron-eating ants are extremely sharp and powerful. If an ordinary person is bitten, his muscles and flesh will be broken at every turn, and even more serious bones will be broken. Ordinary defenses cannot withstand the attacks of iron-eating ants. The cowhide leggings and iron armor can be easily bitten by iron-eating ants. As soon as the two sides came face to face, the soldiers collapsed and turned and fled. Not a match at all. The blade chopping on the iron-eating ant is like chopping iron and stone, and it is completely useless. Crosscut! A cross-sword energy formed by fighting spirits swept through the ant colony, flying away more than 10 iron-eating ants. The body of the iron-eating ant was crushed by the sword energy in midair. Brad led the charge into the battlefield. Reyna shouted loudly, "All non-professionals retreat!" When the soldiers heard this, they turned around and ran away. There was no psychological pressure in this escape. The professionals took action, and the iron-eating ants that poured out of the mine were quickly contained. Swish! 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 Several tall figures came out of the cave. Second-order iron-eating ant. Everyone had a bad premonition. Gu Zhe worriedly asked, "Is the Ant King coming out too?" Bang! The demon-hunting giant crossbow aimed at the second-order iron-eating ant and shot an arrow as thick as an arm. Call! A huge breaking sound swept across the battlefield. Boom! The second-order iron-eating ant waved its forelimbs, knocking away the demon-hunting arrows, and took 2 steps back to stand still. Safe and sound. Everyone looked horrified. Reyna immediately ordered, "All demon-hunting giant crossbows aim at the first-order iron-eating ants to attack. Knight professional. Charge with me! Charge!" Launch the charging combat skill. And the fighting spirit wraps the spear and the horse to form an indomitable air wave. Golden fighting spirit Guan Hui bloomed from Rena's body, like a Valkyrie, charging towards the second-order iron-eating ants. Others saw this and followed suit. Lena took the lead, followed closely by the others. Bang bang bang. Along the way, countless iron-eating ants were blown away by the air waves. Penetrate! Reyna stabbed with the spear, and all the fighting energy in her body was concentrated on the tip of the spear. Bang! As soon as the gun was thrust out, the air exploded instantly, and all the surrounding iron-eating ants were blown away. A golden spear light flew out. Boom! The spear light hit the second-level iron-eating ant. The iron-eating ant put its feet in front of itself to resist the attack. The terrifying kinetic energy brought by the charge cannot be resisted even by the powerful iron-eating ants. After a moment of stalemate, the iron-eating ant's legs were stretched open, and the spear light drove straight in, piercing the iron-eating ant's body. Bang! The second-order iron-eating ant took more than 10 steps back and half fell to the ground. One of its front legs supported the ground to prevent it from falling down. A hole appeared on the side, and green blood flowed from the wound. Reyna sighed. If it hits the vital part of the iron-eating ant, this blow will definitely kill the iron-eating ant instantly. Unfortunately, the iron-eating ant escaped from its vital point at the last moment. Although he was seriously injured, it was not fatal. The momentum of the charge was over, and Reyna quickly rode back to avoid being trapped in the ant colony and unable to extricate herself. So strong! Everyone looked in awe when they saw Reyna single-handedly almost kill a second-order iron-eating ant. Levi took a deep look at Reyna and thought, has she become stronger again? Seeing Lena's amazing performance, Brad was not to be outdone. After all, he is also the leader of the Glory Mercenary Group. It can be said that he is the highest-level professional among everyone present. Aurora Sky Slash! Brad showed his true strength. A sword slashed out, and the fighting spirit solidified into a line. Poof! The sword energy, as thin as a thread, passed through the second-order iron-eating ant, cutting off one of its front legs
and peeling off a piece of extremely strong carapace.
As expected of the leader? So strong. Well, Brad, you've hidden it so deeply. How many tricks are you hiding?
Some people were amazed. And some people were wary. Archers and other long-range professionals besieged the 2 second-level iron-eating ants that were severely injured by Brad and Reyna. After a while, the 2 second-order iron-eating ants died of hatred. Everyone's morale was boosted.
Drive these iron-eating ants back! Kill all these iron-eating ants!
After the death of the second-level iron-eating ants, the speed of the iron-eating ants coming out slows down. When everyone is about to counterattack the cave entrance, suddenly, the number of iron-eating ants emerging from the cave skyrocketed. A large number of iron-eating ants swarmed out, densely packed and layer upon layer. When Li Wei saw this, he secretly thought something was wrong. I am afraid that this trend is not coming out of the Ant King.
Roar!
With a piercing roar, a huge figure walked out of the cave and was exposed to the sun. The bright red body sparkled in the sunlight. Like a burning flame, the Red Ant King walked out of the cave. When everyone saw this, they retreated one after another, not daring to come forward. The previous scene of the Ant King killing everyone is still vivid in his mind. No one dared to step forward to fight. Boom, boom, boom. The Ant King walked toward the crowd, his steps getting faster and faster. After adjusting to the light outside, the King Ant attacks. Reyna shouted,
"The night will stop the Ant King with me, and the others will focus on the Fire Ant King with all their strength."
The words fell, but no one came forward with her. Upon seeing this, Reyna dismounted and grabbed the large shield from the knight next to her.
"I'll hold on. You take out the damage."
Reyna strode forward, her body exuding golden light, and the shield in her hand was dyed with a layer of golden light.
Absolute defense.
Boom! Reyna put her shield up in the path of the Ant King's charge. When the Ant King saw this, he sneered. Boost. It wants to crush this ignorant human being. Boom! Bang! The Ant King bumped into Lena's shield and stopped instantly, his front body sinking and his butt raised. He plunged into the soil and took a mouthful of mud. Reyna took a step back and her expression changed.
"Attack!"
she shouted. The Ant King's power is beyond imagination, and one strike consumes 1/5 of her fighting energy. Even with absolute defense, she could only withstand a maximum of 5 attacks from the Ant King. Everyone looked shocked when they saw Reyna blocking the Ant King's footsteps. After hearing her shout, he realized and quickly attacked.
Frost freeze!
Guze cast a spell, and a line of frost covered the Ant King's body, freezing its joints, slowed down its attack speed.
Magic shield!
Someone put a magic shield on Lena, hoping that she could block the Ant King.
Armor-breaking arrow! Vine binding! Corrosion sphere!
In order to deal with the Ant King, everyone used all their strength. Various moves were used one after another. The Ant King took 2 steps back and easily tore off the vines wrapped around his body. He shook his head and regained consciousness. The Ant King looked at the human in front of him and became furious. After becoming the Ant King, this was the first time it suffered a loss. Swinging its sharp front legs, it struck at Reyna. Reyna raised her shield.
Absolute defense perfect shield counterattack.
Chapter 115, The Mysterious Fire Method reappears in the Legend of Jianghu.
Absolute defense perfect shield counterattack.
The Ant King struck down with all his strength. Bang! A terrifying power erupted from the shield, which came from the Ant King. Boom! 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 The Ant King was knocked away by his own strength and turned over several times before stopping. When everyone saw this, they all froze. Immediately, there was a sound of exclamation.
Damn it! Too strong. He actually defeated the Ant King. I would call him the strongest shield rebel. Outrageous. Shield resistance also depends on the strength gap. Right. This is too outrageous.
Everyone cheered, feeling that victory was in sight. However, Rita's heart sank, feeling that she had little chance of winning. The blow just now left only half of the fighting spirit in her body. Although the Ant King was knocked over by his own power, he did not suffer much damage. Bang, bang, bang. Under the bombardment of arrows and magic, the Ant King got up little by little, his eyes burning with anger. Furious. Boom, boom, boom. Rapid footsteps sounded, and the Ant King charged again, this time more ferociously. Dang, dang, dang. The arrows hit the Ant King, and all flew away against the extremely strong carapace. Unable to break armor, Reyna saw that other people's attacks were just scratches, and she understood that there was no hope if she continued to fight.
Retreat!
she yelled. The Ant King hit the shield hard. Bang! Reyna took advantage of the situation and flew backwards for more than 10 meters. Dropped her shield, turned around and ran away.
Hush!
After blowing a whistle, the horse galloped over. She jumped onto the horse and galloped wildly.
You go. I'll lure the Ant King away. Drive!
Reyna clamped her legs together, and the horse under her immediately accelerated. Tap tap tap. He quickly ran sideways towards the camp. Bang bang bang. The Ant King overturned the obstacles in front of him and chased him all the way. Seeing this, the others retreated. In this situation, there is no way to continue fighting. The Ant King is simply invincible. At least a team of third-level professionals must be assembled to hope to kill the Ant King. The Ant King chased Reyna away, and the ant colony subconsciously followed the Ant King's footsteps. Suddenly, a golden anteater emerged from the ground. Brush! The golden anteater grabbed the bag behind its tongue, poured out all the contents of the bag, and sprinkled it on the road. Plants with a pungent smell fall to the ground. The approaching iron-eating ants subconsciously stopped. Hesitant. In the blink of an eye, the Ant King was gone, and the iron-eating ants lost their direction and were spinning in circles. After a moment, he turned around and gathered around the remaining second-order iron-eating ants.
Shadow Attendant! Let's go!
Levi emerged from the forest and climbed up behind the golden anteater. The golden anteater quickly chased in the direction where the Ant King left. Intercepting the ant colony was Levi's handiwork. Now that the Ant King is alone, it is a good time for him to take action. After leaving the mine, Levi can fly. And even if he fails to kill the Ant King with one blow, he can easily retreat. After chasing the Ant King for a long time, Levi finally saw the Ant King and Reyna. Reyna's warhorse has disappeared. She used the surrounding terrain to continuously dodge the Ant King's attacks. And the situation was critical. Seeing this, Levi subconsciously glanced around.
Is Orn here?
What happened last time is still fresh in my mind. Bang! Reyna was hit by the Ant King and flew more than 10 meters, breaking 2 big trees before stopping.
Cough cough cough.
Reyna's helmet fell off and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She climbed up with difficulty and looked at the Ant King, who was approaching step by step with a serious look on her face.
It seems that Orn is not here this time.
Levi's cloak turned red, and blue light emitted from the cloak. Call! He flies into the sky, raising his right hand high. A large amount of fire elements gathered in the palm of his hand and condensed into a fireball. The fireball changed from red to orange, and then to deep orange, just like a dazzling little sun. Holding the little sun, Levi flew towards the Ant King. Bang! Reyna escaped the Ant King's attack, and the big tree next to her was destroyed by the Ant King's blow. The Ant King turned his head and looked at her. Saliva drips from the mouth. Tick-tock. The saliva dripped on the ground, corroding the stone, and the stone melted, emitting wisps of acrid white smoke. Reyna looked at the incomparably powerful Ant King in front of her with a look of determination in her eyes. She was about to unleash the hidden power within her. This will cost you something, but it won't be that much. Wow! Suddenly, the sound of the hair dryer's cape shaking violently came from midair. Reyna looked up and saw a person wearing a red robe appearing in midair. The Ant King shines with blue light. The next second, the Ant King's body flew into the sky uncontrollably. The Ant King struggled hard, and the blue light on his body dissipated quickly, and the upward momentum slowed down and showed a downward trend. Levi threw the fireball in his hand. The fireball flew towards the Ant King in midair. Reyna saw the mysterious mage in red robe in midair, grabbing the sun in the sky with his right hand. Then, a dazzling little sun appeared in the palm of his hand. The little sun flew towards the Ant King. The Ant King waved his forelimbs and struck the fireball. Boom! In an instant, the fireball exploded with terrifying power, and the violently expanding fireball engulfed everything around it. A powerful shock wave spread from midair, forming circles of mist-like clouds that pushed down trees on the ground. The wind was strong, and with the explosion as the center, trees fell in radiating patterns in all directions. In the area of more than 10 meters in diameter at the center of the explosion, all the trees disappeared and turned into a charred area. Reyna was stung by the strong light of the explosion and closed her eyes tightly. She turned her head sideways, not daring to look directly at the center of the explosion. She looked shocked. My heart was full of surprise and uncertainty. What level of power is this? Bang! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was heard in the center of the explosion. Reyna forced her eyelids to open and opened her eyes. Seeing the Ant King with a black body falling to the ground, He was seriously injured. Most of the Ant King's body was blown to pieces, and the wounds were scorched black. The strong vitality of the ant tribe prevents it from completely dying. His. The Ant King summoned his men to protect him. But there were no iron-eating ants around. It had already left the ant colony at an unknown distance. When the flames dissipated, Levi looked surprised when he saw the Ant King struggling to get up in the smoke. Unexpectedly, the Ant King is not dead yet.
This vitality is really amazing. But that's all.
Levi stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Using the object control technique, a blue light enveloped the Ant King's body and held it high in the sky. The Ant King tried to struggle, but its legs and feet were blown off, leaving only a few stumps and broken arms. Unable to exert its strength, Reina watched helplessly as the arrogant Ant King was severely injured by a mysterious strong man, and then flew away with him. She was greatly shocked.
Who is he? So strong.
Flying ability, severely injuring the Ant King with one blow, and flying away with the Ant King. These subvert Reina's past views on mages. She once felt that mages were mysterious and powerful. After experiencing the baptism of war, and seeing the true strength of the mage, she also felt that there was not much difference between mages and other extraordinary professionals. The mage group lost its mysterious aura in her eyes. To this day, she seems to have entered a new world again and seen a deeper mystery. That is the mystery that belongs to the mage. Chapter 116 Harvest. Bang! Levi didn't fly very far with the seriously injured and dying Ant King. Ant King is too heavy. He didn't have much mana left. So he moved the Ant King out of Lena's sight. Levi quickly found a place to stay.
Shadow Attendant. Are you waiting to control the Ant King?
The golden anteater shook his head. Levi was not surprised. The Ant King's level was too high and beyond Shadow Warrior's control. Shadow Warrior may be able to take advantage of the fact that the Ant King is severely injured and temporarily gain control of his body. But once the Ant King recovers from his injuries, it is easy to regain control of his body. When Li Wei saw this, he said directly,
"Kill it!"
The golden anteater stepped forward, stuck out its long tongue and pierced the Ant King's wound, and injected super acid into the Ant King's body. The Ant King's internal organs melted under the corrosion of super acid. The Ant King's body trembled violently and kept struggling. 10 minutes later, the Ant King's eyes lost their light. His head drooped, and he died completely. Levi sighed.
This vitality is really terrifying.
Shadow Warrior used super acid to almost hollow out the Ant King's body before killing him. If the Ant King is not separated from the Ant colony, even if the Ant King is severely injured, it is difficult to kill the Ant King. Suck. 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 The golden anteater sucked up all the melted juice from the Ant King's internal organs, and its body trembled violently. Red metal scales sprouted from his body. Golden anteater evolved. Levi glanced at the golden anteater and asked,
"Shadow Attendant, can you still control it?"
The golden anteater trembled and nodded. Seeing this, Li Wei didn't care much and looked at the carapace that remained after the death of the Ant King. Take these carapace back to the blacksmith, and you can at least create a third-level armor. Levi knows better than anyone how strong the Ant King's defense is. If these carapace were used to make armor, it would be difficult for ordinary third-level professionals to break through the defense. This carapace is undoubtedly a treasure.
Huh? Where's the magic core?
Levi searched for a while and found a brown magic core under the Ant King's head.
Third-level Earth magic core.
Levi smiled, which was worth a lot of money. Maybe it's more valuable than this carapace. Looking at the carapace, he felt a headache coming on again. The carapace is too big to be taken away easily. The Ant King is more than 2 meters tall and 5 to 6 meters long. The remaining carapace is also 3 to 4 meters long. It's enough to just pick it up and use it as a shield. It would be difficult for Levi to move all the carapace alone.
It would be great if there was a space ring,
Levi thought. He had no choice but to ask Shadow Warrior to find a place to dig a hole and hide the carapace first. We'll get it back when I get a chance. Now, he has to go back quickly and clear himself of suspicion.
Gone.
After hiding the remaining carapace after the death of the Ant King, Levi returned to the camp with the golden anteater. Some of the metal scales on the golden anteater turned red. The red metal scales are much more defensive. Levi felt that the level of the golden anteater might have been improved. The movement speed is much faster. Return to camp. Levi looked surprised when he saw the scene in the camp. The iron-eating ants were actually trapped in the camp and dared not come out. The reason is that there are piles of fresh mushrooms outside. The name of Xianziko was told to Li Wei by Gyuz after he met him. Previously, The golden anteater dropped a piece of grass and blocked the path of the iron-eating ant. This sight was noticed. Later, someone recognized it as fresh mushroom. Everyone collected a large amount of fresh mushrooms and made a fence to stop the iron-eating ants. Levi said,
"Is this reliable? Iron-eating ants just don't like the smell of fresh sesame grass. This does not mean that fresh sesame grass can block iron-eating ants."
Yu said.
"It's just a way to delay time. Someone from Maple Leaf City has already arrived. I heard that Archmage Alan is here,"
Lotta said. Levi looked surprised and asked doubtfully,
"Alan became the Archmage?"
Yu gave him a strange look and asked,
"Do you know Alan?"
Li Wei felt a little in his heart. Not good. He almost revealed his secret.
"Ahem. I've heard of it, but never seen it. I have heard about the famous name of the chief instructor of Maple Leaf City's mage teaching group,"
Li Wei quickly explained. Hearing this, Yu didn't have much doubt. He said,
"It should be. I heard that Master Alan broke through to the 4th level and retreat some time ago. Now that he has come to support, he probably succeeded in breaking through."
Levi nodded, indicating that he understood. He thought to himself,
"If Alan comes, he might see through his own transformation technique and hide away first."
Levi found an excuse to leave the camp. Get outside. As soon as he walked out of the military camp gate, he saw Reina limping back. Levi subconsciously wanted to step forward and lend a hand. He raised his hand, then remembered his current identity, and quickly put it down.
"Need help?"
Levi asked. Reina shook her head and said,
"No, thank you."
Levi watched Reina walking past and suddenly asked,
"Why did you take the initiative to lure away the Ant King just now? If you want to escape, you can easily escape. Is it worth taking such a big risk for others?"
Reina stopped and looked at him with some confusion. Then, she straightened her body and said word by word,
"It is the duty of a knight to protect his teammates."
When Li Wei heard this, he felt a little familiar. Reina had said this to him before. It is the knight's duty to protect his teammates. But in a real crisis, not everyone can do this. Lena has always fulfilled her duties as a knight. What you say must be done, and what you do must bear fruit. Levi looked at Reina, as if he could see the brilliance of personality radiating from her. Maybe this is chivalry. Lena is a born knight. Looking at Levi, Reina suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She asked doubtfully,
"Do we know each other?" "I don't know."
Levi shook his head.
"Hello. This is the first time we meet. My name is Timo, a summoner who travels around the world,"
Levi said. Reina nodded and said,
"My name is Reina. Welcome to Maple Leaf City."
Levi smiled and said,
"You go to the hospital for treatment first. I have to leave first."
He turned and left. Reina looked at his back, and an inexplicable feeling of familiarity came to her heart. What exactly is going on? Reina was also confused. Why do you think Timo's back looks like an acquaintance? Reina saw Levi's back disappearing into the woods, turned around and walked into the military camp. Several soldiers quickly ran over to protect her. She waved her hand and told them to go away. Reina was thinking about the mysterious mage in her mind. She planned to go back and ask her master about it. Levi hid in the woods. At noon, he sat under the tree and ate dry food. Just as I opened my water bag and took a sip of water, a familiar figure appeared not far away. Levi's heart skipped a beat. Why can't you hide? The person who came was none other than Alan, who came from Maple Leaf City for support. Originally, the Archmage was not needed to deal with the Ant King. It was enough to hire a 3rd-level mage. But Alan had just advanced, and he was ready to try his hand at the Ant King. So he volunteered. He didn't know yet that the Ant King had been eliminated. Seeing someone sitting in the woods, Alan slowed down and became alert. Subconsciously use your mental power to scan the other person and probe for perception. Chapter 117 Powerful 4th-level Spell. Alan released his mental power and swept past Levi. Levi felt a spiritual force sweeping through him, and he was a little nervous, afraid of being recognized. Alan found that his mental power was blocked, and he could not see the other party's true face. If he had to break through forcefully, it would not be impossible with his strong mental power. However, doing so would undoubtedly be a provocation. If you are an enemy, you will naturally have no scruples. But I don't know if the person in front of me is an enemy or a friend. Alan is not easy to spy on. Levi saw Alan stop and didn't react. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Alan didn't recognize him. Levi also understood that the transfiguration technique was of little use in front of Alan. His entire body was shrouded in a cloak, and his face could not be seen clearly. Levi glanced at Alan and said,
"Hello. Archmage Alan. Alan looked surprised. Who are you? Do you know me?
Levi said.
I am a summoner who is traveling around the world. My name is Timo. The mages of Maple Leaf City said that Archmage Alan will come to support you. You must be the Archmage they are talking about. I've heard of you for a long time. And this is the first time we meet. If there's anything rude about you, please bear with me. Archmage.
Alan glanced at Levi and said,
Welcome to Maple Leaf City. I still have something to do. So you can rest. I'm leaving.
Alan walked past Levi. After walking away, he looked back. I was relieved to find that Li Wei was still sitting there drinking water and eating solid food. Arriving at the military camp, Alan saw Guse and others. Alan glanced at it and asked,
Where's Wilder?
Vince came out and said,
Wilder was beaten away by the Ant King in the previous battle. He fell into the ant colony and his life and death are unknown. He lost contact with us. If he is still alive, he should still be in the underground mine.
When Alan heard this, he felt troubled. Wilder can't die. Wilder is a representative sent by a large noble family in Gia City. Even if you die, you can't die here. He is almost the bridge between the nobles of Gia City and the nobles of Maple Leaf City. Wilder's status as a noble is far more important than his status as a second-level ring mage. At least, that's the case for Maple Leaf City now. Alan made a quick decision and said,
All professionals who are still capable of fighting gather together and go find Wilder.
Brad stood aside and said,
Your Majesty the Archmage. The entrance to the cave is now occupied by iron-eating ants. Even if we are willing to look for it, we cannot enter the mine.
He was reluctant to go into the mine again. At least, not now. The successive battles left him no chance to breathe. From morning to now, his fighting spirit has not been fully restored. Alan said,
Leave the iron-eating ants to me, and you are ready to find someone.
Brad wanted to refuse, but was speechless in front of Alan. Whether it was the strength of the Archmage or his status as the chief instructor of the mage teaching group, he could not refuse. Unless he doesn't want to hang out in Maple Leaf City. In the world of extraordinary people, strength is respected. What the strong say is the rule. Alan walked towards the ant colony, and everyone turned their heads to look, showing curiosity. I want to see how he, a mage, can deal with so many iron-eating ants. Right now, there are at least 1,000 iron-eating ants gathered at the entrance of the mine. There are also many first and second-order iron-eating ants among them. Alan raised his staff and cast a spell. The crystal on the staff blooms with magical brilliance, and the magical elements between heaven and earth gather here. Strong magic fluctuations cause the iron-eating ants to become restless. Iron-eating ants search for sources of agitation. A minute later, Alan's spell casting was completed.
Level 4 spell. Sandstorm Tornado.
Whoops! Wind began to rise between the sky and the earth. And in a blink of an eye, the wind turned into a strong wind of level 12. A large amount of sand and dust emerged and was swept into the strong wind. Gradually, a huge sandstorm tornado stretched into the sky. Hoo ho ho! Swish, swish, swish. The sandstorm tornado moved towards the ant colony under Alan's control. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A large number of iron-eating ants were blown away by the strong wind and sucked into the sandstorm tornado. Duh. The magic gravel produces terrifying friction, like diamonds, tearing apart all creatures in the sandstorm tornado. Even an iron-eating ant with a body as hard as gold and stone was sucked into a sandstorm tornado. Within a moment, the body was torn apart, become part of a sandstorm tornado. Everyone was blinded by the strong wind and sand. But everyone tried to open their eyes wide and clearly see the shocking scene in front of them. Duh. The sandstorm tornadoes swallowed more and more iron-eating ants, and the yellow sandstorm tornadoes were gradually dyed black. A few minutes later, the sandstorm tornado dissipated, and corpses and broken arms fell all over the sky. Looking around, there are only a handful of iron-eating ants surviving in the camp.
Gulu!
Brad swallowed hard. He was wondering, if he was involved, would he survive? The answer is a lot of bad luck. The second-order iron-eating ants were torn apart by the sandstorm tornado. His defense is not much stronger than that of a second-level iron-eating ant. Facing magical attacks, no matter how hard the armor on his body was, it would be useless. Alan put down his staff and said,
Okay, go find Wilder quickly.
This time, Brad didn't refuse. No one dared to disobey Alan's words. Everyone packed up their things and walked towards the mine. When walking through the camp full of iron-eating ant corpses, Everyone became more aware of the horror of sandstorm tornadoes. There were only a few intact corpses all over the ground. All were torn to pieces by sandstorm tornadoes. The iron-eating ants that were lucky enough to survive had all their limbs torn apart by the sandstorm, and their bodies were mutilated. They lay on the ground and lingered, feeling worse than death. Alan looked at Hughes and the others walking by, and suddenly asked,
"Do you know a summoner named Timo?"
Hughes and Lotta stopped and turned to look at him.
"We know him."
Alan looked at Hughes. Hughes quickly explained,
"He came yesterday afternoon, and he fought side by side with us today, and we dealt with iron-eating ants together. His summoned beast is a golden anteater, which can restrain iron-eating ants."
Alan heard this and nodded.
"Yes, I understand."
Seeing this, Hughes said,
"Sir Alan, if nothing happens, we will leave first. Go ahead."
After Alan knew that Levi had not lied to him, he did not take him to heart. He was more concerned about where the Ant King was. Alan found Lena, who was responsible for the removal of iron-eating ants in the Kovada mine.
"I heard that you lured away the Ant King before. Where is the Ant King now?"
Alan asked. Reyna saluted and said,
"Archmage Alan, I lured the Ant Queen away and met a powerful, mysterious mage. He killed the Ant Queen and took away the body."
Alan asked in confusion.
"A powerful, mysterious mage,"
Lena said.
"He can fly. He can severely damage the Ant King with one blow, and then fly away with the seriously injured Ant King."
Alan looked surprised.
"How does he fly? Wind elf wings."
Reyna shook her head and said,
"I didn't see the wings of the wind elf. There was nothing around him at that time, and he just flew directly in the sky."
Alan was also confused and had never heard of similar spells. He turned to ask,
"What spell did he use to severely injure the Ant King?"
Chapter 118 Sheep Among Wolves. Alan asks Lena about the mysterious mage.
"What spell did he use to severely injure the Ant King?"
Reyna replied,
"I'm not sure. It seems like it's a fire spell. After the spell hits the Ant Queen, a big explosion occurs. The explosion site should still be preserved."
Alan's eyes moved slightly and he said,
"Take me to have a look."
Reyna nodded and responded,
"Well, wait a moment."
After a while, Reyna came out riding a new war horse. She looked at Alan and asked,
"Does Archmage Alan want to ride a horse?"
Alan shook his head and said,
"No need. Let's go. I can keep up,"
Alan said. Upon seeing this, Lena rode towards the explosion site. After running for a while, she looked back. Alan sat behind a rock puppet and followed closely without falling. Seeing this scene, Reyna quickened her pace. Tap, tap, tap. Not long after, the two arrived at the explosion site. After seeing the explosion scene, Alan was silent for a long time. The scene in front of him felt familiar.
"Where have you seen it?"
After thinking for a moment, Alan remembered. The death scene of the rock monster was at least 70 to 80% similar to the scene in front of me. Alan's heart moved.
Could it be that mysterious fire mage?
He thought. It seems that he still underestimated the mysterious fire mage. His strength was stronger than he expected. According to Reyna, after the Ant King withstood the explosion, he was still alive and not completely dead. Looking at the scene in front of him, Alan could tell how powerful the explosion was. From this, the strength and defense of the Ant King can be judged. Let him come, and he may not be able to kill the Ant King instantly with one blow. On the one hand, her spells are less lethal than fire spells. On the other hand, it may be due to the strength of both parties. Unknowingly, Alan became very attached to the mysterious fire mage. Think of him as a strong person on the same level as yourself.
He is at least a great mage.
Otherwise, he would not have been able to hit the Ant King so easily.
When Alan wanted to fall in love with Feifei, Levi was ready to leave. I picked up a piece of mithril. Although it wasn't much, it was still a gain. People can't be too greedy and just give up when something is good. Besides, there is also the carapace and magic core of the Ant King. This trip has already made a lot of money. Leave immediately. Walking through the woods, Levi walked into a dangerous shoal area covered with rocks. After walking around a huge boulder, they came face to face with a group of people covered in black cloaks. The men in black gathered together and seemed to be holding a meeting. Levi suddenly appeared and interrupted the meeting. Everyone turned to look at him. No one spoke. The atmosphere was a bit tense. The situation is tense. Levi had an idea and said,
"Sorry. I was delayed for a while on the way, and I'm late."
As soon as this was said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
"Come here quickly. Or later. We have to start taking action." Hurry up. I'll tell you our plan again.
Li Wei was now unable to get off the tiger, so he had no choice but to walk into the crowd and listen to the leader in black explaining the plan.
Alan, the chief instructor of Maple Leaf City's mage teaching group, is here. I heard that he has become an archmage. If we can successfully assassinate an archmage, the kingdom will definitely give us a generous reward. Would it be too dangerous to assassinate the archmage? Don't worry. Even if he is an archmage, he is still a mage. As long as he is approached by an assassin, he will only die. After Alan enters the mine, consume his mana first, and then launch an assassination after his mana is almost consumed. Otzi wants to split the kingdom of Maciel, betray the king, and establish a kingdom of betrayers. We must stop him. Alan is his right-hand man. Killing him will stop Oat's conspiracy. For the kingdom, we must succeed. Next, let's work separately. You sneak into the mine first. Sneak into the team of professionals. Take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Create chaos, and introduce Alan into the mine. Later, we will follow Alan and look for opportunities to assassinate him. The action begins.
Everyone dispersed, forming groups of 2s and 3s. Levi looked confused.
Damn it. Where did you get into this?
He didn't expect that he would accidentally bump into the enemy that Reyna had been looking for. He was also regarded as a companion by the other party.
Why are you still standing there? Leave quickly. Oh.
Levi followed a man. He was a little confused. Don't these people doubt his identity? Levi was ready to test it out. He quickened his pace.
Hey, brother. What's your profession?
Levi asked.
Assassin. What are you doing?
The man in black looked back at him and said,
I'm a knight. Let's learn about the profession to facilitate cooperation.
Levi said. The man in black thought for a while and nodded.
That's right. But it doesn't make any difference. I'll take off my clothes later and blend in with the crowd. No one knows anyone. It doesn't matter whether we cooperate or not.
Levi looked surprised.
What if you hurt one of your own? Then it's just bad luck. After all, when it comes to being an undercover agent, it's best if no one knows your identity. Hee. This also makes it easy to switch camps at any time. We do things for the king for remuneration. If the king pays him well, we will help him. If the situation is not good, it is natural to run away first. Who cares what task he has to complete? I said it when we first recruited people to join us. We only need money to do things. If the money is not available, we will do nothing. Didn't the person who brought you into the gang tell you?
The man in black turned back and looked at him doubtfully. Li Wei twitched the corner of his mouth and said,
The person who recruited me said that he wanted to contribute his strength to the kingdom.
The man in black sneered.
Not to mention, there are quite a few fools like you in this group of people, who really believe in sacrificing one's life for the kingdom. Okay, you fools go and play by yourself. I won't accompany you. See you again when you have a chance.
Whoosh! The man in black activated stealth and disappeared in front of Levi. He was afraid of being dragged down by Levi.
I believe that fools who devote themselves to the kingdom are most likely to do stupid things. There were people in black all around, and Levi couldn't leave even if he wanted to. He had no choice but to follow everyone into the mine. The man in black walked through a naturally formed crack. They dug a path through the crack into the mine. Levi sensed that Shadow Warrior was following behind him, and an Exiant blended in with the wolves and followed them, prepared to find an opportunity to escape when no one is around. Looking back, I saw the man in charge and a few people hanging behind the team. Li Wei guessed that they should be wary of someone leaking information. Otherwise, he wouldn't be following behind him all the time. There was no chance to escape outside, so Levi had to follow everyone into the mine. Levi slowly landed at the back and walked into the mine. After seeing no one behind him, he turned around and prepared to leave. Boom! There was a loud bang above the head. The ground shook, and the mine collapsed. Chapter 119 Unsuccessful Start. Levi held onto the wall to stand still, looking at the buried exit in front of him with a look of helplessness.
Why is it so difficult to leave? Shadow Attendant,
Levi called out. But Shadow Waiter didn't respond. It was probably buried somewhere. He called in his heart for Shadow Attendant to join him. Levi turned around and walked deeper into the mine. Now, the exit collapsed and was blocked, so he had to find another exit. The golden anteater was buried underground and would not come out for a while. Levi had to act alone.
What happened in the explosion just now?
Clatter. With a snap of his fingers, a small flame appeared in front of his eyes. illuminating the surrounding area. Looking up, he saw a crack appearing above his head. The shock wave generated by the explosion cracked the rocks and caused part of the mine to collapse. Many new paths are also created. Levi's heart moved, and a faint blue light appeared on his body, flying up along the crack above his head. Go through the crack and enter a cave. Click, click, click. There was the sound of chewing in the darkness. Levi turned to look, and the flames on his fingertips flew into the darkness. The fire exploded, illuminating the corners of the cave. A golden anteater licks an iron-eating ant. The body is much smaller than the one controlled by Shadow Warrior. It should be a first-level monster. Just as Li Wei was about to take action, the golden anteater turned around and ran away without even looking back.
Am I that scary?
Bang! Levi felt a huge force coming from behind, and his whole body was knocked out and hit the wall hard, leaving a deep human-shaped mark. Click! Levi pushed himself up and fell from the wall. The invisible armor on his body was broken into 2 layers. He looked back and saw a second-order iron-eating ant appearing in front of him. There was a ferocious look in the iron-eating ant's eyes, and it sensed the Ant King's magic core in Levi's pocket. Know that Levi is the murderer of the Ant King. In order to avenge the Ant King, and also to obtain the magic core, the iron-eating ants brazenly attacked Levi from behind. The force of one blow breaks 2 layers of invisible armor. Call! The iron-eating ant strode over and struck Levi with its sharp front legs. Levi stretched out his hand, and in less than a second, 7 or 8 small fireballs shot out from his palm. A series of small fireballs. Bang, bang, bang. The iron-eating ant swings its front legs to blast small fireballs. When one is exploded, a second one appears. Overwhelmed. Boom, boom, boom. The iron-eating ant kept waving its front legs to resist the small fireballs, and couldn't stop walking backwards. The explosive power of the small fireball is not strong, but the accompanying fire element burning damage was unbearable for the iron-eating ants. In particular, Levi also has the bonus of a fire elemental body, which doubles the power of fire spells. The power of the small fireball far exceeds other people's 0-level spells. In addition to the explosive attack range, the explosive power of the small fireball is no less than the entry-level first-level fireball technique. Under the continuous bombardment of a series of small fireballs, the iron-eating ants find it difficult to move forward. Bang! A fireball exploded under the iron-eating ant, blowing it over. Levi drank a bottle of mana recovery potion. A charged fireball condenses in the palm of the hand. Call! The orange fireball was thrown at the iron-eating ant that had just climbed up. Boom! The light of the explosion instantly illuminated the entire cave, and Levi subconsciously closed his eyes. When the dazzling light in front of you dissipates, open your eyes and look. The iron-eating ants were covered in steam and turned into charcoal.
Object control!
The blue light tore open the body of the iron-eating ant, and a yellow magic core flew into Levi's hand.
Second-level magic core. It's a pity that the carapace cannot be taken away. The value of the second-order iron-eating ant's carapace is not low. When can I get the space ring?
Li Wei was very helpless, and had to throw away the things he couldn't take away.
Forget it. Most of the value of the iron-eating ants lies in the magic core.
He could only comfort himself in this way.
Shadow Attendant. Haven't you come out yet?
Levi contacted Shadow Attendant in his heart. Shadow Attendant didn't respond. Swish. 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 Nearby iron-eating ants approached Levi and surrounded him. Levi raised his hand to cast a spell, then withdrew his hand, turned around and ran away. There isn't much mana left, so use it sparingly. As he walked, he took out a bottle of mana restoration potion and drank it.
There are only 2 bottles of life recovery potion and mana recovery potion left.
Levi touched his pocket to confirm the inventory.
Help me! Help!
The cry for help came from the darkness. Levi extinguished the flames on his fingertips and walked in the direction of the cry for help. After walking for a while, I saw a man in black robe buried under a rock. Seeing the man in black robe, the buried man quickly said,
"Get me out quickly,"
he complained.
"Damn it! Is even God helping Oates complete his conspiracy? It just happened at this time."
When Li Wei heard this, he knew that he was a loyal supporter of the Maciel Kingdom. He knelt down and said,
"Okay, I'll rescue you. Don't pull my neck. It's going to break."
The man in black robe shouted,
"Take a deep breath. A little pain is normal."
Levi comforted. Click.
Ah!
After a scream, the blue light dissipated, leaving a body on the ground. Levi retracted his palm and released the object control technique. After touching the body, A money bag was found. Shaking the money bag, there was a ding-dong sound inside. When he opened it, he saw 5 silver coins. As expected, he is a loyal supporter. I am afraid that he will donate all his family property to the Maziel Kingdom. So poor. Levi sighed and accepted the 5 silver coins. Throw away the money bag and turn around and leave.
I hope there will be fewer people like this.
After walking for a while, Li Wei discovered that the man in black robe had already lost many people before the plan even started. He saw several bodies buried under collapsed rocks.
Huh? There's another body.
Levi used the object control technique, condensed his magic power into a palm, grabbed the human foot buried in the mud and rock, and pulled it out with force. Bang! The figure fell to the ground, and Levi was about to touch the body. The body moved. He sat up suddenly and took a big breath.
I was suffocated to death, but I finally came to life.
Li Wei took a closer look and saw that he was a knight. No wonder he could hold it in for so long. It was a pity that Li Wei was not a man in black robe. This would make it difficult for him to start. After the knight finished breathing, he looked at Levi and said extremely gratefully,
Thank you for your life-saving grace. Lion, will never forget it. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me. Wait a moment. My sword is still buried underneath. I'll dig it out.
Lion quickly dug into the soil with his bare hands, looking for his lost knight's sword. Levi asked,
What was the explosion just now?
While digging, Lion replied,
A large piece of mithril ore was found, and everyone started fighting. I accidentally blew out the stone pillars supporting the cave, causing the cave to collapse. Now I don't know how many people are buried underground.
He complained.
Who knew that pillar was a load-bearing pillar? If I had known, I would definitely not have bumped into it. Even if I was knocked away, I would have avoided it.
Levi looked at him, his eyelids twitching. Feelings are like breaking a stone pillar with your head, causing the entire cave to collapse. Subconsciously glanced at Lion's head. Lion's smooth head didn't have a single scratch. This bald head is surprisingly strong. Maybe that's why he can't grow hair. Chapter 120 The Stubborn Stone Body. Tear it apart. Lion pulled out the knight's sword from the dirt and wiped the dirt off the sword. Seeing that the weapon was recovered, he breathed a sigh of relief. If you throw away the armor on your body, you cannot throw away this weapon. This is his treasure.
It's also not a good thing if your scalp is too strong.
Levi looked at Lion's bald head and sighed softly. Lion didn't hear clearly and turned around and asked,
What did you say? Nothing. I said find a way out.
Levi said casually. Lion looked up and felt a little headache looking at the completely changed environment around him.
It's over. We can't find the exit.
Lion sighed.
Let's look for it first. Where was the way you came in before?
Levi asked. Lion thought for a moment, pointed to the left, and said,
It should be over there. Go and take a look first.
The two of them walked to the left. The cave collapsed and there were crumbling and dangerous rocks everywhere. Lion volunteered and walked in front to clear the way.
I am a knight, and my defense is very strong. It is more appropriate for me to go in front and open the way. Yeah, I can see it.
Levi looked at his bald head and asked,
Aren't you going to get your helmet back?
Lion looked back at him and said,
I don't have a helmet. Huh?
Levi showed doubts. Lion grinned.
My extraordinary characteristics give my body super strong defense. Have you ever heard of the stubborn stone body? It's super strong. This armor is just for decoration. I have to rely on myself to fight.
Levi shook his head and said,
I haven't heard of it, but I have heard of stubbornness. What do you mean?
Lion had never heard of this idiom. Levi said,
It probably means very stubborn.
Lion smiled and said,
That sounds somewhat similar to my extraordinary characteristics.
Levi asked,
Do you know Reina?
Lion nodded and said,
I know. Of course I know. Reina is the most talented student in the history of the Knight Academy. I also worked as her teacher for a period of time. Later, after she became a disciple of Grand Knight Orn, we didn't see her much.
Levi looked surprised.
Are you a teacher from the Knight Academy? Well, it doesn't count. He should be an instructor now. The Knight Academy started to adopt military management this year, and now the teachers are called instructors.
Lion said. Levi asked curiously,
Who has stronger defense? You or Reina?
Lion replied directly without thinking.
Of course. The absolute defense is stronger. The extraordinary characteristic of absolute defense is one of the strongest knight talents. You can't see it now, but when Reina becomes a great knight, And after the absolute defense transformation, she reveals her complete power. You will know what absolute defense is. That's the strongest defense rumored to be able to withstand even forbidden spells. Even at this stage, the absolute defense is more powerful than the stubborn stone body. Absolute defense can strengthen all defenses, including one's own self and foreign objects. Unlike me, it can only strengthen the body's defense, but cannot enhance the defense of external objects. This is a shortcoming and a plus, Lion said with a smile. The good thing is that my extraordinary characteristics are passive skills and are in effect all the time. Absolute defense consumes power. Once the power is exhausted, no matter how strong the extraordinary characteristics of absolute defense are, it will only be able to stare blankly without being able to exert its effect. Levi understood. Did you see when Reyna fought with the Ant King? Lion asked. Levi said. I saw it, Lion said. She can rely on absolute defense to stand firmly in place and completely block the Ant King's collision. Although I can block the collision of the Ant King, I will definitely be knocked away. Levi understood again. What Lion said was very clear. If he didn't understand it anymore, Levi would doubt his own IQ. Levi did not ask further about who had stronger defense between him and Reyna. He turned to ask, Where is the mithril ore you discovered before? Lion shook his head and said, I don't know. The cave has collapsed. Who knows where he is buried? There seems to be someone in front. Levi raised his head and looked ahead. Unable to see clearly, Ryan's eyesight was much better than his, and he could see further. After walking for another dozen steps, Levi saw a blurry figure. Mage Wilder! Lion shouted in surprise. I didn't expect to find him in this condition. Wilder was trapped under two boulders. The exit was narrow, and he could not get out. Hearing the sound, Wilder turned his head and looked over. Seeing Lion, he looked happy and shouted quickly. Night Lion! Help me get rid of these rocks! I can't get out! If he casts a spell, he can also smash rocks blocking his path. However, the collapse of the mine previously scared him so much that he did not dare to use powerful spells underground. He was still hesitating about which spell to use when he saw Lion and Levi. Lion walked up to the stone, stuck his sword on the ground, and grabbed the stone with both hands to move it away. It was found that the stone was motionless. It's hard to handle. These two stones are too heavy, and I can't move them. Lion looked at Wilder and said helplessly. Wilder's face fell. What to do? He looked at Levi, who was wearing a black robe, and asked, Who is he? Hello, Master Wilder. I am Timo, a summoner. Levi introduced himself. He sensed that Shadow Attendant had arrived nearby. After such a long time, Shadow Warrior finally got out of trouble. Summoner? Wilder glanced at Levi and shook his head. It would be nice to be a warrior. The knight's specialties are defense and endurance. The warrior's specialty is burst and strength, with different extraordinary characteristics. The strength gap between warriors and knights of the same level can reach several times. When Levi heard what he said, he smiled and said, Although I am not a warrior, my summoned beast is quite powerful. Wilder looked up at him, showing surprise. Swish, swish, swish. There was the sound of digging in the mud and rocks nearby. Lion subconsciously became vigilant, pulled out his long sword, and stood in front of Li Wei. Bang! The golden anteater emerges from the soil. The originally smooth and bright metal scales were covered with mud and looked a bit old and dilapidated. Lion asked in a deep voice, Is this your summoned beast? You get out of the way. I'll let the summoned beast clear the way, Levi said. Levi and Lion backed away from the rock. Wilder also retreated to the deepest position to avoid being accidentally injured. The golden anteater wields its sharp claws and digs open the rocks on both sides. Click, click, click. Sparks flew everywhere, and soon a path was dug out that people could pass through. The golden anteater backed away. Lion put his head in and said, Mage Wilder, you can come out now. Don't worry. Since your summoned beast can dig holes, let it come in and dig away. I just saw a large piece of mithril ore fall. After being able to come out, Wilder was not in a hurry. He asked Levi to command the summoned beast to dig for mithril ore. Levi looked in the direction Wilder pointed. There was a palm-wide crack on Wilder's back, and there was a deep silver light at the end of the crack. Chapter 121. 3 monks have no water to drink. Wilder and Lion turned to look at Levi. Now, the mithril ore is right in front of you. It's up to Levi whether he gets it or not. Except for him,
No one else was able to dig through the mountain wall of more than 100 meters to obtain mithril ore. Levi hesitated for a moment and said,
"No problem. Leave it to me."
Wilder breathed a sigh of relief and said,
"It's really great. When we get the mithril ore, we will discuss how to distribute it."
Lion patted his chest and said,
"Timo, don't worry. I will definitely protect your safety."
Levi glanced at him and said,
"Thank you."
Wilder exits. The golden anteater enlarged the entrance, got in, and began to dig. The digging speed is not fast, even a little slow. But everyone waited very patiently. After all, the treasure is right in front of you, within reach. Levi glanced at Wilder and Lion without any trace. Observe the changes in the expressions of the two people. Wilder stared at the golden anteater, not knowing what to think. Lion glanced around from time to time, taking on the responsibility of vigilance spontaneously. Before you know it, the golden anteater has dug halfway. Wilder has not yet proposed how to distribute mithril ore. It made Li Wei suspect that he wanted to monopolize it. Otherwise, I would have mentioned this matter long ago. It's better for everyone to discuss it first. Wilder didn't mention it, and Levi didn't say anything either. Lion looked at both of them and said nothing, and he didn't speak either. The three people have different thoughts. Levi suddenly said,
"Mr. Wilder, are you familiar with Master Allen?"
After hearing this, Wilder was stunned for a while and said,
"It's considered familiar. We have been together for almost half a year, and we understand each other fairly well. Master Allen heard that you were in danger, but he desperately wanted to save you,"
Levi said. Wilder was a little surprised.
"Really?"
Lion nodded and said,
"Yes. Archmage Allen asked everyone to come down to find you, just so that you can go back safely."
Wilder looked surprised. After regaining consciousness, he also wanted to understand why Allen cared so much about him. This is definitely not a friendship between the two. The two are not that close yet. Levi looked at Lion and asked,
"Is Master Allen down?"
Lion shook his head and said,
"Not sure. When I came down, Archmage Allen was still up there. I don't know if he came in from behind."
The three of them chatted wordlessly to pass the time. Li Wei's mind moved slightly, and he felt a trace of shadow aura fluctuations. He didn't look back. Others appeared around, but the other party did not show up. It was only a matter of time before he was discovered, and Levi didn't take it to heart. After all, golden anteaters make too much noise when burrowing. It's easy to attract others to you. After a long time, the golden anteater finally dug through the mountain wall. Bang! The dirt fell. Poof! Wow! An underground river was flowing turbulently, and the fallen rocks and soil were washed away instantly and disappeared. The golden anteater climbed out and hung on the mountain wall. The three of them walked to the edge of the cave. I saw that the mithril ore fell into the rock crevice on the opposite side and got stuck, instead of falling into the underground river. A difficult problem is placed in front of the three of them. How to overcome it? They can't fly, Wilder said.
"I happen to have a magical scroll of wind elf wings, so I can fly over and get the mithril ore."
As he spoke, he looked at the two of them for advice. Levi waved his hand and said,
"Don't look at me. I can't get through. The tongue of the golden anteater is not that long. Even if it is long enough, it cannot lift a large piece of ore."
Lion said.
"Then leave it to Master Wilder. The two of us will stay here."
Wilder smiled and said,
"Don't worry. I won't keep it all to myself."
With that said, he opened the magic scroll. A burst of cyan wind elements gathered behind Wilder to form the wings of the wind elf. Wilder flew towards the other side. Halfway through the flight, suddenly, there was a heavy sound of breaking through the air from behind. Bang! Wilder quickly turned around and saw a black shadow approaching. Before he could react, he was thrown away. The magic shield on his body flashes with magic light, blocking the attack. Wilder's body flipped in midair and almost fell into the underground river. He stepped into the water with his feet before he stabilized his body and started flying again.
"Damn! Lion!"
Thump! The sound of falling water sounded, and Wilder looked down. I saw a black shadow falling from the entrance of the cave, falling into the underground river, being washed away by the turbulent water, and disappearing. Lion was the only one left at the entrance of the cave. A cold look flashed in Wilder's eyes. Timo has fallen into the underground river, and is probably in danger. He is too stupid. As a summoner, he didn't let the summoned beast follow him, but trusted strangers instead. Death is not a pity.
"Lion, where is your chivalry?"
Wilder asked. He sneered and mocked.
"Is this how you treat your savior?" Kill him with your own hands?
Lion grinned.
Don't worry. You will be next.
As he spoke, he struck the darkness behind with a backhand sword. There was a cry of terror in the darkness. The sneaking assassin didn't expect that he had been discovered. Obviously none of these three people responded at all. Poof! Lion's strength was beyond the assassin's imagination. After 3 or 2 moves, the assassin died under the sword. Bang bang bang. Outside the cave entrance, the golden anteater ran rampant. The long tongue danced wildly and attacked Wilder in midair. Wilder's expression changed. And Timo didn't say a word of truth. What tongue is not long enough to pick up the ore? It's all fake. Bang! After Wilder dodged several times, he was finally hit by the tongue and sent flying. He also successfully cast the spell.
Swamp technique!
A section of wall beneath the golden anteater turned into a swamp. Affected by gravity, the mire all slid down and fell into the underground river. The golden anteater lost its grip on its feet, and its limbs scrambled to grab something to steady itself. Thump! The golden anteater fell into the underground river. The entrance to the cave was also covered up because the mountain wall turned into a swamp and collapsed. Lion looked at the collapsed hole in front of him and frowned. The sword was handed to his left hand, and the fighting energy in his right hand was gathered. And he punched out. Bang! A large amount of soil splashed out of the hole and fell into the underground river. Lion walked out of the cave and saw Wilder had arrived next to the mithril ore. Wilder tried to take away the entire ore, but found that the ore was too big for the space ring. Hearing the noise coming from behind, he knew that Lion was out of trouble. Quickly released spells to split the ore.
Fujirai!
A piece of mithril ore fell into his hand, and he quickly put it into the space ring. Bang! Lion jumped suddenly, jumped directly over the underground river more than 20 meters wide, and flew towards Wilder in midair. Wilder looked back with a hint of joy in his eyes.
Good chance!
A ring on his finger glowed, instantly condensing a fireball and flying towards Lion in midair. Lion was also a little surprised and slashed the fireball with his sword. He originally planned to take advantage of the gap between Wilder's spells and jump over the underground river. Unexpectedly, Wilder directly used the magic ring to release the spell, which put him in a dilemma. At the edge of the underground river, Levi stood on Shadow Warrior, invisible, looking up at the fight between the two. What just fell into the underground river was just a stone. Chapter 122, The Fisherman Gains. In midair, Wilder and Ryan fought. Levi stood on Shadow Warrior and hid on the edge of the underground river to watch the battle. Sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. The golden anteater went berserk because the Shadow Warrior left and returned control to the golden anteater itself. Now, the golden anteater has fallen into the underground river and disappeared. Li Wei felt a little pity that the fattened pigs ran away before they were killed. However, if you can get the whole piece of mithril ore, it will definitely not be a loss. Levi looked up and saw that the battle was still going on. Lion slashed the fireball with one sword. Boom! The light of the explosion instantly illuminated the scene above the underground river. Whoops! The armor fragments on Lion's body fell off and disappeared into the river. He used the power of the explosion to return to the cave entrance. Tear it apart. His right hand was inserted straight into the rock like a knife, forcing him to stop his falling.
Lion!
Give up.
You can't fly. Fighting for the ore with me will only lead to death,
Wilder advised. Lion sneered.
It seems you are very confident. I hope you can keep it up.
He crawled and jumped like an ape on the mountain wall, and soon returned to the cave entrance. Call! Ryan threw a rock at Wilder. Wilder quickly dodged. Bang! The rock hit the mithril ore, and the rock was shattered into pieces by the huge force. The mithril ore shook and seemed to fall into the underground river. When Wilder saw this, his heart tightened and he quickly shouted,
What do you want to do? If the ore falls, no one can get it.
Lion weighed a stone and said,
Give me half of the mithril ore. Otherwise no one will be able to get it.
Wilder's face turned ugly when he saw Lion raising the stone in his hand. He quickly said,
Okay. Share half of it. Come here. I promise not to attack you,
Wilder said. Lion didn't believe him and said,
Come here.
How could Wilder get close to him? Tick-tock. Call out. A long scarlet tongue shot out from the darkness and hit Wilder. Knock him away. When Lion saw this, his eyes lit up. Good chance. He jumped over without hesitation. Wilder hit the mountain wall, and the wind elf wings behind him almost disappeared. He turned and looked. It was discovered that the golden anteater that had fallen into the underground river was back. The drops of water dripping from the golden anteater indicate that it really fell into the river but crawled out. When the golden anteater crawled out of the river, Levi noticed it immediately. However, he said nothing and watched silently, watching the battle quietly. Golden anteater grudges Wilder. Call out. The long tongue stretched out quickly like a whip, trying to wrap up Veldra and pull him in front of him. Wilder quickly cast spells.
Flying object reflexes.
Bang! The long tongue hit the air wall in front of Wilder, and was instantly reflected towards Lion in midair. Wilder's move killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Lion was hit by the long tongue. Bang! The long tongue pierced through the remains of Lion's armor and hit his chest, making the sound of drumsticks beating. Lion quickly grabbed his tongue to prevent it from falling. Whoosh! The golden anteater pulled Lion in front of him and was about to bite him. Lion hit the golden anteater on the nose with his head, but bang! The golden anteater's nose instantly became crooked. Lion let go of his hand, kicked off the golden anteater with both feet, and jumped to the side of the mithril ore. The golden anteater suffered severe blows to its vitals and was delirious, unable to react for a while. Wilder cursed in his heart when he saw that golden anteater failed to stop Lion and instead brought him over.
Useless guy. As stupid as your master?
Wilder raised his hand. The magic ring shattered, and fired the last spell. Call. Boom. The fireball hits the ore, smashing it into pieces. Lion's face became extremely gloomy. Wilder flew in the air and caught the falling mithril ore. 10 meters away. Wilder looked at Lion and said,
You still have half the ore left. Stop it!
Lion glanced at the remaining half of the ore, and there was no trace of the brilliance of mithril in it. Although the size of the ore seems large, the amount of mithril contained in it is very small. Basically, the 2 mithril ores in Wilder's hand are all. The remaining half is stone skin. Useless stone. Lion swung his sword, fighting spirit clinging to the sword, slashing the ore. Hit a small fist-sized piece of mithril ore. Looking at the mithril ore in his hand, Lion turned to look at Wilder. The 2 pieces in Wilder's hands were much larger than this one.
Give me the ore in your hand,
Lion said. Wilder ignored him, turned around and flew away. Ryan grabbed the rock next to him and smashed it directly at Wilder. Wilder had been guarding him and was not hit this time. Bang! The rock fell into the river and splashed everywhere. Call! A long tongue flew towards Lion. Lion reacted quickly and struck out with his sword, hitting the extremely tough long tongue, but failed to cut off the long tongue. Seeing this, Lion grabbed long tongue. Sizzle! The super acid that can corrode metal can only cause minor damage to Lion's skin when it comes into contact. Ryan pulled his tongue hard and used the golden anteater as a meteor hammer to hit Wilder. The golden anteater struggled, but it was hung on the mountain wall and could not exert its strength. In the end, he was thrown out by Ryan and flew towards Wilder. Call! A heavy breaking sound sounded. Wilder subconsciously avoided. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the black shadow flying past him. Fortunately, he was not hit. The next second, a long rope swept from the side and knocked Wilder away. Bang bang. The golden anteater fell on the platform, and Wilder also fell not far from Lion. Lion charged.
Charge! Heavy chop!
Wilder just fell and didn't react. Ryan landed a combo on Wilder. Bang! Click! Wilder's magic shield took multiple hits and eventually shattered. Lion slashed down with his sword, trying to kill Wilder. Wilder subconsciously raised his hand to block it in front of him. Bang! Poof! A silver light flashed across Wilder's body. The silver light shattered, and a severed hand flew up. The silver light dissipated, and Wilder also disappeared.
Teleportation scroll?
Lian's face was uncertain. He looked at Wilder's severed hand. It had fallen into the underground river, and he couldn't get it back. He can't fly. Jump down and look for the severed hand, regardless of whether you can find it or not. Whether you can come up alive after jumping is a question? Lion turned to look at the golden anteater. The golden anteater had been stunned, and when it saw Lion turning his head to look over, it subconsciously turned around and ran away. Only then did Lion realize that there was a way out here.
If you lose a lot, you will get a piece of mithril ore.
After Lion left, a faint blue light appeared in the darkness. Levi slowly flew onto the platform. As soon as he landed, Shadow Warrior climbed up along the mountain wall. Give him a severed hand. Wilder's left hand was severed by Ryan. There are 2 rings on it, a black stone ring and a ruby ring. The ruby ring has cracks, and the magic power in it has been exhausted, has been damaged. The black stone ring is Wilder's space ring. Chapter 123 The Incarnation of the Rock Demon. Levi took off the space ring and threw the severed hand into the underground river. He taught the shadow attendant.
Next time, just bring back the loot, not the severed hand.
Shadow attendant nodded as if he understood. In his opinion, the severed hand is also one of the trophies. Unfortunately, Levi doesn't need it. Levi released his mental power and tried to open the space ring. It was discovered that the space ring contained Wilder's spiritual imprint, and his spiritual power could not enter. It's like a lock and key. The space ring only recognizes Wilder's mental power, and others cannot use mental power to open the space ring. Since there is a lock, there is also a way to unlock it. The easiest way is to directly destroy the mental imprint left by Wilder. This requires relatively strong mental strength. At least, stronger than the person who left a spiritual imprint. Levi released his mental power, penetrated into the space ring, and washed away Wilder's mental imprint.
It feels even simpler than practicing apparition. Wilder's mental strength doesn't seem to be very strong. He feels weaker than me,
Levi thought. Under the continuous erosion of mental power, the mental imprint is getting weaker and weaker. Click. Eventually, the spiritual brand was broken and the space ring was forcibly opened.
It feels quite relaxed. It seems that Wilder's mental power is indeed weaker than mine. Is it because of spiritual awakening?
Levi wasn't sure either. However, there should be some reasons for this. On the other hand, Wilder is a ring mage and doesn't pay much attention to spiritual training. The mental power is weaker than that of traditional mages of the same level. Leave your own spiritual imprint in the space ring. Levi looked at the contents of the ring. At this sight, he was immediately pleasantly surprised.
Sure enough, the mage is still rich.
There are 3 pieces of mithril ore in Wilder's space ring. Each piece is as big as 2 or 3 fists. It is larger than the mithril ore that Levi has obtained before. It means that when he was trapped underground, he also obtained a piece of mithril ore. No wonder he didn't want to go out. Maybe he wasn't lost at all, but was looking for mithril ore and didn't want to go out. Levi heard Lion finally say, teleportation scroll. Speculation is that Wilder was teleported away. But this is underground. Where can it be teleported? If you are unlucky, you may be teleported into the soil or directly crushed to death. Levi naturally hopes that Wilder will die. It would be best if Lion also wears his braids. This way no one will know that he got Wilder's space ring. Levi put the contents of his pocket into the space ring, carefully put the space ring away, and placed it in his pocket. He wouldn't be stupid enough to wear it on his finger. What if someone recognizes you?
I wonder if Wilder's mental imprint has been cleaned up. For safety reasons, this space ring should be used sparingly. When we go back, we'll find a way to remove the mental imprint.
Levi walked outside. The things in Wilder's space ring are too complicated, and he plans to clean them up after he returns. Now, first put the Ant King's carapace into the space ring, to prevent the carapace from being picked up.
Lion, are you really the instructor of the Night Academy?
Levi doubted this.
Ha. I knew there was someone behind me.
Lion's voice came from the front. Levi stopped.
Lilia, why are you here?
Seeing the person coming, Lion also looked surprised. As if he was very surprised.
Who are you? I don't know you,
Lilith said. When Lion saw this, he showed a look of understanding.
So it's you. Forget it. If it's you, I don't want to fight you.
Lion's mood was waning.
Why are you following me?
Lion asked.
I'm lost,
Lilith said.
Follow me,
Lion said. Levi heard the footsteps walking away before continuing to follow them.
Lion and Lilia know each other? Do you also know about the second personality in Lilia's body?
Levi had great doubts about Lion's true identity. There is absolutely no way he is a teacher at a night academy. Lion was probably a professional in Hanshaw City before.
Orc.
Levi was suspicious. Lilith is able to hide her orc ears, masking her orcish features. Lion might have similar means. Lion's ridiculously powerful body is quite in line with the characteristics of a half-orc professional. Orc professionals are usually physically stronger than human professionals of the same level. It is easier for them to awaken the extraordinary characteristics that strengthen their bodies. Half-orcs also inherit this trait. Only a very small number of orcs have magical talents. 3 major races: humans, orcs, and elves. Elves have the highest magical talent, and almost everyone can do magic. Humans secondly. With their huge population, the number of human mages is no less than that of elven mages. Orcs have the lowest magical talent, even if the population is larger than humans. The number of orc mages is still very few. There are more orc wizards and blood warlocks with innate spells. He only knows how to use magic, but he doesn't know how to explore the truth of magic. As for races such as goblins, dwarves, giants, and dragons, because the population is too small, it cannot be compared with the three major races. Each race has its own characteristics. The orcs have weak magical talents, but possess strong physique and brute strength. Adult orcs, who have never practiced, are stronger and physically stronger than human soldiers, who have been trained for a long time. Some orcs with special bloodline have strength and physique comparable to those of extraordinary professionals. Following Lion and Lilith, Levi found the exit. When he walked out of the mine, he didn't see Lion and Lilith. In the center of the camp stands a 5-meter-tall rock giant. There were several corpses of men in black robes lying around. Cough! The rock giant grabbed a man in black robes and was about to beat him to death. Levi quickly shouted, "Keep my men alive!" The rock giant looked up at Levi. If he hadn't recognized his identity, he might have regarded him as an accomplice of the assassin. Alan's voice came from the rock giant. "Why?" Levi said quickly. "He is the leader of the assassins. He can be asked to find out the person behind it." When Alan heard this, he looked at the person in his hand, crush his limbs, and throw them to the ground. Click, click, click. The soil peeled off the rock giant bit by bit. Alan fell slowly. Levi showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect that the rock giant turned out to be Alan. He asked curiously, "What kind of spell is this?" Alan said, "This is not a spell. It is a supernatural characteristic." After advancing to the 4th level and becoming an archmage, Alan acquired the new extraordinary characteristic of the rock demon incarnation. After using the rock demon to incarnate, it will consume all mana to absorb the surrounding soil and turn into a rock giant. The more mana you have, the more powerful your transformed rock giant will be. The ability comes from the rock monster. After Li Wei heard this, he did not continue to ask. It would be rude to ask again. He glanced at the several corpses lying around and understood that the assassination plan had completely failed. Alan's strength is far beyond their imagination. Chapter 124 Mind Guardian Beast. Tap tap tap. Reyna arrived with a group of soldiers. She quickly dismounted and asked, "Sir Alan, are you okay?" Alan shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Take this person for interrogation and find out how many people are behind this." Reyna nodded and responded, "Yes. Come here. Take him down. Be careful not to give him a chance to commit suicide," Reyna ordered. Soon, someone took the assassin leader away. Before leaving, he removed his jaw to prevent him from hiding poison in his mouth or biting his tongue to commit suicide. When the assassin leader was taken away, he glanced at Levi and already resented him in his heart. If Levi hadn't spoken out to stop Alan, he would have died in Alan's hands and wouldn't have to endure the torture at all. Alan looked at Levi and asked, "How do you know he is the assassin leader?" Levi told Alan about his previous incident of accidentally crashing into an assassin party. After hearing this, Alan was also very surprised, with a look of surprise on his face. "I don't know whether you are lucky or not. If this is the case you are talking about, catching the assassin leader is really a great achievement. Maybe we can find out the main messenger behind him." According to Li Wei, it is useless to arrest ordinary professionals who carry out orders. They know nothing. It's no wonder that Reyna didn't get any useful information from her previous interrogation. The assassin leader is the only breakthrough. Alan invited, "Sir Timo, do you have time to go to Maple Leaf City? If that person interrogates important information, I can apply for a reward from the city lord's mansion for you," Levi said. "Sorry, I don't have time for the moment. If I have the chance, I will definitely go to Maple Leaf City to visit Archmage Alan." When Alan saw this, he didn't force it. After Levi said goodbye to Alan, he quickly ran to find the Ant King carapace. Where was it buried before? Levi searches for treasure in the woods. He marked it, but the scenes in the woods all looked the same, and he couldn't find the place for a while. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of digging came from not far away, and Levi's eyes moved. Shadow Attendant! Shadow Attendant quickly hurried towards the direction from which the sound came. Li Wei also advanced that way, ready to fight at any time. Levi looked surprised when he saw the tall figure in front of him. Golden Anteater! He saw the golden anteater digging under the tree. Looking up, I saw the mark left on the tree. Levi immediately realized that the golden anteater was digging into the Ant King's carapace. After the golden anteater ate the internal organs of the Ant King, it evolved slightly, and its strength improved a lot. Obviously, it was thinking about the carapace hidden by Levi. Without thinking, Levi raised his hand and used the fireball technique, preparing to kill the golden anteater. The golden anteater senses danger, stops digging, and looks around for the source of danger. Seeing the fireball in Levi's hand, it trembled, thinking of the previous serious injury. It quickly lay down on the ground and howled softly.
Hoo ho ho!
Levi was slightly startled when he saw the golden anteater's movements. What's the situation? Not running away. Not attacking? Is this surrender? Levi hesitated for a moment, withdrew his magic power, and dispersed the gathering fireball. Seeing this, the golden anteater cautiously and slowly crawled towards Levi.
Hoo ho ho!
The golden anteater licked his face and said low to Levi. Although he was beaten by Li Wei, when he followed Li Wei, he was at the peak of his beastly nature. Eat all kinds of delicious food until you are full. I was lucky enough to advance to a small level. Golden anteater wants to continue to follow Li Wei to eat and drink hot food. Levi looked at the golden anteater and was a little surprised. He reached out and touched the golden anteater's head, and the golden anteater made a slight cry to express its happiness. Levi looked at the golden anteater in front of him, which was as big as a hill. Watching it act coquettishly, he really couldn't appreciate its cuteness. There is no way. The golden anteater looked too ferocious. After thinking for a moment, Levi patted the golden anteater and said,
You can follow me if you want, but I can't take you with me.
The golden anteater looked at him with confusion. The IQs of Warcraft are not low. Most of them have similar IQs to human children. It can understand Levi's words. Levi said,
The place where I live doesn't have that much space to raise you. Not to mention what you will eat after entering the city is also a problem. Why don't you stay here? I will arrange an identity for you. From now on, you can move freely in the mine without being attacked by humans. You can eat iron-eating ants as you like. If I have time, I will come to see you. I encountered a smaller golden anteater underground. It seemed to be a female. This is your opportunity. Don't miss it.
After talking a lot, the golden anteater could barely understand Levi's words. Li Wei asked him to dig out the buried carapace of the Ant King. He put the largest piece of carapace into the space ring. The remaining broken carapace is left for the golden anteater to eat. The golden anteater has a very hard time chewing, and it takes a little bit of super acid to corrode the carapace of the king ant. But I also enjoyed eating it very much. For it, this is a treasure that can promote its own evolution and increase its strength. Levi took a bag, packed the golden anteater's carapace, and tied it around its neck. If you want to eat it, you can just take it out with your tongue.
Don't eat yet. Come with me.
Levi walked towards the camp with the golden anteater. This is his third trip back to camp. He found Lena.
Sir Rena, this is my summoned beast,
Levi said. The golden anteater following Levi raised his head slightly, indicating that he was right down there. Rena glanced at the golden anteater and looked at him doubtfully.
What do you want to say?
Levi said.
The golden anteater is my temporary partner. Now I am leaving here, but it will continue to stay. Just in time. You are worried about how to control iron-eating ants. It can help you solve this problem.
Levi told Rena his thoughts. Rena looked at him in surprise and asked,
Do you really want to keep it here as a guardian beast? If you leave, won't it get out of control?
Rena was worried about this. Levi said,
No, it is smarter than humans think.
The golden anteater nodded quickly when he heard Levi's words. Rena hesitated for a moment and said,
I can't make a decision on this matter by myself. Please wait a moment, and I'll ask Master Alan.
Rena found Alan and told him Levi's idea. Alan smiled and said,
Of course. If the golden anteater can curb the proliferation of iron-eating ants, it can be regarded as a mine guardian beast. Of course, some safety measures need to be taken before that.
Alan took out a ring and handed it to Levi.
This is a beast-taming ring. Although it is called a beast-taming ring, it can only be used on tamed monsters. It is used to locate and restrict monsters. If you put it on, you can ensure that it will not harm humans,
Alan said. Levi took the taming ring and looked at the golden anteater. Finally, he put the taming ring on one of the golden anteater's small paws. Levi patted the golden anteater on the head and said,
From now on, you will be the guardian beast of the mine. You can move freely in the mine, but you must not harm humans.
The golden anteater nodded, indicating that he understood. Chapter 125 Counting Harvest. Levi watched the golden anteater enter the mine and return underground. Before leaving, the golden anteater looked back at Levi. Levi said loudly.
There is a fellow of your kind down there. You won't be alone. Go quickly.
Alan glanced at him, handed a smaller ring to Reyna, and said,
This is the animal control ring, which is the same as the animal taming ring. Those who hold the beast taming ring can control the power of the beast taming ring to restrict and liberate monsters. If you don't stay in the mine, find someone you trust and hand it over to him.
Reyna nodded, took the beast control ring, and said,
Thank you, Master Alan.
Although the Ant King is dead, the iron-eating ants have not disappeared. Even if the thousands of iron-eating ants killed by Alan are included, there are still a large number of iron-eating ants surviving underground in the mine. Managing these iron-eating ants is a big problem. Scattered iron-eating ants are more difficult to control. Levi sent Alan a golden anteater, which solved Alan's urgent need. As long as the number of iron-eating ants can be controlled within a certain range, mithril ore can be mined normally. It is basically impossible to completely eliminate iron-eating ants. After Levi finished dealing with the golden anteater, he said goodbye to Alan and Reyna and left the camp. Reyna looked at Levi's retreating back and said,
Teemo Summoner is very special.
Alan nodded and said,
It's a little special and mysterious. I feel like I can't see through him.
Reyna glanced at Alan in surprise. She turned her head and looked into the distance. Levi's back had turned into a small black dot.
Indeed, there is a lot of mystery about him.
After Levi walked away, he remembered something.
I forgot to ask about Lion. Alas.
This is really because he wanted to run away so much and forget about it. Otherwise, Reyna will definitely be asked to prove Lion's true identity.
By the way, where did Lion and Lilith go?
Levi felt a little strange. He obviously followed the two of them out of the mine. But after coming out, I didn't see two people.
Forget it. Ignore them. Go back first and talk about it later.
The old method. Shadow Warrior controls a beast and carries Leeway all the way back to Maple Leaf City. Levi rubbed his butt and walked towards the city gate.
Wolf dogs can run very fast, but their backs hurt their buttocks, and they are not as comfortable as wild bears. Go back and modify the invisible armor spell model, and you can run away directly on my back from now on.
Shadow Attendant looked at him without saying a word. Don't you have any feet yourself? Approaching the city wall, the Shadow Attendant disguised himself as Levi's shadow and sneaked into the city. Returning to the Mage Tower, Levi found that Guzay, Luo Ta and others had not returned yet.
I hope Mr. Guzay is okay and returned safely.
Apart from blessing, he couldn't do anything else. After the mine collapsed, he had not seen Guzay and Luo Ta. Levi first went to the library to sharpen his skills before the battle, looking for books related to spiritual imprints and space rings. In the evening, Levi walked out of the library. He played with a black ring.
That should be enough.
According to what the book said, Li Wei also spent 2 contributions to buy a small bottle of dissociation potion to soak the space ring. Dissociation agents are the agents needed to extract the essence of materials, usually only used by pharmacists and alchemists. Using dissociation potions to remove residual mental imprints is a very unsophisticated knowledge. Levi was lucky enough to find it. Otherwise, you can only use more advanced potions. Spiritual brand stripping potions. That's not something he can afford. Dissociation potions can only remove the remaining mental imprints. If the spiritual imprint is intact, the dissociation potion cannot penetrate into the space ring and will not be effective. Back in the room, Levi counted the harvest one by one. The Ant King has 1 3rd-level magic core, and the 2nd-level iron-eating ant has 2 magic cores. One of them comes from Wilder's space ring. The unknown monster's 7 first-order magic cores all come from Wilder's space ring. 1 piece of Ant King carapace and 4 pieces of mithril ore. A pile of junk of unknown value. The trophies Li Wei harvested were the dagger, the breast mirror, and the gold ring. A set of new mage uniforms. Several bottles of unknown potions. And a bunch of strange magic materials from the Wilder space ring. Crash, clang, clang. Gold, silver, and copper coins fell on the table. Levi poured out all the coins. After counting, there were a total of 36 gold coins, 372 silver coins, and 221 copper coins. The total amount is less than 40 gold coins. Most of them were Wilder's. Others don't have space rings like Wilder, and they don't carry all their wealth with them, not counting the things that have not yet been sold. The money in Levi's hands exceeded the 200 mark. All things considered, his net worth is firmly over 4 figures. Levi showed a satisfied smile. This time the harvest was huge. Apart from these things, The most important thing is naturally the space ring itself. The space ring itself is extremely valuable, but it is still rare to find. Ordinary people have no chance to obtain a space ring. Levi thought about what to do next.
First of all, we have to find a way to refine the mithril. Then, I also look for opportunities to exchange magic cores and unnecessary things for money. Don't rush these things. Take your time.
Levi felt a little too excited. He felt the need to slow down, to avoid getting carried away and doing stupid things. I haven't practiced yet today. Li Wei took the time to meditate and practice. It is also possible to calm down the excited mood through meditation practice. It was already late at night after meditating and cultivating mana. After Li Wei took a bath, he lay on the bed and slept, using the
great sleepwalking technique
to sneak into the dreamland. The invisible armor spell is deduced in the dream, so that the invisible armor spell has a certain transformation function, so that the Shadow Warrior can directly move with him. The Shadow Warrior all-terrain mobile vehicle will be launched soon. As the night passed, Levi had calmed down. The invisible armor spell is still being developed. He did not directly give up the original characteristics of the invisible armor in order to achieve his goal. Therefore, the deduction progress is relatively slow. It is estimated that it will take some time to achieve the required functionality. Levi is looking for someone who can purify mithril in Maple Leaf City. The easiest way is to go to the professional association to issue a commission.
Anonymous enactment of commission.
Levi came to the Professionals Association Center and said to the beautiful waitress,
"Okay, please wait a moment. Please fill in the commission content."
The waiter handed Levi a form. After filling out the entrustment content, he looked at the entrustment reward and felt confused.
How much should I give?
The pay is too low, and no one wants to come. Or the person willing to accept the commission is not strong enough to meet Li Wei's requirements. The remuneration was too high, and Li Wei felt sorry for wasting the money. The waiter took a look at the content of the commission and said,
"A commission to purify mithril usually requires 10% of mithril as a reward. The higher the purity, the higher the proportion of reward required. 10% mithril?"
Levi's face twitched. This is too confusing.
Forget it. I won't entrust it.
Levi left the Professionals Association and returned to the Mage Tower. I plan to learn the technology of purifying mithril myself. Anyway, as long as he is willing, he can learn it. Chapter 126 Elementary Alchemy. Returning to the Mage Tower, Levi seeks technology to purify mithril. After thinking about it, there are only two methods of alchemy and alchemy that are most suitable for him. The two fields overlap and are independent. Obviously, purifying materials falls into the overlapping fields of the two. Elementary alchemy and elementary alchemy are sold in the Mage Tower. A formal mage is required to purchase. It just so happened that Levi revealed his strength not long ago and became an official mage. Otherwise, he would have to decide between spending money or exposing his strength.
Damn it! Elementary alchemy is so expensive?
Levi looked at the prices on the list and his eyes widened. Primary alchemy purchase price, 300 contributions. Requirement, official mage.
Is it worth it?
Levi thought about it. In order to have 10% of the mithril left, is it worthwhile to spend such a high price to learn alchemy?
A good deal.
There is still a long way to go in the future, and there will be many places where alchemy can be used. What's more, after you become successful in practicing alchemy, it can also become a tool for making money. This is just an initial investment and will pay for itself sooner or later. On the other hand, 10% of mithril might be worth no less than 300 gold coins. The current price of 999 pure mithril is 7.5 gold coins per gram. If the purified mithril weighs more than 400 grams, it means that you have made money by learning alchemy. If the alchemy skills can be further improved, the purity of mithril can be purified to 9,999 purity. The price of mithril has soared to 15.6 gold coins per gram. The value is directly doubled. Levi left the Mage Tower, planning to sell the easily disposed magic core for money. Let's collect 300 contributions first. Levi kept the third-level magic core of the Ant King, and sold all the remaining 9 magic cores to the Cornucopia Chamber of Commerce.
Hello, Master Li Wei. Do you need anything? I'm selling a few magic cores. How much are they worth? Okay, please follow me.
The shopkeeper took Li Wei upstairs and entered the VIP private room. Levi has been here several times, and the first few times he bought elemental crystals. He took out 2 second-order magic cores and 7 first-order magic cores and placed them on the table. The shopkeeper picked up the magic core and looked at it, and took out a magnifying glass-like thing from his pocket to look at the magic core. After a while, he had read all the magic cores. The shopkeeper put away the magic mirror and divided the 9 magic cores into 3 piles.
The proportion of magic elements in these first-order magic cores is less than 50%, and their value is low.
He pointed to the magic core on the far left and said,
"The purchase price is 4 gold coins each. What do you think?"
Levi nodded.
"Okay."
The shopkeeper pointed to the 3 magic cores in the middle and said,
"These magic cores have a higher magic content, each worth 7 gold coins."
He looked at the 2 second-order magic cores on the far right.
"The magic element content in these 2 second-order magic cores is very high, which is perfect. I'm willing to pay 45 gold coins each."
Levi nodded.
"Let's settle the bill."
The shopkeeper went out and brought back a small purse, which he handed to Li Wei with both hands.
"There are a total of 127 gold coins here. Please keep them."
Li Wei took the money bag and went out, and put the gold coins into the space ring after going out. He thought as he walked,
"It seems that the value of the magic core of the rock monster is indeed amazing. A second-level magic core with nearly full magic power is only worth 40 or 50 gold coins. The purchase price of a rock monster magic core can easily reach hundreds of gold coins, regardless of the magic power content."
Li Wei also understood that the last time he sold the rock magic core to Tanya for 180 gold coins. The price was indeed a bit high. The value of the third-level magic core is nothing more than this. Return to the Mage Tower and recharge your Krypton gold to contribute. Purchase Elementary Alchemy. Got a super thick book.
Detailed explanation of elementary alchemy.
Levi returned to the room to read the detailed explanation of elementary alchemy, and found that the whole book was divided into 2 parts. A catalog of elementary alchemy and alchemical materials. The catalog of alchemical information occupies 1/5 of the thickness, and is densely packed with nearly 100 pages. Some of the alchemy materials can be borrowed directly from the library. The books in this nearly 100-page catalog are all knowledge passed down by alchemists for thousands of years. Various alchemical formulas, alchemical theories, and alchemical principles. Learning basic alchemy is just the beginning. How to use alchemy requires more in-depth learning. Learning alchemy from beginning to end is too complicated and too long. Levi turned directly to the section on primary alchemy to purify the essence of matter.
Fire refining method, extraction method, transformation method, filtration method. The 4 purification methods of primary alchemy correspond to substances with different properties and require different purification methods. For most metals, it is easiest to use the fire method. The fire refining method is divided into 2 types: the internal fire refining method and the external fire refining method. The internal fire refining method requires you to gather fire elements on your own to create a smelting furnace and smelt substances. It is characterized by complex operations, extremely high difficulty, good purification effect, high control precision, and is limited by its own level and cannot purify advanced materials. External fire refining method. Looking for a suitable external heat source to create a smelting furnace and smelting substances. It is characterized by relatively simple operation, low control accuracy, and average purification effect. It can purify materials in large quantities without being restricted by its own level. Junior alchemists can also able to refine high-grade materials. The inner fire refining method has lower requirements and is more suitable for me,
Levi thought. He built the smelting furnace exactly as the book said. The smelting furnace of the inner fire refining method is mainly composed of magic elements and spiritual power. The size of the smelting furnace depends on the alchemist himself. The amount of firepower also depends on one's own strength. Elementary Alchemy, Level 0, 1/10,000. Proficiency grows slowly. It took more than 2 hours for Levi to successfully build the first elemental smelting furnace. He looked at the ball of fire elements gathered in his palm and was speechless.
This is the elemental smelting furnace? What is the difference between it and the fireball technique?
With a thought, a fireball condensed into his left hand. Levi carefully perceived the difference between the two. The fire element in the fireball technique is more violent and full of explosive power. The outside looks like an elemental smelting furnace, but the inside is a mess that cannot tolerate foreign objects and will explode when touched. The appearance of the elemental smelting furnace is a fireball with a hollow interior. The fire element is stable and continuously releases heat, heating the materials in the smelting furnace from the inside out, restricted by Levi's own strength. The temperature of the element smelting furnace is not high. It is far from meeting the requirements for purifying mithril through fire refining. The upper temperature limit of the element smelting furnace can be increased in two ways. The first is to improve one's own strength. The second is to improve the level of alchemy. Neither is something that can be achieved overnight. Levi chose the third method. Deduce the fireball technique and turn the fireball into an elemental smelting furnace. The temperature of the charged fireball must be sufficient. Even the Ant King's carapace can be burned to ashes. And melting mithril ore is not easy. As long as we can find a way to transform the charged fireball into an elemental smelting furnace, we can directly solve this problem. It saves you from starting over to practice elementary alchemy, and saves a lot of time. Chapter 127 Flying Flowers in July. Another crystal flower. For a while, Levi did not leave the Mage Tower. He has been staying in the Mage Tower to study elementary alchemy, and deduce the fireball technique. When I feel bored, I will also deduce invisible armor spells, practice object control and transfiguration. On the third day after Li Wei returned to the Mage Tower, Gu Zhe and Luo Ta came back. The two were not injured, but they were trapped underground for more than a day. Levi got lost underground twice, and found the exit quickly, which was considered lucky. In the blink of an eye, June passed. The first day of July, Jimmy found Levi and sent him royalties. If he hadn't seen Jimmy, Levi wouldn't have known that a month had passed. Jimmy came to Levi holding a small box.
Mr. Levi, this is last month's royalties.
Levi looked at the box in his arms in surprise.
How many are there? Are they still packed in boxes?
Jimmy smiled and said,
The share of the Cornucopia Chamber of Commerce has arrived. And there are also letters written to you by some book friends.
Oh! Levi suddenly realized that this was the case. Levi took the box and it felt a little heavy. Then he handed it over directly to Shadow Attendant. Jimmy said,
Mr. Levi, has the manuscript for June been written?
Levi was a little embarrassed. He had forgotten about it. I have been so busy practicing this month that I have have no idea how much time has passed. And I have completely forgotten about writing a manuscript.
Well, I'll give it to you in a few days, and then I'll give it to you together with July's,
Levi said. Jimmy said helplessly,
Then Mr. Levi completes the manuscript as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will not be able to catch up with the printing next month. Okay, definitely.
After seeing Jimmy off, Levi returned to the study. Shadow Attendant has already placed the box on the desk. He opened the box and found a money bag and a pile of letters inside.
Huh? Another crystal flower.
Levi showed surprise and picked up a letter in the box. This time, the crystal flower was directly pinned to the seal of the letter, as if he was afraid that Levi would not see it and ignore it.
Shadow Attendant, take the crystal flower from the drawer in the lower left corner of the wardrobe.
Shadow Attendant brought the crystal flower to Levi. Li Wei compared the two and found that they were exactly the same and should have come from the same person. He opened the letter, and the content was almost the same as last time. Probably because I haven't received a reply from him for a long time. And I'm a little impatient with the wait. I hope he can take the crystal flower to Feihua City to meet the Cinder. Li Wei felt very strange. Why did this man always want to see him? If you want to chase a star, you have to have him come to you. How can any idol seek out fans? He put the crystal flower aside and ignored it. I also read the rest of the letters. It can also be regarded as a way to relax and relieve the fatigue caused by long-term practice. There were various letters. Some admired him, some cursed him, and some asked him to modify the plot of the novel to make it more reasonable. Levi shook his head.
Fortunately, I am anonymous. Otherwise I might get slapped when I go out.
So far, Spark Literary Publishing House has not announced the true identity of the author of the Dragon Knight novel. Some people also complained that the recent stories are not good enough and not passionate enough. After Levi saw it, he found the collector's edition of the Dragon Knight novel that Jimmy gave him. Looking back at the plot, I found that the plot in recent months has indeed been much duller. The main reason is that he is busy practicing and doesn't have much time to come up with new explosive plots. He looked at the title of the book, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
It's time for the Dragon Knight to deserve his name.
Levi put down the letter and opened the money bag. Inside the purse was a note.
In June, the manuscript earned 13 gold and 20 silver, and the Cornucopia Chamber of Commerce's desert area profit share was 68 gold, 88 silver, and 88 copper.
Levi looked surprised.
So much money? How many copies of
Dragon Knight
have been sold by the Cornucopia Chamber of Commerce?
Maple Leaf City's Dragon Knight novel is priced at 10 copper coins per copy. Other cities are slightly more expensive. This is the remuneration after sharing. The money earned by Cornucopia is at least 4 or 5 times that of Levi. This means that the Cornucopia Chamber of Commerce has sold at least 300,000 to 400,000 Dragon Knight novels in the desert area. So far, Spark Literature has published 36 issues of Dragon Knight. The content is also getting richer and richer. From pure text at the beginning to now, with simplified illustrations. The higher the readability, the better. Looking at it this way, this sales volume is actually not very amazing. On average, just over 10,000 copies are sold per issue. Li Wei smiled and said,
"This can be considered an average order of over 10,000. Right.
This was an unattainable dream in his previous life. It happened unexpectedly in another world. However, he didn't care about that now. Li Wei collected the money, picked up his pen and wrote quickly. I wrote in one breath until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when I stopped because my stomach was growling. He asked Shadow Waiter to find something to eat.
Magic Butler. Receive this month's benefits. This month's benefits have arrived. Please check carefully.
Levi turned the magic badge over, and the number on the back became 7. Levi wrote some more before the shadow attendant brought lunch. After lunch, take a rest. In the afternoon, I meditate and practice my magic power. Continue to write manuscripts in the evening, and deduce magic spells in my dreams late at night. 5 days later, Levi handed the manuscript to Jimmy, who came to urge him again and again. Levi smiled and said,
Next time, remember to rush the manuscript early. Otherwise I will forget it.
Jimmy nodded and said,
Mr. Levi, don't worry. I'll take care of it. Of course, it doesn't have to be too frequent. It doesn't have to be like the past few days. Just remind me every once in a while, and it'll be fine.
Levi quickly stopped and told him not to push too hard.
You won't be disappointed with this issue's manuscript.
Levi smiled knowingly. Jimmy returned to Spark Literary Club with the manuscript. As he walked, he opened the manuscript. I didn't have much expectations at first. It was just a habit, and I wanted to see the subsequent story of the protagonist Mori. But this look fascinated him. When he saw the ending, he looked shocked.
Heck! How can this be done? If you don't want to die, get out of the way!
Call! A carriage roared past. Jimmy was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. He didn't dare to read the novel while walking. After regaining his composure, he quickly ran towards the Spark Literary Club with the manuscript.
Director Gus, this is Mr. Levi's new book manuscript. The plot is hot, and it will definitely become a hit next month.
Jimmy rushed into the office excitedly. Monas was still sitting in Gus' office, and the two were talking about things. Seeing Jimmy's hurried look, Gus taught him a lesson.
I told you many times to knock on the door when you come in. Don't be impatient,
Moniz said.
Stop talking about him. First look at what Levi wrote to make Jimmy so excited.
After seeing it, the two of them looked like they had opened up a new world.
Can this still happen?
Gus looked shocked. Monas also had a complex look on his face, feeling a little shocked in his outlook. It turns out that the Dragon Knight is this kind of Dragon Knight. Not the kind of Dragon Knight that people think. But can dragons really turn into humans? He was also a little curious. He had heard many stories about evil dragons plundering princesses. But this was the first time he saw a Dragon Knight riding a dragon. Chapter 128. Deduction of the Deshang level Fireball Technique Element Smelting Furnace.
There are still 10 days left before the Mage Exchange meeting. Are you ready?
Hughes and Levi said.
Almost,
Levi said. Hughes nodded and said.
Then we will set off on July 13th and go to Feihua City 2 days in advance to avoid any accidents on the way and not be able to arrive at Feihua City on time to attend the opening ceremony of the Master Exchange meeting. July 15th is also the Flying Flower Festival in Feihua City, and it will be very lively then,
Hughes said with a smile. Levi also looked expectant. After saying goodbye to Hughes, Levi returned to the room. Practice with concentration. The evening of July 12th. After the meditation practice was over, Levi opened his eyes, and a few lines of writing appeared in front of him. Crystal Meditation, First Level, 5803/10,000. Fireball, First Level Minor, 9666/10,000. Invisible Armor Technique, Level 1 Minor Success, 6556/10,000. Object Control, First Level Minor, 4112/10,000. Great Sleepwalking Technique, First Level, 800/10,000. Transfiguration, Level 0, 4200/10,000. Elementary Alchemy, Level 0, 1632/10,000. Shadow Touch Surgery, first level entry, for 72/1000. Ice Arrow, level 0 mastery, for 20/2000. Rock Breathing Technique Mastery, 233/2000. More than half a month has passed. Levi uses intermediate potions to meditate and practice every day, and his practice speed is astonishing. Now, Levi's mana strength has reached 868. It can release 8 first-level spells and 86 conventional 0-level spells. If the mana strength reaches 1000, he is a first-level advanced mage. It has only been about 2 months since Levi advanced to become a first-level mage. It is already close to the level of a first-order senior mage. Progress is rapid. Spell deduction has also made great progress. The Shadow Warrior all-terrain vehicle has been completed, on the basis of maintaining its original characteristics. The invisible armor adds a simpler deformation ability. Not only can the Shadow Warrior carry people around, it can also enhance the Shadow Warrior's attack power. It was an unexpected surprise. When Shadow Warrior uses Shadow Claw, the invisible armor will also turn into a claw shape to increase the attack power. The evolution of the Fireball spell into the Elemental Smelting Furnace is progressing slowly. On the contrary, it was alchemy. When deducing the Fireball technique, I gained unexpected proficiency. This shows that it is theoretically feasible. Otherwise, there is no way to increase your alchemy practice experience.
Tonight, the Fireball technique will be deduced to the master level. I hope there will be a breakthrough,
Levi thought. In addition, the most rewarding thing is the rock breathing method. The rock breathing technique was upgraded to the proficiency level. Although it did not cultivate fighting spirit, it brought considerable strengthening to Levi's body. Now, his body is no longer weak, and is equivalent to that of a well-trained soldier. Running a marathon is no problem. It's not as good as a paranormal professional, but it's completely enough for daily activities. Levi was somewhat looking forward to the subsequent effects of the rock breathing technique. Concentrate your mind, and the writing in front of you disappears. Levi returned to the busy spell deduction. In the dream, most of the night passed, and the deduction of the Fireball technique also entered a critical moment. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration occurred, and a new idea emerged in Levi's mind. The Fireball in his hand expanded rapidly. Hoo ho ho! In the blink of an eye, the Fireball expanded to 1/2 meter in diameter. The volume increases several times, expanding violently. The fire element inside the Fireball did not become more violent, but became stable. The interior of the Fireball is always generating astonishing high temperatures and heat.
The Elemental Smelting Furnace is ready.
Levi was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the final solution was so simple. If I had wanted it earlier, I wouldn't have put it off until today. By appropriately enlarging the size of the Fireball, you can maintain its higher stability. Although the compressed Fireball has a higher temperature, the fire element inside also becomes more manic and uncontrollable. Fireball, first level master, 0/10,000. Fireball upgrade? With a thought, Levi poured more mana into the Fireball. In the blink of an eye, all the mana in his body has been injected into it. The Fireball expanded in size. The Fireball technique has been upgraded to the master level, and the maximum charge limit has been increased from 70% of the whole body's mana to all the mana. Levi felt that he could continue to infuse mana. With a thought in his mind, his magic power was full. Continue to pour mana into the Fireball. 1.1 times, 1.2 times, 1.5 times, 1.8 times, 2 times. Levi stopped. The Fireball in his hand had expanded to the height of a person. The Fireball was filled with double its own mana, and the total amount of condensed fire elements was astonishing. The power of the charged Fireball is increased several times. If this blow continues, the Ant King will probably be wiped out. Levi felt that he had reached his limit and could not continue to infuse mana. Otherwise, he would lose control and explode. After reaching the limit, the characteristics of the element smelting furnace can no longer be maintained. The Fireball contains the most violent and destructive power. He tried to compress the Fireball. When the Fireball was compressed to half its size, it could no longer be compressed any further, and there is a risk of explosion.
It's almost enough to be this big. In reality, I'm afraid there's no chance of condensing such a huge Fireball.
This Fireball consumes double Levi's mana. In reality, even if you take a mana recovery potion, you can't get so much mana. Mana restoration potions take time to restore mana. If the charging time is too long, the fire element will escape and the power of the Fireball will decrease. Everything has its limits. Levi threw the Fireball in his hand. The Fireball flew 100 meters away and exploded violently with a bang. A dazzling mushroom cloud rose into the sky. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a huge crater with a diameter of more than 30 meters appeared on the ground. The power is several times more powerful. Levi stood in midair, feeling the heat waves blowing around him, and looking at the huge crater in the distance. He smiled and said,
"The nuclear explosion mage is just around the corner."
"The first level fireball technique is already so powerful. I really can't imagine how powerful it would be after deducing the fireball technique into a forbidden spell. Can it kill gods?" The standard used by ancient mages to judge whether the forbidden curses they created were awesome or not was to kill gods. Levi fell and everything returned to normal. He cast the fireball technique, and a fireball appeared in front of him, infused with 90% of the mana. The fireball expanded and turned into an elemental smelting furnace. With a thought in his mind, Li Wei deduced the smelting of mithril ore in his dream. Fail. He had no knowledge of the process of smelting mithril ore. Cannot be deduced. The premise for deducing spells is that Levi has completely mastered a spell before he can deduce it. In the same way, if you want to deduce the smelting of substances in a dream, you must at least understand the smelting process to get the result. When Li Wei saw this, he gave up on smelting mithril ore in the dream. Use the remaining time to practice apparition. Guze asked him to participate in the Young Mage Exchange competition. Levi covets the elf spring water and wants to participate, but he will not use his true identity to participate. Apparition is the key. The higher the proficiency in apparition, the better the disguise. Alan didn't even see through the disguise of disillusionment, which shows that disillusionment also has an effect on the Archmage. Early the next morning, Levi and Gus packed their luggage and prepared to set off.
"Wait a minute. Wait for me."
Lotta ran out with sloppy hair and an untidy mage robe. One look showed that he was preparing to leave at short notice. Luota saw Li Wei and Guze setting off by the window, and then remembered that there would be a mage exchange meeting in 2 days. Without thinking, I just picked up my luggage and ran away.
"Master Loda, are you going too?"
Chapter 129 Feihua City. Luota's past. Feihua City is located at the junction of the Maciel Kingdom and the Nans Kingdom. It is located in the windy plain where the weather is like spring all year round. Birds are singing and flowers are fragrant, and it is surrounded by flowers. It is known as the Flower City. Every July 15th is the Feihua Festival in Feihua City. During the Flying Flower Festival, thousands of flowers bloom, and the whole city is covered in flowers. It is the most beautiful time of the year. The Mage Association also chose this well-known city to hold the Mage Exchange meeting. Attract more mages to attend the exchange meeting. Li Wei, Guze and Luota. After leaving Maple Leaf City, take a carriage and head south. You sat opposite Levi and said,
"It takes about a day and a night to get from Maple Leaf City to Feihua City. If there are no accidents, we will arrive at Feihua City at noon tomorrow."
Levi said,
"Hope you have a smooth journey."
He opened the curtains and looked outside. The woods outside the window recede into the distance, and not far away are the convoy escorts on horseback. The three of them boarded a caravan heading south and headed to Feihua City together. Levi looked away, closed his eyes and meditated. Lotta sat on the carriage, half lying down, and fell asleep, catching up on her sleep. Guze had already closed his eyes and meditated. Li Xiuxiu stopped practicing when he was almost done practicing. Outside, meditation practice cannot exhaust all mental energy. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to be unable to cast spells in unexpected situations. He said in his heart,
"Shadow Attendant, wake me up if you are in danger."
After saying that, he used the
great sleepwalking technique
and sneaked into the dream world. Transformation in the dream world. It was an uneventful day, and the shadow attendant did not wake up Levi. When Levi woke up by himself, it was already night. The night was not very dark yet, and the convoy continued to move forward. Levi simply ate some dry food, walked outside the car to put some water, and then returned to the car to continue the liver phantom technique. Guze looked at Levi and said,
"You can really sleep. Sleeping from morning to now."
Levi smiled and said,
"This is to recharge your batteries."
Lotta had woken up. He took out a spray bottle from his pocket and started to take care of his hair. He fixed his messy and fluffy hair, smoothed his collar, and mage's robe. Lotta's temperament changed instantly, from a sloppy magic researcher to a mature mage. Just looks reliable and knowledgeable. Lotta rubbed her hands nervously and said,
"I wonder if Evelyn is still in Feihua City."
Hearing this, Levi looked at him doubtfully and asked,
"Who is Evelyn?"
Gus smiled and said,
Master Luata's old acquaintance. The female mage from Feihua City.
Levi understood instantly. Lotta is rushing to meet her lover. No wonder she dresses so well. Guze looked at Luota and asked,
I heard that Master Luota used to be from Feihua City. Why did he go to Maple Leaf City?
Hearing this, Luota glanced at the two of them and said with some embarrassment,
I used to feel that there was no hope of breaking through to become a formal mage. So I was too embarrassed to stay in Feihua City.
He suddenly smiled happily and said,
Back then, I was still a talented mage apprentice at Feihua City Mage Academy. It's a pity.
Lotta shook his head and did not continue. Levi looked at him curiously, not expecting that Lotta had experienced something like this before. Sounds like the fall of genius. Looking back, Rhoda's talent is indeed not bad. Otherwise, he would not be able to learn all the zero-level spells in the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower. Levi has entered Lotta's dream and knows that he masters at least 20 or 30 kinds of spells. Official mages may not be able to master so many spells. I don't know what happened, making Lotta disappear from everyone. Li Wei thought of something and asked curiously,
Master Luota, I would like to ask, how old are you this year?
Luota was stunned for a moment, lowered his head, and calculated before saying,
I am 35 years old this year.
He suddenly looked up to the sky and sighed.
Almost 20 years have passed. Time flies so fast.
Levi was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lotta to be younger than he thought. When he first met Lotta, he thought he was already 40 or 50 years old. The face is a little older. Hughes is 26 years old. Levi is 16. 16 years old. That was the age when Lotta was in high spirits. At the age of 26, Lotta once thought that he would never be able to break through to become a formal mage in this life. Ring mage is an option, but it is not Rhoda's choice. Li Wei said,
Master Luata's home is in Feihua City?
Lotta nodded and said,
Well, I haven't been back for more than 10 years. 18 years ago, after my parents died, I left that family and came to Maple Leaf City alone. The only thing I still remember in Feihua City is Evelyn, and I will never forget her in my life.
Levi felt that there was an unforgettable love story in it. The three of them chatted for a while, until they touched on a topic that Rhoda didn't want to talk about. The sounds in the car gradually disappeared and calm returned. Li Wei closed his eyes and practiced, seemingly sleeping. But in fact, he was sweating many times the effort of others in his sleep. In the middle of the night, Shadow Attendant woke up Levi. Levi opened his eyes and saw the convoy stopping to rest. Looking up, the crescent moon in the sky was half blocked by dark clouds. He ignored it, closed his eyes, and continued to return to the dreamland of the liver-exploding apparition technique.
Shadow Attendant, if there is no danger to me, please don't wake me up.
Late at night, dark clouds drifted, completely blocking the crescent moon. The night is dark and windy. A green light lit up in the woods, and after a period of chaos, everything returned to calm. Levi woke up the next day and saw several processed corpses of monsters lying next to the motorcade. Before dawn, the convoy set off in a hurry again. Levi raised his head to drink water and saw that the patterns on the carriage ceiling above his head were twisted and turned into a few lines of writing. He glanced at it, and the writing disappeared, like an hallucination. Transfiguration, Level 0, 6233/10,000. After a day and night of sleepless nights yesterday, my proficiency in Transfiguration increased rapidly.
Before participating in the Young Mage Exchange competition, you should be able to upgrade the Transfiguration technique to the first level.
Levi was somewhat looking forward to the effect of the First Order Transfiguration technique. Passing through the forest, endless green prairie appears in front of you. Levi opened the window, and the wind flowed into the car with the scent of grass, making the dirty air in the car fresh. Guze took a look and said,
We have arrived at the Plain of Winds. Chirp!
A loud cry came from high in the sky. Levi looked up and saw several huge figures flying in the air. Looking down, I could see huge bovine monsters everywhere on the grassland in the distance. There seemed to be a lot of monsters in the wind plains. The main reason is that the Plain of Wind is flat and has a broad view. Warcraft has no hiding place, giving people the feeling that Warcraft can be found everywhere. Luotal looked outside, showing a trace of nostalgia. He said,
When we arrive at the Plains of Wind, we are not far from Feihua City.
At noon, the sun is high. Li Wei finally saw Feihua City nestled among countless flowers. The carriage drove through the road covered with flowers on both sides, and bursts of floral fragrance floated into the carriage. From time to time, bees and birds approached the carriage.
Luckily I'm not allergic to pollen.
Chapter 130 Everyone's attention. After the convoy entered the city, Li Wei and the other two got off at the city gate. The total fare is 3 silver coins. Levi's treat. After paying the money, the carriage drove away. Li Wei looked up and saw flower beds everywhere on the roadside, with colorful flowers. The whole city is filled with the fragrance of flowers. The Flying Flower Festival has not yet begun, but there are already many outsiders in Feihua City. Yu said.
Find a place to stay first.
Levi nodded.
Okay.
Lotta has no objection. The three of them walked along the street towards the city. The Flying Flower Festival is coming soon, and Flying Flower City is extremely lively right now, with vendors selling flower products everywhere. Flower cakes, flower stickers, flower lanterns, flower fireworks. Passing by a stall, Lotta stopped and said,
The jasmine-scented flower cake tastes good.
Hearing this, the stall quickly smiled and said,
When you come to Feihua City, you must try the flower cake. I have flower cakes of various flavors here, which are cheap and affordable.
Seeing this, Levi bought some of each flavor. The three of them couldn't hold it with both hands, and they only spent 120 copper coins.
Master Mage, walk slowly.
The stall happily saw off Li Wei and others. Gyuz held the flower cake in both hands and saluted with it behind his back, and said helplessly,
Why did you buy so much? What if you can't finish it?
Levi laughed.
I didn't expect there to be so many flavors.
Lotta looked at the two of them and smiled, but said nothing. The atmosphere in Feihua City made him feel friendly, although he has not been back home for 18 years. Every time he comes to Feihua City, he will buy some flower cakes and take them back to Maple Leaf City. The three found a hotel to stay. During the Flying Flower Festival, the room rate was much more expensive, but it was a small thing for the three of us. The welfare contribution issued by the Mage Tower every month is worth 5 gold coins, equivalent to a monthly salary of 50,000. Most mages are both rich and poor. After putting down his luggage, Guze found Li Wei and said,
I helped you sign up for the Young Mage Exchange competition. After you arrive, you have to report to the Mage Association. Otherwise, the Mage Association may disqualify you.
This is also to prevent someone from signing up, but being unable to come to participate due to delays, affecting the normal progress of the event. Levi nodded.
Are you going now? It's getting late. Let's go now. There will probably be a lot of people in these 2 days. Go and register early to avoid queuing when there are many people.
Yu said. The two of them walked outside, and happened to meet Lotta, who had finished taking a shower and cleaned up her appearance, and was also going out. Seeing this, Li Wei smiled and said,
Master Luota is going to see his old friend?
Lotta smiled and said openly,
Yes. I'm leaving now. See you later.
After saying that, Lotta walked out eagerly. Levi and Guze looked at each other and smiled. Yu said with emotion,
I really envy Lotta. He still has someone he loves.
Li Wei's heart moved slightly and asked,
Doesn't Mr. Guze have a younger sister?
Guze was stunned and looked at him in surprise.
How do you know?
Levi said.
I heard what others said.
Yu said with some uncertainty.
Really? I don't even remember telling anyone about this.
Levi asked.
Has the teacher found my sister?
Yu smiled bitterly and said,
I've looked for it. How come I haven't looked for it? I have been looking for him for 13 years, and there is no news at all. Maybe she has.
Gyuz felt a little depressed.
Forget it. Let's not talk about this matter. Let's go to the Mage Association first.
The two walked towards the Mage Association. Li Wei looked at Guze's back and felt a slight movement in his heart. If he helps the teacher find his sister, he will be very happy. However, he doesn't even know where Guze is from. Where can I go to find Gyuz's sister who has been missing for more than 10 years? Knowing Gyuz's past, Levi probably knew that Gyuz should live in the snowfield. Otherwise, we wouldn't have encountered a snow bear. The two arrived at the Mage Association in Feihua City. The hall of the Mage Association was already packed with people. The number of mages wearing wizard robes is still small, and most of them are followers and servants of mages. There were also some nobles who came to visit the mage. The Mage Exchange meeting is about to be held. Today, there are many high-ranking mages gathered in Feihua City's Mage Association. Mages and archmages who are rarely seen in ordinary times can now be seen. Some nobles wanted to take the opportunity to hug the mage's lap.
I couldn't see Master Melvin again. What can I do? Didn't our family have a mage before? Why not find him? That man has disappeared for more than 10 years, and no one knows where he is.
Levi saw two nobles walking out of the Mage Association. The two of them saw the professional badges on the chests of Levi and Hughes, and quickly made way. Although he is the lowest star, he is also an official mage. Even the nobles are unwilling to offend. Levi and Hughes didn't pay attention to the two of them, and walked towards the Mage Association.
Please give way,
Levi shouted. The person in front looked back, and saw the mage robes they were wearing and the magic badges on their chests. Everyone made way for them.
What a young official mage!
The two noble young men at the door looked at Li Wei and sighed. Everyone in the Mage Association was also shocked by Li Wei's young appearance. I didn't expect that there would be such a young official mage.
Is he here to participate in the Young Mage Exchange competition? Isn't he too young? How old is he?
In an instant, Levi became the center of attention. Levi felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. It seems a little too high profile. Guze was also a little surprised and whispered,
I seem to have underestimated the impact you will have. Will something happen?
Levi asked worriedly. Gu said,
Probably not. The Feihua City Mage Association is the strongest now, and no one dares to hurt a young mage here.
The two walked to the service desk. The beautiful waiter took a look at the magic badge on Levi's chest to make sure there was nothing dazzling. She smiled and asked,
Two masters, what can I do for you?
Li Wei said,
I want to participate in the Young Mage Exchange competition. Come here to report. Oh, have you signed up? Already signed up. Okay, let me check.
Soon, the beautiful waiter said,
Master Li Wei, the official mage of Maple Leaf City Mage Tower. Age 16.
The beautiful waiter's voice became smaller and smaller, and she was also shocked by Levi's age. However, everyone still heard it.
What? A 16-year-old official mage? What a joke. No. Let alone a 16-year-old official mage. Even a 16-year-old who can become a trainee mage is a genius. Where does this monster come from? It's a good thing to think about it in another direction. Fortunately, he is only 16 years old now, and has just become an official mage. Although his talent is high, his strength is weak.
When everyone heard this, it seemed to make sense. Chapter 131 Don't worry. I'm here. Levi left from the Mage Association, with many people chasing him along the way. Many nobles invited him to their homes, hoping to get to know him. Li Wei quickly said,
Teacher, I will take the first step.
After saying that, he hurriedly ran towards the alley. Everyone chased after him, ignoring Guze who was standing aside. After seeing this, Hughes also looked helpless. Being too good is not a good thing either. Everyone chased him into the alley, and found that there was no one inside.
Where are the people? Where have people gone? It's gone. Did it fly away?
Levi wore an invisibility cloak and walked among the crowd.
It's troublesome. If I had known better, I would have just rejected the teacher.
Back at the hotel, Levi opened the door and walked in. Stopping at the door, there was a person sitting in the room, whom he didn't recognize. An old man dressed as an old woodcutter was sitting in Li Wei's room. When he saw Li Wei coming back, he said,
Come in and close the door.
Hearing the familiar voice, Levi was stunned for a moment and came to his senses. Come in. Close the door, he asked with some uncertainty.
Tower Master? Well, sit down,
the old woodcutter said calmly. Li Wei sat at the table honestly and asked,
The Tower Master has also come to Feihua City?
The old woodcutter shook his head and said,
No, this is my phantom body. I came over to see how your practice of transfiguration is going,
Toresta said. Li Wei demonstrated the results of his cultivation. The transformed things are already very real, and it is difficult to distinguish between true and false with the naked eye. Toresta smiled and said,
Yes, your talent is really high, and you have mastered it to this extent so quickly. Keep working hard and don't let up,
he encouraged.
I'm here to meet you. And there's one more thing.
After hearing this, Li Wei sat up straight and asked,
What's the matter?
Toresta said sternly.
You can show off your talent, but don't worry about being in danger. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. The more outstanding your talent is, the more attention the Mage Association will pay to you. If you are recognized by the Mage Association, you will have access to many things that ordinary mages cannot. This will be of great benefit to you. What it is specifically, I can't tell you for the time being. You will know when the time comes.
Levi was stunned for a moment. A little surprised. He didn't expect Toresta to encourage him to reveal his talent. Heard that Toresta came specifically for his own safety. He was also very moved. But he was still unwilling to do such a thing, as revealing his true strength. At least, not with your true identity. Li Wei lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then asked,
Teacher, does the Young Mage Association allow anonymous participation?
Toresta smiled when she heard him call her teacher. He said,
You can participate anonymously. This will not affect the Mage Association's judgment on you. I will say H, low to the Mage Association. And then you can participate anonymously.
When Li Wei heard this, he smiled and said,
Thank you very much, teacher.
With Toresta as his backer, Levi had fewer worries. All that's left is how to explain this to Mr. Furuzawa. In fact, it's easy to explain. Just put the matter on Toresta's head. Tell Gyuz directly that Toresta will not allow him to participate in the game. Let him preserve his strength, concentrate on training, and wait for the next competition to become a blockbuster again. After Levi finished thinking, he looked up and found that Toresta had disappeared. He walked to the window and looked down. The people walking up and down the street may all look like Toresta's phantom in his eyes.
Is this also a transfiguration technique?
Levi was shocked. Levi escaped. Gu Zhe, who came with Li Wei, was pestered by everyone. It wasn't until evening that I got rid of everyone who had been pestering me and returned to the hotel. When Gu saw Levi, he complained,
You ran away alone and left me to stay there to eat saliva. So many people surrounded me, and they almost tore me into pieces.
Li Wei quickly greeted him with a smile and said,
Teacher Gyuz, don't be angry. You also know that I'm not good at responding. Come, have a drink of water and eat a piece of sweet-scented osmanthus cake.
When Gyuz saw this, he laughed it off. In fact, he didn't have much to complain about, but was actually a little happy. After all, Levi is his student. Seeing that Li Wei was so popular, his face also glowed. After a while, after Gyuz's mood calmed down, Levi came up with the rhetoric.
That's what happened. The master of the tower asked me to concentrate on training and hone my strength first. Don't be so anxious to participate in the competition, and just wait until you show up to become a blockbuster.
After Levi finished speaking, he looked at Gu Zhe. Gu Zhe lowered his head and thought for a long time. Then sighed. He said,
What the tower master said makes sense. But I didn't think carefully. You are so talented that you should not be stained by failure in life.
Levi shook his head and said,
Is there anyone in the world who can't fail? Teacher, you are wrong. The tower master didn't mean that. So what if you fail? As long as you can still stand up and keep moving forward, it's not considered a defeat. The master of the tower means that I am still young and have plenty of time. So I am not in a hurry.
Toresta, no. I'm in a hurry. He still expects Li Wei to inherit his mantle. Why is he not in a hurry? Gyuz nodded and said,
I understand.
After sending Gyuz away, Li Wei took the time to practice. After practicing his magic power, he immediately entered the dreamland and practiced the art of transformation. The next morning, Levi opened his eyes. Transfiguration, level 0, 7920/10,000.
It's still a little bit off. We should be able to upgrade in the next 2 days.
The first 3 days of the Mage Exchange meeting are grand gatherings, and the 4th day of the Mage Youth Exchange competition begins. The exchange competition lasts until the end of the Mage Exchange meeting, which lasts approximately 10 to 12 days. The time is uncertain. It mainly depends on the game situation. If an intractable situation arises, the time may be extended appropriately, but no more than half a month at most. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gun salutes came from outside, and the fragrance of flowers came. Levi opened the window and looked around, seeing fairies scattering flowers in the sky. The annual Flying Flower Festival has begun. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Zhe knocked on the door, and Levi opened the door. Gu said,
Let's go and attend the opening ceremony of the Master Exchange meeting.
The Mage Exchange meeting was held in the largest square in Feihua City, Crystal Flower Plaza. Levi and Gu Zhe came to Crystal Flower Square. The place is extremely lively, and the outside of the square has been surrounded by soldiers. Only mage professionals, or those holding an invitation, can enter. Li Wei and Gu Zhe were wearing mage robes, and the soldiers walked directly into the square without any obstruction.
Magic Palace?
Levi looked up and saw a palace made of magical light appearing on the square. This is a large combo spell. It requires the cooperation of multiple level 4 or above archmages to complete. The effect is also amazing. The interior space of the magic palace is much larger than it looks from the outside. There's space magic involved.
How luxurious!
Levi had only seen this magic in books. I never thought that I would be able to see it with my own eyes one day. Compared with the magic hall, spells such as Fireball, Wind Blade, and Rock Stab are simply a juggling act. This is the real magic. Break the rules and create the impossible. Chapter 132, Stealing God's Business. Levi and Guze walked towards the magic palace.
Where's Master Loda?
Levi asked.
Gu said. He didn't come back last night. Leave him alone. He will come by himself when the time comes.
There was a hint of envy in his words. After all, who doesn't want to have a loved one? At the entrance of the magic palace, a green light swept across the magic badges on the chests of the two people, indicating that they were allowed to go. In fact, there is no need for soldiers to guard it. The magic palace can stop people who are not qualified to enter. It is just to prevent mages from meeting people who are not discerning, which leads to some mages having a bad impression of Feihua City. The Lord of Feihua City still sent soldiers to guard it. Levi walked into the magic palace and felt that the space in front of him suddenly became larger. I don't know if I have shrunk or if the world has grown bigger. The magic palace is splendid and brilliant. The ground is covered with big red carpets. Stepping on them is like walking on soft grass and feels very comfortable. In the hall, the mages gathered together in twos and threes to chat, waiting for the opening ceremony of the exchange meeting. Levi and Guze found a place to sit down. Levi touched the comfortable seat under him and said in surprise,
Is this magic? It feels like the real thing.
Guze smiled and said,
Of course not. The magic palace just creates an independent space, and the furniture inside is all genuine.
Levi asked curiously.
Then the magic palace disappeared. Aren't all these things gone?
Guze explained.
No. When the magic palace disappears, only the exit disappears. The space bubble where the magic palace is located still remains. As long as you can find the coordinates of the space bubble, you can connect to this space again when you cast the magic hall spell. This involves the principle of space magic. I'm not too clear about it. It's probably like this.
Levi nodded, slightly understanding. He looked around and saw that all the tables and chairs in the hall were of the highest quality. The Mages Association spent a lot of money. A figure walked to the table, pulled out the seat, and sat down.
Phew! I almost missed the time.
Lotta sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. He waited and a magic servant came over.
Bring me a warm cup of coffee.
The magic servant reached out and took out a cup of warm coffee and handed it to Lotta. Levi's eyes lit up. He raised his hands and shouted,
Give me a glass of juice.
The magic servant took out another glass of juice and handed it to Levi. Levi took a sip and saw Guze taking a glass of wine.
What is this juice? It's delicious.
He looked around and saw that not only drinks, but also anything could be taken out of the magic servant's body.
Do these magic servants have storage space in their bodies?
Levi asked. Lotta shook his head and said,
No. The magic servants and the magic palace are one. When they reach out and take out things from their bodies, they actually take out things from the magic hall. It can give you anything that is available in the magic palace. Of course, it is limited to free items provided by the Mage Association. There are also some chargeable items. The magic servant will provide them only if you pay for them,
Levi said with a smile.
It's an eye-opener.
Guze smiled and said,
I'll let you take a look. This is just the beginning.
Suddenly, the light in the magic hall dimmed, and the high platform in the center lit up. Guze whispered,
The opening ceremony has begun.
The president of Feihua City's Mage Association presided over the opening ceremony.
Everyone is welcome to come from afar to participate in this mage exchange meeting.
The president of the Mages Association finished. A man in a white dress walked up.
Hello everyone. I am Kira, the city lord of Feihua City. First of all, welcome everyone to Feihua City. I hope you all have a good time in Feihua City.
Levi looked at Kira, his eyes moving slightly. Did he send the crystal flower to himself? It doesn't look like much. The notes in the two letters look more like a woman's handwriting. He thought of a message he saw in the Yushin Club's dream. Some people say that the city lord of Feihua City has been replaced, and they are still looking for the whereabouts of the original city lord. He looked away, shook his head and thought, forget it. What does this have to do with him? Even if Kira usurps the throne and takes away the position of the original lord of Feihua City, what does it have to do with him? I just came to attend the Mage Exchange meeting. After the Mage Exchange meeting ended, he left immediately without staying for a moment. He also left the crystal flower in Maple Leaf City to avoid causing trouble. The opening ceremony was very simple. After the president of the Mage Association spoke and the city lord spoke, the opening ceremony was considered complete. Levi was also looking forward to some kind of performance. But there was none. After a while, a mage walked up to the high platform and showed his research results to everyone. Sitting in the audience, Leeway felt as if he were listening to a paper.
The mage exchange meeting seems a little different from what I imagined,
Levi said in a low voice. Hughes smiled and said,
The morning of the first day was like this. The mages of each mage tower showed their research results. On the one hand,
they showed the strength of the mage tower. And on the other hand, they attracted interested mages to join the mage tower.
Levi asked with some curiosity,
Does our mage tower have any research results?
Guzay looked at Luota and said,
Master Luota knows this matter better than me.
Luota said,
I participated in the last Maple Leaf City research, but I was only responsible for a very small part. It was probably a relatively complete set of small combination spells for one person. At that time, I was responsible for the testing and screening of zero-level spells, providing material references for official mages, and reducing experimentation and research time.
Levi asked,
A combination spell of freezing rain and cloud and mist?
Lotta shook his head and said,
No, it's more advanced than that. What you're talking about is just two separate spells paired with each other. Combination spells combine spell models to create a new multifunctional spell. It's like a magic palace. A typical combination of spells.
He looked at Hughes and said,
Didn't you participate in the exchange meeting last year? What were the research results given by the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower?
Guzay thought for a moment and said,
I don't remember it very clearly. It seems to be a set of enchantment combination spells. Last time it was still a half-finished product. And it ranked third from the bottom.
This Guzay is still very impressive. After all, the Mage Tower where he was ranked last. Levi looked at the stage and asked,
Is it this harvest spell?
Hughes nodded and said,
Yes, it seems to be that name. How do you know? That's what the people above said.
Hughes looked up and felt unfamiliar with the mage who was speaking. Lotta said,
Mage Comas. A third-level mage. And also a second-level alchemist.
On the high platform, Comas said,
The Harvest Barrier spell is initially positioned as a third-level combination spell, with a fourth-level intermediate level of difficulty in casting. After testing, the growth rate of crops within the harvest boundary increased by 300%, and the grain output increased by 100%. Seasonal wheat can mature in 1 month and double the output.
In the audience, a mage spoke with a smile and said,
Aren't you robbing the god of harvest? Are you afraid that his followers will cause trouble for you?
Ha ha. Everyone laughed out loud. After all, the mage has always been arrogant and does not take gods into consideration. They do not believe in gods. Only magical truths. Chapter 133 Classic Free Routine. Everyone laughed and realized the importance of the harvest spell. Although mages don't have to worry about food and drink, for the city lord of a city, the harvest spell is very important. This can solve the food problem. With enough food, you can expand your army, strengthen your troops, and improve your military strength, and then expand the sphere of influence. After hearing this, Kira, the lord of Feiwa City, couldn't help but feel moved. He thought about how to get this spell. Although he is not a mage, he has a group of mage teachers under him. It's just that the threshold for casting this spell is a bit high. It's probably impossible for those in the mage teaching group to master it alone. Koma said so too. The Harvest Barrier spell is positioned as a third-level spell, and the difficulty of casting the spell is level 4 intermediate. This means that at least a third-level mage is required to complete the spell casting, and ordinary third-level mages can't do it. It must be at least a third-level mage who can cast fourth-level spells. Rounding it all off, this is a fourth-level spell. After thinking about it, Kira had no choice but to give up. The threshold was too high, and he couldn't reach it. Everyone also asked questions about the Harvest Barrier spell, and Comas answered them one by one. It's like a thesis defense. Levi listened with great interest. The magic principles and magic model transformation ideas discussed in the discussion were eye-opening for Li Wei. It made him feel suddenly enlightened.
So it can still be like this.
Li Wei's heart moved, and he had a lot of thoughts and ideas about the next step of the fireball technique. In the blink of an eye, the whole morning passed. Levi still has memories of the
thesis defense.
Seeing this, Guzay said,
If you still want to hear it, you can continue to participate in the afternoon.
The main meeting will become a trade fair in the afternoon. And the exchange meeting will continue in the auxiliary hall.
Levi nodded.
Yes, I understand.
At noon, in the Magic Palace, the Mage Association prepared a large amount of delicious food for everyone. All of them are precious foods that mages are reluctant to eat. Use various magic fruits, magic plants, magic medicines, and monster meat to make magic dishes. I heard that gourmet professionals were specially hired to prepare the food. Foodie careers are rare. People think foodies only eat. In fact, true gourmets are also top chefs. The food made by gourmet professionals has magical power. After eating a piece of magic food, Levi felt his scalp getting cold. He asked in surprise.
Can this restore mental power?
Hughes nodded and said,
It's true. It tastes pretty good. It's a pity that everyone only has one,
Levi said. In the afternoon, the main hall of the Magic Palace turned into a trading center. The venue for discussing magical theory and research was moved to the Deputy Hall. Everyone laid out the treasures one after another, and also placed a wooden sign on the table to purchase the necessary items. Not only are treasures for sale, there are also many alchemists, potion masters, and blacksmiths setting up stalls to accept commissions. Many extraordinary professions that are rarely seen in daily life are gathered together. Extremely lively.
The branches of the wisdom oak are the finest materials for making staffs. Don't miss them when you pass by. High purity elemental crystals. Mages who want to improve their elemental perception must not miss it. To undertake the forging of magic equipment and the manufacture of magic props, you need to provide your own materials. Purchase a 3rd level sub-dragon seed magic core. The price is negotiable. Free enchantment. Give back to new and old customers at a loss.
There were shouts everywhere, and Levi was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, a mage is no different from a vegetable vendor in a vegetable market. He glanced around and realized that most of the mage followers were shouting to help. The mage himself was sitting behind the trading table, and the old god was drinking tea. Very leisurely. A mage without an entourage can only shout on his own.
Free enchantment?
When Li Wei heard that he could have sex for free, he quickly ran to have a look. The young stall owner looked at everyone with a smile and said,
I am a 1st level enchanter, and I will enchant everyone for free today. Although enchanting is free, there is a charge for enchanting materials. Everyone needs to understand that. After all, the enchantment handling fee is quite expensive on weekdays. You don't need to prepare the materials. I have them all here.
Li Wei raised his eyebrows. This man knew marketing. Free enchantments are just a gimmick. The real money comes from the cost of enchanting materials. Asking everyone to use his enchanting materials is a way to earn money from the material fees. However, many people asked young people to help with enchantment.
1st level flame strengthening enchantment. The power of fire spells is increased by 10%.
In a few minutes, the young man completed the enchantment and handed it over to the customer. After the customer looked at it, he paid the money with satisfaction and left with the staff. When Li Wei saw this, his heart moved slightly. He asked,
Is there any enchantment that can reduce mana consumption?
The young man heard this and said,
Of course there is. The 1st level mana consumption reduction enchantment usually costs 10 gold coins. Today it is free. You only need to pay 15 gold coins for the material fee.
When Li Wei heard this, he felt that it was really not cheap. He took off his invisibility cloak, handed it to the young man, and said,
Enchant it for me.
He took out 15 gold coins and put them on the table. Seeing this, the young man smiled slightly and said,
No problem.
A few minutes later, a light blue pattern appeared inside the invisibility cloak. The young man said,
The 1st level mana consumption reduction enchantment reduces mana consumption by 10%.
When Li Wei heard it, he felt pretty much the same.
Walk slowly. Welcome to visit next time.
The business at the enchanting stall is quite lively, and from time to time, people ask young people to help with enchanting. Levi was walking around the trade fair and met Hughes. Hughes glanced at the pattern inside the invisibility cloak and said,
Are you enchanted? Well, it costs 15 gold coins, which is quite expensive.
Levi said. Hughes said,
It's not bad. It's cheaper than usual. But you should note that enchantment is not a permanent gain. Excellent enchantments can last for several years, or even more than 10 years, while inferior enchantments can only last for a few months, or even more than 10 days. The latter is a complete scam.
Levi was surprised.
Am I being cheated?
He lifted up his robe and took a closer look. Hughes shook his head and said,
Probably not. He wouldn't dare to lie to others at the mage exchange meeting. Judging from the magic lines, This enchanter's craftsmanship is pretty good and should last for more than a year.
15 gold coins buy a buff that lasts for 1 year. Levi felt a little bit at a loss. I should have known better to ask first before enchanting. I thought the enchantment was permanent, but I didn't expect it to be time limited. Ding 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 ding. There was a noise from the stall next to him, and Levi turned to look.
Forging Master. To undertake the forging of magic equipment, you need to prepare the materials yourself and charge a forging fee.
Levi thought of the Ant King's carapace and walked towards the blacksmith stall. The Forge Master has a separate cabin, which is much more luxurious than a table for others. The Forging Master who was hammering the forging metal asked without looking up.
What's the matter?
Levi looked around and saw the Guse had already walked away. He took out the Ant King's carapace and asked,
What kind of magic equipment is this suitable for forging?
The blacksmith glanced at it, stretched out his hand to pinch it, and said,
Armor and shield. If you use it yourself, it is recommended to forge magic armor. Magic armor?
Levi showed doubts. Chapter 134, First Level Apparition.
Magic armor?
Levi looked confused. It was also the first time he heard of it. The master blacksmith stopped and put the forged metal aside. He said,
The magic armor is a special kind of magic equipment with its own power. When ordinary people wear it, they can explode with power comparable to professionals. It is suitable for weak mages to wear. It can greatly improve the mage's mobility.
Levi understands. Isn't this an exoskeleton armor? That sounds pretty good. Levi asked.
How much does it cost?
Forging Master Troska said.
It depends on what level of magic armor you want to build. Do you still have the magic core of Warcraft? If you have a magic core, the cost will be much less.
Levi nodded and said,
Yes.
Troska said.
The first level magic armor costs 300 gold coins for forging and 100 gold coins for enchanting.
Levi's eyes widened.
So expensive? You are the carapace of a third level magical beast. It is very troublesome to process. If you build it into a first level magic armor, its defense is still equivalent to that of a third level magic armor, but its power is equivalent to the power and speed of a first level professional.
Troska said.
If it's just first level Warcraft materials, the cost can be reduced a lot. Too expensive.
Levi shook his head and put away the Ant King's carapace. Troska said,
If you don't want to forge magic armor, you can sell me the materials.
When Levi heard this, his eyes lit up and he asked,
How much money do you have to pay? 100 gold coins. Too little? If you are willing to sell me the magic core together, I can give you more.
Levi took out the magic core and showed it to him. After looking at it, Troska thought for a moment and said,
I will pay you 380 gold coins for the carapace and the magic core.
Li Wei saw this and shouted,
500. Forget it if you don't want to.
Troska turned around and said. Li Wei said helplessly,
Okay, then 380.
He could see that although Troska wanted it, it was not necessary. Troska is a master forger and has no shortage of excellent sources of materials. Li Wei will stop when he sees fit. Anyway, it has exceeded his expectations. Levi handed the materials to Troska, took the money and left.
Magic potions are sold cheaply. Cultivation potions, recovery potions, advanced potions, and various other potions are sold cheaply. Do not miss passing through.
Levi heard the sound and looked over, seeing a stall filled with bottles filled with potions. He remembered that the effect of the intermediate potion he had taken was almost over, then walked over there.
How much does it cost to practice potions at an intermediate level?
The stall owner said.
18 gold coins per bottle. Today's 10% discount sale price. Cheaper than the Mage Association. It's so cheap. There shouldn't be any quality issues. Right?
Levi asked doubtfully.
Absolutely impossible. I am an official pharmacist certified by the Association of Professionals. If there is a quality problem, you can ask me to compensate you.
The stall owner said, holding up the pharmacist sign on his chest. Seeing this, Li Wei said,
Okay, give me a bottle first. If it's useful, I'll buy it from you.
The stall owner patted his chest and said,
No problem. It's guaranteed to be useful. You can come to me at any time during the Mage Exchange meeting.
Levi paid and took away a bottle of intermediate cultivation potion. I walked around the trading floor and found a lot of good stuff. Suddenly, his eyes lit up.
How much does this cost?
Levi asked, pointing to a scroll on the stall. The stall owner said,
300 gold coins. So expensive?
Levi was surprised. The stall owner said,
This is a directional teleportation scroll. It can save your life at critical moments. 300 gold coins is already very cheap.
Levi asked.
How far is the transmission distance? 100 meters.
Levi. The transmission distance is only 100 meters. What's the use? The stall owner explained.
The directional teleportation scroll is much more expensive than the random teleportation scroll. If you don't like it, I also have a 100-meter random teleportation scroll here, which only costs 180 gold coins.
Levi shook his head.
No need.
After shopping around, I found that everything I wanted to see was very expensive. If you want to pick up the slack, you will find that others are smarter than you. There are no leaks to pick up. But if you are unlucky, you will still get cheated. Seeing this situation, Levi stopped visiting the trade fair, leave the magic hall, and returned to the hotel to practice. Anyway, the exchange meeting will last for half a month, so there is no rush for now. On the way back to the hotel, he stopped by the grocery store in Feihua City to get rid of the sundries on his hands. A total of 12 gold coins and 25 silver coins were sold. There are still some things left that are inconvenient to get rid of. Levi planned to find an opportunity to destroy it directly to avoid getting into trouble. Now he has a total of 468 gold coins, several silver coins and copper coins on his person. In the evening, Hughes returned to the hotel. When I saw the light in Levi's room, I realized that he had already returned first.
When did you come back?
Hughes asked. Levi said.
It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I came back after wandering around for a long time.
Hughes smiled and said,
There will be an auction tomorrow morning, and all the good things will be at the auction.
When Li Wei heard this, his eyes moved.
Let's go together tomorrow morning. Good.
The next morning, Liddy brought up the dream. Transfiguration, level 0, 9423/10,000.
It's almost time. We should be able to break through the first level today.
There was a knock on the door, and Levi and Hughes went out to the magic palace together.
Did Master Loda not come back last night?
Levi asked.
No,
Hughes replied. Entering the magic palace, the main hall of the magic palace has changed again, turned into a huge auction venue. Levi and Guze saw Luo Ta's figure and walked to sit next to him. Seeing the dark circles on Loda's face, Levi asked in surprise.
Master Loda didn't rest last night?
His face looked a little bad, a little haggard, and he didn't know what happened. Loda said,
Something happened last night, and I didn't have any rest. I'll squint a little, and you guys can help me keep an eye on it.
After saying that, he leaned back on his seat and closed his eyes and fell asleep. Levi and Guze looked at each other and made eye contact. Levi,
do you want to ask him something?
Hughes,
no. If you need our help, Loda will tell us.
Levi nodded, indicating that he understood. The auction begins. The first auction item is a precious high-quality magic crystal, an excellent material for making magic circles. He was taken away for 600 gold coins. Levi touched the space ring in his pocket and felt like a poor man. There was no item priced lower than 100 gold coins in subsequent auctions. The final auction item is a damaged 5th level ancient magic doll. After repair, it can bring out the powerful strength of a 5th level professional. Because it was damaged and needed to be repaired before it could exert its full strength, it only sold for a high price of 12,000 gold coins. Levi could only look forward and sigh.
So rich!
Although I didn't buy anything, it was enough for my eyes. In the afternoon, after returning to the hotel, Levi practiced behind closed doors. At night, the dream world. Transfiguration, first level, 0/10,000. Levi breathed a sigh of relief.
Finally upgraded.
Cast the first level disembodiment and see the effect. Levi looked surprised.
It's stable now.
Chapter 135 The Secret of Toresta. Levi casts the first level disembodiment technique. The illusions created come to life. The rose fell on his palm, and Levi could feel the softness of the flower. This is no longer an illusion. Not just the visuals, but the touch as well. Both real and illusory. It gave Levi a suddenly similar feeling.
Dream creation?
Levi's heart moved. He had some doubts about Toresta's identity. The things created by apparition are 70 to 80% similar to those created in dreams. Is Toresta also a sleepwalker? Even a dream thief or a dream weaver? Li Wei thought for a long time and had no answer in his heart. Toresta is a spiritual mage, and his ability to perceive the dream world is stronger than that of ordinary people. Even becoming a sleepwalker is normal. Not everyone has the
Great sleepwalking technique.
Like Levi, and can freely enter and exit dreams. Most sleepwalkers stumble into the dream world by accident. Or, awakening, knows that one is in the dream world, thus breaking away from the dream bubble and wandering around the dream world. People with higher levels of inspiration are more likely to become sleepwalkers.
Maybe it's just an illusion. It's because I'm still in a dream and my consciousness affects the dream. So I feel that the illusion is like a dream creation.
With a thought in his mind, Li Wei exited the dream world. Back to the real world. Levi cast the disillusionment spell. A small light bulb appeared in front of him, illuminating the dim room. The light of the light bulb changes with Levi's mood.
Lighting technique?
Haha. Levi laughed. The light bulb floats in midair, and its light only illuminates 3 feet around it. A bright rose appears in the hand. Levi's heart moves slightly, and he raised his hand to pick up the evening flowers placed next to the bedside table. The roses in my hands turned into blue-purple evening flowers. The 2 night-scented flowers on the left and right are exactly the same. The phantom on the left hand is also like a replica. Levi could still feel the difference.
The weight, the smell, the subtle textures, the illusion and the real thing are still different.
The touch is just a false touch, lacking the weight that comes with quality. It's in your hand, but it doesn't seem like it's in your hand. When looking directly at the phantom night-scented flower, the sense of touch will be enhanced. When I closed my eyes, I felt that my palm was a puff of air, a ball of fluffy cotton, which was not real enough.
What's fake is fake after all. If it's paired with props, it can look fake and real.
Li Wei's heart moved, and the night-scented flower in his left hand disappeared. The real night-scented flower on the right hand turns into a purple rose. The touch is real. The sight is real. Even the fragrance of the flowers is there, like a real rose.
Ha. It's more than enough to fool people who don't understand the fragrance of flowers.
Levi put the purple roses back into the vase. A bouquet of evening flowers was mixed with a rose, which was a little weird. Levi allowed the magical light to cover the night-scented flowers, wanting to see how long the transfiguration could last. After testing, Levi discovered that transfiguration and dream creation had the same origin. Torresta's identity is a bit complicated. Levi looked at the purple roses.
At least, he is still my teacher now.
Torresta was pretty good to him, regardless of deeds or intentions. Li Wei still recognized Torresta as a teacher. Thinking of this, Levi couldn't help but ponder something. If Torresta is also a sleepwalker, would he have been discovered long ago when he used the great sleepwalking spell in the Mage Tower? The answer is not yet known. At least Torresta didn't say anything to his face. Li Wei just pretended that he didn't know anything.
In addition to the phantoms that are difficult to distinguish between true and false, the first level transfiguration technique also has an important effect.
Levi casts Fireball, then Transfiguration. The color of the fireball in the palm of my hand began to change, and its shape began to change. The fireball turned into an ice blue arrow.
Spell Disguise.
The corners of Levi's mouth raised slightly, revealing a 6th grade smile. The ice arrow technique suddenly turns into a fireball technique, which will definitely make the enemy unprepared. Spell Camouflage is just a visual effect, and Fireball is still Fireball. It can produce unexpected effects at critical moments. Dispersing the fireball in his hand, Levi activated the invisible armor. Cast Apparition. The invisible armor transforms into a set of metal armor, making Levi look like a warrior wearing armor. Levi's heart moved slightly, and he had a good idea. Click! The door closed. Levi dispersed his magic power and looked out the door. In the middle of the night, Lotta went out quietly alone.
Master Lotta, have you encountered anything these days?
Levi thought in his mind. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight without danger. Levi quickly put on his invisibility cloak and followed Lotta's footsteps. Rather than passively waiting for Lotta to get him into trouble, he preferred to take the initiative. Follow Luo Ta to a private house in Feihua City. Luo Ta looked around to make sure no one was there, then knocked on the door. 3 long and 3 short. The door opened and Lotta got in.
Shadow Attendant.
Levi stood on Shadow Warrior, climbed onto the roof, and saw Lotta walking into the backyard. Standing in the backyard was a mature woman wearing a purple mink coat and holding a thin pipe in her hand. She had a plump figure and a curly front and back.
Evelyn.
Lotta called the woman's name. Evelyn took a puff of cigarette, exhaled slowly, and said,
You still want to help them?
Lotta said with some pain.
Although the Seth family abandoned my parents 18 years ago, it is still my blood relative after all. I cannot sit back and watch the Seth family perish. My parents would never forgive me if they saw it. Sorry, Evelyn,
Lotta said apologetically. Evelyn shook her head and said,
this is your choice, and I respect your choice. Just don't come to me again. I will help the Set family solve this trouble. Just go away.
Evelyn ordered the people to be driven away. Lotta opened her mouth, unable to say anything. In the end, he could only turn around and leave in embarrassment. After Lotta left, Evelyn looked up at the roof and said flatly,
Your Excellency, after watching it for so long, don't you plan to show up?
When Levi saw her looking at his position, he knew that she had been exposed. He jumped off the roof and landed slowly.
How did you find me?
Levi asked. Evelyn shook the pipe and said,
You smell like two bros. I don't like this floral scent.
Levi hesitated slightly. He smelled it and found no floral scent. Evelyn added,
Your invisibility is too low level and cannot be hidden by your mental power.
Levi looked at her in surprise. He was at least 20 or 30 meters away from Evelyn just now, but she was able to spot him. With such powerful mental power, Evelyn is at least a third-level mage. When Li Wei saw this, he also revealed his identity. He also didn't want to offend a powerful mage for no reason.
I am Lotta's friend,
Levi said. Evelyn took a puff of cigarette and said,
Then what? I want to see if there's anything I can do to help him,
Levi said.
Then you are really thoughtful. Go back. This matter has nothing to do with you.
Evelyn wrote lightly. Seeing this, Li Wei turned around and prepared to leave. Just as he turned around, he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and asked,
What is your relationship with Lotta?
Teacher. Chapter 136 Mrs. Rose.
Teacher,
Evelyn said lightly.
Oh.
Levi got the answer, turned around and took 2 steps. When he suddenly felt something was wrong, he suddenly came to his senses. Lotta obviously loves her, but Evelyn is not Lotta's lover, but his teacher, etc. Lotta is 35 years old this year, and Evelyn is his teacher. How old is Evelyn? Levi turned back to glance at Evelyn curiously. Evelyn looked like a mature young woman, with fair skin and beautiful appearance. No crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and she looked very young. It doesn't look like he is older than Lotta at all. Lotta looked much older than his teacher. The identities of the two should be reversed. Evelyn put down her cigarette and looked at Levi.
What? Are there any other questions?
Levi knew the consequences of asking a woman how old she was. He quickly said,
No. I'm just a little surprised. You look much younger than Master Lotta.
Evelyn smiled and said,
She's pretty good at talking. All women love beauty. I'm just good at taking care of it.
Even so, Levi could hear the pride in her words. Levi took the opportunity to praise her a few words.
It's not just about taking good care of your skin, but more importantly, it's about your natural beauty. Even if you don't need to take care of your skin, you can still be beautiful.
Evelyn was very happy to be praised. After she laughed, she looked at Levi and said,
If you really want to help Lotta, go to the Pumpkin Manor outside the city tomorrow afternoon.
Li Wei was stunned for a moment, a little surprised, but he didn't expect that he would get into trouble with a compliment. I came here to solve the problem. He didn't hesitate much.
What should I prepare?
Levi asked.
No need. Just get here,
Evelyn said with a faint smile. Levi nodded and asked one last question before leaving.
Do you know me?
Evelyn looked at him, smiled, and said nothing. Levi seemed to understand. Evelyn knew her identity from the beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until Lotta left before asking him to come down. Levi leaves. Evelyn poured out the ashes from her pipe and looked at the old woodcutter sitting beside her.
Aren't you going to meet him?
Evelyn asked.
I've seen it before,
the old woodcutter replied. From beginning to end, Levi didn't notice anyone sitting in the yard. Levi was on his way back. Walk and think.
How did you reveal your identity?
2 possibilities. Someone had told Evelyn in advance. Evelyn had heard about the commotion she had caused in the Mage Association and knew herself.
Hey, why do you feel that the water in Feihua City is a bit deep?
This made Levi feel a little uncomfortable. He still prefers the free days in Maple Leaf City.
Let's end it as soon as possible before we get into more trouble.
Back in the room, Levi glanced at Lotta's door. Lotta has returned, lying in bed unable to sleep.
Unrequited love. Nothing comes of it.
Levi shook his head and lay on the bed to sleep. Enter the dream world. After practicing transfiguration for a while, I found that the difficulty of practicing the first level transfiguration has increased several times. Li Wei planned to sharpen his gun before the battle, so he didn't take this hard nut.
Deduction of invisible armor spell.
The night passed. Invisible armor, level 1 minor, 7812/10,000. As proficiency increases, the number of Levi's stacked layers increases from the initial 9 to 11. The defense is greatly enhanced. So far, Levi has not encountered an enemy that can break all invisible armors. The Ant King may be capable. Unfortunately, Levi killed it with a charged fireball and didn't give it a chance. The defense power is naturally higher the higher it is. No one thinks the defense is too high. The third day of the Master Exchange meeting will proceed as normal. Guzei invited Li Wei to go to the exchange meeting. But Li Wei did not go, and stayed in the hotel to practice. Guzei went to invite Luo Ta again, and found that Luo Ta was nowhere to be seen early in the morning. I had to go to the exchange meeting alone. At the exchange meeting, Guz met many acquaintances.
Mage Wilder? Mage Lilith. Long time no see. Good morning. Archmage Alan.
Alan looked at Guzei and asked,
Are you alone?
Guzei said.
Li Wei stayed in the hotel to practice and didn't come. I don't know where Luo Ta went. Levi is here too?
Alan said unexpectedly. Guz nodded and said,
Yes.
Alan asked,
Will Levi participate in the exchange competition?
Guz replied.
The tower owner asked him to participate in the next exchange competition.
Alan nodded, understanding. Guzei had already spread the news throughout the Mage Tower about Toresta accepting Li Wei as his disciple. Alan knew this too.
If Levi doesn't participate, only Wilder and Lilith will represent Maple Leaf City this year,
Alan said. Guz turned to look at Lilith. Lilith was eating, and didn't pay attention to the conversation between the two. Wilder's face has never looked good, and his eyes are a little gloomy. Still haven't recovered from the last blow at the Kovada mine. He almost lost his life, but was lucky enough to escape and be found. In the afternoon, Levi left Feihua City, and came to the Pumpkin Manor outside the city. Pumpkins and vegetables are grown in the Pumpkin Manor, which is one of the important food sources in Feihua City. The Seth family controls the food lifeline of Feihua City, and their status is not low. After some turmoil, the Seth family has declined. Even the land of Pumpkin Manor cannot be saved. In a critical stage of survival. If Pumpkin Manor is lost again, the Seth family will exist in name only. When Levi arrived outside the Pumpkin Manor, he saw a large area of land abandoned and uncultivated. The huge manor stood alone among the weeds. Even the weeds on the walls are not taken care of. It can be seen how far the Seth family has declined. Levi saw Lotta's figure at the gate of the manor. Lotta heard the footsteps and turned around, feeling a little surprised.
Levi, why are you here?
Levi walked to him and looked up at the manor door number above. The handwriting has been blurred.
Is this Master Lotta's home?
Levi asked. Lotta nodded and said,
Well, I haven't been back for 18 years.
Jia. The assassin's friction sounded, and the door of the manor was opened. Several people came out quickly.
Uncle Lotta, you must save the Seth family.
Levi turned around and saw two figures he had seen before. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that he had met two young men at the Mage Association 2 days ago. They seemed to be seeking to see a certain mage. Tap tap tap. The sound of horse hooves came. The few people who were begging Lotta to stop and looked into the distance. A group of people came on horseback and stopped in front of everyone. The dust thrown up by the horses' hooves flew into everyone's faces. The law enforcement officer of Feihua City sat on his horse, looking down at everyone. He said,
The Seth family is no longer able to maintain the normal operation of the Pumpkin Manor, according to the regulations signed by Feihua City and the nobles. From now on, the City Lord's Palace will take back the ownership of the Pumpkin Manor. All non-City Lord's Palace members will leave the Pumpkin Manor. This is an ultimatum. If you are still unwilling to leave, then don't blame the City Lord's Palace for sending troops to drive them away.
Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. A large number of petals appeared in the sky. When the petals fell, a figure appeared in front of everyone. The law enforcement officer looked at the visitor and exclaimed in surprise.
This is Rose.
Chapter 137 The Past Events of Baiwa Family in Feihua.
Lady Rose.
Levi looked up and saw that the person coming was Evelyn. When the law enforcement officer saw Evelyn, he quickly got off his horse.
Edson, I have met Mrs. Rose.
Edson, who was aggressive in the face of everyone, immediately became groveling after seeing Evelyn. Evelyn glanced at Edson and walked towards Rhoda. He casually took out a piece of paper and handed it to him, saying,
Take it. From now on, Pumpkin Manor will be in my name and will still belong to the Seth family. Starting this year, the pumpkin farm will gradually resume production.
Lotta took the contract with a heavy heart. The people behind him looked surprised. Being able to hold Mrs. Rose's thigh is undoubtedly a great thing for the Seth family, which is about to perish. The title of Lady Rose was given by the former Lord of Feihua City. In Feihua City, he has a high status. Even Kira, the current Lord of Feihua City, has to find ways to win over Madame Rose. Lady Rose represents the line of old city lords. The influence is not small. Edson's expression changed when he heard Evelyn's words. Pumpkin Manor is the territory that City Lord Kira wants. And even if Mrs. Rose comes forward, she cannot give it up. Edson quickly said,
Mrs. Rose, the Seth family has violated the agreement with the nobles.
And now Pumpkin Manor belongs to the city owner.
Evelyn didn't even look at him, and said calmly,
If you want Pumpkin Manor, ask Kira to come to me in person.
Edson's face darkened, and Evelyn called the city lord by his first name, which was very disrespectful to him. However, he did not dare to say anything more. After all, Madame Rose's strength lies there. He had no choice but to cup his hands and say,
In that case, I'll take my leave first.
Walk. Ederson mounted his horse and left with a bad expression. Lotta looked up at Evelyn and said softly,
Thank you.
Evelyn glanced at him, looked at Levi, then looked into the manor and said,
Won't you invite us in to sit down?
Lotta was a little confused. Evelyn pointed a finger at Levi.
He and I.
Only then did the people behind Lotta notice Levi. Leon recognized Levi and said in surprise,
You are the genius mage.
Ryder said quickly,
Please come in quickly.
The two are brothers. Ryder is the older brother and Leon is the younger brother. Their father is Lotta's cousin. In the manor, Lena's sister Lena served hot tea to entertain the two distinguished guests. The Seth family was in such decline that there was not even a decent servant in the manor. Lena had to entertain the guests herself. Ryder stood aside, looking at Evelyn and Levi with some embarrassment. He was a little embarrassed and said,
I'm sorry. My family is poor, and I don't have good hospitality. So I have to take care of you.
Evelyn took a sip of hot tea and said,
The craftsmanship is not bad.
Lena's cheeks were slightly red, and she felt a little happy. I never expected that one day I would be praised by Mrs. Rose. Lady Rose is the idol and ideal of countless young women in Feihua City. There are 4 most noble people in Feihua City. All of them were awarded crystal flower badges by the city lord. Lady Rose is one of them, holding a crystal flower in hand. You are the most distinguished person in Feihua City and enjoy the most noble treatment in Feihua City. The status is lofty, above 10,000 people, below 1 person, second only to the city lord. Levi also took a sip of hot tea and nodded, feeling really good. The mellow aroma of tea is just right. More is too greasy. Less is tasteless. Lotta looked at Levi and then at Evelyn. Finally, he looked down at the coffee table in front of him and talked about the past.
18 years ago, I was a mage apprentice at the Mage Academy, with the hope of becoming the youngest trainee mage in Feihua City. An accident made me leave Feihua City. I haven't been back here for 18 years.
In Lotta's narration, Levi gradually learns about his past. 18 years ago, the leader of Feihua City was not Kira. Back then, the Seth family would also become one of the upper-class noble families in Feihua City. The Seth family has a very good relationship with the previous city lord of Feihua City, and Lotta's parents are members of the city lord's personal guard. That year, a major event occurred. The lord of Feihua City went out and was besieged by a mysterious and powerful enemy, and was in danger. The place where the attack occurred was less than 10 kilometers away from Feihua City. The city lord sent a distress signal. However, all the noble families in Feihua City saw the signal, but no one came to support them. Coincidentally, the 4 crystal flower holders were not in the city at that time. In a city, no one came to rescue and support the city lord. In the end, the city lord's personal guards were wiped out. Lotta's parents were killed, and the city lord returned seriously injured. Since then, the Seth family has completely broken with the city lord, laying the foundation for the family's decline. Lotta repeatedly asked the family to lend a helping hand and send people to rescue the city lord. Even if the city lord is not saved, at least for the sake of his parents, he must send someone to support him. However, the Seth family was indifferent and gave up on Lotta's parents. Lotta was disheartened, and coupled with a psychological blow, his reputation as a genius plummeted. In the end, It was Evelyn who pulled him back from the brink of degradation. After Lotta woke up, he felt ashamed to face Evelyn again, as well as the many teachers in the college who had high hopes for him. Because he was completely disappointed with the Seth family, he ran away from home, wandered many places, and settled in Maple Leaf City. The key point in the decline of the Seth family was Kira's rise to power. The Seth family made a wrong bet, and the person they supported failed to become the city lord. After Kira became the city lord, the Seth family, which had lost its backer, became a key target. More than 10 years later, it has declined to this situation. Evelyn's comment was, "You deserve it." If she hadn't been in the city in the first place, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. She suspected that the four of them were deliberately lured away. After the city lord was seriously injured, he disappeared after a while. Evelyn suspected that something had happened to the city lord and was assassinated by Kira. The four people who were also holders of the crystal flower badge jointly approached Kira and asked him to tell the truth. Kira claimed to be innocent and had nothing to do with the disappearance of the city lord. Later, a fight broke out between the four and Kira. Kira fought 1 against 4, and the fight ended in a draw. After the battle, the two left Feihua City angrily and disappeared without a trace. Mrs. Rose and another person are still staying in Feihua City, working tirelessly to find traces of the city lord. However, the other person has not appeared for more than 10 years. Even Evelyn only knew that he was still in Feihua City, and was nowhere to be seen. The only Baiwa family member who still appears in the eyes of the world is Mrs. Rose. Levi and Lotta were walking back to the hotel inside.
It's all caused by greed. If the Seth family had not betrayed the city lord, why would they have fallen to where they are now?
Lotta shook his head and said,
You don't understand how important the secret held by the Lord of Feihua City back then was. Which is why so many families wanted to kill her. All because of that secret.
Secret? Levi showed surprise. I haven't heard them mention this before. Lotta said,
A mythical rumor. Some people say that the Lord of Feihua City can communicate with the God of Flowers and gain the power of the gods. That's why you can become the Lord of a city at a young age.
Chapter 138 Young Mage Exchange Competition.
Is the legend of the flower god true?
Levi sat in the room thinking.
Who sent the crystal flower to me? Is he the missing previous Lord of Feihua City?
Levi didn't know either. This afternoon, just like Evelyn said, Levi did nothing but went to the Pumpkin Manor to sit for a while. He didn't know what the use was. It was a worthwhile trip to hear a story and learn about Rhoda's past. Before leaving, Reiner also gave Levi a scroll. It is said to be something left over by the Seth family long ago. Even when the Seth family was in the most critical moment, he didn't sell it for money. And now he gave it to Li Wei. Levi took out the scroll and opened it to check. He looked surprised.
Fire Mage Advanced Ceremony Fire Spirit Sacrifice. This is too precious.
Looking back and thinking about it, I found that it was actually just the same thing. It is precious even if it is said to be precious. And it is not precious even if it is not said to be precious. Advancement rituals are recorded on scrolls and recorded in written form. As far as the carrier is concerned, it is not as good as a magic book inscribed with 0-level spells. After all, magic books are serious magic items. It is worthless to a mage who knows this advanced ritual. But for mages who lack advanced rituals, this gift is extremely precious. Reiner didn't sell it for money. Probably because he couldn't find a suitable buyer. Knowledge is only valuable to those who need it. It just so happened that Levi needed this knowledge. He read the knowledge on the scrolls eagerly and memorized the steps and process of the advanced rituals of the fire spirit sacrifice. Now, he doesn't have any use for it. When he wants to break through to the second level, he will be able to use the advancement ceremony. Maple Leaf City Mage Tower also has an advancement ceremony. It's just a general mage career advancement ceremony. The fire spirit sacrifice is an advanced ritual exclusively for fire mages. For Levi, the effect is definitely better than the universal advancement ceremony. At night, in dreams, invisible armor, first level master, 0/10,000. Levi casts the invisible armor spell. The Deshang level invisible armor becomes more solid and has stronger defensive power. The upper limit of stacked armor reaches 12 levels. Levi looked down at the invisible armor on his body, with some vague thoughts in his mind. After attending a mage exchange meeting, he got some inspiration. Invisible armor may be fused with fire elements to become sunfire armor. Causes continuous burning damage to surrounding enemies. It can also be combined with other elements, such as wind elements, to make the invisible armor more lightweight. It is still a little early to achieve this. Levi can't do it yet.
Maybe there will be a chance to do it in the future.
Since invisible armor can be fused with the fire element, can eject control be fused as well?
Levi's heart moved. Many wild ideas appeared in his mind. After a while, Levi gathered his thoughts.
We can't do it now. Maybe we can try it after our strength improves.
Levi returned his attention to training. In the second half of the night, Levi devoted himself to practicing the fireball technique and comprehending the element of fire. Seek opportunities to integrate the fire element with other spells. Early morning, Levi got up early, put on his equipment, and was fully armed. Today is the 4th day of the Mage Exchange meeting, and the first day of the Young Mage Exchange competition. When Li Wei went out, he saw Guze waiting outside the door. Lotta was also there. The two seemed more concerned about this matter than Levi.
Come on! Don't be late,
Gu said quickly. Levi nodded.
Yeah.
The three of them rushed towards the Magic Palace. The Magic Hall has lasted for 3 days, and will continue until the Mage Exchange meeting is over. I don't know how many magic stones will be consumed during this period. Levi walked into the Magic Hall. He glanced at Guze and Loda and said,
Teacher, I'm going to the toilet. Well, hurry up. Don't miss the opening ceremony,
Guze said. Levi pretends to go to the toilet. After coming out of the toilet, he turned into a strange mage wearing armor and mage robes. Li Wei found the competition staff of the Mage Association.
Hello, I am an anonymous contestant,
Levi said. The staff was slightly startled when they saw his image. He picked up the list, took a look at it, and asked,
Is it the mage who came to Maple Leaf City?
When Li Wei heard this, he knew it was Toresta's arrangement. He nodded and said,
Yeah.
The staff member picked up the pen and said,
Then please register the title. Armor. Armor of Armor,
Levi said. When the staff heard this, they wrote down their names, which were exactly what they meant. There were all kinds of strange nicknames, and he wasn't too surprised.
Okay, this is your entry number. Please enter the entry area within 3 minutes after hearing the number.
The staff handed Levi a magic card. The magic card says 128.
Are there so many contestants?
Levi was a little surprised. The staff said,
There are more contests this year than in previous years. Probably because the rewards for the championship are more attractive.
Levi nodded. It was indeed attractive. He also came for the Elf Spring. Guze sat in his seat and glanced left and right.
Why hasn't Levi come back yet?
As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Levi's figure.
Teacher, diarrhea delayed some time,
Levi explained.
It's okay. The opening ceremony hasn't started yet anyway,
Gu said. Today, the halls of the Magic Palace have become the Colosseum. Everyone sat around the huge Colosseum, with tables and chairs placed on the huge circular stairs. Enjoy fine wine and food while watching the Young Mage Exchange competition. Boom! The light suddenly dimmed, leaving only a beam of light illuminating the center of the Colosseum. A white-haired old mage stood on a high platform floating in midair. Standing in midair in the center of the Colosseum, he scanned the crowd and announced loudly,
The 28th Young Mage Exchange competition has begun. The first round of this exchange competition adopts an elimination system. There are 130 contestants, and 30 people are left to enter the second round.
Guze was surprised.
The elimination rate this time is too high. 130 goes into 30. And the competition is extremely fierce. You know, almost all the young talented mages in the north are gathered here. It is extremely difficult to get into the top 30 among hundreds of talented mages.
In the audience, everyone was talking a lot, regardless of what everyone said. The old mage announced loudly,
First, let's watch the venue chosen for this competition.
Suddenly, the empty arena beneath him turned into an island. The huge and detailed projection amazes everyone. The old mage waved his staff, pointed to the island below, and said,
This is the venue for this competition. The secret island. The contestants will be thrown into the ocean at the edge of the secret realm. The first 30 mages who arrive on the island will enter the second round.
The rules are simple and crude. Levi was also very surprised. He thought it was a one-on-one fight in the ring, but he didn't expect it to be so big. The Magic Association directly created a secret realm to serve as the competition venue.
In the first round, contestants are prohibited from using any magic equipment.
Chapter 139, The Secret Realm of the Island. The old mage introduced the secret realm of the island to everyone. The scene on the island's secret realm is enlarged and presented to everyone.
The island's secret realm is composed of 3 layers of areas. The outermost layer is the ocean. There are a large number of first and second order water monsters living in the ocean. The middle level is a forest. There are a large number of first and second level land monsters, and a small number of flying monsters living in the forest. The core layer is the central volcano. There are a group of fire monsters, and a small number of fire elemental elves living on the volcano. There is a third level lava giant inside the volcano. The third level area is also the 3 stages of this young mage exchange competition. If you feel you cannot withstand the danger during the competition, you can exit the secret realm at any time. There are certain risks in this exchange competition, and participants can give up on their own. If there are casualties, the contestants will be responsible for it. The Mage Association will not be held responsible. The Mage Association only provides humanitarian relief and does not necessarily guarantee the personal safety of all contestants. As the old mage introduced the island, Jing Mao on the island also appeared in front of everyone. Levi saw the dark shadow of the water monster swimming in the ocean. I saw the figures of monsters moving in the forest, and the flying monsters flying in the sky. I saw fire monsters living on the volcano, active fire element elves, and the lava giant sleeping in the volcano. The first round lasts 1 day and ends before the sun goes down. At the end of the competition, all contestants who have not reached the island will be eliminated. All contestants will enter the secret realm of the island in 10 minutes, and can exit the exchange competition at any time within 10 minutes. As soon as the words fell, some people questioned the fairness of the game. Unfair. Doesn't this favor the water mage? Yes. Yes. You throw everyone into the sea. What about the people who can't swim? Ha. I'm afraid not all the people except the water mage were eliminated in the first round. Don't talk nonsense. Okay. I'm a water mage, but I can't swim either. Isn't it funny to ask mages to compete with each other to see who can swim faster? The old mage coughed. Ahem. Be quiet. Everyone stopped and looked up at him. The old mage said, "Those who feel it is unfair can withdraw from the competition." Everyone's expressions froze, and those who shouted about unfairness became even redder. In one word, shut everyone up. Either quit the game, or just follow the rules honestly. Now! The contestants are invited to enter the secret realm of the island. Levi found an excuse to leave and came to the competition area below the Colosseum. Everyone saw Levi wearing armor walking in, with a strange look on his face. What the hell? This is a mage exchange competition. Why are there warriors sneaking in? Someone saw him and shouted loudly. Don't shout. Look at the magic badge on his chest. He is a mage. The mage is wearing armor? Isn't he afraid of sinking into the sea later? Everyone looked at Levi with a look in their eyes. Levi walked through the crowd towards the venue as if nothing had happened. Entering the Colosseum arena, Levi looked up, and the bottom of the island's secret realm appeared in front of him. It was pitch black and couldn't see clearly. Occasionally, a dark shadow passed by, and I realized that it was a monster in the ocean. Everyone in the audience could only see the scene of the secret island, and could not see the contestants below. The staff of the Mage Association has opened the portal to the secret realm of the island. Please line up and enter the secret realm when the time comes. A third-level mage stood beside the portal to maintain the normal operation of the portal. Levi looked around and saw Wilder's look of surprise. Subconsciously scanning his hands, it was found that his hands were intact, but there were no rings on his fingers. Levi knew in his heart that Wilder asked a priest to regenerate his severed hand. Helping others regenerate their limbs can only be done by priests who master divine magic. Some extremely rare potions might do the trick. However, it is obviously not as cost-effective as finding a priest. He saw Lilith next to Wilder again, showing a look of surprise. Lilith felt his gaze and turned to look at him. The two looked at each other and averted their eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy footsteps came. Li Wei turned around subconsciously and saw a strong man 2 meters tall walking over. The strong man wore an animal skin vest and a bear-head hat on his head. He looked like a berserker rather than a mage. He noticed Levi and discovered that he was a different kind of mage. The strong man came over and said with a grin, "Hello, I am Xiong Air from the Snow Bear tribe." Levi reached out and shook his hand. I found that his strength was astonishing, and he didn't look like a mage at all. "You are more like a berserker," Levi said. Xiong Air smiled and said, "My brother is a berserker, so the clan leader asked me to be a mage. I am the first mage in the Snow Bear tribe. The clan leader said that mages are very smart. If you become a magus, you will be able to lead the Snow Bear tribe to a better place in the future." Ha ha. Are you two here to be funny? One is a warrior, and the other is a berserker.
A young nobleman wearing a blue mage robe mocked. Xiong Er glanced at him without caring. He had heard similar words many times. The patriarch taught him that mages should be calm, and he would not usually get angry.
The time has come. Everyone enter the secret realm.
The mage standing by the portal said. People walked into the portal one after another. Levi walked into the portal and felt his feet become empty as he fell from midair. In the audience, everyone saw figures appearing on the edge of the island's secret realm. Levi appeared in midair, with the ocean below. When his body fell and was about to fall into the sea, a faint blue light appeared on his body. Levi stood firmly on the water, checking what he had on him. He found that the invisibility cloak and space ring were no longer usable, sealed by a force. Now, you could only rely on your own ability to reach the island. He looked into the distance, seeing the endless ocean to his left and right, and a small dot in front of him, which was an island. From the outside, the island's secret realm doesn't look big, but after coming in, I realize it's ridiculously big. He flew at full speed, and it was estimated that it would take him half an hour to reach the island. There were still no surprises along the way. The key is that his magic power is not enough for him to fly that far.
Shadow Attendant.
Shadow Attendant emerged from under his feet. Seeing that Shadow Attendant could still come out, Li Wei smiled slightly. Stepping on the back of Shadow Attendant, he said,
"Let's go!"
Shadow Attendant turned into a surfboard and carried Levi towards the island. After advancing some distance, Levi saw a wave of water appearing on the left. The Tsingy mage who had mocked him before stepped on the wind track and cut through the waves, much faster than him.
It seems that the wind mage is more suitable for this scene than the water mage,
Levi thought in his mind. Everyone in the audience was also a little surprised. I didn't expect that the wind mage would be more suitable for the first level than the water mage. Suddenly, the sea water ahead surged, setting off a wave.
First level water spell. Surge spell. Who would learn such useless magic? There is no sea in the north. This momentum is wrong. Such a big wave cannot be created by a first order spell.
Chapter 140. The 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing his magical powers. Wow! The waves were coming. Weeks, who was riding the wind, quickly turned around to avoid the waves. The low-altitude flight of the wind track did not allow him to exceed the height of the waves. If you hit it head-on, you will definitely be swept into the bottom of the sea. There are a lot of water monsters living on the bottom of the sea. No one knows whether they can come out alive after falling into the bottom of the sea. See the waves coming. Levi flew up, not caring about exposing his flying ability at this time. He didn't want to be sucked into the bottom of the ocean. Wow! Flying into the sky, Levi saw the water-type monster stirring up waves behind him. Several water monsters teamed up to create water waves, trying to knock everyone over. Levi was seen flying up and avoiding the waves. A fish and water monster opened its mouth and sprayed out a high-pressure water jet towards Levi. Levi quickly dodged. Call! High-pressure water jets swept past. Levi felt the smell of salty seawater, and the steam hit his face. He raised his hand and cast the fireball technique. Call! The fireball flew towards the monster. The monsters got into the water to avoid the attack. Bang! The fireball exploded on the sea surface, causing a sea of water and waves. Seeing this, Li Wei accelerated with all his strength and flew towards the island. Let's get out of the attack range of a few monsters first. Weeks looked up and saw a figure quickly moving away. He looked shocked.
Flying spell?
Are there still third-level mages participating? After a moment, Weeks looked puzzled. He did not feel the fluctuation of the wind element. The opponent was not using wind-flying spells. The fueling of seeing the wave lose its monster gradually subsided. He quickly quickened his pace and rushed towards the island. I also want to catch up with Levi, who flew away to see what is going on. Levi flew through the air for a moment, and when he saw the ocean below was calm, he landed. Shadow Attendant drove him quickly towards the island. Suddenly, he felt a cold wind coming. Turning around to look, the seawater not far away was frozen into ice. A figure walked slowly on the ice road, heading towards the island unswervingly.
8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing his magical powers.
The closer he got to the island, the more and more people he saw. A water mage standing on the waves, being pushed away by the waves. An earth mage who is as solid as a rock. A fire mage sitting on the shoulders of a floating fire elemental. Mages from all departments showed off their magical powers. There are also mages who cooperate with each other to overcome difficulties. A small boat made of vines on the ocean carried several mages slowly towards the island. Levi stood behind Shadow Attendant and walked forward on the waves. Suddenly, a wave of water shot out from not far away. Bang! The water wave hit Levi, and a strong force pushed him away. He didn't react in time and was knocked back several meters. Fortunately, Shadow Attendant was very powerful. Otherwise the boat would have capsized. Levi turned around and saw a black shadow swimming across the sea.
It's a spell. There's someone under the sea.
Levi's heart moved. Some people want to eliminate threatening opponents in the first round. The water mage has the upper hand in the first round. No doubt about it. Same thing. The fire mage will also have the advantage in the last round, while the water mage will be at a disadvantage. After all, the venue for the final is a volcano. It is also a normal strategy for the water mage to eliminate the fire mage in the first round. The farther back, the greater the advantage of the fire mage, and the greater the threat. The scene where Levi unleashed the fireball technique was probably spotted by someone if he saw it. Seeing that the attack missed, and knowing that Levi was a tough nut to crack, the people in the water quickly retreated. Levi took a look and did not pursue. The top priority is to get to the island and get qualified to enter the second round first.
Wait a minute. What spell did you use to fly just now?
Weeks caught up with Levi from behind and called to him to stop. Levi turned his head and glanced, ignoring him.
Walk.
Shadow Attendant was like a swimming fish, carrying him towards the island. After all, Shadow Warrior's speed is not as fast as the Wind Track spell. Levi was soon caught up by Weeks. Weeks frowned slightly when he saw that Levi was the armored man he had laughed at before. He approached Levi and said,
"What spell did you use?" "No comment,"
Levi said directly. Weeks said,
"If you are willing to hand over the spell model to me, I can give you a large sum of money."
Levi ignored him. What else did Weeks want to say? A dark shadow appeared in the water. Bang! A wave of water overturned the two people on the sea. Levi quickly used his object control technique and flew into the air. Weeks fell to the sea with a shocked look on his face. The monster's bloody mouth stretched out from the sea and bit Weeks, who fell into the sea.
"Strengthen the jet."
Bang! A strong wind burst out in front of him, pushing his figure into the air. He took a big mouthful of air, swallowed a mouthful of air, and dived into the sea. Levi looked down and wanted to take action, but the World of Warcraft was nowhere to be found. Weeks was attacked and nearly killed. Not daring to be distracted anymore, he hurried to the island to avoid being eliminated in the first round. Levi fell, and Shadow Attendant caught him. He glanced down at the ocean. The attack by the monster just now may not be a coincidence. Someone drives a monster to attack the contestants. Levi continued toward the island. After a while, he saw the edge of the island, the beach, and the coconut grove. Weeks fell to the beach, looked back at the people still rushing in the sea, and showed a proud smile.
"I am the first."
The smile hasn't fully bloomed yet. The beach beneath his feet suddenly rose, and a figure climbed up from the sand. A huge crab monster. Call! Huge pliers clamped down on Weeks, trying to snap him in half. Weeks quickly dodged. Having arrived on the shore, there is much more space to display one's strength than in the sea. While dodging, he cast spells to attack the crab monster. Duh. The wind blade fell on the back of the crab monster and shattered into wind elements that scattered all over the sky. Can't do much damage to it.
Damn it! Why is this monster's magic resistance so high?
Everyone who arrived at the coast found many powerful monsters hidden on the beach. Getting a foothold on the beach is no easy task. What is strange is that these monsters seem to just want to drive everyone back into the sea, rather than chasing everyone all together. Levi's speed was relatively slow. When he arrived at the coast, there were already many people on the coast. Boom! A hermit crab monster with a carapace emerged from the beach and attacked him. Bang! Levi was hit by the hermit crab monster. He took a few steps back and found that the monster's attack power was not strong. The monsters on the beach are all first-level monsters. Call! Raise your hand and shoot out a small fireball. Bang! The small fireball hit the hermit crab. After the explosion, it was only charred and black, unable to cause effective damage.
Magic resistance is so high?
Levi couldn't help but frown. It would be difficult if all the monsters in the secret area of the island were such monsters with high magic resistance. Shadow Attendant appears in front of the hermit crab monster and resists the monster's attack. Levi casts fireball. He deliberately pretended to slow down the casting time. Call! The fireball hits the hermit crab. Before being hit, The hermit crab quickly retracts into its carapace. Bang! The fireball exploded, and the huge power shattered a piece of carapace. Levi picked up the carapace on the ground and saw the patterns on it. After a moment, a smile appeared.
I see.
Chapter 141, the end of the first round. Levi picked up the broken carapace, and the inside of the carapace was engraved with magic patterns. He looked towards the hermit crab monster crawling out of the smoke. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a smile. See the true nature of the hermit crab beast. This is not a real World of Warcraft at all, but a magic puppet placed on the beach by the Mage Association. It's no wonder that these monsters have amazing magic resistance. It turned out to be a puppet specially made by the Magic Association, used to screen out mages with insufficient strength. Only mages who can defeat the magic puppet are eligible to go to the second round competition venue. All of this is arranged by the Mage Association. Call. A gust of wind blew away the smoke, and the hermit crab monster, with a broken carapace, stayed in place. After a while, the hermit crab monster retracted into its carapace and burrowed into the ground. Li Wei knew that this meant passing the customs. Across the beach, toward the forest. Being able to destroy the carapace of the hermit crab monster means that he is eligible to go to the second round. Click, click, click. Levi felt a chill coming over him. Turning his head to look, he saw a puppet monster frozen into an ice sculpture. A figure walked towards the forest calmly. Levi's heart moved.
It's the ice mage who freezes the seawater to cross the sea. Being able to easily freeze the puppet monster. I'm afraid my strength has reached the second level.
Bang! The ice shattered, and the puppet monster that broke free from the ice did not continue to attack. It got into the ground and waited for those who came after. One after another, people defeated the puppet monsters on the beach and entered the forest.
Hey! You're so fast!
Xiong'er raised his arm to greet Levi. Levi smiled and said,
You are faster than me. Where? I'm lucky. I landed not far from the island.
Xiong'er laughed and said, Leave the beach and head into the forest meadows. The sound of customs clearance sounded in Levi's ears.
Congratulations to the contestants for passing the first round. You can exit the island secret realm at any time. The second round will begin tomorrow.
Levi was not in a hurry to leave. He stood at the edge of the forest and looked at everyone. Observed the methods of different mages and the way they deal with enemies. Boom! There was a noise, and Levi turned to look. Xiong'er was blocked by a wall of air. He touched the wall of air in front of him and said,
It's blocked. It seems like there's no way to go there, and take a look in advance.
Levi also walked over and found a huge barrier in front of him. After watching the battle at the edge of the forest for a while, Levi thought that Guzay and Loda were still waiting for him. He then exited the secret realm of the island. Levi returned to the audience. Guzay saw him coming back and said regretfully,
Where were you just now? You missed a wonderful scene.
Levi sat down and asked,
What's so exciting?
Gu said,
Wonderful means for mages of all disciplines to cross the sea. Now the first round has entered the second stage. The mages who can cross the sea have basically reached the coast. As long as they defeat a monster, they can enter the second round.
Gu was afraid that Li Wei wouldn't understand, so he explained to him. Loda asked strangely,
How did the Mage Association make those monsters so obedient?
Levi smiled slightly and said,
Maybe those are not real monsters. Maybe they are just magic puppets.
Guzay and Luo Ta were stunned for a moment when they heard this. The two lowered their heads and thought. Guzay nodded and said,
It's possible.
Levi looked down, and the Colosseum arena showed the scene in the secret realm of the island. The island's secret forest and volcano areas are shrouded in dark clouds and are currently unavailable for viewing. Everyone could only see what was happening in the ocean and on the beach. Li Wei saw many mages struggling in the sea and slowly moving towards the island. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly, and he saw Lilith entering the forest. Lilith did not fight the puppet monster. She turned into a shadow and escaped into the forest. It wasn't until he exited the secret realm of the island that his figure was revealed. Hughes looked down and said,
Wilder is on the beach.
Loda sighed.
It's not easy.
Wilder walked out of the sea and spit out the seawater in his mouth, with a look of disgust on his face. Last time, in the Kovada mine, he was teleported into the underground river after using a random teleportation scroll. As he drifted into the lake from the underground river, he was discovered and rescued. From then on, he had an indescribable fear of water. To this end, he also specially learned underwater breathing techniques. Unexpectedly, it happened to come in handy during the game. A turtle puppet monster crawled towards Wilder. Wilder looked unkind and vented all his anger on the monster. He is a ring mage and casts spells very quickly. As soon as the turtle puppet monster approached, a large number of sharp stone pillars emerged from the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The turtle monster was turned upside down, lying on the ground with its arms and legs spread out, unable to turn over. Ding, 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 ding. Wilder attacked for a while and found that he couldn't deal with the extremely strong turtle SHL. So he gave up and continued to attack the turtle monster. Walking around the clamsh, L tortoise spinning on the ground. He walked towards the forest. Guzay saw Wilder entering the forest and said happily,
Mage Wilder has also entered the second round. This time we in Maple Leaf City will definitely not be the last to fall.
Rhoda shook his head and said,
It's hard to say. Although Master Wilder is a second-level ring mage, it is precisely because he is a ring mage that he does not have much advantage in the exchange competition.
Circle mages are easier to advance than traditional mages. In previous exchange competitions, it was not uncommon to see second-level ring mages under the age of 25. However, the mages who often win the championship are traditional mages. Hughes looked at Levi and said thankfully,
Fortunately, you didn't participate this time. Otherwise, I might have been eliminated right away. The first round is very unfriendly to a fire mage like you.
Li Wei was speechless and thought to himself, Can't you have more confidence in me?
Now,
he could only nod and reply,
Yes. Fortunately, I didn't participate.
Most of the mages were eliminated by the ocean, and a small number of mages were stopped in front of the beach and unable to enter the forest. Some mages also completed overtaking in the beach area. The competition lasted until noon, and the 30 people who entered the second round were established. After the 30th person entered the forest area, all the mages in the island secret realm heard the sound of the end of the game. The mages who were still fighting and swimming all looked up at the sky blankly, unable to believe that it was over so soon. The sun hasn't even set yet. Then, everyone was forcibly teleported away from the secret realm of the island. The Mage Association announced the list of contestants for the second round. At the same time, the rules of the second round of competition were announced to let everyone prepare in advance.
In the second round, each person is allowed to use one first-level magic equipment. The second round of the competition will be held in the forest area. All contestants will survive in the secret island for 7 days. During this period, they are not allowed to use space props, except for the selected magic equipment and clothing. They are not allowed to bring any food into the competition venue. The Mage Association placed magic cards in the forest. After 7 days, the 10 people with the most magic cards will advance to the third round of finals. Contestants, please be prepared.
Li Wei frowned when he heard this. How could this be hidden from Guzay and Luo Ta in 7 days? Levi thought about this as he walked back to the hotel. He has a way, which is to use the disembodiment technique on Shadow Waiter and let Shadow Waiter replace him. But this way, he would lose the help of Shadow Attendant. The gain outweighs the loss. Chapter 142 Phantom. Levi returned to the room and found a plainly dressed middle-aged man in the room. Subconsciously use your mental power to sweep over the opponent. Find the other person unfathomable. Levi closed the door and asked tentatively,
Teacher?
The middle-aged man put down the purple rose in his hand and said,
Your practice of transfiguration is progressing very quickly.
Toresta turned to look at Levi. When Levi heard his answer, even though he heard a different voice, he knew that the person in front of him was Toresta. He changed his appearance again. Levi, who knew the essence of transfiguration, understood that Toresta could become whatever he wanted. Levi said,
It's all teachers who teach well.
Toresta smiled and said,
You don't have to be humble. I didn't teach you anything. All this is your own understanding. Originally, I was thinking about how to help you hide your identity, but now it seems that I don't need to take action.
Li Wei's expression changed and he said,
Teacher, do you have any idea?
Toresta said,
With your current level of mastery of the transformation technique, you can already try to practice transformation. Practice the phantom body?
Levi showed doubts. Toresta said,
Just like the illusion you created. The illusion body is actually an illusion, but it is just a moving illusion. If you want to create a phantom body with combat power, it's still a bit difficult given your strength. You can already create an ordinary phantom body. Separate a ray of spiritual power and integrate it into the phantom body. And you can control the phantom body.
Toresta turned over his hands and took out a book of cultivation experience and handed it to Levi. Li Wei received the training experience and his expression moved slightly.
Is this an illusion?
He was very surprised. The illusions created by Torresta are like real objects. If it weren't for the mana fluctuations above, he wouldn't be able to detect it. After a while, the mana fluctuations gradually subsided, making it even more difficult to distinguish. Torresta nodded and said,
"When your transformation skills reach my level, you can do it too. Thank you, teacher."
Li Wei thanked him sincerely.
"Practice hard and strive to inherit my mantle as soon as possible."
The sound faded away, and Torresta had disappeared. Levi blinked and didn't see clearly how he disappeared.
"It comes and goes without a trace. And the dragon sees its head but never its tail. How pretentious."
Torresta knows how to show off, Li Wei complained. But in fact, he was envious in his heart. If possible, of course he would also want to show off like this. How handsome he is. Levi opened the phantom body training experience that Torresta gave him. After looking at it for a while, he put down his cultivation experience. Wait until night to practice the phantom body. Crystal meditation, first level, 5860/10,000. Now, practice crystal meditation and cultivate your magic power. In the afternoon, Levi stayed in his room to practice his magic. At night, Levi practiced the illusion of body in his dream. Transfiguration, first level, 687/10,000. After a night of hard work, Levi created his own phantom body. The phantom body refers to myself, and looks exactly like Levi. The key is a piece of spiritual power stored in the phantom body. This allows Levi to remotely control the phantom body to react. The phantom body is extremely weak and has no power, unlike Torresta's phantom body, which can exert great power. As the level of transfiguration increases, the phantom body will gradually become more powerful. For now, it's enough to fool Guz and Lana. There is no need to disguise yourself to fight.
Try not to have physical contact with Teacher Guze. Otherwise you will be easily exposed.
Levi thought as he looked at the phantom body. This is not difficult. After all, he and Guze are not gay. Levi sets up some simple reactions for the phantom body. In this way, when encountering a situation, the phantom body will respond autonomously. There is no need for Levi to keep staring at the phantom body. The reaction is relatively mechanical, but it is enough to deal with general situations. Levi thought, just deal with tomorrow. Then you can find reasons to retreat, so that you can reduce your contact with other people and reduce the risk of exposure.
Well, that's almost it. Go out and say hello to Mr. Guz first, and see if the secret is revealed.
Levi controlled the phantom body and walked out of the room.
Teacher Furuzawa, good morning.
Guze glanced at Levi and said,
good morning.
No problems found. In the room, Levi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, showing a proud look.
Great. The plan works.
Levi controlled the phantom body to return to the room, and then took action with his real body. After following Guz and Lada into the magic hall, they appeared alternately in disguise under the pretense of going to the toilet. Levi transformed into armor and entered the competition venue. All the best. Until I met Weeks. Weeks blocked Levi's way and said,
you can give me a price and sell me the spell model, no matter how much you want.
Levi looked at him and frowned. Why is this guy still thinking about his object control skills?
10,000 gold coins,
Levi said casually. Weeks' expression changed and he said,
you have no sincerity. That's right. Can't you tell I don't want to sell it?
Levi said. Weeks narrowed his eyes and said,
I'll give you another chance. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude during the game. Feel free to come over here.
Li Wei did his part without giving in. He was not timid at all. Just kidding. You're already wearing a vest. So what are you afraid of? It's okay to go to death. Who is afraid of whom? It seems like you are putting on a mask, but you are actually taking it off. It describes Levi's current mentality. You are not afraid of exposing your strength, so you don't have to swallow your anger. He has seen the strength of Weeks before. His strength is not weak. He is at least a first-level advanced wind mage. But it wasn't enough to see in front of him. Weeks saw other people watching the fun around him, and didn't say much.
Humph. Just wait and see. You will regret it.
Weeks turned and left. Levi.
Uh-huh.
Xiong'er came over, smiled, and patted Li Wei on the shoulder.
Ha-ha. Beautiful.
He prefers people with straightforward personalities. Levi looked back at him, and said nothing.
The competition is about to begin. Please prepare to enter the secret realm.
Everyone lined up waiting to enter the portal. Everyone in the audience looked like they were watching a good show. At this time, the fog shrouding the island also dissipated, and the scene in the island forest appeared in front of everyone. The figures of the contestants also appeared in the forest one after another. The auditorium can only overlook the island, and it is difficult to see clearly what is happening in the densely wooded area. If a fight breaks out, the referee will appropriately enlarge the scene in some areas to facilitate everyone's viewing. Levi appeared in the forest, looked around, summoned the shadow attendant, and walked into the forest. His magical equipment of choice is the Cloak of Invisibility. Invisibility cloaks are most useful in complex environments like forests. Shadow attendant walked in front to investigate, and Levi walked invisibly behind. The 10% cost reduction enchantment plays a key role at this time. Next, you have to survive in the forest for 7 days. The first priority is naturally to find food and water sources, as well as a safe camp. Just as Levi started to take action, he heard an explosion not far away, and a plume of smoke rose into the sky. He looked up and asked, "What happened?" Chapter 143. The dove takes over the magpie's nest. Bang! An explosion occurred in the woods not far away, and a plume of smoke rose into the sky. Levi looked up, curious as to what was going on. He hesitated for a moment, and walked that way. Shadow attendant opened the way, and Levi followed behind invisibly. After a while, he arrived at the place where thick smoke was rising. I saw a mage and a monster fighting. The opponent was unlucky and encountered a monster as soon as he landed, and a battle broke out. Levi hid behind the big tree and looked ahead. It was discovered that the other party was the fire mage, who summoned the fire elemental spirit yesterday. His opponent was a big steel-tusked mountain pig monster. "Fire elemental spirit, listen to my call. Show up!" The fire mage summons the fire elemental spirit. The fire elemental spirit fought with the big steel-tusked mountain boar, but the big steel-tusked mountain boar was defeated and turned around to escape. Fire blast! A burst of flame surged forward, drowning the big steel-tusked mountain pig. The big steel-toothed mountain pig screamed and was on fire. After running for more than 10 meters, it fell to the ground. The Gigantia mountain pig was severely injured and lay dying on the ground. After the fire mage approached, he fired a fireball to end the life of the big steel-tusked mountain pig. Just as he was about to leave, a magic card appeared on the corpse of the big steel-tusked mountain pig. The fire mage picked up the magic card and showed surprise. The first magic card. Levi, who was hiding in the dark, moved slightly. The magic card is hidden in the monster? The fire mage glanced at the burning trees around him, ignored them, and turned around to leave. Levi frowned. Isn't he afraid of burning the forest? The parties involved are not afraid. So Levi will naturally not meddle in other people's business. He turned and left. After a while, a rain cloud appeared over the fire, and light rain fell, extinguishing the flames. Surprisingly, the rain cloud was only a small one, just covering the burning area. Well, this is Yamanashi? Levi found some fruit. After taking a bite, he found that it was edible. So he picked some off and put them in the pocket of his invisibility cloak. With these fruits, at least for a short period of time, you don't have to worry about drinking water and food. Levi found the camp in peace. It was still early, so Levi was in no hurry to collect magic cards. In the next few days, if you grab the magic cards from a few people, you will be able to enter the top 10. Now, find a secluded place to practice in peace. Levi looked up at the sky and felt like someone was peeping here. He lowered his head and thought it would be best to find a cave. He didn't want to be stared at while practicing. Thinking of finding a cave, Levi walked towards the mountain. Ouch! A green wolf monster discovered Levi and attacked him. A black shadow flew over. Shadow claws! Tear it apart! Green wolf fell to the ground. His abdomen was torn open, and his internal organs fell to the ground. The first level green wolf monster is no match for Shadow Attendant. He was instantly killed by the Shadow Warrior upon meeting him. Levi glanced at Qing Lang and was slightly disappointed that there was no magic card. It seems that not all monsters have magic cards. The space ring cannot be used, and fresh flesh and blood cannot be stored. The smell of blood will attract other monsters. Levi took away the magic core and discarded the body on the spot. After he left, not long after, several monsters came smelling the smell of blood and fought for the corpse of the dead green wolf monster. Levi found a cave halfway up the mountain. Shadow Attendant went to explore the way. Roar! A thunderous roar came from the cave. Shadow Attendant quickly slipped out, followed by a huge creature. Bang bang bang. A black bear monster. The cave is the lair of the black bear monster. Seeing Levi, the black bear ran towards him and charged towards him. Shadow Attendant landed and stood in front of Levi. Bang! The terrifying impact instantly knocked Shadow Warrior away. Levi dodged, and the Shadow Attendant flew more than 10 meters away from him.
Shadow tentacles!
Several shadow tentacles came out silently, and grabbed the black bear monster that paused for a moment after hitting the Shadow Attendant. The black bear monster struggled hard, and its shadow tentacles faded at a speed visible to the naked eye.
The second-level monster is just right.
Levi smiled. He raised his hand and fired a charged fireball towards the black bear. The black bear waved its paws in an attempt to blast the fireball. Call! The bear's paw passed through the fireball, but the fireball was unharmed. Just a phantom. Bang! The real fireball exploded under the black bear monster without any defense. Boom! The black bear monster was blown over, and its abdomen was bleeding.
Shadow Attendant!
Levi shouted, and Shadow Warrior quickly pounced on the injured black bear monster. He glanced up at the sky. Raising his hand, a fireball hit the ground, sending up smoke and dust that enveloped the battlefield. Under the control of the object control technique, the smoke and dust persist for a long time. When the smoke cleared, Levi and Black Bear had disappeared. Levi wondered if anyone was paying attention to his fight. Just to be on the safe side, I did it this way, because the secret of Shadow Waiter's ability to seize the body cannot be exposed. Guzay saw the dust falling to the ground, and the battle was over. He sighed.
This armored man is so powerful.
Lotta nodded and said,
Indeed. His servants are not weak at all. They can actually resist the attack of the second-level monster. The armored man should be a second-level mage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to severely damage the second-level monster with one fireball.
Guzay glanced at Levi next to him, and found that he was engrossed in watching the game. So he did not disturb him. In the cave, Levi heard the sighs of Guzay and Luo Ta from the phantom body. He raised his eyebrows.
Fortunately, I was cautious. Otherwise, I would have been exposed.
From a distance, Guz didn't recognize the Shadow Warrior. There were many mages with their servants, and Li Wei was sitting beside them watching the show. Naturally, Guzay would not think of Levi. Levi looked up and saw a black bear lying in front of him. Shadow Attendant has controlled the black bear monster. Levi walked deep into the cave and found an unexpected reward.
There is actually a magic card here?
Levi picked up the magic card floating on a rock. He glanced at the black bear monster behind him, and he probably understood the Magic Association's idea of placing magic cards. The Magic Association places magic cards in places where you have to go through challenges to get them. Obviously, the green wolf Levi encountered was not a challenge in the eyes of the Magic Association.
Shadow Attendant, tidy up the nest. Get all these bones out, and get me some fresh shrubs.
Black bear didn't smell bad. Shadow Attendant cleans up the remains left by the black bear. Levi burned the nest clean with a fire. After a while, Shadow Attendant came over with a pile of fresh shrubs. Levi spread the bushes on the ground and could barely sleep. The fresh tree smell of the shrubs also improves the turbid air in the cave. Li Wei clapped his hands and said,
Everything is fine. Let's start practicing.
You have to stay in the secret territory of the island for 7 days. It would be a waste of time if you don't practice. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed for the second round. Occasionally, people discover the cave and want to take it for themselves, but they are all chased away by black bears. Shadow Warrior controls the black bear's body to exert stronger combat power. Ordinary mages are no match at all. Levi was not disturbed either, until a group of mages came outside the cave.
That monster refuses to leave the cave despite being harassed all the time. There must be treasures inside.
Chapter 144. Is there really a treasure? Shadow Attendant controls the body of the black bear monster. Go out every morning as usual to find food for Levi. As soon as they reached the entrance of the cave, the black bear's body senses were filled with vigilance. The danger alert of the beast made Shadow Waiter realize that something was wrong, and he slowed down a little. However, the response was still slow.
Vine binding! Swamp technique!
Hoo ho ho! Several vines grew rapidly and wrapped around the black bear's body. Shadow Warrior struggled hard and tore off the vines. But as he struggled, the black bear's heavy body sank deeper and deeper into the mire. In the blink of an eye, half of his body had sunk into the mire, making it difficult to extricate himself.
Future Eye! Ice Thorn technique!
The magic attack fell on the black bear, and the black bear instinctively roared. The strong desire to survive allows the black bear to regain control of its body. The black bear's eyes were red, and he was struggling desperately. By the time it climbed out of the quagmire, It was already covered in scars. Li Wei is practicing in the cave. Crystal Meditation, First Level, 6402/10,000. Fireball, First Level Master, 3100/10,000. Invisible Armor, First Level Master, 600/10,000. Object Control, First Level Minor, 5213/10,000. Great Sleepwalking Technique, First Level, 1200/10,000. Transfiguration, First Level, 1326/10,000.
Is there anything special about this secret realm? It feels like it's much easier to practice fire spells.
Levi thought.
Roar!
Suddenly, the roar of a black bear came from outside the cave. A black shadow flew over quickly. Shadow Attendant emerged.
The black bear is out of control. There are 4 mages outside.
Levi looked surprised.
What happened?
Why are you being besieged for no apparent reason? Levi understood that the peaceful days were coming to an end. Get up. Activate the invisibility cloak. And walk outside. When I walked to the entrance of the cave, I saw 4 mages besieging the black bear. The black bear flashed back, bursting out with astonishing potential and knocking one person away. In the end, he was defeated and fell down.
Second-level monsters are really difficult to deal with.
One person stepped on the black bear's body inside.
There is a second-level magic core. Who belongs to it?
The mage who discovered the magic core looked at the other 3. One person said,
Go into the cave first to see what treasures there are, and then distribute the magic cores according to the value of the treasures. It makes sense. Come in and have a look.
When Li Wei heard this, he was stunned for a moment.
Treasure? What treasure? I lived in the cave for 3 days, and I didn't find any treasures.
He looked back somewhat unconfidently, doubtful in his heart.
Is there really a hidden treasure that I haven't discovered?
The fire mage stopped and said,
The treasure belongs to you. I only need this magic core.
When the other 3 heard this, they looked at each other and said nothing. A second-order magic core has a value that is high or low. Several people still cannot be ignored. Not all mages are backed by wealthy families. Most people have to find ways to make money by themselves. Buying magic materials, potions, spell models, and practicing exercises.
Hunter, don't you want to know what treasures are inside?
Said Plant Mage Rama. Hunter seemed to have noticed something, and insisted.
Give me the magic core, and you can share the treasure inside.
The 4 of them stood in a stalemate.
What treasure are you talking about?
The sound came from the cave, and several people froze on the spot. Was the treasure captured first? They all turned to look at Levi. Levi walked out of the cave and was exposed in front of several people. Seeing his outfit, everyone looked surprised. In the audience, Hughes put down the drink in his hand and said quickly,
Look, the armored man who has been missing for 3 days has finally appeared. Ha ha. I just said he is in the cave.
Lotta asked in confusion.
But what happened to that black bear? The armored man has been staying in the cave. Why didn't the black bear attack him?
Hughes was also confused. He looked at Levi and asked,
What do you think?
Phantom Levi said,
Maybe the armored man knows the charm spell. Charm spell?
Hearing this, Guze and Luo Ta looked at each other and thought it might be possible. Otherwise, this anomaly cannot be explained. Li Wei was distracted in answering Guze's question. The 4 people in front of him finally responded. They stared at Levi and said in unison,
Hand over the treasure.
Li Wei looked confused. What kind of treasure?
What treasure?
Levi asked. Rama looked at him and said,
Don't you know what treasure it is?
Levi had a question mark.
There are 4 of us, and you are the only one. Be honest and hand over the treasure. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action.
Ice Mage Sammy said. Li Wei was helpless. It seemed that he couldn't speak properly. In this case, he was not polite.
Shadow Attendant, take action.
Li Wei raised his hand and used a series of small fireballs to hit the faces of 4 people. Hoo ho ho! The small fireball flew out, hitting 4 people, and was blocked by the magic shield. Levi's casting speed was too fast. The 4 of them didn't react at all. It wasn't until the magic shield exploded with magic light in front of him that he realized he was under attack. Several people quickly cast spells to fight back.
Shadow Claws!
Snap! Shadow Warrior has a claw and a magic shield. The other people's magic shields withstood the bombardment of Levi's small fireballs and soon exploded. Bang bang bang. Several people were all exposed in front of Li Wei. Levi ceased fire, with a fireball suspended in his palm. He glanced at the 4 of them and asked,
Do you want to fight again?
The four of them looked at Levi, extremely shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. I have never seen a mage so fast. Hunter couldn't help but ask,
"How do you cast a spell instantly?" "No comment. If you don't want to fight, hand over all the magic cards you have,"
Levi said. Hearing this, the four of them looked at each other and reluctantly handed over the magic cards. I knew I was in trouble. The four of them working together are no match at all. Looking at the 6 magic cards in his hand, Levi looked at the four of them suspiciously.
"That's it?"
When Rama heard this, he immediately felt ridiculed. He crossed his neck and said,
"Magic cards are hard to get."
Levi put away the magic cards and said noncommittally,
"Really?"
The four of them felt shameless and looked down upon.
"Can we go?"
Sarah asked. Levi looked at the black bear's body and said,
"Hand over the magic core later."
The four of them clenched their fists together.
"This monster was originally my pet, but it was killed by you. It's a good thing that I didn't ask you to compensate me."
Outnumbered, the four had no choice but to hand over the magic core. Boom! There was a loud noise from behind Levi, and then a large fire appeared in the cave. He kept looking behind him in surprise.
"Damn it! There's no real treasure." "Right."
Hunter looked at the cave and whispered,
"Such a strong fire element fluctuation. What happened inside?"
Li Wei didn't care about the people behind him, stretched out his hand to wave the shadow attendant, and walked towards the cave. When the four people saw this, they looked at each other. Sarah asked,
"Do you still want to go in?"
Hunter said,
"Come in. Why not? The worst case scenario is that if you grab the treasure, you'll just exit the secret realm and give up on this exchange competition. There's no hope of getting any rewards anyway."
When others heard this, they immediately felt it made sense. You can't come here in vain. You have to make a fortune before leaving. Chapter 145 Lava Lizard. The cave halfway up the mountain suddenly burst into flames, attracting the attention of many people. Everyone rushed towards the cave. In the audience, Guzay saw mages from all over the country gathered together, looking like they were watching a good show.
"The armored man is really powerful, and the second-level mage didn't run away. However, with so many people attracted this time, he may not have the last laugh."
Everyone in the audience was talking a lot, watching the battle from a distance. No one noticed that Levi cast a spell instantly. The phantom Levi looked at the island below, and the scene was transmitted to the main body's mind. Levi's face looked slightly solemn. Walking into the depths of the cave, I saw the deepest wall of the cave collapse, revealing a cave filled with flames. He walked to the collapsed mountain wall and looked inside. Hot lava flows in the cave, and the strong smell of sulfur makes it difficult to open one's eyes. The lava explodes from time to time and splashes everywhere. Extremely dangerous.
"Huh? Fire lotus!"
Levi looked into the depths of the lava cave and saw fire lotuses burning like flames growing on the lava river. Fire lotus is one of the materials required for the advanced ritual of fire spirit sacrifice. It only grows in areas with a high concentration of fire elements. It is a relatively rare treasure of heaven and earth. Seeing this, Levi used the object control technique without hesitation and flew into the lava cave, flying towards the fire lotus. Bang! The magma bubbles exploded, and the hot magma splashed. The invisible armor blocks the lava and the choking smell of sulfur smoke. There wasn't much time left for Levi. After the invisible armor was completely sealed, the air inside and outside stopped flowing. While avoiding the smell of sulfur smoke, Levi was also unable to breathe outside air. He took no time to fly towards the fire lotus. Gula gula. The lava river bubbled, and a stream of lava flew toward Levi. Levi quickly dodged, but was still hit. The invisible armor was broken into pieces before blocking the attack. He looked down and saw a magical beast hidden in the lava. If you don't pay attention, you will think of it as a stone in a river of lava.
"Lava giant lizard!"
Levi recognized the appearance of the monster. After the lava dragon attacked, it slowly floated up from the lava. His whole body was like a rock, mottled and covered with hot lava. Lava monitors living in lava can ignore the hundreds or thousands of degrees of high temperature of the lava, and is able to use lava as a weapon. The lava giant raised its head and spit lava at Levi. Levi quickly retreated and exited the attack range of the lava giant lizard. Throws a fireball. Bang! The fireball landed on the lava dragon and exploded. It threw up a large amount of molten lava, accidentally injuring itself. Levi stepped back further and looked at the lava giant lizard. Fireball attacks have no effect. The lava giant lizard seemed uninjured and slowly sank into the lava and swam towards Levi.
The lava dragon's fire resistance is very high, and ordinary fireballs cannot deal with it.
Levi thought to himself, seeing the lava giant lizard swimming towards him. Levi had no choice but to retreat again and again. I feel like I have no idea where to start. In fact, Levi has the ability to kill the lava lizard. No matter how strong the fire resistance of the lava dragon is, it is not completely immune to fire damage. What's more, explosion damage is physical damage. As long as the firepower is strong enough, the lava giant lizard will be killed as well. But the question is it worth it? Killing the lava giant lizard will consume most of Levi's mana. Let's not talk about whether there is only one lava giant lizard in the lava cave. He was about to face other mages who were coming later, and Li Wei didn't dare to spend too much mana at this time. Otherwise, it is easy for others to pick the peaches. It ended up in vain. After much thought, Levi finally chose to retreat. He quickly retreated, then activated his invisibility cloak and disappeared from the sight of the lava giant lizard. After the lava monitor discovered that the enemy had disappeared, it turned around and swam back. Tap tap tap. Footsteps sounded. The 4 hunters appeared at the entrance of the lava cave. Sarah was the first to spot the fire lotus, and he exclaimed, "Fire lotus!" Several people turned their heads to look and saw the fire lotus in the upper reaches of the lava river. Hunter's eyes showed desire. The fire lotus has great temptation for every fire mage. Several people looked at each other as they looked at the hot lava river under their feet.
How to get there? Where's the armored man?
Several people looked around, but did not see Li Wei.
It's strange. I saw him come in, but he disappeared.
Levi headed in the opposite direction. Go invisible and follow the lava river all the way down to find a huge lava lake. Just as he was about to enter it, bang! Blocked by a wall of air. Levi was stunned for a moment and came to his senses. In front is the third round competition venue, which is temporarily inaccessible.
Is this the end?
Levi looked forward, trying his best to see clearly the scene in the magma lake. The front is blocked by a barrier and is blurry. Only a huge lava lake can just be seen. Suddenly, he saw a few sparks appearing in the sky. The firelight slowly fell down the lava lake and disappeared after falling to a certain height.
What?
Levi looked thoughtful. Even through the barrier, he could feel the rich fire element on the opposite side. Those flickering lights are the fire element that is so rich that it crystallizes. Subtle crystals of the fire element, eaten by something. Li Wei guessed that there were fire-type heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the lava lake. Lava giants will not absorb fire crystals. Lava giants love to eat lava. It might also be some kind of mysterious fire monster. He was extremely curious. Gula gula. The lava beneath his feet suddenly bubbled. Levi quickly flew up. 2 lava giant lizards were found emerging from the lava and swimming upstream. Bang bang bang. A dull sound came from upstream. Upon seeing this, Levi knew that someone had already fought against the lava giant lizard. He hurried upstream. Want to fish in troubled waters? It is not easy to deal with the lava giant lizard, relying on the invisibility cloak and the flying ability of object control. If you want to fish in troubled waters, the chance of taking the fire lotus is still very high. Passing by the entrance of the lava cave, Levi saw a familiar figure.
Lilith. Why do Wilder and the others get together?
Levi felt strange in his heart. How come the 2 of them are so incompatible that they get together? Wilder waved his hand, and several stone pillars protruded from the wall of the lava cave, forming a trestle. Li Wei looked surprised. Could he still use the Earththorn technique like this? Seeing Wilder's move, Levi understood that he was unlike ordinary ring mage, who completely gave up on magic practice. With this level of control, Wilder's soil stabbing skills have reached at least a minor level. This is very rare for a ring mage. Wilder stretched out his hand and said,
"Ladies first."
Lilith didn't even look at him, as the shadow covered her whole body, and turned into a group of shadows moving quickly on the wall. When Wilder saw this, he twitched the corners of his mouth, and felt very unhappy. He saw that Lilith was young, beautiful and powerful. I want something to happen with Lilith. It's a pity that Lilith is a cold and aloof group, and they don't bother to pay attention to him at all. Snort! Wilder stepped onto the rock plank road and walked forward. Levi flew by quietly. Wilder subconsciously turned his head and glanced, feeling something pass by. Chapter 146. Only children make choices. I want them all. Wilder glanced to the side and felt a stream of air passing by. He felt something strange. Bang bang bang. Boom. Levi arrived at the place where he met the lava giant lizard and saw several mages besieging the lava giant lizard.
Frost freeze!
Xavius raised his hand and sprayed out ice blue cold air. The molten magma was frozen and solidified into black rock. The red lines on the lava dragon's body also became dim, and it suffered a lot of damage. The cold air collided with the hot air, and the mist instantly flooded the entire cave.
Strong wind flow.
A strong stream of air burst out in front of Weeks. In an instant, all the heat that shrouded the cave was blown away.
Rapid water wave.
A water column flew out in front of the female mage in blue robe. Bang! Sizzle! The rapid water waves that were originally able to penetrate the cracked rocks were greatly reduced in power in the lava cave, falling on the lava giant lizard. It only breaks the lava giant lizard's lava SHL, causing painless damage. The female mage Meryl's face changed slightly, feeling very troubled. The environment here was too restraining for her. She couldn't show her strength at all. This also made her worry about the third round of the finals. She glanced at Xavius. The ice mage was more restricted in this environment than she was. But Xavius was strong enough to take advantage of the conflict between ice and fire.
Freeze!
Xavius casts a spell, freezing the lava dragon. Others took the opportunity to attack. After being frozen, the lava dragon's defense dropped sharply, and it was soon seriously injured by everyone. Just when Xavius was about to kill the lava dragon and grab the head, suddenly there was an astonishing warmth from behind. Bang! A wall of ice appeared behind Xavius, blocking the lava lizard's lava spurts. Sizzle! The ice wall is melting rapidly. Xavius turned around and looked. His expression changed. 2 more lava giant lizards appeared behind them. The 3 second-order lava giant lizards were still in the special environment of the lava cave. If everyone works together, they might have a chance to deal with it. However, after seeing the lava giant lizard appear behind him, the first reaction of Wix, Meryl and others was to rush towards the fire lotus. Even the seriously injured lava dragon was ignored. Their idea is simple. Get the fire lotus and leave. Suddenly, Weeks saw a dark shadow appearing next to the fire lotus. Black shadow enveloped the fire lotus. Suddenly, the black shadow exploded. Lilith was in the realm of shadows, and looked up to see Levi. When Levi saw that Lilith was trying to take away the fire lotus with her shadow tentacles, he blasted her shadow tentacles with a small fireball. He looked at the dark shadow where Lilith was. The black shadow surged, and suddenly several extremely sharp dark spikes erupted, stabbing at Levi. The shadow spikes pierced Levi's body, and Levi slowly disappeared from the spot. Lilith's eyes narrowed, and she subconsciously looked at the fire lotus. The 3 fire lotus flowers have disappeared. Hateful. Lilith frowned. If Li Wei takes it away with his strength. She has no idea. She couldn't accept that fire lotus was deceived. Weeks stared at Lilith and shouted,
"Hand over the fire lotus!"
As he spoke, he threw out a wind blade and shot it towards Lilith. The shadow on Lilith floated in front of her like a cloak. Puff puff. All the wind blades hit the shadow cloak and disappeared. Lilith didn't bother to explain to Weeks and turned around to run away.
Breaking hidden ripples.
Faint blue ripples spread across Meryl's body, and the blue ripples swept across Lilith. A force forced Lilith to exit the shadow escape state. Falling out of the shadows, Lilith plummeted toward the lava. Just as it was about to disappear, a shadow tentacle stretched out from the wall and wrapped around Lilith's waist, letting her stay in midair. There is less than 10 centimeters left between the soles of the feet and the lava. You can feel the heat underneath on the soles of your feet. Lilith controlled the shadow tentacles to lift herself up and away from the lava. She looked forward and saw Levi, who was forced out by the hidden ripples. Meryl was shocked when she saw Levi so close. Weeks looked overjoyed.
Armored man! Die! Fugerai!
Weeks cast a spell to attack Levi without hesitation. He has been looking for Levi for 3 days. Now, finally found him. Levi grabbed her from the air, and Meryl's body flashed with blue light, and she was moved in front of him. Bang! The water shield on Meryl's body exploded into a large blue light. The blue light stimulated by the attack on the water wave shield covered up the brilliance of Levi's object control technique. Meryl notices the blue glow of object control. But after being attacked by Weeks, there was no time to think more. She exclaimed,
"Wix, what are you doing?"
Weeks saw Meryl standing in front of Levi and thought she was going to help Levi. He yelled,
"Meryl, get out of the way! He's my enemy!"
Meryl was speechless, except for where she landed. There was lava everywhere. Where should she go? Do you want her to stand in the lava? Seeing that Levi was about to disappear, Weeks didn't care about the life or death of Meryl, his temporary teammate.
Strike storm.
Wix casts exclusive spells that match his extraordinary properties. A horizontal tornado erupted, and terrifying winds rolled up the lava. In an instant, the tornado turned into a molten storm. Meryl saw this and screamed, "You're crazy! Blue Wave Guardian Shield!" Being affected and involved in the magma storm, Meryl had no choice but to use the ultimate trick to suppress the situation. A shield of blue water appeared on his body. Hoo ho ho! Outside the blue water shield, a red lava storm flooded the field of vision. She felt the rapid depletion of mana and couldn't help but feel fear. "I'm afraid I won't be able to resist." Weeks was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the power of the storm and the lava would become so much stronger. Even he himself was affected. "Ice shield!" A flash of icy blue flashed across Xavius' body, and a hexagonal ice crystal appeared outside his body and wrapped around his body. Hoo ho ho! Sizzle! Swish! 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 A storm of lava swept through, and Xavius' ice shield continued to melt. Wilder was still on his way when he suddenly saw a sudden burst of fire in front of him. "What the hell? Hack! Rock Guardian!" The rock protrusions turned into a hemisphere and enveloped him. Boom! There was a violent impact outside. "Grass! What happened in front?" Wilder had a gloomy look on his face, and he felt like he was about to be scorched. The movement outside finally stopped, and he carefully opened a gap and looked outside. The extremely hot molten lava was thrown everywhere. There is still lava flowing down the mountain wall, and lava rain is dripping from it. If you go out now, there will be no foothold at all. The seriously injured lava monitor was overturned by the lava storm and lay on the edge of the semi-dried lava river. When Weeks saw the scene in front of him, he was shocked. "Is the Iron Man dead?" He just wanted to catch the armored man and interrogate the magic model, not kill Levi. If Levi dies, the spell model he wants will be gone. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to the seriously injured lava dragon. When Weeks saw this, his eyes widened. Could it be that he wanted to? Stop! Chapter 147. Just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den again. Levi appeared next to the seriously injured lava dragon. The lava dragon lies on the ground, its vulnerable belly exposed. An orange-red fireball hit the lava monitor's abdomen. Boom! The lava giant lizard trembled and died. Shadow Attendant sneaked into the lava giant lizard and took away the magic core. Levi was greedy for other materials from the lava monitor, but it was not convenient to escape with the lava monitor. Whoosh whoosh. Several ice picks flew towards Levi. Click, click, click. The ice pick hit Levi, but was blocked by the invisible armor. Xavius looked surprised. "I thought that after Levi resisted the lava storm, his magic shield was already fragile." Unexpectedly, he could easily block his ice cone technique. Xavius' eyes narrowed, and he used the freezing technique, preparing to keep Levi. Call! A small fireball flew towards him. Interrupts Xavius' spell casting. Weeks yelled, "Armor! Stop!" He used wind rail and chased after Levi. Rapid water wave! Meryl shoots a wave of water towards Weeks. Bang! The wind shield on Weeks' body exploded. He paused, turned to look at Meryl, and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Meryl stared at him with an ugly expression. Her eyes filled with anger. "What are you doing? Did you just try to kill us all?" As soon as he said this, Xavius subconsciously looked at Weeks. Now, he also knows that the lava storm was caused by Weeks. Xavius was so angry that his ice shield almost failed to block it. Ice and fire are already in conflict with each other, but wind helps the fire, making it even more powerful. A lot of his mana was wasted. "What did you do?" Xavius demanded. Weeks felt numb and looked around, seeing that he was about to become the target of public criticism. His heart moved, and he pointed at Levi and shouted, "He took away the Fire Lotus!" Weeks had no idea that Levi had taken the Fire Lotus. At the moment, it's just a frame-up done out of desperation. He guessed correctly. It also successfully attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at Levi. Levi's mouth twitched. He was almost successful, but he was targeted by Wix, a troublemaker. Wilder also rushed to the battlefield and heard that the armored man had taken the Fire Lotus. He shouted, "Hand over the Fire Lotus!" Ouch! The lava dragon wailed and roared when it saw its companion die. Everyone's scalp went numb when they saw the angry lava giant lizard charging towards them. Wilder glanced at the lava giant lizard. What kind of power are these two monsters trying to show off? Second level Earth spell. Rock formation. Boom! The cave shook, and several stone pillars grew from the mountain wall. The stone pillars are crisscrossed and crisscrossed, fixing the lava dragon to the ground, making it unable to move. When everyone saw this, their eyes lit up.
So strong!
The lava dragon struggled wildly. Click, 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 bang, bang, bang. The lava dragon breaks the rock pillar and escapes, spews out a large amount of lava. Wilder's expression changed. Everyone, better run away. However, the road has been blocked by Wilder's rock formation. Everyone was silenced by him. Boom, boom. There was a huge explosion, followed by the sound of rocks collapsing. Everyone turned to look, and saw that Levi had already escaped by blowing up an exit. Weeks led the way.
Don't try to escape.
On the one hand, it is chasing Levi. On the other hand, he also wanted to run. Wilder blocked the two lava giant lizards by himself, turned around, and saw everyone preparing to run away. Suddenly, his face darkened. I am the only one who fights hard for feelings. And you all run away? Seeing this, Wilder also ran away quickly.
Earth wall technique.
He created an earth wall to block the lava dragon for a moment, then turned and ran towards the exit. Boom! The earthen wall held on for a moment before being broken through by the lava giant lizard. Ouch! The lava dragon is in hot pursuit. Call! Levi discovered that after Wilder used the rock formation, the surrounding mountain walls became much weaker. Use mental power to find the weakest point. Blast the hole with a charged fireball. And escape.
Armor! Stop!
Weeks chased him out of the cave, hot on his heels. Levi didn't care about him, but when he heard his voice, he accelerated and flew into the sky. Weeks was unwilling to give in, and quickly spread the wind track to the sky, hoping to catch up with Levi. However, wind rail is a flying spell that sticks to the ground after all, so he can't fly. Seeing Levi go away, he was filled with dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the sky. Weeks looked surprised. Levi felt a strong wind coming from behind. Bang! A huge force fell from behind, and Levi lost his balance and fell down, but found that he did not fall. He turned around and saw a pterosaur with a wingspan of more than 20 meters grabbing him. Weeks looked shocked as he watched the giant tetrapod grab Levi and fly away.
Hack! My spell!
In the audience, everyone screamed in surprise when they saw the armored man being captured by the pterosaur.
The armored man has been captured. It's finished. He's dead. His only chance of survival now is to give up the game and teleport out of the secret realm. What a pity. What a pity! I thought that the armored man would have a high chance of winning the championship, but I didn't expect to encounter such an unlucky thing.
Everyone was amazed and moved with emotion. Hughes also felt a little pity. Without such a strong competitor, subsequent games will be much less interesting. Levi was not as worried as everyone else. Instead, he lay leisurely in the claws of the Chiropterus, letting it fly away with him, away from the battlefield. The situation looks dire. In fact, even the pterodactyl doesn't break his invisibility armor. The reason why everyone thought that he would be eliminated from the game if he was captured by the pterodactyl. A large part of the reason is that mages below level 3 do not have flying spells. If you fall from a high altitude, you will die. On the other hand, adult Chiropterus can reach the second level advanced level, or even the second level peak level. Chiropterus has the advantage in the air, and is the top predator in the secret island. The Chiropterus grabbed Levi and flew to the lair. A huge nest at the top of a giant tree, more than 50 meters in diameter. It's as big as 4 basketball courts. The Chiropterus threw Levi in the lair, and 3 Chiroptera cubs over 2 meters tall came around. Ding ding ding. Dang. 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 The pterosaur cubs pecked at Levi, unable to break through the invisible armor's defense. The adult Chiropterus glanced at it without paying much attention, although it has never seen such strange food as humans. However, small size means no threat. What's more, this food is motionless, as if it's dead. The adult Chiropterus left him alone. Leave it to the young chiropods to learn how to handle hard lead foods. This is a must-learn lesson for cubs. The adult Chiropterus stayed in the nest for a while, and then flew out. Levi waited for a while, and got up. The 3 pterosaur cubs looked at him with curiosity. Don't understand why the food is moving again. Seeing a cub running over to peck him, Levi kicked it away.
Go away!
Chapter 148, Invite the Wolf into the House.
Cuckoo!
The 3 pterosaur cubs huddled together, and looked at Levi in fear. Levi took care of them all, and now they don't dare to attack Levi. He found that there was an egg in the Chiroptera's nest that had not hatched. One is half a person tall. Dan Lousy occupies the softest, cleanest and warmest place in the nest. But now it belongs to Levi. Levi dug a hole under the egg and got in. Looking up, the bird's eggs are above the head, quietly basking in the sun. Not far away were a few cooing pterosaurs, daring not to approach Levi. After a while, the adult Chiropterus returned and found that the pups had gathered together, and that the strange food had disappeared. I thought the cub had eaten Levi. It threw a large steel-tusked mountain boar in front of the cub and watched as the cub devoured the dead prey. The adult Chiropterus thought, sure enough, it still needs to catch some larger prey. Small prey cannot fill the child's stomach at all. The adult Chiropterus walked aside and lay down next to the egg to sleep. It glanced at the egg and seemed to notice something different. But he didn't touch the egg, just thinking that the egg was about to hatch. It doesn't need to hatch the eggs. It just needs to wait for the babies in the eggs to hatch out on their own. Levi sits beneath a tetrapod egg, checking the invisible armor on his body. He saw that 4 layers had been broken. The battle was fierce. 1 level of resistance to the attack of the lava giant lizard was broken. 2 layers were broken to withstand the lava storm. 1 level of resistance to the attack of the Chiropterus was broken. There were only 8 layers of invisible armor left. And Li Wei quickly added, restoring 12 layers of invisible armor. Count the harvest. 3 fire lotuses, a 2nd level lava giant lizard's magic core, and a 2nd level black bear magic beast's magic core. The harvest is huge. Levi asked the shadow attendant to hollow out a piece of wood to hold the fire lotus. He was afraid that the fire lotus would be crushed in his pocket, so it would be safer to put it in a box.
It won't catch fire. Right.
Levi looked at the fire lotus in the box, and was a little worried. The temperature of the fire lotus is not low. Even after leaving the lava river, it is still emitting a high temperature of 70 or 80 degrees. You will get burned if you hold it directly with your hands. Seeing that the box showed no signs of burning, Levi breathed a sigh of relief.
Are 7 magic cards enough?
Levi's mind moved. He focused on the phantom body, and saw the vision transmitted by the phantom body. What the contestants cannot see, the audience can see. A ranking list hangs over the secret island. It shows the ranking of the number of magic cards held. The Mage Association did not tell the contestants the rankings. The purpose was to let the contestants all try their best to capture the magic cards. Only in this way can it be interesting to watch, and the conflict be intense enough. Otherwise, everyone will see that the rankings are almost the same, and the number of cards is just in the top 10. The battle will not be intense enough. Only the unknown makes the game interesting. Levi opened the plugin and saw the rankings. Now, Li Weiwei has 7 magic cards. Ranking 2nd. The first place is Russell, who holds 10 magic cards. Russell was the fire mage Levi saw on the first day. The 3rd place is Xavius, who holds 5 magic cards. The 4th place is Lilith, holding 4 magic cards. Lilith ranked 4th, which surprised Levi.
It seems that magic cards are indeed difficult to obtain,
Levi thought to himself. After hearing the chat between Hughes and Lana, Levi unexpectedly discovered that the audience did not see the battle in the lava cave. Lava Lizard also has no explosive magic card. Did the Mage Association not discover the underground lava river? Levi thought it was unlikely. After all, lava rivers lead directly to lava lakes. The Mage Association must know about the lava lake. As long as you go in and take a look, you can easily find the entrance of the lava river. Maybe it was just an accident. The Mages Association knew about the lava river, but believed that everyone would have no chance of entering the lava river in the 2nd round. There is no magic card placed on the lava dragon, and no monitoring eyes in the lava cave. It may also be that the magic cards cannot withstand the high temperature of the lava. Levi didn't know the reason. Anyway, it's okay if he gets the benefits.
What's in the cave? Why did 2 lava giant lizards emerge?
Hughes looked curious. Levi turned his attention back to his body.
On the last day, just grab some magic cards and make sure you get into the top 10.
So he thought. Anyway, for him, who is a cheater at the beginning, it is still easy to find some robbery targets. Levi hid in the lair of the pterosaurs and practiced training. An invisible surveillance eye flew over the lair of the pteranodon. Look for Levi.
What's going on? Where did the contestants' armor go?
The people in the Mage Association were also confused.
Could it be eaten? Kai is not dead yet, and his fire of life has not been extinguished. But what about people? It's the same as before. Isn't he hiding somewhere?
Previously, when Levi was hiding in a cave to practice, after disappearing for a while, The Magic Association monitoring the battlefield quickly called the surveillance Magic Eye to enter the cave to check the situation. It was discovered that Li Wei was hiding in a cave to practice. Later, I left him alone. The Mage Association also did not publish the scene of him practicing in the cave. Since Levi is practicing and hiding, the Mage Association respects his privacy. The more important reason is that behind the armor stands the big boss Toresta. There was a tacit understanding. Now, Levi has disappeared again. This time it stumped the monitoring personnel of the Masters Association. They must keep track of everyone's movements to avoid dangerous situations. The invisible monitoring eye cannot get too close to the pterosaur. Otherwise it will be discovered and shot down even if it is invisible. Just when the surveillance personnel were in trouble, news came from above that there was no need to look for the armored man. The surveillance staff breathed a sigh of relief. The president of Feihua City Mage Association looked at the young man in front of him and asked, "Is he your apprentice?" An old-fashioned voice came from the young man's mouth. "Not yet." The president shook his head and said, "You still want to find someone to inherit your transformation technique? Stop thinking about it. You are also able to achieve this level by relying on your extraordinary characteristics. Even if others learn the art of transfiguration, they cannot be the same as you." The young man said, "He is different." When the president heard this, he was stunned for a moment. "Has he awakened the same extraordinary characteristics as you?" The young man shook his head and said nothing. The president's secretary outside the door looked puzzled. Who was the president talking to? He didn't see anyone go in. Levi practiced in the crocodile's nest until the 7th day of the competition. Crystal Meditation, First Level, 6969/10,000. Fireball, First Level Master, 6820/10,000. Invisible Armor, First Level Master, 1200/10,000. Object Control, First Level Minor, 5530/10,000. Great Sleepwalking Technique, First Level, 1300/10,000. Transfiguration, First Level, 2600/10,000. In addition to meditating to practice magic, Levi practiced magic in his dreams all day long, mainly practicing Fireball and minoring in Transfiguration. Practice other spells occasionally. Cultivation progress is not slow. Levi focused his attention on Phantom and saw the new rankings. He had dropped to 16. There are still 24 contestants left. Looking at the activities of the remaining contestants on the secret island, a light flashed in his eyes. Time to hunt. Chapter 149, the second round is over. Bring some gifts back. Time to hunt. Levi left the nest while the tetrapod flew away. Through the visual information transmitted by the phantom body, Levi stood on the edge of the lair and locked the target. He jumped down. Shadow attendant emerged from behind him, grabbed his body, and unfolded it into a glider. Hoo ho ho! Levi quickly glided and dived towards the target. The surveillance personnel of the Mages Association exclaimed, "We found the armored man!" Oops! He jumped! Huh? What is this? A hang glider? Amidst the exclamations of the surveillance personnel, Li Wei flew steadily towards the target location. Wow! Hardy looked up and saw a strong wind blowing above his head. He saw a dark shadow passing by. What? Just when Hardy was confused, a black shadow approached him unknowingly. Bang! Levi fell from the sky. Hardy was stunned for a moment, then immediately became alert and prepared to fight. Levi looked at him and said, "Surrender. You have already lost." Hardy felt a chill on his neck and looked down. A sharp claw on his neck nearly killed him. What the hell? Hardy looked confused. After regaining consciousness, he smiled bitterly and said, "I surrender. This is my magic card." Hardy took out 3 magic cards and threw them to Levi. Levi looked at him and said, "There are 2 more." Hardy's face froze, and he didn't understand why the other party knew the number of his magic cards so well. He had no choice but to hand over the remaining 2 magic cards. Levi grabbed it from the air. The magic card flew into his hand, and he turned and left. After disappearing from Hardy's field of vision, Shadow Waiter also quietly disappeared. Hardy subconsciously touched his neck and sighed helplessly. What kind of monster is this? Exit the secret realm. He didn't want to struggle anymore. After getting Hardy's 5 magic cards, the number of magic cards in Levi's hand reached 12. Rose from 16th to 9th. Still not safe enough. Levi continues to look for prey. He didn't want to be overtaken at the last moment and lose the qualification for the 3rd round. After cheating, Levi quickly found his second prey. A fireball broke the shield, and Shadow Warrior got close to him, forcing the opponent to surrender. Get 3 magic cards. with 15 magic cards. His ranking rose to 7th place.
The armored men are taking action. His ranking has risen so fast. Is he robbing other contestants? 5th place. He stopped?
Levi robbed 4 people, and brought the number of magic cards in his hand to 19. Rank 5th. 4th place. Savas. Holds 21 cards. 3rd place. Lilith. Holds 23 cards. 2nd place. Willie. Holds 26. 1st place. Russell. Holds 32 cards. Willie is a dark horse, who only started to explode in the last 2 days. His strategy was the same as Levi's, hiding his strength in the early stage and directly grabbing other people's magic cards in the last 2 days. This requires great confidence in one's own abilities. When Levi stopped advancing in the rankings, it wasn't because he stopped hunting other contestants. He met Willie. Levi looked at Willie with a look of surprise. He had met Willie. Willie was the enchanter who originally enchanted him with the invisibility cloak. Willie was also slightly startled when he saw Levi. He recognized Levi's invisibility cloak. Willie does not remember Levi's identity, but knows that he was once his customer. Willie smiled and said,
"Hey, I'm so lucky. I didn't expect to meet you here."
Levi said.
"Aren't you an enchanter?"
Willie said.
"My main profession is a mage, and my secondary profession is an enchanter."
Levi looked at the dark red armor on his body and felt it looked very familiar. "Isn't this his King Ant's carapace?" Levi asked.
"What is the relationship between you and Troska?"
He had previously sold the Ant King's carapace to Master Blacksmith Troska. Willie was a little surprised.
"Do you know my father?"
Levi's eyes twitched.
"Does this count as siding with the enemy?"
Seeing that the armor on Willie's body was covered with magic patterns, Levi guessed that this might be the magic armor Troska mentioned, the defensive power of the 3rd level Ant King. Levi didn't want to fight Willie. "I can beat it, but it's too strenuous." Willie also belatedly guessed that the Ant King's carapace might have come from the armored man. Thinking of this, he also gave up the idea of fighting the armored man. The Ant King was not necessarily killed by the armored man, but if the other party can get this thing, it must be very strong. At this stage, there is no need to go head-to-head with such a strong guy. He also wants to reach the finals. Willie said,
"We are still competing. I am going to find magic cards. See you again when I have a chance."
Levi also nodded and said,
"Goodbye."
The two parted ways, each going his own way. The audience who were expecting a big battle were disappointed.
"Fight! Are you going to fight?"
Disappointed.
"So disappointed. Just let me see this when I come in. Damn it. Why don't you start a fight?"
This is the speech of the mage, who was robbed by 2 people. Yu said,
"It's a wise move. Both of them are sure to enter the finals. There is no need to fight hard at this time."
Rhoda said,
"They can't see the rankings, so the chance of a fight is actually quite high. There must be other reasons why there was no fight."
Rhoda analyzed. When Levi is looking for new prey, the ranking is also changing rapidly. Each competitor begins the final sprint. Half a day passed, and there were only 15 contestants left. The final spots can basically be seen. Levi ranked 2nd, and Russell ranked 1st. After meeting Willie, Levi slowed down his hunting speed appropriately, so as not to arouse the suspicion of people outside the venue. He found the exact words of the other contestants every time, and could spot the problem at a glance. There is still an hour left before the end of the 2nd round. Levi looked up to the sky and saw the adult Chiropterus flying into the distance. The corners of his mouth raised slightly.
"The game is about to end. How can we leave empty-handed?"
Levi took advantage of the adult tetrapod to leave, and went up to the nest. When the 3 cubs saw the enemy invading, they subconsciously spread their wings and grinned, wanting to attack. After seeing clearly that it was Li Wei, they were suddenly startled, and they all huddled together, not daring to get close. Levi ignored the 3 cubs and walked over to the Chiropterus egg.
"Object control."
A faint blue light enveloped the giant egg, and Levi took the egg and left the lair of the Chiropterus. When the 3 cubs saw that Levi was about to take away their little brother, they finally mustered up the courage to charge towards Levi. After being glared at by Li Wei, he immediately stopped halfway, hesitated, watching Levi leave with the dome. Helplessly, he screamed and called his mother. Hoo ho ho! A strong gust of wind came. Swish, swish, swish. The leaves above the head were swaying wildly, and the big trees seemed to be blown away by the strong wind.
Discovered.
Levi looked up and saw the adult Chiropterus returning to its lair. after discovering that the pterosaur eggs were missing. The pterosaurs went crazy. Ouch! The pterodactyl soars through the air, looking for the thief who stole the pterodactyl egg. Chapter 150. Everyone has a share. At the last moment, the crazy pterosaur made many contestants tremble with fear. After the Chiropterus went crazy, it attacked humans when it saw it. Everyone avoided him. Levi looked up at the sky, where the pterodactyl was still soaring through the air, roaring and snarling. Time is up! The sound of the end of the game ringing in his ears. After a while, everyone was teleported away from the secret realm of the island. After leaving the secret realm, everyone returned to the competition area below the Colosseum. Weeks, Meryl and others breathed a sigh of relief.
Why did the Chiropterus suddenly go crazy? Who knows? Maybe something happened to stimulate it. I almost got caught by a pteranodon. But luckily the game time was over.
Weeks looked at Levi, his eyes twinkling.
Kai, did you do something to cause the Chiropterus to go crazy?
Weeks asked. After hearing this, everyone turned to look at Levi, showing curiosity. Weeks said,
You were captured by the pterosaur before. How did you survive? What did you do?
He wanted to bring the conflict to Levi. Then, tried to gather everyone's strength to surround Levi in the third round and eliminate him first. Weeks had long been unhappy with Levi. Levi glanced at him and said,
In order to get my magic model, you really did whatever it took. You tried every means to frame me.
As soon as these words came out, everyone turned to look at Weeks with strange expressions. Some people even showed disdain in their eyes. Spell models are one of the most important things for a mage. The magic model of robbing people is no less than killing a wife and daughter. In fact, for some mages, spell models are more important than wives and daughters. Weeks' expression changed.
You? Humph. Just wait and see.
Weeks turned and left, shameless to stay here. He didn't want to continue to suffer criticism from everyone. Weeks returned to the room and punched the table.
Damn the armor!
His eyes flickered.
I will definitely make you pay the price.
Levi made him embarrass himself in front of everyone and made him hold a grudge. The Mage Association announced the list of contestants for the third round of exchange competition. Russell, Kai, Willie, Xavius, Lilith, Xiong'er, Meryl, Weeks, Nick, Wilder. 10 people advanced to the third round finals.
The third round will start tomorrow. All players please be ready to compete. In the third round, one piece of first-level magic equipment or magic props is allowed to be used, and space props are allowed to be used. It is prohibited to use powerful one-time magic props, magic scrolls, illegal potions, and it is prohibited to bring pets, servants, attendants, mounts, etc. into the competition venue, except for summons. The third round will be based on a point system. Please see the points rules below for details. Kill first-level monsters, low level, intermediate, high level, peak, and get 5, 10, 15, and 20 points respectively. Kill the first-level fire element elf and get 30 points. Kill the second-level monsters, low level, intermediate, high level, and peak and get 40, 60, 80, and 100 points respectively. Kill the second-level fire element elf and get 200 points. Kill the lava giant and get 1,000 points. By defeating the contestant, you can rob the contestant of all points on the scorecard. The third round of the finals is expected to last 1 day. In the final stage of the competition, the island volcano will erupt. Actively exit the secret realm and keep your points. If your life is in danger, passively exit the secret realm and clear your points. After everyone exits the secret realm, the person with the highest points will win the championship, followed by the runner-up and third runner-up. The winner of this exchange competition will receive a bottle of fairy spring water. The runner-up will receive a mithril staff. The second runner-up will receive a set of mithril robes. The contestants who enter the finals will receive a commemorative gold medal from the 28th Young Mage Exchange competition. The top 30 contestants will receive a commemorative silver medal from the 28th Young Mage Exchange competition. All participants will receive a commemorative bronze medal from the 28th Young Mage Exchange competition. The important thing is participation. Everyone has a share. Dear viewers and contestants, please stay tuned for the upcoming finals. Levi returned to the audience and dispersed. You said with envy? Even a commemorative bronze medal is earned. Levi asked a little strangely. The bronze medal is not valuable. What's so good about it? Guze said. The bronze medal means that you became an official mage before you were 25 years old. This is a professional certification from the Mage Association. It represents your talent and future potential. If you can become an official mage before the age of 25, you can hope to become a third-level mage in the future and have the potential to challenge the great mage. The treatment will be good no matter where you go with this bronze medal.
Hugh sighed. He was just 26 years old this year, over the age of competition. Otherwise, you might still have a chance to win a commemorative silver medal. Levi nodded, seeming to understand a little. What Furusawa was referring to was limited to traditional mages. There are actually not many first-level ring mages who are 25 years old. 3/4 of the 130 contestants are first-level ring mages under the age of 25. However, the vast majority of people are eliminated in the first round. There are very few first-level ring mages who can enter the second round. In the finals, Wilder was the only one left among the 10 who was a ring mage. He still pressed the line and entered the finals. Ring mage has obvious advantages and disadvantages. In an arena match, a one-on-one duel, the ring mage has a good chance of winning against a traditional mage due to his advantage in casting speed. Facing a complex environment, the disadvantages of ring mage's rigid spells, limited number of spell slots, and weak spell control ability are exposed. A first-level ring mage has a total of 7 spell slots. There are 3 first-level spell slots and 4 zero-level spell slots. Magic Shield must be learned, and there are 2 first-level spell slots left. So there is no choice. Either one attack spell and one control spell, or all attack spells. If you choose all control spells, it will be useless without teammates. Zero-level spells, due to their low level of practice, will not be of much use against traditional mages or monsters of the same level. Levi's small fireball technique can kill first-level low and intermediate-level monsters. It's because of his extraordinary characteristic bonus and the high basic power of the perfect level small fireball technique. The ring mage's entry-level small fireball technique can at most cause damage to first-level monsters with weak defenses. The traditional mage's spellcasting speed is a flaw, but at least he won't fall into a situation where there are no spells available, as long as the scope is broad enough. Spellcasting speed can also be solved through increased spell proficiency and the extraordinary trait of fast spellcasting. The second round, which lasted 7 days, ended. Levi was finally able to have a comfortable meal. In the secret island, Levi either eats wild fruits or tasteless barbecue. Times were very difficult, especially during those few days when he was hiding in the lair of the Chiropterus. He had to rely on his shadow attendant to go out and pick wild fruits every day. Not even barbecue. Chapter 151 Finals. Finally, it's the finals! Li had been looking forward to this day for a long time. He seemed to see the fairy spring waving to him. First, it must be me. Levi's eyes were firm. He just came for the first place. If he doesn't get first place and doesn't get the reward of the championship, there is no point in his participation. Mithril staff and mithril robe are also good, worth a fortune. However, it is far inferior to the spring water of Fairy Spring. Besides, he has already obtained the mithril ore, and all he needs to do is refine the mithril. He can also create the mithril staff and mithril robes. Tap tap tap. Xiong'er came over, patted Levi on the shoulder and said, I haven't seen you for 7 days in the second round. We are both very lucky. Levi's mouth twitched. What good luck. He had passed by Xiong'er several times and had seen Xiong'er's barbaric mage fighting skills, so he didn't cause any trouble for him, and deliberately avoided him. Otherwise, on the last day, when he was looking for prey, how could he not meet Xiong'er? Levi responded, Yes, but that's not necessarily the case in the finals. Xiong'er grinned and said, Come here. I will never show mercy. Of course, if you want to surrender, I will still give you a chance. Ha ha. I'll give this to you too. Li Wei laughed twice and responded to Xiong'er's challenge. Contestants, please get ready. The competition is about to begin. Everyone fell silent and stared at the portal ahead. Weeks glanced at Levi's back. A ferocious look flashed in his eyes. I'll make you pay. At the beginning of the game, everyone lined up to enter the portal, and the order was based on the ranking of the second round. Russell went in first. Levi second. Auditorium. Everyone saw that the dark clouds covering the center of the island finally dispersed, exposing the active volcano in the center of the island. Fire monsters can be seen everywhere on the volcano, as well as fire element elves. The 10 contestants also appeared on the volcano one after another. This time, all 10 people were teleported together. They are very close to each other, and you can see each other when you turn your head. It's not that the volcano is too small for people to be separated. The Mages Association did this intentionally. Next to Levi were Xavius and Lilith. The three of them looked at each other, but neither of them chose to break out into a fight, and scattered away. The game has just begun. There is no need to fight. At least wait until others have some points before plundering them. Otherwise, it's meaningless. Fighting for first and second last place? Boom! Gula gula. Levi walked on the black volcano and felt the mountain beneath his feet shaking. Hear the sound of lava boiling inside the volcano.
The Mage Association is really playing a big game.
He looked toward the crater.
If the volcano erupts, the secret island will be destroyed.
Lava will destroy everything on the island. Even something as powerful as a pterosaur could not withstand the power of a volcanic eruption. Contestants must also collect enough points before the volcano erupts, and then leave the secret realm. After the volcano erupts, there is only one way to die if you stay in the secret territory. Levi felt the movement in the mountain, and was afraid that the volcano would erupt next moment. He first summoned the Shadow Warrior, and layered it with a layer of invisible armor. Shadow Warrior is a summoned object that can be used in the game.
Look for prey. Hunt it yourself. And remember to bring back the trophies.
Levi directly released the Shadow Warrior. The shadow attendant turned into a black shadow, and wandered into the distance. The rocks on the volcano are exposed and completely black, with shadows mixed in among them. It would be difficult for Levi to see its location clearly without using mental induction. This can be said to be its natural protective color. After a while, Shadow Attendant came back with a prey.
Tender rabbit?
Levi looked at the prey brought back by Shadow Attendant.
It's a pity that there is no magic core. Peel off the rabbit's skin. The tender rabbit's skin is a good thing. It has its own heater in winter.
You can use the space ring, and Levi will naturally not let go of anything valuable. Pull off the skin and throw away the carcass. Rabbit meat is useless.
Continue.
The number on the scorecard in Levi's hand changed to 10. A first-level intermediate tender rabbit. He walked towards the crater. The closer the fire monster is to the crater, the more powerful it is. Fire elemental spirits can also be found near the crater. Levi needs fire element crystal nuclei, one of the materials required for the fire spirit sacrifice advanced ceremony. To break through the first level to the second level, you need the second level fire element crystal core. Only by killing the second level fire element else can you obtain the second level fire element crystal core. For Levi, it was a bit difficult. Second level fire element elves are immune to damage from fire spells below second level. At least third level fire spells must be used to cause damage to second level fire element elves. It is best to use water spells, followed by ice spells. Water spells restrain the fire element. Ice spells and fire elements restrain each other. Whoever is stronger restrains them. Crackling. Sizzle. Levi saw magma emerging from a cave halfway up the mountain, and sparks flying. The splashing sparks fell to the ground, making a sizzling sound. Gula gula. A lava snake emerged from the hole, staring at Levi with flaming eyes. Hiss. The lava snake stuck out its tongue, and flames kept coming out of its mouth. Seeing this, Levi struck preemptively. A fireball hit the lava snake's face. Call. Bang. The lava snake shook its body twice, and stood upright again. It didn't seem to have suffered much damage. Levi's heart froze, knowing that the lava snake in front of him was a second-level monster. Otherwise, it would not be possible to block the fireball technique so easily. Hiss. The lava snake flew towards Levi and sprayed flames at him, while it was still some distance away. TSK TSK TSK. The flames continued to burn the air, emitting a pungent smell. Levi quickly backed away. The invisible armor emerged after being attacked. Sizzle. The invisible armor sizzled as it was roasted. Click. A layer of invisible armor shattered. After the flame attack ended, the lava snake opened its bloody mouth and bit at Levi. Eat it straight down. Levi quickly kicked his feet and rose into the sky. Call. Lava snake scurried under his feet, plowing a furrow into the ground. Whoosh. 3 bursts of ice arrows. Phew. The ice arrow fell on the lava snake, causing slight damage. The ice arrows were evaporated and dissolved by the high temperature of the lava snake. Yesterday, he had mastered the art of ice arrows to an advanced level. The power of ice arrows cannot be underestimated. Although it is not comparable to the first-level ice cone technique, it is still much more powerful than the entry-level ice arrow technique. It is powerful enough to deal damage to ordinary first-level fire monsters. But facing the second-level lava snake, the ice arrow technique still seems too weak. The lava snake twisted its body and looked up at Levi with a sneer. Is this all you have? Just give me a tickle. Levi's eyes narrowed and he shouted. Shadow Attendant! Shadow Warrior threw away the prey in his hand and quickly returned to Levi. Call! A fireball quickly condensed and formed in the palm of Levi's palm. The color became darker, and the light became more dazzling. Chapter 152 Fire Elemental Elf. An orange-red fireball condensed in Levi's palm. The fire was dazzling. It's like holding a little sun in the palm of your hand. Shadow Attendant flew over and joined the battle. Shadow Claws! The Shadow Attendant sneaks up on the lava snake from behind to attract the lava snake's attention. The lava snake, which was originally attracted by the fireball in Levi's palm, was attacked and immediately turned its attention to Shadow Warrior. Twisting his body, he kept attacking Shadow Warrior. Call! The lava snake spits out a ball of fire and burns Shadow Attendant. Shadow Attendant quickly ran away. Suddenly, a tail came out of the flames. The lava snake's tail wrapped around Shadow Warrior, who was trying to escape, and pulled him in front of the lava snake. The lava snake tightened its whole body, wrapped around Shadow Warrior, and crushed it. Click, 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 click. The invisible armor on Shadow Warrior was crushed by a huge force. Puff! Shadow Attendant instantly dispersed into a ball of black mist and got out of the gap, away from the lava snake. Call! A dazzling fireball fell from the sky and hit the lava snake. The lava snake felt the crisis and quickly huddled up, protecting its head in the middle. Boom! The fireball hit the lava snake and exploded violently. In an instant, the entire volcano was shaking. Boom! Gula gula. Volcanic activity became more intense. Levi's fireball technique caused the volcano to erupt earlier. If there are a few more, the volcano may not erupt directly on the spot. The firelight dissipated, revealing the lava snake below that was covered in bruises. The lava snake's impressive fire resistance was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the super powerful fireball spell. If Levi hadn't deliberately left it alive and strengthened the power of the fireball technique, he could have blown it to pieces. The lava snake that looked proud before was now lying on the ground like a dead snake, lingering for breath. Levi fell, and the lava snake moved, trying to escape. Shadow Attendant, who had just escaped, rushed forward immediately and got into the body of the lava snake. Levi heard the Shadow Attendant's cry. It seemed that he had been burned by the lava snake's body. The lava snake kept twisting its body and rolling left and right on the ground, trying to drive out the Shadow Warrior from its body. Eventually, the struggle grew weaker and weaker until it stopped. A black light flashed in the flame-burning eyes. Shadow Attendant has successfully controlled the lava snake. Levi looked up and seemed to see the invisible monitoring eye that was monitoring this place. The scene just now was all performed in smoke, and the audience outside the venue did not notice anything strange. Wait until the dust mist clears, revealing the lava snake. The lava snake bowed its head to Levi and seemed to be convinced by him. The spectators outside the stadium all looked surprised. They didn't expect the armored man to have such ability. It is easy to defeat and kill Warcraft, but it is difficult to tame Warcraft. The monster is inherently vicious and disobedient to discipline. Even if it is defeated, the monster will just run away, will not surrender, unless he is defeated by a more powerful monster. Warcraft rarely surrender to humans. This involves bloodline suppression between Warcraft. Warcraft naturally surrender to those with stronger bloodline. Humans do not have the blood of Warcraft, so they cannot be recognized and surrendered by Warcraft. Everyone speculated whether the armored man had some special bloodline. Shadow Attendant controlled the lava snake to retrieve the prey. After Levi took away the magic core, the lava snake ate the prey and recovered from its injuries. Levi took the lava snake towards the top of the mountain. All the monsters encountered on the road turned into food in the lava snake's belly. The lava snake's injuries are also recovering quickly. Quickly recovering from injuries through eating is one of the basic abilities of Warcraft. This is also the difference between Warcraft and ordinary animals. Otherwise, according to the normal laws of evolution, any creature will instinctively reduce the damage that hunting may cause. World of Warcraft is just the opposite. They are more keen on fighting. Or fighting. Animals fight less because when injured, the injuries may lead to their own death. Warcraft is not afraid of being injured because it can recover from injuries quickly. Gula gula. A lava snake swallows a fire lizard. Monsters killed by lava snakes also count as points. In the blink of an eye, Levi already had 95 points in his hands. Not many. So far I have encountered a lava snake and a second-level monster. Maybe this area is the territory of lava snakes. There aren't many points you can get from just hunting first-level monsters.
Hee hee hee.
The laughter of children came from the front. Levi looked up and saw a fire elemental elf standing on the rock looking at him. Seeing Levi looking towards him, the fire elemental elf turned around and ran away.
Hurry up!
Levi commanded the lava snake to catch up with the fire elemental elf. Swish, swish, swish. The lava snake was much faster than Levi and disappeared before his eyes in the blink of an eye. Levi quickly followed behind him. After running for a while, he suddenly felt the power of Shadow Warrior return to his body.
The lava snake is dead?
Levi showed doubts.
What happened?
He asked Shadow Attendant in his mind. Shadow Attendant replied,
Trap.
Levi stopped. Swish, swish, swish. Hoo ho ho. The lava snake appeared in front of him again. At this time, the lava snake's body was burning with flames, and it looked much more ferocious. The lava snake was surrounded by 3 fire elemental elves. Each fire elemental elf is half a person tall. 3 first-level fire element elves. Levi seemed to understand when he saw this. The fire elemental elf discovered that the lava snake was controlled by Shadow Warrior and deliberately introduced it into the trap. Then helped the lava snake escape from Shadow Attendant's control. The burning posture of the lava snake should be inseparable from the fire elemental elves. As for why the fire elemental elves want to help the lava snake, the reason is also very simple. The lava snake is the guardian beast of the fire elemental elves. The monsters on the volcano are all guardian beasts of the fire elemental elves. Protect the fire elemental spirits from outsiders. Fire monsters and fire elemental elves depend on each other and live together.
Roar!
The lava snake roared angrily at Levi. Hoo ho ho! The lava snake opened its mouth and spewed out a pillar of fire more than 30 meters long. The firepower was twice as fierce as before. Levi retreated hastily. The lava snake pressed forward step by step.
Object control!
Levi grabbed a rock from the air and threw it towards the lava snake's open mouth. The lava snake shut up and flicked its tail to pull the rock away. Then, he suddenly ejected and flew towards Levi. In desperation. In an instant, a small fireball condensed in Levi's palm. Bang! The shock wave generated by the explosion of the small fireball pushed Levi backwards several meters to avoid the falling lava snake. Hoo ho ho! The fire element elves didn't take it too seriously and spit out fireballs one after another at Levi. Bang bang bang. The fireball hit Levi, exploded, and the fire covered his figure. After a moment, Levi soared into the sky, floating in midair, out of the attack range of fire elemental elves and lava snakes. Levi felt troubled. I originally thought that the finals would be dominated by fire mages. Unexpectedly, the environment in the finals suppressed the fire mage. Fire spells are indeed much more powerful in a volcanic environment. The powerful fire resistance of fire monsters and fire elemental elves completely eliminated the advantage of fire mages. Chapter 153 Winning Strategy. Li Wei flew in the sky, looking at the lava snakes and fire elemental elves below. My mind began to think of ways to deal with it. Being tough is the best option. His full burst can kill a fire elemental elf once. However, it is impossible to explode with all your strength every time you encounter a fire elemental spirit. He doesn't have that much mana. Soon, Levi came up with the optimal strategy. He is obedient to fire element elves and fire monsters, and attacks other contestants hard. Exploit strengths and avoid weaknesses. Take advantage of the volcanic environment. After Levi figured out the winning strategy, he turned around and flew down the mountain. When the lava snakes and fire elemental elves saw Levi escaping, they quickly chased after him. After chasing for a while, the fire elemental elf shouted, "Quack!" The lava snake stopped and watched Levi go away unwillingly. It twisted and twisted back to its original territory. Not long after the lava snake got into the cave and lay down, a figure appeared outside. Call! A small fireball flew into the lava cave. There was a bang, and the lava splashed everywhere. The lava snake was startled and quickly got out of the cave and found Levi standing outside. Suddenly he was furious, with raging anger burning all over his body, and without any hesitation, he flew directly towards Levi. Levi shot straight into the sky like an arrow. He also didn't forget to turn around and provoke. "Little insect, come and bite me if you dare!" The lava snake was so angry that it penetrated its sanity and pursued him. Suddenly, Levi disappeared in midair. The lava snake was stunned for a moment, looked around and found a figure. Seeing this, he rushed forward without hesitation and breathed out a breath of flames. Hoo ho ho! The hot flame surged and engulfed Nick's figure. Nick fled in embarrassment.
Damn it! Where did the second-level monster come from?
He quickly cast spells to counterattack. First level water spell.
Water jump!
A water column hit the lava snake in a jumping curve. Doused the flames on the lava snake. Sizzle! The water element and the fire element collided violently, making a sizzling sound. The air was filled with large amounts of water mist. And in an instant, it was evaporated by the terrifying heat. Less than 10 seconds after the flames on the lava snake were extinguished, it burst into flames again. A mere first-level water spell cannot cause much damage to it. The lava snake hates water, and after being attacked, it holds a grudge against Nick. Call! The lava snake's tail swept across. Bang! The water wave shield on Nick's body flashed with blue light. And then, he was knocked away. In midair, Nick relied on his extraordinary characteristics to
gather up momentum.
Instant second-level water spell.
Water cannon!
Bang! The water column formed by the high-pressure water cannon hits the lava snake, erupting with a powerful impact. In an instant, the lava snake was knocked out and flew several meters high. Bang! Gula gula. The lava snake fell heavily to the ground, and the flames on its body went out, soaked to the skin. Cracks appeared in the body. It looked miserable. Even though the lava snake is a second-level monster, it can hardly withstand the damage from second-level spells. What's more, it's a water spell that can restrain fire monsters. This wave. Double damage. Nick severely injured the lava snake with one move. But his face didn't look good. High-pressure water cannons are his trump card. Unexpectedly, he was forced out right after the game started. It takes a lot of time to accumulate new second-level spells through the extraordinary characteristic of
ready to go.
At least, in a short period of time, he had used up one of his trump cards. Cannot be replenished. Seeing the seriously injured lava snake, Nick quickly pursued the victory. All the trump cards have been used, so naturally one cannot pass by empty-handed. First level water spell.
Water bomb.
Nick fired a water bomb from his palm and shot it towards the lava snake. The lava snake quickly twisted its body to dodge. However, the water bomb, under Nick's control, has locked onto the lava snake. Even if the lava snake tries to dodge, it can't avoid the turning water bomb. Bang! The water bomb hit the lava snake and exploded violently. What erupted was blue water light. The exploded water droplets were so powerful that they shot through the surrounding ground, leaving behind dark holes. The lava snake screamed, raised its body suddenly, and then fell to the ground. The body is covered with damage from the explosion of water bombs. Nick walked towards the lava snake, preparing to take the life of the lava snake and end the battle. Suddenly, a fireball appeared out of thin air. Fireballs flew towards Nick. Nick looked surprised, seemingly unprepared. Bang! Nick's body exploded with blue light. The water wave shield that had been blown up before appeared again. Nick sneered and stared at Levi, who showed up.
I was just telling you why a second-level monster suddenly appeared. It turned out to be you who lured it here. Armored man. I heard you are very powerful. However, if you are really powerful, you don't need to use such despicable methods. In my opinion, this is nothing more than that. Suffer death.
Nick suddenly took action. Second level spell.
Water prison technique.
Pillars of water appeared around Levi, sealing him tightly inside. The water prison shrinks rapidly, trapping it completely. Levi stood in the water prison without any panic. He was a little surprised.
You can actually cast second-level spells instantly?
Even Levi can't do this. Nick sneered.
It's not too late for you to surrender now. This is a second-level spell. My control is not that strong. It would be bad if I hurt you.
Levi smiled.
Then I hope you can hurt me.
Nick was shocked. Something was wrong. Poof! The water prison formed by 8 streams of water shrank and touched Levi's body. Levi's figure instantly shattered and disappeared. Nick was shocked.
Damn it! I fell into a trap. He can actually do illusions. He is not a fire mage at all, but a spiritual mage.
Wait until Nick comes to his senses. An orange-red fireball came towards the face. In an instant, he felt a sense of horror spreading from the bottom of his heart. Nick sensed the terrifying power contained in the fireball. At this point, he can only use up his last trump card. The gemstone necklace on her chest radiates light. Boom! The terrifying explosive force shook the entire volcano. The time for the volcanic eruption has been advanced again. Gula gula. The lava activity inside the volcano is so chilling. Everyone feels fear and awe when faced with the majesty of nature. The fire caused by the fireball explosion dissipated, and the dust settled, revealing Nick's figure. He stood in the center of the explosion crater, with an ugly expression. The surrounding land sank by more than 1 meter, leaving only the area under his feet intact. He stood on a stone pillar in the center of the pit. The necklace gem on Nick's chest cracked, and the power in it was exhausted. He felt deeply incredible. The protection gem necklace can resist second-level spell attacks, but it was exploded by a fireball. Could it be that the power of this fireball has exceeded the scope of second-level spells? This seriously goes against Nick's knowledge. In his opinion, fireball is just a first-level spell. First-level spells are necessarily weaker than second-level spells. Chapter 154, Choosing the Trap. Levi looked down at Nick and said, "Surrender." Not a question, but a command. If he does not surrender, Levi will personally send him off the field. Nick thought over and over again, reluctantly accepting the fact of defeat. He handed over his scorecard. Levi plundered his points, bringing the total to 150. Nick took a deep look at Levi and said, "I remember you." Levi hides his true identity, but his characteristics are also very obvious. The unusual fireball technique, as well as fire and spiritual system practitioners. Once encountered, it is easy to confirm the identity. Nick looked up to the sky and shouted, "Exit the secret realm." A white light shines down, disappearing along the white light. Nick also disappeared into the secret realm. There are 9 contestants left in the secret realm. Levi turned his head and looked in the direction he was looking. There were 2 figures walking together in the distance. Meryl and Lilith, the only 2 women among the 10 mages. Unconsciously, the 2 came together. Levi turned around and disappeared. Drink a bottle of mana recovery potion, and your mana will be slowly restored. He used the charged fireball technique twice, which was a huge challenge to his mana. He doesn't have much mana left, and needs to be replenished in time. Shadow Attendant, be alert. Levi found a safe place to stay, and meditated to restore his mana. In the meditative state, one can obviously feel that there are much more fire elements in the surrounding heaven and earth than other elements. He also absorbs it more quickly. Mana recovery speed is much faster. Meditation can restore mana, but Levi drank a bottle of mana recovery potion just to prevent him from being interrupted during meditation or encountering unexpected accidents. Boom! An explosion occurred at the crater, alarming Levi, who was meditating. Levi felt that his mana had been restored to some extent, so he got up and rushed towards the crater, wanting to see what happened. When he arrived at the scene invisibly, 3 people had gathered in the crater: Russell, Sabas, Xiong. It was rare that the 3 of them did not fight, but instead fought against the enemy together. Their enemy is the 3rd Order Lava Giant. The fire elemental spirit summoned by Russell rushed to the front, resisting the damage of the Lava Giant. After preparation, the 2nd level fire element elf summoned can ignore the high temperature around the Lava Giant, and is immune to most of the fire attacks of the Lava Giant. And it also has the characteristic of ignoring physical attacks. There are huge advantages against Lava Giants. The advantages are limited to defense. In terms of attack, the 2nd level fire elemental elves can only scratch the itch of the 3rd level Lava Giant. The Lava Giant smashed the fire elemental elf angrily. After the fire elemental elf's body was broken, it reorganized behind and continued to entangle the Lava Giant. The Lava Giant doesn't understand why the fire elemental elf attacks him. They are obviously companions. Xavius kept casting ice spells to weaken the Lava Giant. 2nd level spell, Freezing Light! Xavius released an ice blue freezing light from his hand, which continued to illuminate the Lava Giant. The lava flowing on the Lava Giant began to solidify and turn black. The Lava Giant also moved slower. Xiong grinned and took a step forward. The phantom of a giant frost bear appeared behind him. He punched the Lava Giant. The giant frost bear behind him slapped its paws towards the Lava Giant. Bang! The Lava Giant, which had slowed down, was unable to dodge, and was shaken back 2 steps by a palm. Xiong was about to continue attacking. The Lava Giant was angry. Ah! The Lava Giant roared and burst into flames. The flames collided with the freezing light, instantly producing a large amount of water vapor and white mist. In the blink of an eye, the white mist was dissipated by high-temperature transpiration. The Lava Giant raised his hands high, and hot lava flowed from his hands. The lava turned into meteorites and flew toward the 3 of them. Hoo ho ho! Lava meteor shower. The Lava Giant releases his ultimate move. Russell's expression changed slightly, and he raised his staff. The spell is amplified by the staff and becomes 50% more powerful.
Resist the ring of fire.
Call. A halo of flame spread quickly. Push away the falling lava meteors. The lava meteor that was pushed away fell on the ground and made a big crater. When it falls into the molten magma, sparks fly. There were too many lava meteors, and Russell couldn't stop them all. Xavius had no choice but to stop the freezing beam.
Ice wall!
A semicircular wall of ice rose up to envelop the three of them. Bang, bang, bang. Lava meteors hit the ice wall one after another, creating craters. High-temperature lava meteors also melt the ice walls. Tick-tock. When water drops fall on the ground, they are instantly evaporated by the high temperature of the ground. When all the lava meteors fell, the ice wall melted into water stains on the ground. The dust cleared, revealing the figure of the huge ice and snow bear inside. The three of them worked together to block the lava giant's attack. Russell, Xavius and Xiong secretly thought something was wrong. The strength of the lava giant is beyond imagination. A direct battle strategy with the lava giant doesn't seem feasible. The lava giant is most likely a trap. Killing the lava giant will earn you 1,000 points. It almost establishes the winner. However, if the lava giant is really a trap, then making the wrong choice means directly missing out on the championship. Russell's face was solemn, and he said,
"The strength of this lava giant has reached the 3rd level. It's simply not something we can deal with now. If 10 of us join forces, we might still have a chance.
Now, if it weren't for the 2nd level fire elemental elf summoned by Russell to contain the lava giant, I'm afraid it's not like the lava giant can take away 3 people with just one charge. The lava giant's combat power is too strong." In the auditorium outside the venue, Yu sighed.
What a pity. The lava giant is indeed a trap. When I saw a 3rd level lava giant in the game, I knew there must be something wrong with it. The contestants are basically 1st level mages, and there are only a handful of 2nd level mages. How do you deal with the 3rd level lava giant? What's more, it's still in a volcanic area. The lava giant also has the extraordinary property of absorbing the recovery power of lava. If it cannot kill with one hit, or if it is severely damaged with one hit, it is impossible to kill the lava giant. In the volcano, the lava giant is nearly invincible.
None of the viewers expected anyone to kill the lava giant. After all, this is far beyond the capabilities of a 1st and 2nd level mage. If it's just a 3rd level elementary monster, you might be able to give it a try. But the lava giant's strength is still at the 3rd level. A 1st level mage is probably not qualified to participate in the battle. They couldn't even break the defense. The lava giant is a complete trap. Russell, Savis, and Xiong were unfortunate enough to step into this trap. Help the audience outside the venue see this clearly. However, except for the 3 people, no one else knew about it. No, there is another person who knows the trap. Levi's phantom body silently collects off-site information and transmits it to the main body.
Trap?
Levi looked down at the 3 people fighting. Chapter 155 ending. Volcano erupts. Levi overlooked the battlefield. What everyone calls a trap can also be regarded as an opportunity. Levi flew towards the crater. The lava giant pressed on the 3 of them step by step, beating the fire elemental elves again and again. The recovery speed of fire elemental elves has become much slower. The 3 Russells also had the intention of quitting. There is little point in continuing the stalemate. It's better to give up quickly and find some time to hunt other weaker monsters. Accumulate points. If they choose to hunt the lava giants, they are already 1 step behind others. You must quickly return to the right path to catch up with the others. Suddenly, the lava giant suddenly turned his head and looked into the volcano. The lava giant gave up chasing the 3 men without hesitation, turned around, and walked towards the volcano. At this time, Levi had flown into the crater and arrived at the lava lake. He came looking for something he had seen before. In the 2nd round, he reached the edge of the lava lake and saw a mysterious treasure inside. While the lava giant was lured away, he took the opportunity to sneak into the lava lake. A fireball was found floating in midair in the lava lake. Tiny fire element crystals continued to fall from the sky above the fireball. It looks like tiny sparks. Levi looked surprised.
What is this?
The spirit perceived that the fireball contained an amazing fire element. The source of the fire element crystals condensed in the air is this fireball. Levi wanted to get closer, but found that the area around the fireball was extremely hot. Even wearing invisible armor can't stand it. Invisibility armor can't block out all heat either.
This is definitely a rare fire treasure. How can I take it away?
Levi thought quickly in his mind. He looked around and saw pieces of lava rocks floating in the lava that could not be melted. An idea flashed in my mind. He carefully used the object control technique to scoop up the lava rocks from the lava. Under the control of the object control technique, several lava rocks approached the fireball in midair and enveloped it. As the lava stone enveloped the fireball, the heat around the fireball dropped instantly. Lava rocks that cannot be melted also produce bursts of smoke, constantly burning Levi's mana, covering it. Levi quickly spent more mana to maintain the object control spell. He lifted the fireball wrapped in lava and dragged it away from the crater. Suddenly, a heavy sound of breaking wind came from behind. A huge lava meteor flew towards him. Levi controlled the fireball wrapped in lava rocks and was unable to dodge in time. There was a loud bang. The invisible armor on Levi's body instantly shattered into 5 layers. The person also flew upside down for more than 20 meters. In an instant, Levi was stunned, losing control of the lava rock. The lava rocks fell and spread out, and streaks of hot fire light shot out from the gaps, like a dusty sun reappearing. Suddenly, the scattered lava rocks enveloped the sun again. Levi endured the discomfort, flew up, held the fireball in the air, and flew towards the sky. The lava giant roared with rage. Lava and fire rain. The lava giant sprayed out a large amount of fire. Countless fires surrounded Levi like a huge net, trying to entangle him. A small fireball appeared on the sole of Levi's foot. Bang! The small fireball exploded and accelerated instantly. Levi rose suddenly to avoid the rain of fire shooting up from below. Rain of Fire's range is not high enough. The lava giant could only watch as Levi took away its most precious treasure. Ah! The lava giant was driven wild in the lava lake, causing large waves of fire. Gula gula. Suddenly, a large number of bubbles emerged from the lava lake. Immediately afterwards, bursts of thick smoke surged out, and black smoke shot straight into the sky. Levi quickly moved away from the crater to avoid being killed by the thick smoke. As the fireball moves away from the crater, the temperature continues to drop. Levi found that the temperature of the fireball seemed to be related to the concentration of the surrounding fire element. The higher the concentration of fire element, the higher the temperature of the fireball. Taking the fireball to the edge of the volcano, the temperature of the fireball has dropped enough that it can be touched without being wrapped in lava stone. The flames disappeared, revealing the true form of the fireball. Seeing the bright red bead in front of his eyes, Levi showed surprise. Fire Spirit Pearl? It turns out to be a Fire Spirit bead. Levi was extremely surprised. For a fire mage, the value of the Fire Spirit orb is probably no less than that of the elf fountain. When Levi got the Fire Spirit bead, he was extremely surprised. The audience outside the stadium was also excited. Damn it! There's even a Fire Spirit bead! For a fire mage below the 3rd level, the value of the Fire Spirit orb may be higher than the Fairy Spring. Who is the armored man's true identity? I want to buy the Fire Spirit Pearl. Is the Fire Orb an additional reward placed by the Mage Association? I think it's unlikely. The overall value of the Fire Spirit Pearl is slightly lower than that of the Fairy Spring, but it's also very precious and cannot be placed in a secret realm as a reward. Then there is only one possibility. This is the Fire Spirit bead naturally born in the secret realm. The possibility is not small. Fire Spirit beads are usually born in places with strong fire elements. The secret realm is a closed space, but there is still a large amount of fire element accumulated inside. For a long time, the fire element that cannot be leaked has formed the rare Fire Spirit bead. Damn it! Why don't I have such good luck? Armored Man! Nick's face turned dark. Leeway raised his head and glanced at the sky, then quickly put the Fire Spirit Pearl into the space ring. It's hard to handle. Now I'm afraid everyone will know that I got the Fire Spirit Pearl. But luckily I hid my true identity. Torresta's word should be fine. Fire Spirit Pearls are very precious to fire mages. But for Torresta, who has become an archmage, it is nothing more than average. What's more, Toria's tower is also the master of a mage tower. Levi instinctively thought of the worst possible scenario. He is not a pessimist, just cautious. After putting away the Fire Spirit bead, Levi realized that something was wrong with the volcano behind him. The smoke from the crater is getting bigger and bigger. Standing at the foot of the mountain, he could see that many fire monsters had begun to escape from the volcano. The fire monster also sensed danger. React ahead of time. Warcraft has an innate ability to sense danger, and has the instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. They tend to sense impending danger more easily than humans. Boom! Bang! There was a dull loud noise, and a burst of fire erupted from the crater. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of thick smoke and volcanic ash rushed into the sky and fell down. The sky is filled with black and gray. The lava gushes out, and a large number of lava meteors splash out. Its power and scale are unmatched by the lava giant. The two are not of the same magnitude at all. Levi looked up and saw that the entire sky was dyed black with volcanic ash. Flames burned again in the black clouds. Countless fireballs fell from the sky. Hoo ho ho! Boom! The power of any bolide is comparable to the first-level fireball technique. At this time, hundreds of bolides fell in the sky. An apocalyptic scene. Chapter 156 Super Fireball Technique. Boom! Volcanic eruptions. Countless molten lava flew into the sky and fell into boundless rain of fire that enveloped the entire island. Countless monsters scrambled to escape. The remaining contestants all looked at the erupting volcano with horrified faces. They didn't understand how the volcano erupted just how long ago the game started. Didn't you say that the game will last for one day? Tap tap tap. A large number of monsters ran away from the volcano, and fire rained down from the sky. The contestants also faced huge challenges. If you are not careful, you will fall under the iron hooves of a large number of monsters. If you're not lucky enough, you'll be hit on the spot by a falling bolide. Leeway was flying in midair, so he didn't have to worry about the bolide falling from the sky. Ah! A cry of surprise came. Levi subconsciously turned his head to look. Meryl and Lilith are trapped on a rock by flowing lava. There was also a bolide falling in the sky towards where the two of them were. At stake. Suddenly, a white light appeared in the distance and rose into the sky. Levi was stunned for a moment and realized that someone had chosen to exit the secret realm. I don't know if he quit actively or if he encountered danger and was passively teleported out of the secret realm. Meryl looked up at the falling bolide with a panicked look on her face. Ruined. There was lava all around, and she and Lilith had no way to escape. Lilith looked up, her eyes calm. Meryl held the staff tightly and said with a solemn expression, Lilith, I'll cast a spell to block the falling fire rain. You need to exit the secret realm first. She started casting spells. The fire rain fell faster than she imagined. Misfortunes never come singly. The lava from the volcano's second eruption rolled in, covering all the rocky highlands on the mountain. The place the two were in was not immune. Even if you block the rain of fire falling from the sky, you can't avoid the rolling lava. Meryl's face changed drastically. Damn it! It's too late. There were a lot of shadows flowing in Lilith's eyes, and the shadows covered the two figures. Call! Boom! The fire rain fell, destroying the rocks, smashing into the lava, and flying up large areas of lava. A dark shadow emerged from a safe place in the distance. The shadows faded, and Lilith and Meryl were safe. Meryl breathed a sigh of relief after saving a life. At the same time, he looked at Lilith in great surprise. What kind of spell are you doing? Lilith didn't answer her question. She turned her head and looked at Levi's position in the sky. Lilith said, You go back first. It will be dangerous behind. When Meryl heard this, she was surprised and said, Aren't you going to leave? Lilith shook her head and said nothing. Seeing this, Meryl had no choice but to exit the secret realm alone. Now the volcano is erupting, and the fire element in the air has become extremely manic. Other elements near the volcano are disturbed quite a bit. The power of water spells has decreased again. Meryl's strength may only be able to reach 60 to 70%. With limited strength, the secret realm becomes more dangerous. Meryl had no choice but to exit the secret realm and end the game early. Exit the secret realm. As Meryl voluntarily exited the secret realm, her points were fixed at 60 points. No more changes. Lilith turned into a shadow and quickly moved away, heading up the mountain against the current. In the crater, the trio of Russell, Xiong'er, and Xavius were the most unlucky. They had already exited the crater when the lava giant left. However, when the volcano erupts, it is not far from the crater. The three faced the power of the volcanic eruption. They were trapped on a high ground in the crater, surrounded by rolling molten lava and deathly smoke. It was difficult to open one's eyes. What to do now? Xiong'er asked. If they exited the secret realm directly, the three of them would probably be at the bottom. They came straight towards the lava giant, not hunting many monsters on the way. There are fire elemental elves over there, Xavius said, pointing to the right. Several people looked over and saw several fire element elves playing in the lava. Russell's heart moved and he said, Luring the fire elemental elves over and killing them will earn you at least a few hundred points. The three of them looked at each other and felt that this was all they could do. Russell sent out his own fire elemental spirit to blend in with the enemy and lure them nearby. The fire elemental elf was unprepared and trusted its kind, and came near the three of them. Xavius casts a spell. Second level ice spell.
Ice chain!
Chains of ice braving the deep cold air flew out, entangling the fire elemental elf. Fix several fire elemental elves in place. The power of ice continues to weaken the power of the fire elemental elves. Xavius' face hardened and he said,
Do it quickly! I won't be able to hold on for long.
Ice spells have been suppressed to the limit in this environment. Ice chains that could easily trap second-level high-level monsters. At present, the fire elemental spirit trapped for a few seconds is already on the verge of collapse. May break at any time. Xiong Air shouted,
Leave it to me! The bear dominates the world.
A giant ice and snow bear rose up from behind, with a cold aura all over its body, and slapped several fire elemental elves hard with its palm. The leader is a second-level fire element elf. Facing Xiong Air's attack, it roared and spit out a huge fireball. Several fire element elves behind him also followed suit and hurriedly attacked together. Bang bang bang. The fireball collided with the ice and snow bear's paw, causing a violent explosion. A cold wind erupted, cooling the surrounding molten magma. After a while, the lava melted the frost again. Second level ice spell.
Frost Nova.
A frost nova erupted among the fire elemental elves. The first level fire element elf disappeared under the power of the second level spell.
Ice-breaking palm.
A layer of frost condensed in the palm of the giant ice bear. Shoot down again. After hitting the second level fire element elf, layers of frost froze the fire element elf's body, forcibly freezing a ball of flame into ice. An extremely fantastic scene occurred. The next second, a huge force suppressed him. The frozen fire elemental spirit shattered together with the ice. Click! Bang! The body of the fire elemental elf exploded. Xavius took the opportunity to finish off the second level fire elemental elf. All points go to Sarvis. Xiong Air and Russell looked at each other. Russell said,
Savi's handed over the scorecard.
Xavius cast an ice shield and shouted,
Exit the secret realm! Don't even think about leaving!
The giant ice bear swiped its palm, interrupting Xavius's retreat. The three of them were about to start fighting among themselves. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared nearby. The lava giant, whose whole body was burning with blazing flames, appeared in front of the three people. The expressions of Russell, Xiong Air, and Xavius suddenly changed. The three of them shouted in unison,
Exit the secret realm!
If you don't leave, you will die here. 3 white beams of light fell, covering the figures of the three people. Just as they were about to exit, the three of them suddenly saw a figure appearing in midair. A dazzling ball of light appeared in midair. Li Wei held the fire spirit pearl in one hand and kept absorbing the fire element in it to restore his mana, while casting the charged fireball technique. Chapter 157 is over. Levi raised his right hand high, with a dazzling fireball condensed in his palm. The fireball had expanded to half a meter in size. Extremely hot. Relying on the fire spirit pearl, Levi successfully used the most powerful attack method in reality. This fireball stores double the mana of Levi. The condensed fire element is terrifying. The lava giant sensed the fire spirit orb, looked up at Levi, and attacked him. Countless fire rains flew up against the sky and flew towards Li Wei. Levi knocked down the super fireball in his hand.
It's over!
If the super fireball cannot kill the lava giant, then he will have no choice but to retreat. Hoo ho ho! On one side is a rain of fire rising against the sky. On one side is a super fireball that roars and falls like a meteorite. Bang bang bang. Levi was hit by the rain of fire, and his invisible armor was broken into 2 layers. The super fireball landed on the head of the lava giant. Bang! There was an earth-shattering bang. For a moment, the light of the explosion even obscured the erupting volcanic lava. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose. The terrifying shockwaves spread out and instantly cleared all the smoke from the crater, revealing the scene inside the crater. Hoo ho ho! Levi was in midair, still 100 meters away from the explosion point. He was constantly retreating under the strong wind. Get through the sparkling light of the initial explosion. He tried to open his eyes and look towards the center of the explosion. Want to see the results clearly. After a while, gray and black smoke emerged from the crater again. The dust at the center of the explosion also gradually fell, revealing the scene inside. A piece of the crater is missing. A gap of nearly 30 meters in diameter was directly exploded by the super fireball. A large amount of lava flows down the gap like a waterfall. Lava waterfalls wash away the remains of the lava giants. The remains gradually slid and rolled down the volcano along with the lava. Levi felt certain in his heart and breathed a sigh of relief. First place secured. Thick smoke from the volcanic eruption has flooded the sky. The invisible magic eyes scattered in the sky can no longer see the playing field. Therefore, the scene where Levi killed the lava giant with a super fireball was not witnessed by the audience. All the viewers saw was that Kai's points on the ranking list suddenly skyrocketed. Reached 1150 points. The whole place was silent. Everyone was silent for a moment. And the atmosphere exploded like boiling water.
Is that possible? How did he do it? This is impossible. Kai definitely cheated. So what happened? The Mages Association will come out and explain. What is going on? Cheating? Cheating? That's outrageous. How did he kill the lava giant?
The old mage standing on the floating platform saw the situation and told everyone seriously.
Participant Kai did not cheat. And the results are true.
There was an uproar among the people.
We want to see what happened. We want to see what happened? Yes. The Mage Association says he has no problem. So bring out the evidence. What you say is baseless. Where is the evidence?
After discussions with the top management of the Mage Association, a video recorded by a secret surveillance eye was released. The image is not very clear and is affected by volcanic ash. But the figure of the lava giant can be seen. Suddenly, a dazzling fireball appeared within the image range and hit the lava giant. At the moment of the explosion, the dazzling light burst out and blinded the eyes of countless spectators. If Reina were here, she would definitely feel that the scene in front of her seemed familiar. She was flashed once by the dazzling light of a super fireball explosion. The next second, the image shook violently, and then disappeared. After waiting for a few seconds, an image from another perspective appears. A surveillance magic eye suspended in midair observes the earth below. Suddenly, a burst of dazzling light erupted from the ground, followed by a mushroom cloud rising into the air. Countless smoke was blown away by a strong wind, and the crater suddenly turned into a clear sky. When the dust from the explosion site fell to the ground, everyone saw a gap in the crater and lava pouring down like a waterfall. The whole audience was silent.
This is unreasonable. Very unreasonable. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the fireball technique. Right. Can your fireball technique kill a third-level advanced lava giant? Not to mention the fireball technique. Even the third-level explosive flame technique cannot kill the lava giant. You know, the lava giant has super high fire resistance and can basically ignore the attacks of ordinary third-level fire spells. But, how do you explain this scene? Cannot explain?
The entire audience could not find a single point of view that could be reasonably explained. If other spells killed the lava giant, no one would be so shocked. But this is the most unlikely fireball technique. Normal people would not use fire spells to confront fire monsters. Koma suddenly spoke and said,
the point is not fire resistance, but the explosive power. The power of the explosion is physical damage. Although the fire resistance of the lava giant is very high, it is not immune to physical damage like the fire element elves. If the explosion power is strong enough, the lava giant can be killed. Compared to fire resistance, the lava giant's physical defense will be weaker. But it won't be too weak. The explosion damage of this fireball blasted a gap in the crater of the volcano. The explosion power is definitely enough.
After Koma's analyzed it, everyone suddenly realized.
I see.
Everyone's attention was distracted by the fire resistance, and they didn't think about other aspects for a while. Others questioned.
Kaijan is a second-level mage. How can he burst out with such a powerful force? I suspect he cheated and used a powerful magic scroll.
Komas continued his analysis.
There are many possibilities. Maybe this is related to his extraordinary characteristics. Nick can also cast second-level spells instantly. Why don't you suspect that he uses magic scrolls?
Komas asked rhetorically. The man was speechless. Nick was speechless. Why did he involve me? He was completely lying down. Anyway, extraordinary characteristics can explain all the irrationalities. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was curious about what Kai's extraordinary characteristics were. It actually allowed him to leap forward and unleash such amazing power.
The game is over early, and they're coming out. Where's the armor?
Everyone is looking forward to seeing the winner of the championship. Levi killed the lava giant, picked up the loot, and then exited the secret realm. After his destruction, the environment of the secret realm became even worse. It is no longer suitable to stay. Returning to the Colosseum, Levi found Weeks standing at the door. Weeks glanced at Levi, turned and left. Flicking his fingers a few times, an undetectable wave of mana spread out. Levi stood by the portal and didn't notice Week's little movement. An invisible wind spirit wrapped around Li Wei's feet. After Levi came out, he waited for a while before the secret realm portal closed. The last one to come out was Lilith. Chapter 158, Obtaining Rewards and Greatly Increasing Your Strength. After everyone came out, the Magic Association announced the successful conclusion of the 28th Young Mage Exchange competition.
The champion of this exchange competition is Kai. The runner-up is Xavius. The third runner-up is Lilith. Now, let's invite the 3 winners to come on stage to receive their awards.
The Magic Association doesn't waste any time and directly distributes rewards. The hall of the Magic Palace changed to what it looked like on the first day. Everyone sat down to watch the award ceremony. Levi, Xavius, and Lilith walked up to the stage to receive the award. Levi still looked like he was wearing armor. Xavius glanced at Levi and whispered,
"What kind of armor is this? Is it so defensive?"
Levi glanced at him and said nothing. Seeing this, Xavius stopped talking. The president of the Masters Association came on stage to present the award to Li Wei.
"You are young and promising. Work harder in the future and strive to become a great mage as soon as possible."
The president praised Li Wei a few words and handed the box containing the fairy spring and the gold commemorative plaque to Li Wei. Levi took it with both hands.
"Thank you, President."
Next, the president gave awards to Xavius and Lilith. One person got the mithril staff, and the other got the mithril robe. Although the mithril staff and mithril robe are both valuable, however, it is far less attractive than the fairy spring. Everyone also looked at Levi, hoping to get a glimpse of the fairy fountain. Unfortunately, after Levi got the prize, he had no intention of opening it. The president said a few words and announced the successful conclusion of the exchange competition. The president has left, but everyone has not dispersed yet. Someone shouted,
"Should the Fire Spirit Pearl be sold? I'll pay 5,000 gold coins to buy the Fire Spirit Pearl." "Kai, can you take off your helmet and let us see who you really are? Where are you from?"
Seeing that the situation was a bit chaotic, Li Wei quickly retreated.
"Alas, don't leave. Keep the Fire Spirit Pearl."
In the magic hall, no one dared to mess around. When they saw Li Wei retreating, they could only sigh with joy.
"Pity!"
Levi found a deserted corner, exchanged bodies with the phantom body, and then parted ways. He returned to Guz and Lana. The phantom body turned into armor and left the magic palace. The door to the magic palace is right there. As soon as Kai came out, everyone saw it. Seeing him leaving, many people followed him out. Levi looked towards the door and asked,
"Is he in danger?"
Guz said,
"No one in Feihua City should dare to touch him. If he leaves the city, he might be in danger. However, a genius like him is usually protected by someone and cannot act alone. You don't have to worry. Let's go. The exchange competition is over. It's time for us to go back,"
Guz said. Li Wei asked,
"Teacher, when will you go back?"
Guz said,
"It depends on the situation. If nothing happens, I will leave in 2 days. The exchange meeting will still continue until the end of the month, but we probably won't stay until the end of July."
Levi nodded.
"Well, okay. Tell me in advance before you leave. I may have to buy some things back."
"No problem." Week saw the armored man leaving the magic hall and followed him out. As I walked, I suddenly noticed that the figure of the armored man had disappeared. He then sensed the wind spirit. The location of the wind spirit was not sensed. Weeks looked puzzled.
"What's going on?"
Across the barrier of the magic palace, he could not sense the wind spirit on Levi's body. Weeks thought he had been discovered by the armored man.
"What a pity. You're lucky to have escaped."
Levi, Guz, and Loda left the magic palace and returned to the hotel. Back at the hotel, Levi couldn't wait to open the treasure box. A small bottle of blue liquid that looks like the starry sky is contained in a crystal bottle. This is the fairy fountain, the legendary magic spring. Levi looked around and released his mental power, covering the entire room, lest the fluctuations of the fairy spring cause abnormalities and be noticed by others. He threw the gold commemorative plate back into the space ring without even looking at it. Levi opened the crystal bottle with excitement. In an instant, he felt a surge of pure mana emerge. Levi looked surprised. The fairy fountain actually contains magic power. He carefully absorbed the magic power in the bottle. It was discovered that this was actually a naturally occurring mana. The formula for the birth of mana is magic element plus spiritual power. Natural spiritual power? After absorbing a little of the elf spring, Levi suddenly understood. Not spiritual power, but elemental spirits. When elements give birth to spirituality and consciousness, they will become elemental spirits. The precious thing about the elf spring is that the spring water contains purely natural elemental spirits, without the consciousness that was born along with it. Any creature can perfectly absorb the elven spring water containing elemental spirits, because the elemental spirit will automatically transform the absorber's physique, adapted to the elements of magic. This is why the fairy spring water can improve the qualifications of the mage. Levi drank the fairy spring, closed his eyes, and meditated. Shadow attendant was guarding him. This practice lasts 1 day and 1 night. The next evening, Levi came out of his meditative state. It took him a day and a night to digest a small bottle of fairy spring. The improvement is also huge. The mana directly reaches the first level of perfection. Crystal meditation, first level, 10,000/10,000. After a while, it changed into crystal meditation, first level awakening, 0/10,000. Levi's mana has reached its first level peak. He is now a first level peak mage. You only need to awaken the second level extraordinary characteristics to become a second level mage. In addition, after absorbing the fairy spring, Levi's ability to sense various magical elements has also been greatly enhanced. While meditating, he could clearly feel the intimacy of the magical elements around him, especially the fire element, which is as passionate as fire and glue as paint. Levi didn't even need to enter a meditative state. He could sense the active fire element in the air by emitting mental power. He is now able to master the fire element. Even the power of fire spells has been greatly improved. With the enhanced sensitivity of various elements, Levi can also display the power of other spells normally. It's just that there is no extraordinary characteristic bonus, and its power is far less than that of fire spells.
The cultivation speed is roughly doubled, and the mana recovery speed is tripled.
Levi smiled. This harvest can be said to be huge. He didn't come in vain this time. After calming down the excitement of increased strength, Levi began to think about awakening. At first, he figured out an extremely simple advancement ceremony on his own. Use mana and spiritual power to feed the fire element. Now, he has received a more formal and more effective advanced ritual fire spirit sacrifice. Li Wei first tried to understand the advanced ritual he had figured out. Use spiritual power to feed the fire element. After a while, he opened his eyes. Crystal meditation, first level awakening, 3/10,000.
Is the progress so slow? I'm afraid it won't take a year and a half to wake up. It seems that I can only use the fire spirit sacrifice. I don't know how effective it will be. I hope it won't disappoint anyone.
Chapter 159 Awakening of Extraordinary Characteristics. Second level mage. Levi tried a simple advancement ceremony that he figured out on his own. Results are slow. He had no choice but to place his hope in the advanced ritual.
Fire spirit sacrifice.
Obtained from the Set family. Hope to wake up soon. However, there are still some materials missing to perform the fire spirit ritual. One of the most critical materials is the second order fire element crystal nucleus. There was a slight movement in his heart. Xavius, Russell, and Xiong'er had killed a second level fire elemental elf. They should have obtained a second order fire element crystal core. Can you find a way to get it? You can also buy it at the trade fair. With so many mages, it shouldn't be difficult to find a fire element crystal core, except for the fire lotus and the fire element crystal core. Other materials required for the advanced ceremony are relatively easy to find. There are substitutes for the fire lotus. Just use the same level of fire type heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But the fire element crystal core is a necessity. Without it, the advancement ceremony cannot be held. Levi rushed to the trade fair overnight.
Do you have a second order fire element crystal core? Have. How much? 120 gold coins. It's so expensive.
Li Wei took a deep breath when he heard the price of the fire element crystal core. The price of an ordinary second level magic core is only 50 or 60 gold coins. But the price of a fire element crystal core is double that. The key is that the fire element crystal core is not as rare as the magic core of the rock monster. The price is so high, which only shows that fire element crystal nuclei are needed in many places. Demand exceeds supply. Li Wei visited the trade fair and spent 360 gold coins to buy 3 second order fire element crystal cores. The fire element crystal core obtained by Xavius and the others was taken away by Russell. Russell is a fire mage and also needs fire element crystal nuclei. Whether it is practicing or casting spells, Fire element crystal nuclei are good materials. However, fortunately, there are still people selling fire element crystal cores at the trade fair. Later, Levi spent 30 gold coins to purchase 3 other materials needed for the advanced ceremony. The blood of fire monsters, fireweed, high purity hexahedral crystal, and ritual cloth. After coming out of the magic hall, Levi only had 78 gold coins left. There are still some things in the space ring obtained in the secret that have not been sold. For safety reasons, Levi was not in a hurry to take action. After all, it would be too obvious to take action now, and it would be easy to reveal that he was an armored man. Returned to the hotel, Li Wei was afraid that he would have no experience in the first advancement ceremony and would waste materials if he failed. He sneaked into the dream world and tried to perform advanced rituals in the dream. The materials required for the ritual were copied into the dream world. Li Wei followed the steps of the ceremony and arranged the materials on the ritual cloth in sequence. Sitting in the center of the painted ritual diagram, holding a crystal in his mouth, the left hand holds the second order fire element crystal core, and the right hand holds the fire lotus. At the beginning of the ceremony, the firefly grass burst into flames. Levi was already prepared, but he was not frightened. The burning flames of the fireweed ignite the blood of the fire monster on the ritual cloth. The ritual lines drawn with blood also gradually burned. When the entire ritual pattern was burned, Levi felt a strange reaction between the fire element crystal nuclei and the fire lotus in his left and right hands. The crystal in his mouth became warm. As required by the ceremony, Levi cleared his mind and immersed himself in the ceremony. He felt like he was immersed in a warm ocean. Waves of warmth continued to flow into the body. After the ceremony in the dream was successful, Levi performed the fire spirit ceremony in reality. Early the next morning, the ceremony ended. The fire element crystal core is exhausted and broken. The fire lotus withered. Levi spit out the hexahedral crystal in his mouth. The interior of the crystal is filled with red cracks. That is the trace left after the fire element passed through. The crystal helped Levi filter out the more violent fire elements to avoid harming his body. Open your eyes and look. Crystal meditation, first level awakening, 3421/10,000. Levi's eyes showed surprise.
So strong!
It is truly an advancement ceremony. It was much better than the crude method he had explored on his own. However, the cost of holding an advanced ceremony is also high. A ceremony costs at least 200 gold coins. Although Levi's method requires hard work and takes a long time, it does not cost money. Often those that cost nothing are the most expensive. And the cost of time is far more expensive than the cost of money. Spend more than 600 gold coins to quickly awaken extraordinary characteristics, compared with waiting for a year to awaken and advance. The advantages are countless times greater. One step faster means step by step faster. After holding a fire spirit ceremony, Li Wei almost understood the meaning of this ceremony. It is actually the same as the feeding method he originally figured out. The fire spirit ritual is just more advanced. The so-called fire spirit is the spirit of the fire element. The fire spirit sacrifice uses a special ceremony to separate the fire element spirit from the second order fire element crystal core and integrate it into the body of the ritual performer. Boom, boom, boom. Gyuz knocked on the door.
Levi, are you practicing?
Li Wei opened the door and said,
I just finished practicing. What can I do for you? Teacher?
Gyuz said.
Luata and I are going back tomorrow. What about you?
Levi thought for a moment and said,
I'll stay for 2 more days.
He plans to return to Maple Leaf City after breaking through to the second level. This is to avoid encountering any dangers along the way. But the strength is not enough to deal with it. Be fully prepared before leaving. Guze nodded and said,
Okay, let's take a step first. You be careful. I have things to do when I go back with Lotta, so I won't accompany you. Teacher, be careful and have a safe trip.
Send Guze away. Levi also felt the urgency of time. There are 3 days left until the end of the Master Exchange meeting. Li Wei seized the time and held the second advancement ceremony at noon. Late at night, the second advancement ceremony ended, and materials worth more than 200 gold coins were scrapped. Crystal meditation, first level awakening, 6879/10,000.
As long as you complete 1 more advancement ceremony, you can awaken the second level extraordinary characteristics and become a second level mage.
Levi was excited, but I also feel mentally exhausted. He takes a night off. Early the next morning, the third advancement ceremony was held. Fortunately, there is no time requirement for the fire spirit sacrifice advanced ceremony. Otherwise, Levi would have no choice if he wanted to hold it continuously. In the evening, the setting sun is like fire, reflecting the red clouds on the sky. Hughes and Lotta have left. Li Wei was busy practicing, and had no time to see him off. The third advancement ceremony is also completed. Levi awakens, the second level of extraordinary characteristics. Fire elemental body, intermediate level, elemental awakening. Fire spell level +1. Fire spells quickly cast. Fire spell consumption halved. Mana control, intermediate, spiritual awakening. Mana control level +1. Spellcasting level +1. After Li Wei tried it, he gradually understood the function of each item of extraordinary characteristics. The level of fire spells is +1. And the power level of Levi's fire spells is increased by 1 level. The power of the 0 level small fireball spell becomes the power of the first level fireball spell. The power of the first level fireball spell becomes the power of the second level bursting fireball spell. The improvement is even greater than doubling the power of previous fire spells. The spells differ by 1 level, and their power differs several times, even more than 10 times. The most important thing is that the power of the spell is increased, but the mana consumption remains unchanged. This is the most perverted and powerful place. Everyone knows the first level fireball technique, but who can release hundreds of fireballs in one go? Now Levi can do it. Chapter 160: The Enlightenment of Semi-Elementalization. Fire spells are cast quickly, simple and easy to understand. No explanation required. The cost of fire spells is halved. It's simply a magical skill that directly doubles Levi's mana in disguise. However, having the cost only affects normal spell casting. If you charge up and cast a spell, you should consume as much mana as you need. At most, the upper limit is the half of the mana saved. Mana control level +1. Levi has become a second level mage, and now his ability to control magic is equivalent to that of a third level mage. Bonus: simple and crude. He can also do what a third level mage can do. Casting level +1. Spellcasting level is related to spellcasting difficulty. The spellcasting level of a second level mage is usually second level, which means that he can cast second level spells normally. If you want to cast a third level spell, it is difficult to do so. It's not impossible. It's just difficult, and the success rate is very low. Spellcasting level +1 means that Levi is a second level mage, and can also cast third level spells normally. Simply invincible. The only thing that limits him is the upper limit of his mana. With a fire elemental body, the cost of fire spells is halved. This means that it is entirely possible for Levi to cast a third level fire spell, coupled with the fire elemental body's fire spell power bonus. The power of third level fire spells in his hands is comparable to that of fourth level fire spells. Levi was immediately stunned. Not long ago, he was envious of Alan's powerful fourth level spells. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye I would be able to master such a powerful power. Now you can learn second level and third level spells, Levi was thinking in his mind, considering which spells to learn. Night. Dream world. Levi further understood the intermediate fire elemental body. Relying on the intermediate mana control ability, he found that he could control the fire element spirit in his body. A thought came to my mind. The fire elemental spirit in the body became active. Levi's body burst into flames. Suddenly, the flames burned violently and uncontrollably, turning him into a burning torch. Hoo ho ho! Uh-huh! Levi snorted, quickly extinguished the flames and suppressed his power. Fortunately, he was in a dream. Otherwise, he would not be able to suppress the power of violence. After activating the fire elemental spirit, Levi's body showed a tendency to become elemental. But because the fire element body level is not enough, the fire element spirit he possesses is not enough. Unable to be fully elementalized. Eventually, the fire element in the body goes berserk and ignites spontaneously. The advanced fire elemental body can be elementalized. With the intermediate mana control ability, I can use the elementalized ability beyond the level. Due to one's own strength, it is temporarily unable to transform into elements all over the body. When Levi thought of this, he almost figured it out. He then began to experiment with semi-elementalization. Try starting with the right hand. Concentrate the spirit of the fire element in your body on your right hand to inspire strength. The right hand gradually turns into a fire element. Bang! His right hand exploded, causing flames and flesh to fly. Levi screamed and quickly used his dream power to recover as before. Drink! 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 Levi was breathing heavily. Although his injuries had recovered, the pain remaining in his brain had not dissipated.
It's really not easy to master the ability to elementalize in advance. It is precisely because of this that it has more value and meaning.
After becoming elemental, you can circumvent the mage's greatest weakness, physical weakness. This is one of the very few ways a mage can compensate for his physical weakness. Levi also longs for this ability. He keeps trying to elementalize his body, thanks to the powerful control ability of a third-level mage. After a night of hard work, Levi successfully mastered the trick of elementalizing his right hand. There is still a long way to go before true elementalization. Take the first step, and as long as you keep going, you will definitely reach the end. In the early morning, Levi exited the dream world. Try right-hand elementalization in the room. He felt a little nervous. Although it has been successful many times in the dream world, there are almost no mistakes. But he was still nervous. If your hand explodes in reality, there is no way to repair it with just a thought like in the dream world. Levi carefully activated the power of the fire elemental body, starting from the fingertips of the right hand, slowly transform into the fire element. Finally, it turns into a blazing hand of fire. The flame hand has the same characteristics as the fire elemental L's, including extremely strong fire resistance and immunity to physical attacks. Although the effect is not very big, it is a good start. After all, Levi is a mage. No matter what happens, it is not his turn to fight in close combat. He can only use his right hand to hit others. More meaningful than practical use.
Ha! It worked! The first step is to elementalize your right hand. Sooner or later, you will be able to elementalize your whole body.
Levi released the power of the fire elemental body, and his right hand returned to normal. Seeing the mutual transformation between flesh and blood, there is almost no abnormality. Levi felt very incredible.
Is the world really made up of the four elements of earth, wind, water, and fire? The essence between flesh and blood and elements is the same?
Levi thought in his mind. He once again thought of the God particle theory of his previous life. The God particle is the most basic and indivisible particle that makes up the world. If the world is a huge building block, then the God particle is the smallest unit building block that makes up the world. The building blocks are stacked layer by layer to show different properties, thus turning into various substances, forming metal, soil, air, organic matter, flame, frost, thunder and lightning, and light. Not only matter, God particles also constitute energy, heat energy, wind energy, light energy, kinetic energy, and internal energy. Light has wave-particle duality. The God particle may have duality of energy and matter. It is both energy and matter. The mass-energy equation reveals the relationship between matter and energy. Prove the mass-energy duality of the God particle. If it is an element, it is the God particle. Then if you master the elements, you can master the world. If you master the elements of your whole body, you can master your own lifespan and all changes. Mastering the elements of the world, then he is the omnipotent God who knows everything and is omnipotent. Levi's thoughts were radiating, and he still wanted something. There are 4 basic forces in the world, and the world is composed of 4 basic elements. In a sense, it is 4 forces that make up the world. It just fits the perception of magicians in this world. This may not be a coincidence, but the essence of every world. Mastering all the elements means mastering the grand unified formula. Master the whole world. Time, space, past, future. Everything is under control. Returning once again to the realm of Almighty God, Levi retracted his scattered thoughts. The vision is beautiful, but he is still far away from realizing his vision. Even if he understands this truth, he may not be able to do this. Everything has a degree. People have limits. Perhaps humans simply cannot reach that level. Levi looked up at the sky.
God! Is he at that level?
Or maybe it's a dimension beyond the gods.